You know what time it is. You know what time it is. It is Worlds 2024 Swiss stage day 1. Oh my gosh, it's about to go down. All of the games today are going to be bangers, okay? You guys will not be able to relax. No, all of the games will be bangers today. Okay. In addition to that, T1 is playing. BLG is playing. BLG is playing first. BLG is playing first. Look at them. Already ready. Already ready. I'm in full attire. I hope you are, because T1 is playing second. Okay. We up next. So I need y'all to be ready. Okay. I need y'all. The energy better be on 10. TL is playing today. I think they playing like 8th. They're playing at like 9 a.m. So we do have a little bit of time. They're not playing 8th, but we do have a little bit of time. Hope y'all had a great Wednesday. I was gonna say weekend, but nope. I didn't stream until the middle of the week. Well, hello everyone. What's going on? Our recovery. Thicky, Keeker, Kim, Shy Moonster, Cupcake, Junior Raven. Are you mad or BLG? BLG. BLG all day, baby. I'm rooting for BLG. I love me some Ben. I don't know why, but I do. I love me some. Did y'all see how that just flicked water all over me? So what teams are we rooting for in general? Let's pull up the schedule. Shall we? Let's pull up the schedule. So today, these are the games. Oh, y'all can't really see. Okay, so today, these are the games. Starting at 5 a.m., we've got BLG versus Mad Lions. I will be rooting for BLG. I hate that, Andrew. Like, I know it's just water, but dang. Next game, Top Esports versus T1. Like, don't ask me that question. You already know what time it is. You already know what time it is. Gen G versus Weibo Gaming. Gen G all day. We rooting for well, none of my players are on Gen G anymore. I used to love Peanut, but still like Gen G. 8 a.m. Fnatic versus DK. I couldn't care less. I really couldn't. I was thinking about not even watching the game, but I'm not gonna do y'all like that. We'll watch it, but could not care less. 9 a.m. Team Liquid versus LNG. Don't play in my face. Y'all know what time it is. We rooting for TL all day, baby. We rooting for TL all day. HLE versus PSG. I want PSG to lose so freaking bad. I want HLE to win the game in under 15 minutes. In a killer, HLE about to put them in the dust. Less than 15 minutes. HLE, I want you to speed run them hoes. I really do. I really do. I want them to curb stomp them hoes. I do. I do. FlyQuest versus GAM. As much as I love my boys over at GAM, as much as I love the CEO over at GAM, I gotta root for NA. I do. And last but not least, G2 versus PNG. We got to root for G2. I love me some Caps. I love me some Hansama. I love me some Broken Blade. I love me some Mickey X. I do. My pick'ems are looking kind of shaky. I'm not logged in, so I can't show you right now. But they're looking a little shaky. But hopefully we gonna bring it back on this one. If you guys still want to join my pick'ems, you can. I'm still trying to get that World's limited edition box for a first place prize, and then the other two I'll probably do like RP or like skins or something like that. But you can still join. Exclamation point pick'ems in chat. Everybody ready? We about to get into it. We about to get into it.
I like it. This takes me back to 2019.
It's G2. Speaking of G2.
5年前在这拿了冠
Welcome,
军，
RC.
再次来到这里什么感觉？
How you doing, best friend?
因为时间过去了太久，如果今年我们能在这里再次完成这个目标的话，应该会感受比较深刻。
Y'all, people been telling me that Team Liquid gonna get stomped today, and I don't like that.
Finals, rookie year. How did it feel?
I think the best part for me was seeing how happy my family was, especially because it took a lot of convincing for me to go pro, because we're like a traditional Arab family, so it was really nice. What about you?
It felt good. I felt like the first time in a long time I could be myself.
형은 프로 하면서의 목표가 뭐야?
5 a.m. to entertain us. We appreciate you. Hey, yo, I appreciate you for being here, Buki.
우승만 하면은 약간
I'm saying, best friend, for real.
다 달성되는 그런 느낌.
This is so nicely done. Yeah, Peanut been trying to clutch up for a while.
在去年全球总决赛输给天安之后，我个人其实也很久没有释怀吧。
SKT 2017, yup. Okay, piano player. He said multifaceted. Oh, okay, Ring. That's my baby daddy. I knew it was a talented king on the piano just by the way they were playing.
사실 우승하기 힘들었었던 상황이었는데 또 우승한 거니까
Here we
역배였다
go.
보니까 이제 우승이 되게 좋았던 것 같아.
2018 was really important to me. I just felt like
Wasn't that your engagement ring? It is. I don't wear it on stream because I don't want to be too flashy, you know?
Conseguimos, irmão. Chegamos, mano. Está reacendendo a chama.
Don't want to do too much.
Esperança, tá ligado? Acho que é sentimento único, mano.
我们今年一整年感觉都过得挺艰难的。你觉
When
得
are we
今年
getting
我
the
们可以做到
Chim Faker piano duet? That would be
觉得可以做
lit.
到吧，因为我们也付出了很多。就
Do you mean all of Worlds, Kim and Gyu?
肯定得有啊。
I like that name, Crisp
잘해보자고.
or Crispy. Yes, we are.
In 2019.
Oh, congratulations, Rio. That's so cute.
People think of the final, the ending. And while it felt like a shame to lose in the final, for me, 2019 kind of just represents hope. The emotions of going on stage. My dad, my mom, my siblings.
Yo,
all of them
Cabs'
supporting me.
dad literally goes to the games. I remember seeing him in New York rooting for his son. I was like, that is the cutest thing in the world. Like, genuinely. Love that.
It shows
All of
me that
Worlds, I'm thinking Genji, HLE, or BLG. Top 3.
저를 믿지 못하는 사람들에게는 관심이 없어서
Oh, get you some sleep in these.
월드 우승입니다.
Explain how Worlds works. Okay, I'll explain after they finish this video because that's kind of a longer concept that I'll have to get into.
今年 LPL 会拼尽全力。
BLG!
뭐 이제 언제 어디서 열리든 우리의 홈그라운드이고
Period, baby daddy. I know that's right. The Kings. Period. Wait, really, Jay? Period. I can rate all of the world songs. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. Hold on, let me write that down. We can do that. I think we can do that today. We can knock that out today. Let's go!
Welcome to the world
Worlds 2024 Swiss stage.
Oh, okay,
MDK,
rank
VOD
world
taking the
songs.
stage for our
I also,
first game
people
of
have been
8
asking
today.
me
16 teams that made it to this stage for the next 10 days. 8 will be
react
eliminated. 8
to
will move
the
on to the bracket
new
stage. You saw
Wild
in that
Rift
wonderful
skins.
video.
Does anybody play
Everyone has a
Wild
unique
Rift? I
story.
don't know
Everyone
what
has a
skins
journey
those
to
are
get
that I should be
here.
looking for.
World-class talent across
Team
the board, and now
Pepsi,
we'll just have
let's
to see who is the
go.
best. I'm Dracos, joined by Vedius for the first 4 matches of the day. And
Y'all, immediately
they're all
after stream
bangers,
ends,
each
I
and every
will be
single
going to
one of
work
them.
out.
It's a
Like,
clash of
I will be
ambition.
in my T1 jersey
Dreams
going to
are
work
on
out.
the
Like,
line,
I
and
just
for
have
all
to
of these
go
pro
to the
players,
gym after this.
This is what they've ultimately been working towards.
200 to 400 bucks
it's the
on
Swiss
mobile.
stage, and we're starting
Are you
off with
kidding
a
me?
David versus
Yo, Vortex, thank you for the
Goliath.
7
The Titans
stream
of
streak. Okay,
BLG will be going
so
up against
somebody
the
asked me
underdogs of MDK, a
to
roster
explain how
is
Worlds
consistently
works.
underestimated
Here we go.
versus a roster
So,
whose
each
expectations are at
region
their highest. It's so
has a
crazy
certain
when you look at the
amount of
difference how
representatives.
people talk about these teams.
In
MDK,
terms
they're
of
like,
representatives, that
shaky
means
all
teams
year.
that they
When people
send
talk
to
about VOG
Worlds.
and they're critical,
So
it's
some
critical in that
regions
way
will
that
send the
team
top
that is so
3,
clearly the best,
some
it's
will
the
send the
nitpicky,
top
it's the
4
low. It's, oh, they're
because
not
they
quite
won
good enough at
MSI.
this, they're
Don't
not
worry
quite
about
good
that.
enough at
That's
that.
a
It's
whole
always
nother
through the lens of,
section
will
of
they win it
Worlds.
all? Whereas
But
MDK, it's, can they even
so
make it to the
some
next
send
stage? So
4,
for
some
them to
send
have the
3,
potential to go
some
toe-to-toe with
send 2,
VOG,
and
see
some
what they can get
only
done
get
in
to
this
send
matchup,
1.
but certainly
Now, in
expectations
terms of
are
the
stacking against
stages,
them. It
we
was super
just
fun last night
finished
watching some
play-ins,
Champions League games,
which
seeing
are
Nike
essentially the
going up
lowest
against
tiered
Nike and
teams
Cheeky
from
solo
each
kill up
region,
against
or
Vin.
from
It was
most
clear that they were
regions,
having a lot of fun last night,
fighting
and I'm excited to
for
see what they bring
a
out today
spot
because
on the
meta,
main
I
stage.
feel like
Today
it's in
is
BLG's
the
favor.
day
We're
1,
getting a
the Swiss
return of
stage or the
Syndra,
main
where we get to
stage.
see Knight back on one of his
Only 4
most
teams
successful
made
picks
it out
of
of
all time.
play-ins. Those
As we're
4
getting ready
teams were
for the
Mad
draft,
Lions,
let's
which
see
you
what
see
the
currently,
priorities will be. What
PSG,
is the respect going to be shown towards MDK? Is there something that they are concerned about? Middling,
Pain
already
Gaming, so
taken away from
PNG,
Elgaia and Mid.
and
respect ban already paid
what was
over
the last
6,
name?
also going to be taken away. Still strong on the current
GAM.
match despite some nerfs to his
Those were the
passive
4
overall
teams
damage to
that
towers,
made it
James
out of
taking 2.
play-ins.
And of
Today
course,
we're
the
starting
corner for
Swiss
MDK have already
stage.
kinda shown us a
This is
little bit
day
of their
1.
read
Now
on
for
what the
Swiss
meta is on
stage,
14-18, but for so
the
many of
teams get to
teams
play
today,
each other
the vast
all day,
majority, 12 of
basically.
them,
That's why we're here for 8 hours, because there's going to be
Now
8
we need to see
games.
how they
So
feel
the
about
teams
it,
are
what
playing
they
each
have been
other,
doing, what they have been practicing. So there is
and if
potential
you
to
win
really see the meta
3
shaken up as much as
games,
some
you
things feel pretty
advance
stable, like
to
more or less the mid lane.
quarterfinals.
Now Skarner,
If you
Orianna, Syndra,
lose,
so
is
many
it if you
power
lose
picks are
2 or if you
available.
lose 3? It's one or the other.
VOG, they're
If you
gonna
lose
lock in
2
the
or if
Vi.
you
They
lose
want
3,
the
you're
lockdown
out, you're
potential.
cut, you're
Could this
done, you
potentially
go
be an
home.
Amari Vi, a Syndra Vi? I mean, Knight has so
And
many champions
then,
that
I
you
mean,
can play
quarterfinals,
in
semifinals,
combination with
finals,
this
I
setup,
think are
playing a very
pretty
versatile jungler. So much of the
self-explanatory.
conversation has been
Lose
about
3.
his
Okay, so if you
introduction
lose 3,
to
you're
BLG
cut,
and
you
how
go
he's made
home.
them more of a complete team.
Now,
And
yeah,
bringing out the Vi, obviously
I
a far
think
cry from
that's
what we
the
saw from
shortest
playoffs and the regular
TLDR
season due to the meta shift. How will
I can
MDK
give.
respond with the
I
Skarner locked in? You
am
imagine
kind
that's
of
gonna
bad at
go towards
explaining things,
Elgaia.
so
We've typically
I am
seen them
sorry if
prioritize
you
that
are
early
still
AD carry to getting the
confused.
Cassandra and then
Are
looking
those
for
going to
early
be
lane
one
swaps, but
matches
that's not
to
gonna be an option
quarterfinals
for
and
them today,
semifinals?
as the
No.
Syndra is taken
So
away from them.
tiebreakers
And while Syndra
in
certainly is a powerful
quarterfinals
second
are
option to
best
the
of
meta, Champion who
3,
is very vulnerable when she doesn't have
and
Blast, when she doesn't have Scatter, which has an incredibly long cooldown. She can gain,
semifinals and
like, 5
finals
level
is
6.
best of
Makes it
5.
pretty easy
I have a
to find
whole
kills and focus
schedule
around that
thing
mid lane.
on my
Already
Twitter
up here, Mirwin, I believe,
where
is
it
spamming
says
Garm,
how
solo
long the
queue
games
less.
are
One of the first times in
right
history I've
here.
looked at Mirwin's
So
solo queue page, and it hasn't been full of
today,
random
best
cheese,
of
but it's
1,
clearly giving some respect to,
tiebreakers
practicing the more
in
conventional
quarterfinals.
saves.
Okay, so
There it
quarterfinals is
the
best of
RE5,
5.
and I'm gonna be honest,
Quarterfinals
if
is
we
best of
take
5.
nameplates off, I'm like, Frescali might be okay, but when we
So
turn those
after
nameplates on,
after we
Betty,
get to quarterfinals, it's best of 5 the whole way through.
Knight's streak was broken
Yeah.
recently,
So
but that
T1 did
shouldn't
not
take away
qualify
from
for
the fact
Worlds.
that this man
T1
has
did
an
qualify for Worlds. T1 will be
86%
playing
win
today.
rate on the champion.
T1 will be
All-time
playing
across his
next. They
career.
are the
It
next
is
game that will be
exceptional
played.
pick for him,
They are
and
playing
it's
versus
something
Top
that, I mean,
Esports.
you don't have to look
Kind of
very
sad
far
because
back. He was
Jackie Love
drawing
is on
target
Top
bans consistently
Esports,
due to
and I
the
really
power of
like
this
Jackie
champion.
Love.
So
But
it's exciting to see
we still gotta root for homeboy. We gotta root for my fakey wakey. I have my faker sign that I gotta go get once T1 starts. I've got a T1 pom pom. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with my man. Don't play with me about my man. Okay. T1 will be winning today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Yeah, I love some Jackie Love, but we must be rooting for T1 today. Okay. Oh, Ari. Y'all think we gonna see a little bit of the faker skin? That would be actually legendary. So if someone loses this game, do they still have a chance going into quarterfinals, semifinals? Yes. If someone loses this game, they still have a chance to go to quarterfinals and semifinals. They need to basically not lose anymore, but you can lose up to 3 times. Once you lose that 3rd time, you go home. You're out of the running. You're out of the competition. They literally book you a flight next day type beat. Okay.
I like that Poppy ban. It makes a lot of sense.
Oh my gosh, best friend, that's something I need to experience. That's so cute.
Are we gonna, ooh, I mean,
that's so cute.
Shouldn't talk about the hovers.
Oh my gosh, I have some freaky toes. That sounds amazing.
Thanks to her ability to siege. So you imagine this is going to go in the hands of Super unless they're giving us an
Desante all day. No, literally, I'm tired of him. Honestly, I love BLG and I love Ben, but I kind of like Elk. Like Elk kind of slays. Elk kind of slays. I like BLG's team more. They're more fun. MDK just looks like standard. Boo, boring. We've seen it before. Innovate, please. You know. Absolutely.
Talk about On as this guy who is so
creative. Who is this fine man?
And now I'm curious to see what Alvaro is going to bring to the table because Rel in a vacuum still
wait,
one of the
who y'all seeing? I want to see him. I want to see him. Who y'all talking about?
So what is Alvaro planning?
Who y'all talking about? Let's see some variation. I don't know, but he was fine. Was he on Mad Lions or was he on BLG or was he a coach or was he a referee? Like
traditional front to back, very stock standards. The thing is with BLG though,
who y'all talking about?
When we think about how they team fight, I mean, they're one of the best team fighting teams in the world. Their target selection is often immaculate, and the problem you're going to have is Frescow, he's going to find it difficult to survive with all this threat diving on top of him. All 5
BLB, little messy hair cutie style fine man.
Gap, and they want to look to fight. Now we're expecting
that was a lot. The last one. Okay, I need to see all BLG players right now.
Escalated somewhat.
Yeah, somewhat. Sure. Yes.
Little messy hair, cutie style, fine, fine, but man, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a big word for Elmo.
Of the Swiss stage here at Worlds 2024.
All right, I need to see these players because apparently one of these men is fine.
MDK, no strangers to the stage. Had the time
so cute. Okay. I'm gonna keep my eye out.
I'm excited.
So.
Honestly, this is such an interesting.
Are you talking about the support on? It's gotta be no, like he's so real for that.
Spot on. Early game, you got picks in the mid game. It suits them so well. MDK kind of
show the players. I'm trying to see who this fine man is.
At least to be more about
messy
scaling,
hair.
to be less about necessarily finding these early
the support. Okay.
Will indeed be the lane swap.
Okay.
As we get into this first
let's see the player cams.
Remember, win 3, you are through to
there's
the
Knight.
Stage. Lose 3 and you are out. Yeah, highlighted it so beautifully earlier.
See, he just said lose 3 and you're out.
Will be best of 3.
Oh, you're rooting for Mad Lions. Oh, okay, a little wrench in the mix.
Let's look at this early setup.
30 seconds
so far.
A lot of pings coming down. Information trying to be garnered from both sides. You can see MDK's bot lane already hovering around the top side jungle. They need to keep track of any potential wards being invested from either side.
On already getting aggressive onto Alvaro. We'll just try to walk him down. Proccing the plasma would be decent.
Gonna force him to base, likely, as Knight also took a bit of damage for Scowie.
Tristana in the bot lane is different, but I'm glad we're seeing it.
Coming in from Knight, forcing the flash out from Frescow. We're gonna force the back and likely the TP as well. Devastating for MDK at level 1, and they've still got the Tristana on the top side of the map. This is a really difficult position to start a lane swap from, especially because they're on vision.
So
we're gonna come through.
Mad Lions in a bit of a pickle right now.
Very ambitious.
BLG just playing it pretty cool, pretty cute.
Interrupt, but look,
yeah, they did. That's right.
He's already moved to the bot side of MDK's
I was waiting for somebody to do that though. I've been waiting for somebody to pick Tristana and flex her into the bot lane because everybody has been seeing the Tristana mid lately. I've really been waiting to see her in the bot lane. Now, granted, she's physically not in the bot lane right now, but that's neither here nor there. I see, Nina. I got you.
We can just fight you. What What's an Alistair going to do at level 1 against us? They've got the traditional
Shinoy,
bot
thank
lane
you
set
so
up on
much
the
for
bot
the
side of
3
map.
months
This does
of
mean, though, that if
support.
Bin does TP towards the top
Hope you're having a
side,
beautiful day today. Thank you for supporting this
and he's going to be
stream.
at risk of a dive.
But it is a clever adaptation because so often in lane swaps where both teams know it's coming, you don't have a Gnar who's very vulnerable to those early dives. We saw it at MSI as well with things like the Twisted Fate, like the Vayne. You just run into mid lane sometimes. Harass a bit level 1, try to build a greater advantage his way in Alvaro. Trading blows here, and
now, crucially, Alvaro's not level 2.
Now look at this, y'all.
Crucially, Alvaro's by himself against 4 people.
And he doesn't have flash.
All these lane swaps, and now they got the support in the bot lane by themselves, about to get towered over by 4 people from BLG.
This still seems pretty favorable. That level 1 Alistair's going to have to get a lot of work done. Q finally going to come out immediately. He goes down. Mirwin here to try to at least catch some of this XP. First blood is there.
Look at Rel. She just killing under the tower.
As long as he has W up, it's really difficult for BLG to pull the trigger. The Pathmaker crucial. Dashing through. Vault Breaker coming in. Flashback from Mirwin. The plasma stacks are already there. Just trying to get XP again. If he has to give his life, it's crucial that he gets the wave. At the very least, W win. Trying to get the Q3 back. Gets one. Mirwin standing.
He got 2. He got 2.
Cooking a bit too much on the bottom side. They had the beef. They wanted the second course.
You can't even be mad at that. As much as I want BLG to win, Merwin just a damn. Okay,
so well, but then Mirwin finds the outplay. He gets himself 2 kills, and he's able to salvage what was a devastating start.
And it's the same in play.
I can't be mad at that.
The first time MDK pulled out this lane swap, it was Mirwin turning around to dive that made it look so good.
That tower shot onto Elk was crucial. Now, Wade doesn't end up taking tower aggro here. It's on, but he's trying to help his jungler get away to safety.
You can't be mad at him.
The flash comes through from Bin as well to avoid the knockback, and Mirwin walks away with a double kill.
And crucially, he's there for all that XP. Doesn't even matter if he gets the
smirk, a small smirk. He can't be overconfident.
He ain't down.
Hey guys, I pulled this off, but it's a big road to climb. Getting an early lead is one thing, but we've seen MDK find these early leads before and not be able to close out. And we're only 4 minutes in, so to call this a lead, I think would be generous.
You can tell it's on Worlds because the second anything happens, we're like, that's the best play I've seen in Worlds, which is technically true in Swiss stage, but we can take a breath. Remember,
yeah, they were literally under his tower for so long.
Individually, didn't get too much CS. The kills only giving him a small edge over the Gnar, likely still expected to fall behind here, but we have started to return at least to standard lanes. The gold, not that significant in the favor of MDK, as Frescowy falling behind in these trades, trying to burn through that mana bar, just get the wave crashed in, calling in Elyoya to support him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Frescowy had the best play-ins when we look at the entire roster. I mean, going up a player like Knight, this is a matchup that typically favors Syndra, but Knight is just so experienced in this matchup specifically that you can see how he's able to find these nice trades and he's able to get a nice health advantage. And the fact that Frescowy doesn't have flash, he's going to be forced to go back to base. Now, Knight can look for a quick push, knowing that there's no TP available for Frescowy. Boots are going to come in from
What's going on, Fluffy? How are you, Bookie?
He is going to lose some farm, may even lose most of the wave here as the Dragon now being started by BLG.
I respect the call here from
He's
BLG.
scrapping today, baby.
Obviously, around the mid game, you can favor a lot of their options to try to snowball a bigger lead, but by denying Drakes early, they eliminate the late game threat at least somewhat from MDK. Headbutt Pole kicks things off. Elk, Ignite down, Satchel Charge stacking up. Elyoya waiting in the brush, on getting aggressive, but Alvaro's getting lower and lower. The Ignite still ticking, knockback into the wall coming in from Elyoya. The Drake already down. Now they know that Wei is on the bottom side. Shouldn't be too much more here other than pushing in the wave to crash. They do get the Ignite out of On, but nothing else really.
Look at those clicks per minute on, man. Those actions per minute.
Very much. One more
okay,
dash
nice.
Coming in, 4-9.
Stun.
But they already get the flash. TP not quite available for Frescowy as well. That's devastating. And this is kind of the fear when you go against this combo Vi.
What time is it for
you? And the Ahri
you?
together. It's just so easy to get that set up.
He really wants to stick around though so he can get the level 6.
5:22 a.m. There should be a clock right here.
Starting to be built up in mids. But with that control, Wei is going to move from Dragon straight to the Grubs. Elyoya, he's going to be a little late to the party, and with no mid control, it's going to be a very difficult contest.
Getting in, getting involved. Knight, of course, does not have ultimate because of the previous play. Wei, I think a bit of a greedy call. Already got the Drake, wanted to go for more based on the mid lane.
I have a bajillion essays to hand in, and I'm losing. You got this, Fluffy. What are they do?
Now they're dog piling in, trying to get one, but they've already lost Alvaro in the process. Wei getting pulled away. Super gonna get the reset. Will he jump again?
1 for 1.
3v4 stacked against MDK. Mirwin Q3 ready to go. All out, slowly ticking down. Only a few more seconds.
1 for 1 when you're down numbers is really good. Okay, 2 for 1. 2 for 1 when you're down numbers is amazing.
For a fight, but again, it's Mirwin. Mirwin with great
Is
play.
Mad Lions eating? Now remember, guys, this is best of one. Okay, you don't get 2 games to make up for the first one that you lost, like it's a best of 3. No, it's one and done. So you better prove your worth.
Which in the
You better
context of everything
dance
that we have seen from him, both
if
in
you
play
want
and
the
today
win.
this year, it's not what you,
Yeah, BLG is kind of. I feel like BLG is taking riskier plays. Now that wasn't a risky play. I feel like because they had the numbers, but.
Vi is hovering around the top side of the map as the blue is being cleared. Pings are coming down onto On as well. Alvaro needs to get some vision.
Do you happen to know what patch they're playing on? Yes, they're playing on the Worlds patch. It is 14.18 if I remember correctly. But I can fact check that real quick.
Has to be careful. Proactively rocket jumping out, doesn't want to risk.
Yes, 14.18 is the World's patch. So all of those item changes and those items nerfs, they don't have to deal with.
Only 2 grubs picked up by MDK for the threshold that both teams are going to be looking for in the next spawn in about 3 minutes.
It's just one game.
So for now
there's 8 games today. All of the teams are playing today. T1's playing next. But it's only best of 1. So you better...
We already talked about how it is one of his all-time favorites, one of his most impressive champions.
You better be on it.
Continues to do a good job in the mid lane. We turn our attention towards the next objective, of course, still 2 minutes away.
Oh, they're running for the lower bracket. That would be smart.
As close as they can to that first core item.
Would it?
Wanting to secure level 6s for a number of players.
Yeah.
Both On and Alvaro very starved of XP as a result of the lane swap. Way those sets
Who do you think has the biggest chance to win Worlds this year? Gingy, HLE, BLG are my top 3. As much as I love T1, I mean, hey, maybe it's in the script that they win it again. Maybe it's in the script.
On the level 1, they weren't able to punish it the first time round, but this time they make it look clean. Knight now will secure the level 8. As well, get his first kill.
What's going on, Chronic? How are you doing?
Elyoya sets his sights on the top side. Elk.
Yeah, we got 8 games today, baby. We here till like 2 p.m.
Backing away now, but
it is a full work day for me.
The ultimate on locked up, and Elk manages to escape using the ultimate. Support taken out. MDK free access now to the plates on the top side.
Frescow is struggling in mid, but Elyoya making a smart choice. I'm just going to play towards where I know we have a strength. Super's getting great trades onto Elk. They have a stacked wave. They're going to deny a lot of farm. Now Mirwin is the one that has to be careful. Bin, even though he's behind in experience, knows the limitations of his champion, is getting good trades, and they're also securing plates on the bot side of the map.
Team Liquid better put it down today, but we are playing the LPL today, if I remember correctly.
And that's the thing about BLG. Sure, they may have lost a few early skirmishes, they might be getting picked off here and there, and while MDK have the kill lead,
scary.
We can't ever afford to underestimate BLG. They're so good at moving around the map, looking for opportunities to punish their opponents, but so far, both teams being proactive on the sidelines.
Better get that matcha ready. Yeah, I think I'm gonna order matcha today to be delivered. We'll order it during that BK versus Fnatic game, and we're also gonna do some stretches during that game.
So much, but obviously once you add anyone else, it makes it gets more and more chaotic.
You can lose 3 times before you're sent home, but today is the best of ones. Today and tomorrow is best of ones. So you only have 1 game to secure that win.
I mean, it looks like
it's not.
Did you just? Okay, he thought he had Hex Flash, and he just flashed. I'm pretty confident that's what just happened.
That looks like that's what just happened to that Alistar, but also you're in Worlds, baby. We need to. We need to be on our Q's and P's.
That's a weird bug with the 10
What's going on, Astro? How are you doing?
I don't know how to. MDK fans, don't worry about that one. A little concerning, but
it's alright. Grubs for Dragon Spawn, but Waze killed that Dragon
pretty quick. Alistar
just they want to contest this objective.
Flash, but it definitely looked like he was trying to charge up Hex Flash.
1 grub taken down again. 4 is what matters here. On going in, no level 6 for Alvaro is big. Knight has the ulti. The reset's coming in. Elyoya, Mass to kick things off. Frescow now needs to finish the kill, but Knight already dashing on safety. They're chasing down Elk as well. They just need to get these kills down. 1 taken out, 80 carry off the board. Knight
is Mad Lions gonna beat BLG, LPL's #1 team?
the fact that they targeted Alvaro at the start of that was very smart, because as you highlighted, Dracos, no ultimate available on this Alistair, means that this Alistair is very squishy.
Are they
going to
eliminate
him? But they did invest a decent amount of resources. And with a nice counterplay from
They're looking really good right now.
We saw a bit of a misplay, a bit of a scary moment from Frescowi, because he doesn't
that
use the
sounds
ultimate immediately.
amazing,
So he has to
Cardinal.
flash
Good
over the
morning.
wall before he can actually commit to that play.
Don't sleep on MDK, but like,
no mana on Frescowi. Alvaro knows that he can't really
I put BLG in my top 3 to win worlds. They can't be losing to no shade. LEC string 3
the smallest
team.
margins, of course, just a little bit of XP here, giving on that level 6, allowing them to start the fight. Credit really to Elyoya and Mirwin for just getting in there. Frescowi has so much CC from his allies that allows him
47 viewers, thank you for the follow. How are you doing, love?
Shots, the Dark Sphere into his cat of the week, and now doing pretty well on the stacks. Approaching the second ability upgrade.
That is true. I've seen BLG come back. Like, honestly, there really isn't that much of a deficit in terms of gold income.
Bin's just been doing a good job around the map and has just been pressuring.
Like, look at the CS gap in top lane. Look at the CS gap in mid lane.
Finds himself in a comfortable spot. The big advantage we really see is for
it's really just those kills from those dives bot lane. So let's not count them out. Let's not count them out. But these fights look heavily one-sided.
If they find a kill, he'll get one back. Knight now killing Alvaro, finding that angle. One more reset to go in. Elyoya amidst the entire team. Z Convergence doing a little bit of work. Elf trying to finish the kills, but Supa's still alive for now. Elyoya tanky, but not tanky enough. And no! It's coming in! Lightning! Static finishing the kill. Double now for
And see, boom, just like that, they up. Boom, just like that, they up. They got the shutdown gold off of that Cassante. Wow. That's big BLG, baby. That's big BLG.
Very well played from
them. To be honest, I want MDK to win, but BLG is indeed a very strong opponent, so we shall see how this ends.
Just a bit of
Maxi,
damage traded back and forth, but
they starting to
nice stun from
get on their heels
to keep him at distance, but then they lock down Alvaro. The jump is invested from Super. He
Not
can't
my
quite
alarm
get that
going
kill
off.
onto Way, and then as the flash comes in from Elk, a situation that should have been very scary, Knight's positioning makes it hard for Frescowi to approach, and then the last bit of damage comes down to secure that kill onto Super, and Frescowi can't do anything to turn the fight around.
That's so frustrating for Supa. If he's just a little bit further back, the static proc from killing
He's a lefty. Yo, Knight is a lefty.
Decent chunk of damage to get the job done. We take a look.
OMG, I've never seen a lefty play League before. I know they exist, but like having your mouse on the left side and you QWERing like this, I've never seen that. Wow.
Advantage MDK had with that massive play in the mid lane.
That's so interesting. I literally have never thought of that.
BLG send Knight over towards the top lane, and Way is securing the
Playing
Herald.
with your right hand. Ah, interesting.
A bit of a misplay there from Elk. He ults behind Super, which allows Super to knock him into the tower.
Elky, baby, what are we doing? They're not warmed up. This is their first game of Worlds. Mad Lions has been playing since play-ins. So Mad Lions has a little bit more confidence, a little bit more familiarity with being on stage, the world stage. So that might also be playing a role in this.
The team is built to make picks.
Welcome,
so
NKD. How are you doing, love?
In the draft, their target selection is so good as well, and you can see for MDK in these team fights, BLG so much more comfortable weaving in and out of the fight, playing on the edge,
Good morning,
finding these small advantages. And MDK, not only are they going to struggle in terms of gold deficit, but their composition.
Your shop wasn't working yesterday.
I mean, BLG are also just good at setting up their
His nickname is the Golden Left Hand for a reason. Is it really? Is that actually a thing?
Constantly pressuring in on this bot wave, specifically chipping away at that tower. Frescowi just doesn't feel safe, even though he has vision coverage around the bot side of the map. It's BLG that's just constantly pressuring the map.
What's going on, Fishy?
MDK feel forced to oblige, so they're then losing farm on the side lanes, and you can see how this is starting to showcase in the CS discrepancies. Mirwin's down 40 CS, mid lane is down 30 CS. BLG is ultimately just playing map. Now they drop the Herald. This gives them control over mid, as MDK set their sights on trying to pick Bin in the bot lane.
Bin picking up a Cinder. trying to speed his way out, at least by a bit more time. But with Herald down, they really have to get something done here for the side of MDK. Ben about to turn Mega, gets the double hop out before he goes. Not even going to get connected on by the Q3 from Mirwin, just walking away, buying so much time. Bit of a sunken cost fallacy here for the side of MDK. They've given everything to kill Ben. They will at least try to get that, but On is now here as well. Ben will finally fall.
Yeah, Ben's gonna have to fall.
Get 2 towers in the mid lane.
The cost of that is, as you rightly said, 2 big objectives in the mid lane. The top wave is going to be pushed in, completely uncontested. Knight now ticks over to level 12.
Is Knight just gonna get top lane?
But the TP flank is likely going to be his priority, and there it is.
TP behind. Spots Knight coming, but it's going to be difficult to lock that Ahri down. Knight already level 12. Alvaro level 6 comes out a little bit late. The unbreakable will.
Alvaro is starved of so
Is this just plans? No, babies. We are on the main stage. This is day 1 of Swiss. Each game is best of 1. All of the teams are playing today. Next game is going to be T1 versus Top Esports, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, no, we're on main stage now, baby. It's go time. They better lock in, clock in. Tight beat. Who are we rooting for? Personally, I'm rooting for BLG. I really like Ben, but
ultimately to the bot side of the map.
We'll see how this game goes.
BLG to pressure top, pressure mid, where they secured 2 towers, and then because the top wave was pushed in, Knight could then TP in to create a 4 versus 5, and even though
level 6 Alistar and level 12 Ahri in one game. I mean, it really is level 6. That's crazy. But isn't that normal for like pro play supports? Like, look at Rel. She's level 7. Like, the supports are always like just roaming, missing out on XP and everything. No, since this is day 1 of Swiss stage, you must lose 3 games to be eliminated. Once you lose 3, that is when you are eliminated, and we go back home.
If they don't have setup on that Drake, it's easy pickings for the side of BLG.
I mean,
easy
BLG are just doing a really good job of managing their side.
Oh, T1 clocked in. They better be. I got my little pom-pom.
Have secured their second.
Don't play with my
now they set their
T1.
sights in the top tier 2. They're just meticulously tearing apart what control MDK have. And even though there's deep vision on the side of MDK, their own jungle is very dark and full of terrors.
Yeah. And beautifully highlighted by our observers just to show how little MDK
Yeah, they
see
fly
right now.
the players
They're
out.
fine just letting this Syndra push in bot lane. They don't care. They're really not worried about it. They're happy to play
Period,
the 4-1.
Mandy.
They're doing what he can to clear out the wave, but it's not going to be enough as this tower gets lower and lower.
Knight stepping up just to harass. Of course, if a charm does connect, very likely
Oh,
to
you
be
just
a
don't like
kill.
MDK? Why don't you like them? Look at those wards, bro.
That initial burst.
Look at all of the wards. Holy moly.
MDK kind of forced to play wherever BLG decide to apply pressure, and again they find the pick. MDK, bit of sleight of hand there, paying all that attention to the top side of the map. Bit of a sloppy rotation there for Frescow. He thought he could wander through, thought they saw enough people that he was safe to take a riskier path to topside, but he was not.
I mean, it's crazy to me that that's even the risky path,
Despite BLG losing those early team fights,
but it's exactly what their comp wants to do.
Look at them. They're up objectives. Look how many dragons they have. Look at how many towers they have. Mad Lions has barely scraped the surface. They have 1 tower bot lane. And yes, they have the Void Mites, but
they find themselves another pick. They find themselves another tower. And you can see now how much control BLG have over the entire map.
How is it possible to have that type of control over the game still after losing team fights? How do you do that?
It is 2 fully completed items for both AD carries in this context. Third, of course, much closer to completion on the side of Elk. But those are the big breakpoints, the full completed items. That said, BLG with so much more control.
T1 plays next. Superior vision and macro. Like, it has to be.
The angles of attack here for MDK becoming more and
What's
more
going on, Hyper? How are you doing?
Has a bit of a flank. Will be spotted on that control ward.
They have hands. 0 macro.
Here. Instant charm. Everyone probably has to ult out to safety, but the layering of CC is flawless from BLG.
Like,
good vision
is that the same Merwin that was 4v1ing under bot lane tower and got 2 kills? Is that him?
They'll either use this to turn and fight, or they'll just take the objective. MDK is being pressured on
both
sides of the map. The bot tier 2 is falling. The Baron is getting low. Elyoya looking for a steal.
See Yo-Yo though. He'll have to flash to the pit if he wants to get this. TP now coming in as they already got the side lane tier 2. Baron going to fall in favor of BLG. MDK now starting a fight at a man disadvantage. This is going to be disastrous. Been finding one with a quick angle off to the side. Frescowi trying to get down as much damage as he possibly can, but the carries are getting deleted. Supa down, Frescowi down. All Yo-Yo and Alvaro can do is run. BLG
baby.
just absolutely
What's going on,
dominating.
Ryko? We're doing well. How are you?
Frescowi and Supa, the only real damage dealers on the side of MDK, immediately locked down, focused up, and destroyed. BLG win another one-sided team fight with the Baron to boot. Keep your eyes on this. Knight just kind of chipping away at the health bars. The ultimate comes down to Frescowi. Elk goes for the 1v1 against Supa, and the ultimate, I mean, Frescowi tries to throw it down onto way. He basically takes no damage, at the very least trying to get something back.
It didn't look like much damage was getting put out.
Around the stun means that he's able to get
Aston,
that kill.
thank you for the follow. How are you doing?
Supa is shut down. And BLG, they dominate the fight.
Certainly do. And those situations are you kind of where you know you're getting outclassed a little bit. When the Gnar is splitting, takes a tower, and then in leisurely time shows up to fight with a man advantage, the game is not going well for you. And I think for MDK, given the tools that they have, yes, if they can stall, they can get more items on Supa, things might get a little bit easier, but there's a Kai'Sa, Ahri, Vi. And
who's in the lead? This is the first day of Swiss stage, so there is, this is literally game one. So there's no one in the lead.
It felt like the BLG just had no wasted movements, you know? Every time
they practice a lot, Cat.
They were doing something productive. They were getting
for the casters, they will go and like watch previous games and like just cast them and practice casting.
Supa, nice buffer to make it out to safety, way off to the side. Mirwan taking a lot of that initial damage. Ulti now coming in from the Vi. Frescowi getting lower and lower, just trying to 1v1 Ben, but not doing a whole hell of a lot. Ben still standing. Ulti there for Frescowi, but Ben is still alive. He just keeps hitting. He's walking away. That tiny Yordle adding insult to injury as BLG.
I don't know, y'all. It looks like BLG is running with the lead that they have.
Desperate moves, but the flash charm coming in from Knight is enough. The ace there for BLG.
Thank you, Ryko. Hope you're doing well as well.
Domination, a
this T1 merch delivered globally. They do T1 merch shop. I think it's called T1 shop in A. Is the North American T1 shop, and I also have 15% off if you so desire. You can use the code Chim15 for it.
I mean, there's a reason a
Give
lot of
me
people
a B.
Give
me an L.
I mean, we look back
Give
at this
me
fight,
a G.
and it's been initiates
What's
the
that
play.
spell?
It's already a lost fight because Supa's disengaging. So now they've lost all their damage. Now MBK is already forced to
retreat. This is not the Mad Lions I know. See, I don't know Mad Lions. I just know that they're LEC third stream, and I did not see them winning this game against LPL first stream. I was like, yeah, there's just no way, my boy.
One for Elyoya, as he knows how challenging this game has been. They had a promising start. A few fumbles.
I need to try this Kai'Sa skin. The IG Kai'Sa skin. I never play it because I feel like there's just so many other cute Kai'Sa skins, but it looks kind of cute.
Certainly, and I think
is that a T1 shirt? It's not just a T1 shirt, Buki. It's a Faker jersey.
So terrifying is sometimes people look at League of Legends as this turn-based game. But when you're playing as a team of caliber of BLG,
don't play with me, okay?
The next move. It feels like you never have a chance to breathe. You
represent.
Planning 1 or 2 steps
not just a T1 shirt.
You can't keep up with that pace of
Faker
game,
jersey.
You're rapidly going to fall behind. Mirwan grouping so much,
period.
finding kills, but it was Ben farming on a side lane, always trading up just that tiny bit, and eventually the early lead that MDK found just did not mean anything.
The aura with that shirt, period.
They've got the soul. Frescowi trying to find
I'm gonna pull out the Faker Daddy signs once T1 gets on stage.
The pressure is continuing them out. They don't have that top wave.
Can't wait.
They're gonna try and unlock the super minions. They do have the bot one though, and that tower's gonna fall very quickly.
I'm just
effortless for BLG to play
surprised at the amount of control that BLG had on the game after losing the fights early.
You know,
Infernal Soul on them too.
But if Alvaro goes in, they have to win that fight or it's over.
I see Envies.
Ben continues to harass.
Envies, when do you need to be up?
Finish coming in from BLG, just taking their time, knowing they don't really need to force anything.
Yeah, they're still showing respect. You know, they know that there's a world where they could throw. I mean, it would have to be quite egregious, but even so, They're leveraging the big tool or the
I
poke
made
tools
the
they
Faker
have.
Daddy sign
W coming out from the
when
Kai'Sa, the
Worlds was in
charms.
Atlanta because I used to live in Atlanta,
Q's down
Georgia.
arrow starting. Knight locked up again. Can they just delete this Ahri? But no, the interrupt is clean from On, and Knight manages to make it out for
Wait.
Rainbow. And now Baron going toe-to-toe with Elk on the backside of the fight. Kazante not strong enough. Supa back in the
It's a
founding. Knight taking finally
3-for-1.
starting to heal. But 4 members still
Never mind,
stand
that's
on
game.
BLG, and that
GG's.
is going to do it. Supa. Not enough damage, not enough left in the tank.
GG's. Okay, I need to see this support
First
player because y'all
blood
said
here
this
at the
man was
Worlds
fine, and I need to see him
Swiss
up
stage,
close.
a final fight,
I need to
but
see
it will not
him
matter.
on the big
MDK
screen.
is able to round out the game.
All right, let's see.
By the very least, putting a blemish on the KDA of Knight, reducing it from infinity to 18.
Okay, there's Elk. Show on.
That's a
Show
big drop
on.
when you think about it.
GG's.
Taking some of those stacks away as well.
Now,
Obviously,
Mad Lions
incredible
doesn't go
game one. We're
home.
gonna send
You
things
have
over
to
the
lose
analyst
3
desk
games, so
immediately
they only
can
got
talk
2 more
about what took
games
place.
before they go
And
home.
we're so excited to do so, especially.
They really not showing
Oh,
on.
wow, okay, clear MDK, a bit out of their depth versus BLG.
So
Okay, so he's the one on the
BLG
left. I just
great.
need to see his face.
And
Okay, cool.
things I
Love
learned.
that. Yeah.
they
No, I love that I can't see
are
him.
so good at turning it on.
Oh, no,
Because
he's
for the
that one.
first
He's
5
that one.
minutes,
Okay.
This game was looking actually pretty scary for them. And then the
I
second
can't
thing
see
learned
him.
is
They're
that
not
MDK
giving
should
him
actually just keep
FaceTime.
lane swapping. They had a big lead from the lane swapping,
did.
but then they just outclassed.
Yeah, your mid laner does have to stay mid.
T1 is playing
That
next.
was kind of the issue.
Yeah.
Keone, thank you for the
I just
follow.
learned the importance of how the level 6 on an Alistar, you know? At some point,
He's hiding
he
from
needs
you.
some
No,
experience
literally.
And too many back-to-back fights where he was the target and he really couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, we're setting up for the
Emoji,
interview, but I
thank you
think
for
some
the follow.
takeaways can also be Knight on Ahri. I mean, you know what's gonna happen.
Good morning,
did as well. You and
Sunny.
I were just sat here. That's an Ahri. Now,
Oh, you
we
don't
saw
like the
Vi
all
first
white?
pick, we see a Syndra.
Do I have time for a shower? You've got probably about 10 minutes
by going
before the next game.
Putting Fresco in a bad position, he's never going to
Probably
have a
got
good
10 to
time.
15
The
minutes
2v2
before
with
the
level
next
6
game,
from Ascana and Syndra is not
which
gonna
is
give you that
T1
mid-tire.
versus
So they had
top
to get ahead from the early
esports.
game. And they did to a certain degree, but I think
Here, I'll pull
that
up the
level 1
schedule.
where everyone's just burning their summoners, and then obviously mid-game from BLG where they just take over,
Yeah.
it became really unplayable at a certain point in the game.
The draft will be a big topic.
Oh
and speaking
my
of big,
Okay, so this is the
speaking of
schedule
big
for
numbers,
today.
big numbers,
We
yeah.
just saw.
Small losses. It can be
Actually, hold on. Let me
Yes,
do this real quick.
It's insane.
Glass half full, I like it.
Because they went for the vine, completely said Skarner,
So we
OP,
just saw
Syndra,
BLG
OP,
versus
we
Mad
don't
Lions.
care, we're
BLG
getting
took the
boy,
win.
the
Next
Ahri, and we're
game is going to
supporting
be
it with
Top
the Vi, and we're
Esports
bullying the
versus
side lanes. They performed off
T1.
it, but I
That
don't
is
think
what's
it's gonna
coming
be
up
the
next.
standard going
After
forward. I
that,
think they
Genji
just wanted
versus
complete-
Yeah, I
Weibo.
think that's the big
Fnatic
takeaway for me
versus
here in terms of
DK,
BLG's drafting.
Team
They
Liquid
just
versus
bullied the
LNG.
draft. They
Then
just
we'll
said the
see
things that they wanted to play,
HLE versus
played them, and
PSG,
smashed.
They did,
FlyQuest
and Laura's now
versus
standing
Gam,
by with
and
Vin
then
in the
finally
Verizon
we'll end the day
post-game
with
interview.
G2 versus PNG. We're getting an interview.
To the stage for the very first Swiss stage interview with Bin. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking the first one. Before taking on Mad Lions, you said, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's be careful against this team. So what was your understanding of Mad Lions? And also, can you explain the first 10 minutes of the game?
Yeah. Please explain the first 10 minutes of the game because I was confused.
但是也要问一下的是，其实你在这场比赛开始之前也有提到，面对到 Mad Lions 整个队伍也不能掉以轻心，所以说也想问一下你对
The girls are
Mad Lions
serving.
这支队伍的理解是如何的？
The
同
girls are
时，
serving
这
today.
一场比赛的前10分钟发生了些什么呢？
其实赛前我们也想到他们会换线打我们，然后就是这局的话，其实前面也是跟我们想的一样吧，但是我们越下的时候出现了一些失误吧，所以被他们反杀了，前期很艰难，稍微有
No,
点
yeah,
温
the
度也
girls
上来了。
8 down.
So to be honest, before this game, we have already made this kind of prediction. Yeah, Mad Lions definitely have some lane swap inside the game, and also it feels like they also have the drafted that we have already predicted. But maybe the issue happened around the bot lane tower dive because we played so messy around there. So it's kind of put ourselves in a disadvantage. So it's kind of like warm me a bit up.
Well, still an amazing read on them and great recovery on that game, Bin. One thing that is always sure with you is the confidence that you have coming into the international stage.
y'all see
You
my
keep on
man in
saying
the
that
back?
you're the best top laner in the world, but I want you to give me specifics as what makes you the best top laner in the world. How makes you stand out?
其实我们很多时候想到兵哥，第一个我们想到的词语就是你的自信心。很多时候你都会说，来到这种世界大赛的舞台，你想成为你会是最强的上单。所以也想问一下，你觉得是有哪些来自自己的特质，能够让自己在众多上单之中脱颖而出呢？
我认为自信是来源于实力的吧，就是如果没有实力，再多的自信都没有用，所以主要还是要对自己的实力的认可，以及让自己变得更强。
I believe that confidence is from your own ability. Without your own ability, no matter what confidence you have, is still useless. So what I really need to do is try my best to hold this confidence and also put this as a motivation to become even more stronger in the future.
Some wise words here. And I'm going to leave you the final words here on this interview, actually. It would not be a Bin Walls interview without a special message from you in English if you want to talk to the fans.
那最后也把一点时间留给我们的兵哥，我们总感觉如果不让你说点英文的话，好像这就不是一个兵哥式的采访。所以说，有没有什么想要对所有的观众朋友们说的呢？用英语。
Thank you, I love you.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much, Ben.
Thank you for those kind
Amazing interview,
words.
Wendy, thank you so much for the help. Amazing to have you back. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for game 2.
Thank you. We love you too, Ben. We love you too. Well done. Well done. All right. Let me get my sign. Because y'all know what time it is. It's Faker time. Next up is T1 versus Top Esports. Next up is T1 versus Top Esports. And I'm here and I'm ready. And I'm ready and I've been ready. Honestly. I've been waiting for this at the door. I sat through play-ins to get to this moment. Wait, what's on the other side? Okay, so story behind the signs. Story behind the signs. I made these signs when Worlds was in Atlanta, Georgia. So they played quarterfinals.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They played quarterfinals and semifinals in Atlanta, if I remember correctly. But anyways, so T1 was playing and I was like, obviously I gotta make me a sign for Faker. So I made a sign that says Faker Daddy. And I remember I was holding them up, and the first time that I was in the like VIP section because Riot gave me like special tickets. And so the players would walk right beside where I was sitting. And Faker saw the signs after like game 1 or something, and he was walking back to like the player section and he saw the signs, and I swear y'all, he low-key face palmed. He was like, he saw it and he was like he did a little like, what in tarnation is going on? But at the same time, like his face of disappointment was so real. I'm so for real. But after that, he came by. This is really what happened. This is really what happened. So this is Faker. This is Faker. Here, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit because I think it's loud. This is Faker. And then he touches my hand. I'm right here. This is Jay Ray, but I'm right here. Me with my Faker Daddy sign. And I was like, y'all, Faker just touched my hand. Faker just touched my hand. It was the best day. The best day of my life. Truly. Truly. Classic Faker. Truly. On the back, I have We Love SKT1. And then I also have Peanut because Genji was playing and Peanut was on there. I touched greatness. I truly did. I truly did. Y'all are so silly. He's like, not too much, Chim, truly. He was like, I thought we were keeping this low key. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? Yeah, I got a little bit of his skill passed on to me. Truly. This water bottle is giving me so much trouble today. Water just keeps spouting out. Legend has it she hit Emerald the next day. I don't think Emerald was a thing back then. Was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah. At least. Thank you, Gat. The first time I met Faker, I actually was there for Peanut. I saw T1 when Faker and Peanut were on the same team back in 2015. And y'all, when I tell y'all Faker did a double take when he saw me, I'm not joking. I broke that man's neck. I walked by
that MDK
and he said,
very quickly, and I surely hope
I'm
that our next
not
one,
kidding.
Versus
That was the funniest moment of my entire life. My entire life. I was like, did I just
immediately we get our very first LCK
did he
versus
just
LPL bout chat.
We do, and
did
it's
he
T1
just double
as
take
well.
me?
And we remember T1 from the World Championship. We do have to say
thank
that they
you,
are
Dasher.
definitely a different quality team now that they were then, but they do have that muscle
I'm
memory,
so for real.
right?
Like,
You
I'm
never
not
know
even
if they're gonna be able to
exaggerating.
pull
That
it back.
legit happened.
But it's kind of crazy because even when I posted on Weibo, no one has faith. Everyone's looking at T1 simply because of the
What
fact
in
that
the
Worlds,
what,
guess
Pad?
who they took
I'm
down?
dead.
They took down BLG and Swiss, went to LNG, took down JDG, took away
It's so sad seeing T1 as the LCK number 4 seed. Like, what is this?
In the mid lane and the bot lane of Gumayushi.
What is going on?
Defending world champions, so everybody is looking at them. And moving over to top
I
esports,
did,
the
Astro,
second
I
seed
did.
from the LPL with 369, Tien, Cream, Jackie Love, and
Embarrassing.
that is a Mako.
Yep.
Should
It
be.
is Mako.
Should
It is
be.
Mako.
I don't know how she got it.
Yeah, these are just best of one games. They're all best of one. All of the games today are best of one.
So we already talked about it. I already kind of slipped it in there, but that's the talk. That's for the Chinese fans, the LPL fans. They look at T1 and said, you literally just
I like
faced us
Raz's
at
shirt.
Worlds to get here. It's insane. We are looking for revenge.
And top esports, of course, with the hangover of MSI as
I'm
well.
dead,
They didn't do as
Gat.
well as they
Y'all are
wanted there,
silly.
so they want to prove it. And an interesting tidbit here is there are 8 world champions.
No, but I
in this
do all of that, and then
matchup
I'm
alone.
standing
Every other
face to
match has
face with
maximum
Faker
of 2.
in hair and
It's
makeup at
crazy,
Worlds last
No, it
year,
absolutely is,
and I
think
couldn't
that's
even
why
say
you
any
never really
words.
count any of these two teams
I
out,
literally
because
just
despite
like
having a poor season domestically from
like
the
that's all I
T1
did,
side, they're
and
coming
he's standing
into
right
this
in
as a
front of me.
World Championship where they've
It's
had
truly
a rough
embarrassing.
time when they came in last year, and
It's
still they
truly
won the World
embarrassing.
Championship. I will say I think this one is different because last year Faker subbed out. He came in.
How
he had
many
a little
games
break.
are being
That was
played
not the
today?
case this time.
8,
He
and we've
just
already done
struggled in
1.
general, and I think
So we've got
coming
7
into a World
more.
Championship where the meta shifts, you can still have hope for Faker
Well,
because he is Faker. He is the
we
goat.
got
He is
7
the
more
guy that you're
games.
looking to rely on when you need experience on
Yeah,
the team.
never placed under top
Excuse
4
me.
at World specifically. And I think when you harken back to last year, Jad, it is because even then, T1 wasn't the team you would have picked out of the LCK to win. In fact, the odds were stacked against them even going into those
Genji is
final
after
4
T1, right?
matches, into those final 2 matches, rather. So we know
Yes.
that they can turn it
So
around.
next
The
is
problem
T1 versus
how
Top
much do they
Esports,
have
then
to turn
Genji
around
versus
here?
Weibo.
Talk to me about how worried we are and what is it that we're worried about out of their summer performance?
Yeah, overall
When do
team
you go to
cohesion
Europe?
does seem down.
I'll go
I
to
think Zeus in
Europe
particular
like
dominates early
halfway
laning phase,
through the
then
3rd
dies on
week
his own.
of
Faker's
October.
laning phase is probably the weakest it's been.
I see.
And I don't even really remember a time when it was weaker than this.
Yeah.
I go to
but,
Europe
Like, literally, their plot armor was so damn thick
like
last
this
year. I don't know how
week.
thick it's going to be this year.
I mean, it was thick when they went up against
The-
KT and
the
somehow
week of the
managed to get through it,
21st.
right? Like, that was
I'll go to
insane.
Europe,
And
'cause
yes,
I'm
the
gonna
early
be
lanes
at
for him,
semifinals.
I remember the Caitlyn games, the Tristana games. His early lanes were just horrendous. So when you saw those patch notes, Syndra, Orianna, like mages entirely, maybe that changes it all for them. But you are right about team cohesion. They are a lesser sum of their parts. They are so good individually. Yeah. They just needed to get it
I
together.
miss Chovy.
But I am extremely worried about them going up
Chovy
against
is on
top
Genji,
esports,
yeah.
because I think it's not just all
So
these
he'll be
things you're
next?
talking about,
Yeah.
right? Their laning phase can be solid though, right? Keria and Gumayushi is one of the best 2v2 bot lanes when they get to play 2v2. Hasn't happened that much this year because of lane swaps. You know, a team that was very good at pioneering lane swaps in the LPL, top esports.
True.
They've been loving moving around in the early game on the map. Having Seos versus 369 is not so much going to be a lane matchup, it's going to be an understanding of playing the swaps. Seos doesn't get to show why he might be one of the best top laners because he might not even play in a top lane isolated matchup. So I think yes, I'm actually more happy about Faker on this patch and less happy about Cream on this patch, but I still think coming into this and on paper,
how's the keyboard coming along? We finished the keyboard. We did the giveaway and everything.
Also our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, featuring 369 and Zeus.
In the first featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz of the Swiss stage, we have one hell of a face-off. 369 versus Zeus in the top lane. Top esports.
Born Glitch, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turn Up Squad.
369 has proven himself to be one of the best top laners in the world. But for top esports to step out of the shadow of BLG, they'll need to dominate at Worlds. Beating the reigning champs would set the tone for their tournament run.
Eyes on Knight. Can he get more damage down? 369 in the midst of everybody, and he's going all out into the back line. Only the support left standing.
Zeus is no stranger to this matchup and has bested 369 more than once. But with T1 barely qualifying to the world stage, do they have what it takes to replicate their 2023 success?
I think on the backside trying to buy some space, but the shockwave is clean, and in comes the curtain call.
No, like top esports is not an easy opponent. No, when I say someone is easy, that is not shade to them. No, that is shady. Okay. BLG.
Worlds 2024.
We'll see exactly that who will draw first blood, and it's such a loaded matchup in so many ways. Do you want to do predictions? Because I feel like
difficulty between T1's opponent.
Well, I can start, and I mean,
and
so it's T1 as Worlds, right?
BLG's opponent, I think,
to give them the credit because of how they've been historically. I normally hate historic analysis, but with T1 they get the pass. But I will say as well, if I'm not saying top esport wins this, I am not doing them the respect they deserve from the domestic season they had. I mean, you normally see them as chokers. I don't think they're gonna do that this time. I think they're gonna win this one. It's one of the top esports for me.
I'm a big believer in plot armor.
Oh my God,
And I know that's like the biggest cop-on answer, but this is decidedly different than what your summer split was. In the last like 5 world championships, when is the favorite, like actual favorites in the tournament, ever actually won?
Yeah.
So T1 is actually primed to make that improvement run. We'll see if they do it. I think it will start here. I just can't bet against Faker at Worlds.
And I'm going to bet against Faker at Worlds. I think it's going to be top esports. Like, especially, I know the fan base, not only just like the LPL hopefuls, the Chinese fans, they're all against like top esports because they've always had these crushing defeats.
He gets it.
How good their regular season.
Yeah, I'm going to World semifinals and finals.
Had an incredible season.
MVP.
He did?
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, people remember you for like your worst moments, the biggest moments, the when they lost to Weibo, those type of things. And so I'm still gonna give it to TES. I'm gonna have faith. All right.
Oh,
if you would have told me that I was the only one to predict the defending world champions,
right?
It's crazy.
Who also did better at MSI than the team they're directly playing against now.
It's been a while.
Talk to him, Jack.
3 months.
That's a lot in league.
Talk to him, Jack.
12 years.
Yeah, but it's been a while.
Yeah. Also for TES, you know, this is the first game of Swiss. You know, when it comes to that storytelling around TES, it's also. I make log lines for every team, and for me, this one is when you want them to show up the most, they show up the least. But this is the first best of one. They shouldn't be that stressed, you know? They have another one tomorrow. They have a couple of best of threes, and we know the quality on TES. And I think if you juxtapose that directly with the performance of T1 this summer, that's how you get your answer, right, Jad?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to getting this game. Raz, do you have something to say?
Just a small thing. I mean, 7 worlds for Mako, 5 worlds for Jackie Love. Even though we have the doubt, the confidence should be there. The experience, they're such a good bot lane duo. So that's a matchup I'm looking forward to seeing them versus Keria and Guma.
Yeah, we have a little bit more time, apparently. I've been informed. So if you want to talk a little bit about those bot lanes, let's do it. I think Goldberg already brought it up. The way Guma and Keria like to play and own is sadly not the way that the game's being played right now in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be some exploring period, but the fact that
yeah, I think pick'ems are closed.
Ash, Jin, these champions are the types to, I guess,
I don't know.
Picks for Worlds.
T1
really
being that's so cute.
You know, T1 to really be performing
T1
on,
being
but I still have a lot of faith. In fact,
the
Guma is like a second
world
jungler on the
champs
team with
from
how many
last
times he
year.
steals Barons and Dragons and his
And
Varus picks,
they
and they make it work,
beat
and how
top
creative Carry
esports
is as a player.
in MSI.
So I'm expecting something to
The
come
fact
up, some
that
sauce
they're
to be picked
having
up
to
in the
defend
draft. So I would
themselves,
say never count them
like,
out.
and
I do
people are
think
picking
Guma is
against
such a
them, I
damn
think
good
is
player that
crazy.
He can work with any champion, any meta.
But at that, like,
Oh, the Esports World Cup. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's not just draft.
Esports World Cup.
I'm hoping that either for T1,
But,
what I
like,
really want to see from them, from the break that they've had, is either you've become really good at lane
I
swaps,
know
you've
they look
adapted
a
to what is
little
currently meta,
shaky.
or you have then found out a style.
Yeah, they
that's
had a
gonna
rough
break
summer
lane
split.
swaps that
I know
other
they
teams
look
are
a
currently
little
not doing,
shaky, and I
right?
know they're
I
the
was speaking to Orcs
LCK's
about this,
4th
and
seed.
coincidentally, Emily was also
But,
talking
like,
to it with Kelsey. But it's
come
one of
on,
those
have
things
a
that I'm
little
hoping that they
faith.
found a way
Just a
where they
little
can
bit.
trade plates down in that bot lane and find a
This
way
shows
to
how
get
heavy
Guma in a
that crown
position where
is.
he gets
And they
so
about to,
full of gold in
you know
the
what?
early game
I'll
that they
hold.
could then after rotate him around the map.
I
I'm
love
really
Jackie
curious
Love.
to see if they're bringing a different
I love
strategy to
Jackie
lane
Love,
swaps that might
but I
define
do
how we're
hope
doing
they
this in the
absolutely
future. Or maybe
smack
I'm
them
just
out of the water.
overreacting and
Just
giving
hit
them more
it.
praise than maybe they
Just
should
hit
be,
it
but I'm
like
really
super
hoping
hard.
that they're bringing something out
Just
that's
to
gonna
shut these
make them have
haters
an easier time
up.
at Worlds.
I mean, on that note, I think we will be tracking lane swaps throughout the Swiss
I don't
stage.
think they will,
I
though.
think in
I'm not
game
gonna
one we
lie.
saw
I don't
BLG
think
got
they
swapped
will.
on, and they stacked the wave and they tried
I
to
think
dive
top
before.
esports is
I
a
don't think T1's the
very
type of team
hard
that should try and
opponent.
dive, and
I
I
do.
think the adaptation that I want to see next is the team that gets swapped on shouldn't try and dive. They should just collect plates. I've seen these
Oh,
guys
trust
go
me,
wrong
we
so
were
many times
watching,
because teams
Holy.
have gotten extremely
We were-
good at getting level
we
2
were
on
watching.
support or level 3 on a top
We
lane, and
saw.
they're almost
Like, that
impossible to
was
dive. But the plates are
scary.
so much weaker than they were before
Like, my
the
booty
last
cheeks were
set of nerfs and
clean.
buffs, and the
Clinched.
top lane plates are so much stronger. I think that's
Thank
actually
you for
play.
the 3
Just
stream
collect
streak,
your
Deadly.
320 gold advantage on your 80 carry.
meta
and move
has
on. I think that's
changed.
actually, I don't want to see T1 swap at all.
Yeah, but it's one of those things, if you put too many members down, then there's too much gold being shared as well. So I really wonder if it's like
If
a
I see
two-man situation
Ziggs
with a
ADC
stack wave
today,
where
oh
they
my
put more just getting two
gosh.
plates with double
I
demolish,
totally
triple
forgot
demolish maybe.
Guma
I
was
don't know
on
what
Ziggs
Until the cannon wave is ready
ADC
to
a couple
crash. You crash that
times.
huge wave in, you let the top laner clear
And
as fast as
remember,
you can, but in that
you
time, with
only
just two
got
people, you can take at least two
one.
plates.
It makes me sad.
You only
though,
got
I'm
one
gonna tell you.
game. It's best of one.
It makes me so sad.
They
You know
don't have
why?
a whole
Because one of the
series
X
to turn
factors,
something
of
around.
T1
They
at
need
Worlds
to
last year,
win
you know, and generally,
from
when
the
Keria
start.
can be the one that says, I'm going to change the meta myself.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to make you play different and make you play different things. And I just don't see the opening currently in the meta. And, you know, maybe time will tell, of course. But that is like a huge X factor for T1.
Yeah, it was an X factor during MSI when swaps were happening, and T1 was the team that was getting swapped on when they were trying to pick Vayne and Camille. And thankfully for them, throughout that tournament, it got a little better, and they were able to still play those insane picks. The problem for me when I look at top lane is I think that 369 is a phenomenal weak side top laner. And
If I see Ziggs and Bard, I'm gonna throw hands. They better not. Not with one game. They better lock in for real.
The fact that he is so
My goat Zeus going 8-0. Don't quote this. Let me go ahead and screenshot this.
He will get an early lead. The problem is the solo deaths that will happen immediately
Period,
afterwards, especially in a
Megan.
long lane.
Period.
So if you're first at that and you're second at the deaths, like I think we just need to see from T1 a lot more consistency.
I don't
in the
think they're
mid-game. If it's
ready
going to be a
to
swap,
start up.
No matter what,
They
if it's
normally
gonna be a
give
longer
the
lane, your best
analysts
player
more
kinda
time
has to
when
be a little bit more
the
consistent.
games like aren't ready to
International game. Zeus.
to go over.
Damn.
Whoa, that's crazy.
No, I mean, the craziest thing about this whole T1 roster is Zeus is actually like the newest addition to that roster.
Yeah.
Owner, Faker, Guma, Keria, they were world semifinalists 2021.
Oh wow, that is a long
right?
time.
So they've had this ridiculous run together, and I know you're getting an update on a delay.
No,
Is Faker restarting his PC again?
No, I was just
He used to
asking
do that
another
every
question.
time.
I'd love to know what it is, though, but sometimes we can't say it, you know? Sometimes we can't
fair enough.
share, but I don't mind. I love that you said Faker. Maybe he does have to restart his PC. I think it is...
all the time. Like, he just go up on stage, he thinks something
Sorry,
will-
guys. I mean, we talked about, like, how's the GOAT doing, right? In the meta, how's it going? He didn't like those 80 carries that much. I mean, with the shift back to mages, if he can go for an Ori or a Syndra, it's more of his comfort zone. But we haven't talked about Cream at all. He's a rookie on the world stage, or a world's rookie, we should say. We need that technicality.
Holy
and
yapping of
it's always a hard
yappingtons.
matchup,
Yeah,
usually versus Faker.
something's
I think
not
he's done a great
ready,
job talking about
basically.
Cream in terms of adapting in the 80 carry meta mid lane.
Yeah.
But he has been, his bread and butter has been the Akali. I think he has an exceptional
Not
Yone.
the
He's like
council.
60-something
Yeah,
win
I-
percentage. And I think
They gotta
that
keep
he
the
is so
show
good at
going.
that.
The
He should
show
be
must
happy
go
with this
on.
meta. If you're
What
gonna
can I
be going
say?
up against an Orianna, a Syndra, something like that, just being able to now say, I'm picking like an assassin counter, I'm gonna pull you into a side wave. I think that works well for Cream. So that's a great note, because I think for somebody as good as he is, that had a pretty poor performance at MSI and wants to be able to prove himself on an international level, This patch is a good way to do it. And after this split where he was so good during the regular season, is a great way to prove it to the international audience.
I mean, he has the best supporting cast ever when you look at them. They have all these champions from these different eras, of course. Jackie Love from 2018, Tien from 2019, Mako from 2021, and then 369, of course, of 2023 MSI. So in terms of kind of what you have around you, you should be so comfortable, and that is where sometimes it is where it disappoints people the most, because that is
excited for the game today. I'm excited for this one for sure, and then Team Liquid for sure, and then FlyQuest for sure. Like the games are gonna be great today.
This sounds like
the games are gonna be great
roster you can have.
once they start.
And it's not.
Once they start.
That's like one of the things. I do hope that
if I was an analyst and had to stall, I'd just start
the LPL, because if you only watch
just see like randomly.
Probably expecting
also,
that.
if you watch the LPL sometimes.
Yeah,
you got to freestyle too, though.
They have
Holy.
so many games, right? But I think for most of the part, their games this season has been defined.
Yeah, it says
as
game
very,
delay.
very good. I am more worried about Tien now going into a matchup now where there's maybe less of these AP junglers, but we're gonna have more of these Jarvans and Bruces like Vi going into it, because he has had a habit in the past of maybe oversending it a little bit. Historically, his vehicle has been good if you want to play through that, but I think this first game has to be such a statement game.
I don't think they're gonna tell us, because she said sometimes we can't say.
Themselves like they're not just what they saw domestically.
So I wonder what
Top
happened.
esports is we are exactly what you saw domestically, and we can be better. So this
period.
first game
21
is such a
stacks
statement
with
game
you.
for both of these teams.
And to the point, an expectation I had when Top Esports brought in Mako was the fact that he was going to be the babysitter wrangling people in. And sure, it hasn't happened so much.
No, Megan, for real. I'm so sad 100 Thieves didn't make it.
No, pull back.
I might start my stretches now.
I'm expecting a little bit more of that.
Since we got so much
since we still
time.
have a little bit of time, I think we've kind of exhausted all the what ifs, right? Before
Yo,
we actually
Zach,
see
thank you
this
so
game
much for the
playing
follow.
out.
How are
so
you doing?
I want to zoom out a little bit if we can.
There's a game delay. We don't know why as of yet, but it should have started 8 minutes ago.
Their revenge over T1. First and foremost, but also the entirety of the LCK and how we feel like the balance of power is going to develop over the Swiss stage and beyond.
I think, to me, it is the most interesting, overarching storyline of the last, like 5
oh
or 6
my gosh,
years. It's like literally since the last time we've been in Europe, when G2
not
played
that,
against
but
FPS
that
in finals
is
in 2019.
something
Since
I've
that
seen
moment,
before.
It's only been LCK and LPL teams in the finals.
I think it was at MSI. Somebody threw up on stage, like.
If it wasn't
and I'm
for
assuming
T1,
it was due to nerves. It could have been something he ate, but somebody threw up on stage. They had to pause.
We would have had last
So,
year 2. I mean, we had
not everybody
teams.
like, I'm tired. Can y'all
just
hurry
last 2 years,
up? That's
we've had 2
funny.
LPL teams in MSI finals.
Yeah,
right?
Lyra.
And then all 4 LPL teams made it out of group stage. 3/4 of them made it into the semifinals.
Very
Yet
sad.
T1, as you mentioned, aced them at Worlds.
T1 is Hodor.
And then Gen G obviously this year is a big favorite, along with BOG, is actually looking higher than T1, and that's they'd be like the big defenders.
I'd be so embarrassed.
Honestly, for the last 3 years, it absolutely has been the LCK.
What's going on,
we have DRX
Win?
winning, we have T1 winning, and we also have Gen G winning this MSI. But like, it's crazy to think how close it was with what T1 pulled off last year at Worlds to really flip the narrative.
Oh my gosh, I'll turn the game off if that's what it is, Sunny. Like,
it's never it never goes the way you think it's going to go based on pre-tournament expectations.
Oh, absolutely,
very
Cecilia.
rarely. We just have to bring up DRX or T1
Y'all
to
are
prove
so
that point
funny.
exactly. And that is what always excites me
Y'all
at
are
Worlds.
so funny.
And that is also what excites me if LPL is going to make this rush for the
right,
World Championship again. Maybe it is a BLG.
Speak
Maybe
on
it
it.
is
And
TES.
it's crazy that
You
they
don't
do
know.
that because
Maybe
of one bad split. Because okay, I would say it was one game, but it wasn't. But like one bad split, they won Worlds last year.
Gen G is not going to make it to the finals.
They're the champions.
You
believe?
Literally last year, not even 365 days ago.
Counterpoint to this,
Okay,
right? When JDG came
and they
into that
already
World
count them
Championship,
out.
you
That's
thought that this was just going to be
crazy.
their golden road. No team looked as strong as JDG at that time.
Or
So
are
I
you
know
not
it's
able to
like one of
comment
those
on
things where
Twitch.
we're looking at BLG, we're looking at Gen
The
G,
disrespect
but you
is
can't forget that it's
crazy.
been exactly like this in the past.
No,
as well,
because
and
I know
besides
for
Tiger
sure
or
when
not.
DRX won the Worlds,
Exactly.
they thought that they could win because it's T1. They stay hating like child. No, like,
Genji, I'm like, Humble Life already
and
took them
then
out.
everybody
And guess who
was
already took down T1
like
when they went up
rooting for
against them in
DRX
2022?
the
It
next
was
year, and they didn't
Azeka.
even make
So, like,
it.
there's always going to be
They're not
like,
even
a question of,
here.
like, who does the best on the meta,
So-
and which team just gels the most and actually is able to go throughout the first stage of Worlds
Well, no,
and learns the most.
DRX
So
broke up.
That's why I'm like, I look at
They
Humble
all went to
Life, I was
different
like, they can do
teams,
it.
but they were back.
Yeah, they're my dark horse for sure.
Last year, this year, this
Also,
year.
I'm a Peanut fan,
Are
so I
they
think Peanut just had to have
Is
it.
it even a dark horse? Is T1 too bright to be a dark
Because
horse?
people doubt Doran and Peanut.
You know,
and
T1 lost to a winless team in LCK. Listen, listen. Let me tell y'all why T1 lost. Okay.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
At Worlds 2023
and they talk about that
in
as well.
Korea,
And, that's what
it was
all about. We still have a little bit of a
versus
delay. In fact,
Weibo Gaming,
I really don't know
right?
what's going on. So since we have,
And
we've
it
done
was
our
a
due diligence,
quick
we've talked
3-0.
about the tournament favorites.
It was
fine. Now
easy.
we can go a bit lower.
It was
Let's
a
talk about
boring
NA versus EU.
finals. So T1 was like, you know what? And we gonna show y'all, we gonna give y'all the drama.
Okay.
So they started losing.
Oh my God!
So y'all could like
Here's the weird thing
actually be invested, and y'all are falling for
some
it.
people are tuning in
It's a
right
part
now,
of the
they're like,
script.
oh my God.
They about to clock the freak in.
They
Y'all
are
not
a
even
team
ready.
that can definitely make
We
it
don't know why there's a game
I think they
delay.
definitely have that potential, but I want to.
They haven't told us.
Expectations
Glad
about
we're in
them.
agreement.
Because we talked about it at the top of the show, like what could change at Worlds that might change how you feel about this team coming in. And I feel like they had such a perfect read on what they were able to accomplish in summer, really being one of the best lane swap
No,
teams
that
in
would
the
be
world.
crazy, Deadly.
And then I
Me
feel like
hyping them up.
APA had
You
really
got the script in the
mastered the
Google
80
Doc
carry
and
pool
do.
with
I have
the
it
way that
right
he's
here.
able to
I'm
collect
reading
gold
off
on
of
side
it.
lanes.
And
But I feel like if you
T1
switch
wanted to
this
give the
Ari,
world the drama, so
Syndra,
they ended
LeBlanc
up
type
losing.
mid, I don't think he's
And
going
were
to be as
the
good on those champions as he
LCK's
was
fourth
on the 80 carry champions in
string
mid. And I
getting
think even if
into
lane swapping still
Worlds
happens, I think
by.
its effectiveness is diminished based on the
Let me
nerfs that
see.
they've
Hold
actually
on, I
given.
gotta scroll
So they're
down.
going to be like, if
Getting
they were
into
here, they're
Worlds
there.
by
But
the
they're still pretty
hair
good.
of their
Okay,
chinny
You know
chin
what? That's
chin.
a
Like
small difference.
I'm reading the literal the script right here, and they about to clock in.
Overall, I do think the questions around APA's champion pool, even though at the very top of the
No,
show, I
T1
put that
didn't
question
lose.
out
T1
there.
no.
Like, he started
T1
his
hasn't played
career
yet.
off
T1
what?
hasn't played yet.
Diggs,
I'm just saying like they
Aurelion
lost a
Sol,
lot in
he even played
LCK.
Syndra, of course, at the last Worlds. Like he has mages in his pool, and I think something that Team Liquid does really well is being able to play through side
Yeah,
lanes.
no,
and
this
even
is
if
a
he's
long
on those
break.
more diminished picks for him,
A
he's gonna
very
be able to
long
support them. So I think from the
big
TL side, I'm
delay.
happy.
They better update us on what's going on.
Yeah, but why did TL lose to
European side,
FlyQuest
not so
then?
confident. Say that again.
Oh, that series was actually.
We don't need your trust.
I mean, that series was super close. I think FlyQuest won that series because Inspired is super good.
Yeah, it's true.
Like Inspired has been controlling the game, and he was able to switch to the different meta, like mid playoffs, being able to switch between a supporter style
Right.
with
I
Ivern
was
or a
very
hard carry style
scared.
with any of the power farmers. He was incredible in that tournament.
I know the minute I go upstairs to get in the shower, the match will start. No, that's my thing. I know the second I get up to go pee because I've been drinking water all day.
And be like the nice guy, like he's got a good
The
cop,
the
bad
second
cop.
I get up.
Yeah.
So
Here's the last thing
I'll take
say
one for
about
the
Team
team.
Liquid or FlyQuest
I'm gonna go pee real
chances,
quick.
or even
When I
TES or
come back,
T1's
y'all
chances.
probably gonna be
A
in
lot of
match.
it's gonna depend on the draw.
Champion select.
Because
It is.
We
So,
know what happened to KT.
I'll be
last
right
year,
back.
Sorry, DRX D+ last year.
Yes, D+,
yeah.
With getting nothing but hard opponents throughout all of Swiss stage.
Yeah.
So if you lose this first game, sure, maybe you're going to be able to play some lower tier loser from the first round, or maybe you
Excuse
actually,
me?
I wasn't naming names, but a lot of it's going to depend on the draw. So
Yeah.
these games are actually very important.
I've got an update. Unfortunately, we are going to have to take a 5-minute break, but we will be back after that with the game.
We promise.
No, we don't.
gonna start our stretch. I have to stretch. If I don't stretch, it's a bad day. Gotta get my stretchies in. I pray we see Champ Select after this. I do too. I do too. Guide us in stretches. Okay, we're gonna start with the arms. Gonna start with the arms. Yeah, hopefully it's about to start. Tommy. You're silly. Yes, Astro, they look so cute. We're back. What's going on, Zerbit? We are back.
And welcome back to Worlds 2024. We are
Why are the players not on stage?
Our second game. It has been a bit of time before our last one, so thank you to everyone who stuck with us through a bit.
Why do we see placeholder T1
get ready for
on the screen?
Another absolute banger.
Y'all see that in the back?
Swiss stage.
Why it say placeholders T1?
Good. Not always
and
for
that's
the same
not
reasons,
T1.
I'll be honest, but this one.
Last year at Worlds, it was BLG, then it was LNG,
What's happening?
And then it was JDG, and then it was Weibo. T1 have an opportunity to add another name to the list here today as
What
they
do
go up
they
against
mean,
Top Esports.
placeholder
Perhaps
T1?
Top Esports could be the first of many to get their revenge, because the question coming into this game is a question of form. Right?
Sure, yeah.
There's doubt on the side of Top Esports, and there's hope and enthusiasm on the side of T1. But their performances domestically were the opposite, because Top Esports had an incredible regular season with the MVP of Tian, where T1 barely limped their way into the World Championship.
Hey,
so
not too
I'm
much
very
now.
excited to see what these teams
Don't
are
do
prepared
no
for us
barely
today.
limped.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got for
They
us in
did
the draft. What's going to be
Not
the
too
priority?
much.
What are we going to see in mid lane?
Not
Will we
too
see the king
much.
return to his throne in the mid lane?
Calm that
Because he has
down.
been struggling.
All I know is I watched that man play piano with a big old championship ring on. So I feel, and this is the problem, right? This is the T1 aura, is that you're just like, yeah, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. You're like, but all the evidence, and you're like, I don't need that
I saw him open a large door, and that already was enough.
I saw him walk out as an emperor, throw a cape off, spin a spear around, and that
Look
might
at
have
the
been
back,
animated
y'all.
Faker,
I
which
think
means real
it's technical
Faker would be like
difficulties.
10x,
Because look at the
whatever
back.
that
They
was.
done got file
I mean, it is valid, right? I think
explorer.
there is always going to be this.
There
this
must be
benefit of the doubt
technical
that T1 are going to
difficulties
get.
going
Of
on.
course. And
Yeah.
there's always, I don't want to say always going to be skepticism for Top Esports because I don't think that that is fair to them. But based on international performance, based on even the series that they lost to G2 at MSI, there is still that healthy dose of skepticism when it comes to what really is this team's consistent level, because we've seen high highs and we've seen low lows.
Yeah, and the reality is that if you want to use history as an example, T1 as an organization often starts slow at World Championships. Their very first games, even their first few, are not always their best performances just because it seems like that they don't always adapt to the meta immediately. And I love the point that Shox made on the desk, because last year it felt like that, they had a very close series versus Team Liquid. They almost lost that, right? And then they continued on and you thought, okay, they're getting better, but then they defined the meta. They were the ones that introduced and changed the bot lane meta and were the ones that said, hey, everyone, this is what we think the best way to play the game is. And then everyone was playing catch up to T1, which no one ultimately was able to do.
Yeah, it was interesting because I believe it was Weibo first who brought out the Lux Caitlyn, and people were like, this is flavor. This isn't going to be real. But then it was T1 who brought it full circle to the point where we were back to a Keria who
doesn't
even
know
in
about
spring
Lux
had been playing
Caitlyn,
everything,
though?
and people were like, there's no way that meta comes back. But it did, and they found that angle. And that's the story of so many teams.
Wait,
We look
what?
back, how many teams has the meta suited them, or have they found that single angle? Even as far back as 2018, helps to have the 2 best solo laners in the world when you have a tournament that's all about your freaking solo laners, right? IG, they run so much about that, and we'll have to see if the meta does favor T1.
Having to
and
like
be faster in identifying
keep
what their
talking.
unique take on it is, or what the best version of it is. Because you're right, not every tournament for T1, people just remember the ending. They don't always remember some of the more awkward moments at the start. And we'll see if this is one of those moments as our teams take to the stage. Again, so much history, so many titles. The sheer amount of elo in this walkout is baffling.
Eight World Championships in a single game. The fist bumps come through.
That's what I'm
saying. They find their way to the FC.
That's what I'm saying.
But it doesn't matter. We're getting ready for the draft. We're getting ready for the game.
Okay.
Much anticipated
Let's get into this,
matchup.
baby.
And
Let's
the
get into
question on
this.
everybody's minds are what form are these teams in to debut the World
Yes,
Championship? Let's get ready.
sir.
What will the
Yes,
priority
sir.
be? Game 1,
We
saw
in
the
this.
Vi
We in this now,
locked
baby.
in for BLG.
Lock
We know that
in.
both these generals
Hey,
are more than happy
hey,
to pick that one
T1,
up.
don't embarrass
But will
me.
it beat the Skarner? Will that instead
Don't
be the
embarrass me.
priority?
Yep. Go ahead and warm up. Don't worry about your jacket. Yep. Get them headphones on. Yep. I need y'all warming up right now. Y'all need to be doing nothing else. Block the freaking. Okay.
And when you look at these 2 mid laners, I will
Block
say that neither
the
of them feel like
freaking.
the centerpiece right now of their respective teams. This could be a game where we're focusing much more around the bottom side, or maybe my personal hope.
I don't want
around the
them
top
doing
side of
nothing else.
Zeus versus 369. But again, if we end up in a
Let's go,
situation where, based on the first
boy.
game, it's a lot of
They had to get an ARAM in
backstage.
backstage.
Can't imagine there'll be too much.
I really want to know what happened.
I don't expect it, but let's find
I've
out.
been awake since 4 a.m. Oh my gosh, y'all, this morning, it was so bad. I almost missed stream. So I set my alarm for 4 a.m., right? I set my alarm for 4 a.m. so I'd have an hour to get ready for stream. I wake up at 4 a.m. Y'all, I hallucinated and went back to sleep. And in my dream, I was getting ready for stream. Like, I almost missed stream. And then I, like, you know how you can like lucid dream and you're like, oh wait, this is a dream. Like, I'm not actually getting ready. I almost missed stream, dude. It was so bad. That would have been so bad because I was so hyped for the game. All right, here we go. Here we go. Who do y'all not want to see T1 play? Personally, don't put no Ziggs on there and don't put no Corky, okay? I don't want to see none of that.
I like the respect being shown
None
to
of that.
mid laners. Orianna for Faker makes a lot of sense.
Really, Joseph? Isn't that
Recently acquired a
crazy?
skin on the champion. Meanwhile, on the side of T1, the Ziggs
I don't understand how worlds are on 10 times a week. It's just there's a bunch of games that need to be played. Is the TLDR there?
First pick, we talked about it being a power pick. The beauty of this champion is the
Oh
flexibility
no,
that it
guys,
has
they
as well,
let
being played both in
Aurora
mid and
through.
And of course, just one of the most
They let Aurora
powerful team fighting
through.
ultimates in the game. What feels like a Camille ultimate for
No,
an
because why does
entire
this
team
already feel
can be so impactful. Remember,
lost?
this champion has been nerfed just about every patch since it came out. The fact that it's still high prio is a testament to how powerful the kit really is. But prioritizing the early Aurora has left open the Ashe. Again, something that was banned away in our first match today. Generally a champion who gets lane prio against the vast majority of matchups.
Okay,
And with
Nico.
Aurora locked in, Nico now coming out. Remember, Aurora, as you highlighted, a flex. Top lane Nico, not something we see as much.
2 picks
but it's
in,
something
you're
that has been
already
played
done.
historically.
Like,
naturally, my assumption would be that this is for carrier in support, but the beauty
yeah,
of
this
the
is only
champion
one
is it is
game, so
flexible.
they
You
have
know,
to show
Faker's
up and
played it
show
before.
out.
Zeus is no stranger to
Then-
bring out in the top lane as well, so a bit of flexibility on the side of T1, perhaps an introduction to the meta, maybe an answer to Aurora.
Honestly, I want to see Jackie Love on Lucian. If we gonna lose, let's at least lose to Jackie Love's Lucian, bro.
And now they round out with a sport of their own. They want to grab that jungler because, you know, in the previous game, Skarner and Vi instantly locked in from
Not that we gonna
BLG and
lose.
MBK,
Not
but so
that-
far in this
not that
game,
we gonna
that
lose.
jungle priority has fallen to the wayside.
If Faker locks in Corky, bro, I don't want to watch this game.
Flexibility
I don't
immediately
want to
lock
watch.
in the Renekton for 369.
I do not want to watch it.
Of course, one of his most well-known champions throughout his career, but I feel like the biggest strength
Okay,
that
they
you have in
got
Aurora is
they
its
got the
flexibility.
Croc.
But top esports,
They
and
got
it's common in the
Renekton.
LPL, they know the power of Renekton. They are very effective at leveraging it, so they want to guarantee that for themselves.
And pressure now on T1 to lock in whatever it is they want to play with mid lane if it's not the Nico. Because if they don't, they'll likely be banned away in the next phase.
Oh.
Instead,
we're gonna see Jax.
It's going to be on counter-picking the top side of the map.
Y'all think Faker about to play Nico? That's gotta be a Nico support, right?
A lot of the matches we see, this is one where the Jax eventually
No, when he locked in Corky in the last game of the LCK game that got them into Worlds, I was like, why are we trolling? They said he lost his like last 9 games on Corky.
The Ashe is a
And they
potential
picked it.
target, and it wouldn't surprise me if T1's even thinking about something like the Syndra. I think control mages in general do very well
Okay,
into
no
Aurora because she's
Poppy.
relatively short range, and you can really bully her. The Poppy, though, gonna be the van, given that, you know, Jax does struggle against this matchup for sure. And maybe T1's thinking about the Jarvan themselves, which means that that's something that they could prioritize. I would
Okay, no Renata.
something like
So they think that Nico's going
I would
mid.
expect a jungle ban here. But perhaps they want to just eliminate potential support options that can pair up nicely. Something like the Rel would also make a lot of sense if they just want to eliminate that from Mako. Maybe even his Alistar is something they could be concerned about.
I'm curious where or what TES's plan is with the rest of their options, because Jhin normally pairs incredibly well with champions who want to burst out a target, while Aurora can hit that identity when she starts to
What's
get
going
ahead.
on, Dia?
Fox needs a bit more time to get stacks
Who's
built
the
up
guy
if
in the
it's
suit?
not,
Those are the head coaches or they call him something like draft manager or something like that. Draft strategist.
Still some good tank jungle options left.
Something like that. But typically it's the head coach. But there's 2 people.
Really
so I think it's both.
Rel would be kind of next down in priority order in terms of popular options, but giving respect over to Comfort for Owner, obviously an incredible Viego player.
Now you imagine that the mid lane is going to be locked in. You know that Aurora is going into mid.
Oh,
but
y'all,
this is the
Faker's playing
flexibility that we
Nico.
were talking about. So this is their answer into the Aurora. They've locked the Nico in. They're going to be securing it in mid lane with the Rakan coming down towards the bot
Okay,
side of the
hear me
map.
out. Faker plays Rakan. AP Rakan mid. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Both in terms of the 2v2 matchup, but also providing a form of engage. Right now, that is what Top Esports is lacking. They need a way to start those fights.
Okay, so who are we seeing jungle? I feel like the Jax
You're then looking at that jungler, which
could be
this map
flexed.
really surprises me
But
that it's
it's
come so late
not
to
likely.
the draft. But what's it going to be? Tian, what are you thinking about bringing out?
It's a situation where you have AD top, you have AP mid. So in terms of overall composition, you can go
Which one's
either
Faker?
way. You wouldn't mind a little bit
when they
more
show him
magic
on
damage
screen.
on this team. Do we see a
I'll
return
point
to
him
old
out.
junglers of patches past? But the tank option, always going to be a solid one. Skarner, of course, just generally a good pick.
I think I
Doesn't always
have
the
Astro.
best upfront engage, doesn't have the same range that a champ like Sejuani does, but it will be the
Ooh,
priority
not-
here. It is what's going to be locked in, and we saw in the previous
Fi's
game,
cool.
a lot
Fi's
of those
cool.
early skirmishes going in the favor of MDK, while they maybe couldn't keep up in map play. The
Honestly,
Skarner did
I like
a lot
the
of work,
Wukong.
especially around those level 6 fights.
Oh, and there's Wukong.
Nocturne is
Especially
also
against
cool.
champions that don't have the best mobility, Jhin and Aurora. It also just pairs up nicely. Nice dive buddy
Okay.
alongside both the
Wukon's
Jax
good.
and the Rakan.
All right, guys.
A lot
This
of
is the
engage
comp.
on the side of T1.
Lock
That
in.
is a backline
T1.
threat composition.
Lock in. Okay.
Faker.
I need everybody playing
This
for
man
real.
on control mages
I don't need nobody
is a sight
trolling.
to see.
Let's
Because
get our
at any
CS
point,
up.
You know that he can make that
Let's
play
make
that
sure
can
we
change a game.
communicate.
He's done it so many times over so many
I would be
years.
such a good head
It's what
coach.
so many people look forward to.
I would be an amazing
I'm also
head
just
coach.
excited because I love Nico on big international stages. Domestically, we joked about it in the LEC. I think everybody has, but your ability to count
That's
minions
weird,
will be
Cheyenne.
tested today. Is that actually a blast cone? Will be a legitimate question we
I'm
ask
scared
in the
of
context this
Renata
game, and I'm just ready to see kind of
and
the
Rel.
creativity that can come with a newer champion like Aurora to the professional scene, and something like Nico, who obviously has that.
Wait, what do you
naturally
mean
built in.
Renata?
But you highlighted so much engagement.
Like,
It feels
just in
T1
general,
very clear
as
game
support?
plan. TES know it. T1 know it. How do TES fight back against this? Can
Yeah,
they get those
Rel
side laners ahead? Maybe
Skarner,
find an
like,
avenue where they
the
don't have to run
CC is
face
just,
first
like,
into this
insane.
powerhouse 5v5 wombo combo style composition coming out from T1.
I do think I prefer the comp from T1. I think they have side lane options. I think they've got good team
Yeah.
fighting. The pick potential is there. But the biggest thing is the range. Like, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, Jhin can have some decent range later on to the game. He's got a decent amount of poke, but against an Ashe, against a Nico, face checking, sieging a tower, this is a scary comp to do that against. So Top Esports do have some strength in the early games, specifically
No,
around the top
just
side of the map. We'll see
T1.
if they can look to
Just
leverage
T1
that.
has the
Let's jump
strengths.
onto the Rift for our second Swiss matchup of the day. Top Esports versus T1.
I don't know if Melio can cleanse the Skarner ult. I'm really not sure.
LPL versus
I don't know if
LCK
you just
matchup
drop.
We've seen at Worlds 24 thus far.
Let's go, T1. Now remember, guys, this game is literally best of one. Now, to get eliminated from Worlds, you have to lose 3 games. So we want to keep our record squeaky clean, right? But it's not a series, so they don't have multiple games to prove themselves. It's just best of one.
If you're just an international viewer, if you only tune in for the international events, you look at the top of your screen. What do you mean LCK 4th seed?
No, we mean
right?
LCK 4.
Yes, T1 really struggled this split. They've had a really
all
difficult
right, not
road
too
to
much.
get here, and they just barely made it. 5 games in the
Not
regional
too
gauntlet
much.
versus KT. Their form has not looked spectacular, but it's important to emphasize this because if they do turn things around at the World Championship, it should really go to show how
Look at them being aggressive. B, aggressive. B, E,
T1
aggressive.
already making some proactive map movement with Guma on the top side at 130. Looks like we will be seeing a lane swap vision to try to spot out who will be coming to potentially catch that wave as the LCK classic of having your support in the mid lane, but this time,
wow,
not a
give him the flash early. Okay, he's dead. He's dead. You can't run from Ash. You can't run from Ash. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. I love seeing T1 aggressive. I love seeing T1 aggressive. That's what I like to see.
They will be a little slow to start the push on the top side of the map, but hey, they got themselves first blood and they got it onto Zeus.
Well done.
And right now
well
in the mid
done.
lane, right, you still have the 2v2 lane set up, which is of course really the LCK special. T1 no strangers to it. Something Gen G were really proactive at kind of bringing to the forefront. Makes sense when you're
like everybody talking about
a little bit more attention.
T1 don't look good. T1 look like this. T1 look like that. T1 look like they got first blood.
Happy to have a
That's all I'm gonna say.
Animation for as long as humanly possible.
Now, 369
T1 look like they up gold.
Level 2 as Zeus and Gumiyushi
so,
are on the top side of the map. The idea is
talk about that.
A lot of this year's World Championship is Zeus will get level 2.
No, I
Rakan
love a level
well.
1 Ash.
So once Zeus gets the level over, he can TP to catch that massive wave and bot. And now that they're both level 2, both support and top laner, they should be safe enough to weather the threat of the dive. Here's Tian though, hovering and ready.
Holy.
We should be seeing this TP come through from Zeus, but he wants to go back to base. He wants to spend before he actually arrives.
Are they about to dive Carrier?
This is really difficult for TES to get much done
We
here,
saw this last game, y'all, with the Alistar, but Cassante TP'd in. Okay, we're seeing the TP in from Zeus.
No dive, no real play here. Only a single
That's
plate
the
taken down.
same exact play that BLG pulled
Now Guma, of course, because of the
in game 1.
Early fortification,
the same
not really
exact
able to get
play.
a plate back in response, but well defended by Carrier.
I'm a little surprised to see that Zeus actually stayed for another wave in the top lane. Because I thought initially he was going to go back to base, spend his money, then TP down towards bot. But ultimately, not the end of the world. The flash did have to come out from Tian because he got tower aggro by hitting onto Carrier. Now level 3 through from Carrier. The base actually going to come through from Zeus. We imagine the same thing is going to happen from Gumiyushi in the near future. But I say that, look at the top lane right now. He is just bullying out 369 in the Renekton.
As he should. No, I'm telling y'all, Ash top is a banger. Ash top is such a banger. Ash can hold her own in top lane versus top laners.
Level 3 now, things will get a little bit easier if he can get on top of Guma. You know, he'd be in a better position, but with Guma still having cleanse and both of them being flashless, the kill pressure that 369 brings to the table is much, much lower. And in the bottom lane, they're just now able to crash that wave. Jackie Love luckily hasn't had to burn a biscuit yet, but he's running out of mana just trying to sustain that push.
Ona continues
First game without a Cassante. Don't we love it?
The split map, in order to provide Gumiyushi with all this additional safety as well. The AD carries level 4 now, happily farming away as can be.
Look, if we just kind of squint, it's like season 1, sort of. You've just got double melee champs to the bot side.
Old school.
There's Ashe and solo lanes for some reason.
It does feel a little silly.
It's coming full circle. Stun there from Zeus, just trying to get close to get XP. Again, if he doesn't pick up CS here, it's not the biggest deal, as long as he stays ahead in XP overall. Obviously, Jax wants that early itemization, but in a split map, you're happy to just get what you can, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how, I believe it's T1 that's made this decision, right? Because typically you'd swap back earlier, right? You're just getting through those early levels, you're trying to put the enemy top laner behind a little bit, but T1 is saying, hey, we're actually quite comfortable with how we're playing right now, with Gumiyushi getting nice pressure down onto 369, and the fact that they can't do the same to Zeus on the other side of the map. He walks away, back to base. they're going to keep these lane assignments. They're going to send Gumayusi back to top once more. Carrier's roam to mid.
And essentially, I think what this tells us is that grubs are the priority for T1. They're resetting to be in time for the 530 wave that'll spawn. If you get pressure there, you get first access to grubs, willing to, you know, mismatch lanes a little bit longer to try to prioritize that early grub buff. We'll see if it kind of pays off for him.
Sure. Of course, Ona has maintained this split map throughout the entirety of the early game.
You do get their auto attack range.
Ultimately, all of the shenanigans haven't really resulted in a significant gold advantage outside of the fact that Zeus did get first blood. That's kind of where a lot of the lead is sitting right now. Gumayusi is a little bit behind in terms of farm, partially because he was late to the first wave. But level 5 now for the Ashe.
I need to get one of the pro player coaches to come on stream and explain
look, he can't, there's nothing
lane
he can
swaps.
do about this. He can't come face check these grubs. So grubs are getting picked up.
Yes,
The response,
44.
of course, on the opposite side for TES is to go for
I
the
was gonna
strike, which makes a
ask
lot of
if any
sense,
of the coaches wanted to do, or like any of the players wanted to co-stream Worlds with me, but it starts so early. I don't know if anybody would want to get up at 4 a.m. to watch Worlds
no
with
level
me.
6 secured yet for 369 means that he's not going to have his ultimate available. You can see Ona making his way into the topside jungle once more as
Let me see if I can ask the FlyQuest coach.
Zeus spotted on a ward.
He might be up.
Now needs to be careful. Nice hop out to safety. Pretty easy for him to escape, but running relatively low on mana. Mako, we'll see if he wants to help him push this wave in, but all of T1 collapsing on the top side now.
Basically, Zeus saying, I know I'm at risk of a dive on the bot side of the map, so I'm not even going to bother sticking around.
He should be up because he's in Europe for Worlds since FlyQuest is playing today.
2 plates over to Gumayusi. He can now look to reset.
Oh, we could ask Will. You're so correct.
Just going to be shared between the two of them.
Who would say no? I think they would say no just because it's so early in the morning.
Well in terms of the early game. 369
Let's see if he's online on Discord.
He can't go to the top side of the map, so he's getting what experience he can. They are chipping away at this tower, leveraging the strength of the grubs. The total number of plates exchanged so
He
far
is
is even,
online,
but
but
here
he's on
becomes the
Do Not
4.
Disturb.
And I think the big thing here is that Jin is not great.
They might be getting ready
Normally in these untopped
for
circumstances,
game.
when Jaculovs gets so much time in isolation,
We'll see.
you'd expect him to get more, but because he's on Jin, he doesn't really shred through those plates, and because we're past 5 minutes, the top lane fortification that might have balanced things out for the first few minutes,
We need
no longer in his
help.
favor. So first tower taken, great
We need
use
help.
of the grub buff. TES,
We want to know why they
a lot of
lane
members here to
swap.
the mid lane, but overall, T1, 2,000 gold ahead.
They didn't even get this another plate in the bot lane, by the way. Jin just couldn't.
Jin!
Yeah.
Why are lane swaps so prevalent in pro play? Oh, who swapped? Everyone. They're always swapping. But they sent Ashe top
returns to the bot lane.
and
Again,
sent
he is a little bit
Zeus
behind
bot
it. Yes, he's a
for
little
like
bit
the
behind
first
XP, but the gold,
7
he secured
minutes.
that first tower, that's really where you're starting to see that discrepancy build up. 369 not able to leverage the strength of Renekton whatsoever. And while over in the LPL, it's been consistently a high priority pick because of its strength in lane and its versatility in the mid game. T1 making the champion redundant given these early lane swap shenanigans.
And the Aurora, the first pick priority here for the side of TS, really hasn't done much.
This is the first game. This is the second game of the day, but all of the games are best of one. So each team only plays one game, but all of the teams are playing today, basically. Jin is bad at swaps, and Renekton is strong at lane, so maybe they are trying to avoid both.
For 3 hours, so that's clearly against the rules.
They did kill Renekton for first blood, like they did an invade, and like you can't really run from Ashe. So yeah, best of one is stressful, dude. Look at that wave. That is so juicy.
Man, it's perfect timing. In game 1, we talked about how BLG weren't wasting any time with their
So the
map
lane
movements.
swaps are to avoid strong
He's just really trying to maximize what he can.
Knock up in, arrow to follow, cleanse out, but it's a little bit late. Immediate.
Yes, Guma. Yes, Guma. Yes, Guma. All right, y'all can kite this.
Probably just a 2-for-2 in the end, but more members used by the side of TES to make that play happen. Carrier trying to escape. Owner now stepping forward in the end.
Yep.
Still able to find a pretty even trade.
Trade of life between the AD
That's
carries, but Gumayusi
Kill on our
and
ADC.
Carrier ultimately getting
Wait, did
a
Guma
2v2
get the kill?
which is huge for them. They get the cleanse out from Jackie
Yeah,
Love. He
because
isn't
Jax
forced to expand
got
flash.
first blood the
If it weren't
first
for the
time.
presence of Tian, that play could have gone
Right?
much worse. But overall, as you rightly said, 1-for-1 on the bot side of the map. nicely though. Owner pulls the wave.
Guma got it. Okay, yeah.
Which means
Jack's got the first blood on Renekton.
Side of the map. We turn our attention back towards it
Perfect.
again.
A replay.
Nice side set from Guma Yushi. The knockup comes through. He cleanses the
Oh my gosh,
CC,
is that
but
the
he's still in
$200
airborne.
Jin skin?
Nice flash out from Guma means that he's still able to get
Yeah,
the kill.
Guma
But
got
at this
it.
point, he's just ran out of tools. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have cleanse. And Tian is able to lock him down and secure the trade back kill.
And if you fall behind in a trade against the Rakan Ashlane, they do just have so much CC. Even if he hadn't cleansed in mid-air, there's no real immediate pressure for Keria to charm to find that lockup. So well played by
you
T1.
fine. Ooh, she
Now
gets
it's a
always
lot
doing
harder
one
for
more
TS to get
time.
involved
Get
at the bottom
low.
side of the map. We
Get
did
low,
see right as we went to the
get
replay,
low.
reassignment of Jackie Love into mid lane, and now T1 quick to try to punish the side lane focus. Cream, instant
I
ult.
love how Auroras have that tech now. They just ult and then they teleport to the other side.
Panic. Uses the ultimate, not forced to expend the flash. Of course, T1 priority on the place. They're threatening the dive. A lot of TP.
They are ready to dive this. 369 Renekton, how strong is it? So much CC. He lives for a little bit of time, but the wave is basically deleted. T1.
Y'all know what time it is. We ain't playing no games. We not playing. And y'all was rooting for top esports.
Look at the map state.
Y'all were
Typically, when you're
predicting top
investing
esports.
This much into a play, you're worried about the cross map.
Oh,
but
that's
they don't
crazy.
have the wave pushed in top. T1 had already
Oh,
secured
that's crazy.
that. It's Jin in the mid lane again.
Oh, yeah.
You really can't trade much. And it's the
Oh
play
yeah,
merchant.
real
Zeus,
life.
he's on
Who
the bot
told
lane.
him
He's there to get
that
more
was the
points for
play there?
himself.
No, actually.
He's 1.1k gold ahead. And I did not think the major story of two
That's
international
crazy.
titans, TES and T1, would be about Jin trying to
Yeah,
take
they ate
towers
him
and not
up.
being very good at it. But a reminder as to why Jin, I think in these lane swap scenarios,
Because everyone
or
cheer for the
scenarios where you're
laner they
playing a much
main
more active
themselves
map where you're
always.
constantly reassigning,
I don't
can
even care
feel
about the other
really
players.
lackluster. He
Now,
just doesn't do
Faker is an
enough.
exception.
close to
Ben is
14
an
minutes.
exception.
Top tower
But
gone,
most of the players that I like really like, they're normally the ADCs. That's all I look at.
With 2 dragons. However, in terms of the gold, T1 have set themselves up beautifully for a very powerful mid game. These
T1
first
came to
items
eat
are already
down.
coming
I was
through the
literally
tree force,
reading
very
the
near
script to
completed
y'all.
for Zeus. There's a push
I
to
was
bot wave. He's
literally
gonna be able to
reading the
catch that
script.
as well. Top esports are just being run around the map, and we talked about the composition and how I kind of favored
Period,
T1's comp just because
Joseph.
of their backline access, the
Period.
number of threats that they have. This situation doesn't make things any easier for top esports.
Really,
I think the
Holy?
good news for top
Is it
esports
because
Jackie
of
was
their
finally completed that
playstyle?
stat.
Like, are
It's
they
way clearer, it's going to
generally
be
aggressive?
better.
I
They should be able
noticed
to play
that
a
like
little bit
the
more
players that I
bio in at
don't
least some of these lanes,
that
but
don't play
you can see what
ADC
Cream
that
can
I
do.
like,
Finished
they
Malignants,
have an
can he
aggressive
find angles with the
playstyle,
ultimate to get picks on
and
side lane?
they
Because we know
they
T1 just
talk
has so many
smack.
tools.
Like
If you
they'll
miss them,
flash
it's
and
so easy
emote,
for
they'll
them to find these
dance.
picks, to find these angles. It
The
takes a
reason I
little bit
like
more
Ben
work
is because
from
he was
TES
like
to find those picks or
3-0ing
find
us,
those setups on
and like
fights.
before the match even started, he would look into the camera and be like
Bit of a dance
3-0
between the
or
supports as
whatever.
they battle over the control wards. Now, the
I
minion
can give him a score. Ooh. Faker. Faker with the big ulti. Hey, let's win the fight though. Let's win the fight though. Wait, hold on.
But he kills people pretty damn good. Quadra coming in, baby. Put it in the cannon. Jackie Love is Jin.
Jackie Love popped off. A quadra kill for the Jin means that just like that, top esports have turned this game around.
I just want to say,
T1 were riding with so
Jackie
much
Love is my
momentum and
favorite player on
confidence.
top
They set their
esports.
sights on the
So
blue
like,
buff. The
I'm not
wombo
too
combo
mad,
looked good,
but like, Bessie, I'm gonna need you to
threat
calm down
to
for like
Jackie
5
Love
seconds.
just wasn't there. From a distance,
I'm gonna need you to
he was
calm
able
down
to
for
pick
like
apart
5
those T1
seconds.
members
That
and
was such a
immediately
good
bring
ulti
them
from
back
Faker
into the
though.
game.
Did
That
y'all
3K
see
gold
that?
lead has shrunk to a 1K
Yeah,
one.
let's rewatch.
Let's look back at
Watch this, watch this.
As Faker turns into a minion, he sets up with his team. Carrier looks for the engage. The knockup initially comes through. They burst out Cream, but look at the positioning of Jackie Love. The wombo combo looks good, but Jackie Love, the bouncing grenade doing work, the static shiv as well.
Yeah.
And Tian on the front line able to soak up so much damage with the ultimate to clean things up.
Nah, Jackie Love ate that.
That's 4. He finds 4.
Jackie Love ate that. You gotta give it to him. Do you like Faker? I don't know.
Absorb that initial blow, and Tian and Mako
I'm
are
still
standing.
deciding.
All of that rel CC is put to
I'm
such
still
fantastic
deciding
use.
if I
You
like
highlighted
Faker.
Jackie Love
I am.
really just got to hang out. Now the only person in
still
our
deciding.
Mastercard lane economy snapshot with an individual lead. They're not out of the tough times
So
yet.
there's good news
Yeah,
and bad
he ate
news.
down.
The
The
good
Skarner
news,
ult
Jackie
too,
Love
yeah.
now very strong, in a position to be the carry for top esports. Bad news. Every member of T1 have now picked a target, and he will now be the one that they are all gunning for in the upcoming team fight.
And it's tricky. We've talked about this. Yes, he has Flash and Cleanse. That'll make things a little bit easier, but there is so much non-committal
Yeah,
CC
I'm
from
scared of the
side
Jin
T1.
now too.
It's easy for them to just look for those angles. As the fight for Rift Herald, a lot of posturing. TES with a little bit better vision control. Might be in a
They
position.
split even on the Void Grubs,
You see both top
but
laners
Top
resetting.
Esports has 2 dragons,
y'all.
y'all.
Has Black Cleaver now completed. TP. Zaya's finishing his Triforce at the same time. Both top laners ready to get involved. Their TP's there.
Period, Sophia. Hello.
Bit of a handshake here on the fist fight around this objective. Mako trying to find that angle, trying to find that engage. Guma with the red buff. Poking, chipping away. The eye procced. Cream now walking in. Between Worlds is there. It's going to be difficult for Guma to stay too long. Not having vision in that brush, a bit devastating as Mako just constantly threatening. Probably just the 50-50 on the smite. 2K on
Guma's
the Herald.
almost
Faker is now a
it's
blue buff.
Faker as blue buff for me.
Wants to walk in and pick this one up. Should be able to do so. T1, are they willing to commit more resources to deny? Just a bit of poking and prodding, but ultimately 50-50 goes to TES, so not a lot to say.
It was Faker as blue buff for me personally.
Because Cream is in a position to constantly make it difficult for Ona to find that engage that he was looking for. Trying to come from the fog of war to catch Top Esports.
So Jackie Love will be, if he doesn't have Flash and Cleanse, sure, but he's still fast. Like that build, the static shiv RFC, it makes you so fast.
They don't really want to start the initiation onto Tian. They either want to find Cream or Jackie Love, but they weren't presenting any openings. So with the Herald being within range of Tian and him being this tanky Skarner, he was just slowly wearing it down and able to secure that objective uncontested. The gold still in favor of T1, but Top Esports, even after all the tower shenanigans and everything that's happened in the other game, have been prioritizing these objectives very well. Only losing
LOL
those
Esports tweeting out the quadra for Jackie Love.
And third Drake, 20 seconds away.
Not too much.
Fighting now for push on the
Not
bottom
too
side.
much.
Thus far, Zayas has been able to get this.
Plus
See
fleet
369
footwork,
happy to step up, knowing the team will be there to back him up if he needs to
He's
fight
gonna be
with
super
Zayas.
fast.
Taking a look at the vision control right now, TES much better control. The brush that Mako just walked through. Crucial for T1 to have that vision so they don't get picked off. Mako's so good at hiding in that fog of war and setting up these traps. As instead, TES, knowing they have the Herald, going to try and force T1 on the back foot. They don't have a wave mid, but it looks like they don't even care about it. Cream moving in, was invisible. Between Worlds not going to come out. No one there to follow, so a bit of an awkward Herald usage.
Gives them access into the river, at least a little bit, as Carrier still maintaining vision
At least they
control.
didn't
I think
take
it's because
this
Zayas able to have that push in the bot wave. Base going to come in through 369, should allow Zayas to catch this wave. But the pressure
This is the second game of the day, but each game is best of one.
But we talked about the range. It's difficult to approach this composition
Ricky
from
and
T1
Ube,
underneath
thank
the
you
tower.
for the
But now
follow
it's
for
4.
sharing
They
the
make their
live.
way into the river. You've got to keep your eyes on the flank from Zayas. He is pinged out.
We can't
by the
let
side
them
of
get
Top
this
Esports.
third dragon,
Slowly
right,
clearing out
guys?
this vision.
T1, good use. Excuse me, TES, good use of their prio to keep that vision control in their favor. But such an awkward back and forth dance. You highlighted it so well, right? Zayu's playing through bottom side, getting him access to that objective, having that angle of attack, whereas TES committed to playing through mid. If T1 don't commit enough members, they'll instantly lose that tower and it gets much harder. But if TES overcommit, it's so easy for Zayas to find that flank.
Okay. All right, Faker. Nice ult. Let's make sure we follow through with it. Let's make sure we follow through with it. Let's make sure we follow through with it. Yeah. Good ult. Fakey wakey.
Incredible fight.
Fakey wakey. Good ult.
Timeless.
Good ult.
An incredible engage from him once more on the world stage to set up the fight for T1.
Y'all know what time it is.
Top Esports will
You're not playing no games with y'all.
Didn't even get an opportunity to flash away. And with him
They learned their lesson from last fight. Yeah, let's get the replay in there. Let's get the replay in there.
Mimicking the Wukong. Finds the angle, pops the ultimate there, target immediately Jackie Love, and look at the follow-up there. All 4 members
He saw his target and he executed flawlessly. Flawlessly. Yeah, you know what time it is. Yeah.
Just going for a bit of vision.
Period.
One time. Every other time, the 90 other times he sent the clone in, it was not the actual Nico.
He's literally like
I better see the tweet from LOL Esports right now. Let me see. Amazing ult by Faker. I need to see it. I need to see the tweet.
Crazy stuff. T1 back in the driver's seat.
And we look at our featured matchup presented by
Oh, that's such a
Mercedes-Benz, it's all
cute
about top
picture
lane.
from
While
369. He looked absolutely adorable. He's doing a little.
Is going to Zeus. Yes, Faker gets
That's
the setup,
very
but it's Zeus
cute.
flashing and getting that counter strike, finishing that kill, and now 1.7k gold lead.
Kind of
almost
crazy.
2
Jackie
items,
Love got
20
caught with
minutes into the
flash and
game.
cleanse up.
This Jax
I mean,
is a
he did
massive threat on the
cleanse.
sideline. 369 really can't afford to
He
walk
did
up.
cleanse, but he did not flash.
369 from the very start of this game has been a target for T1.
Truly, Jay.
They were able
Truly.
to find first blood.
Who got
He was
1-0
denied
first?
a lot of experience and farm in the early laning phase,
BLG
and he hasn't been able to
beat Mad
find these angles of
Lions
attack in any
in the
of the
first game.
fights. The matchup's only going to get harder as now Sundered Sky finished for Zeus alongside the Journey
Ooh,
Force.
I don't like that win probability mixed up there in the middle. But we're back to looking good. The Faker glaze is insane. And I'll do that. And I'll be that.
Point of, look at how difficult this composition is to siege against, right?
And I'll be that.
The threat of the Ash Arrow, Faker could at any moment pop the ultimate.
Absolutely.
The threat of the
Absolutely.
Wukong flank.
Faker though, starting knowing the tower
I
isn't
am
really much
Shay.
to defend there.
Now what
between
about
worlds
it?
coming out, Jackie Love for now untouched on the backside can look to start to finish up these kills, but Zeus and everything just gave up his counter strike. Now needs to retreat. Massive healing coming in from 369, but not nearly enough.
Ooh, y'all gotta get out of that. Y'all gotta
finish the job. So much damage, and again, Jackie Love clutching the fight.
As long as Jackie Love has position, there's always
Yeah,
an
we gotta
opportunity for
we gotta
Top
kill that
Esports to
Jackie
turn the
Love.
fights around. He
We gotta
still
kill
didn't
that
burn his
Jackie
flash in
Love.
that engage, but it was Top
Because
Esports
they were all
to put the pressure onto T1. They were
low
the
in
initiators, and they put T1 on the
that
back foot,
Gen
allowing
ulti.
Jackie Love to find
They were very
good
low.
position and turn the fight
Yeah.
around. 9-9 in kills. Top Esports are going to get 2 towers.
But I think the hero
we gotta
of the day
make
is
sure we
Mako
target
there.
that
so
gem,
many
bro.
of these engages have been all about that rel. He and T
Jackie Love
kind of
eating. Oh, he's eating down.
Yes, Jackie Love is the one who's walking away with the
But
money.
like that's the thing. Like Jackie Love is my favorite player on Top Esports. So like, good for him.
You're completely right. And think
Not
about
this
every
match
exchange
though. I
that
need you to
happens between
lock
the two
in
teams.
for the
Kareem
other
is
matches,
quick
just
to
not
throw
this
out
one.
the ultimate. So we start
Just
the
not this
initiation
one.
with Mako.
Thank you for the
saying, "We
follow,
need this
love.
tower, let's
Vanilla
go."
Bean, thank you for
Owner
the
becomes
follow.
target, and he takes a lot of damage at the start of the fight.
Yeah, no, they're
keeps Zeus out of the fight.
they're holding
Jackie
it
Love on
down.
the back line, the ultimate connects onto the front, and you think at this point
Why
it's
does
dangerous,
everyone have
but look
T1
at
in
the
their
damage
name, but
being
then
done
one
by
player is
Kareem as
clone?
well.
That's just
Follow
the
that up
clone
with
of
the
Nico.
ultimate
It's not a
from
player.
Jackie Love. And it is a one-sided fight as
This-
T1 is forced to retreat.
It's just a clone
And I'm
of
gonna be honest,
the
I was
Nico.
not
She can make
excited
a.
about Static Shift Jin generally until this game, and
Can
now
make a
I am a
clone.
believer. Jackie Love single-handedly convincing me. Aurora, on the other hand, I did believe in, and I think those numbers are starting to remind us why. This champion does a hell of a lot of damage and just makes it so easy for your follow-up
Scary.
CC
Look at how much
to
damage he
land,
did in
right?
that
If you
last
just put them in
fight.
the circle, there's really nowhere for them to dodge.
All good, Scarlett. I am here to answer any
This
questions
year was the first time we got
that
to
I
see
can
him on the
answer.
international stage. Of course,
Some
no rookie by any
questions.
means domestically.
I don't know these.
But as a player, he's really shown a lot of evolution, a lot of growth.
But this is definitely more of
Initially known as
a
this kind of
chill
assassin type of
co-stream.
player, especially known for things like his Akali, but this year especially he's come into his own, he's grown a lot, and now showcasing the Aurora,
Wait.
having huge impact in these
They
fights.
did just
I hope he
tweet,
can maintain
and
that
they
performance.
did.
Getting a
They
win
said
against
that
T1 would be
Faker
huge
Nico
for the
engage.
momentum of Top
Period.
Esports here at this
Period.
is
They
where we
did. They
You can't
did
really
tweet the
imagine a better way
Faker
for an LPL team to
engage.
start this tournament,
As
to
they
start to
should.
rewrite everything that happened
As they
in World
should.
2023. T1
Period.
hot water here as they try to get out of the jungle. Owner luckily still has the clone. They'll be happy
Honestly,
to just
now that I think about it, yeah, that's a lot of clones. You have the Wukong clone and you have the Nico clone.
1v1 is Tien now trying to get something started.
So they
here,
could get
spotting on
faked out a
Zeus.
lot.
Zeus still has allies to go back to. Captive audience hitting those big. Ulti now to follow. They want to delete this Jax.
Good Ash Arrow
This
there.
is game 2 of
Stunning
the
up
day.
Tian
Each
to
game
allow
is a
for
best of
Zeus to
1.
then
Right
jump
now
away
we're
to
watching
safety.
Top Esports versus
The mid wave
T1.
completely
The first
abandoned
game
as
of the
both
day
teams
was
suffer around the bottom
BLG
side of the
versus
map.
Mad
Dragon
Lions, and
spawning going
BLG
10
took the
seconds.
win. I am
Will give an
rooting for
opportunity Zeus to
T1.
go back to base, spend what gold he can. Has the TP available. Not going to spend that much. Only
CPL,
picking
thank
up
you
an
for
Amazon
sharing
and
the
a control ward.
live.
Yes, pinging on the Baron, starting to move up, get a bit more control up there just in case T1 try to leverage their position to start Drake.
The beautiful thing about this game is it's showcased already. Oh, hang on.
Baker kicking things
Aw,
off.
he didn't get Jackie Love.
The Deadly Flourish not going to hit, luckily, so he will not get rooted.
They gotta run.
Crucial
Yeah,
ultimate
let's not.
missed. Jackie Love once
They're getting the
again
dragon
not
though,
forced to
so we're
expend any
stacking
summons.
dragons now. We're stacking
Dragon
dragons.
though secured for T1.
But the good news is he
No,
buys time
you
for his
have
team
to
take the
lose
Drake, and
3
TS in the
times
meantime
to be
can't
sent
go
home.
start the Baron or even really set up better positioning, but T1 need to be careful about approaching here. 2 twofold hex, not going to connect.
About
Mako off to the side.
About 45 seconds until
Okay, we're getting a TP in.
T1 have to play defensively until that moment. I mean, I feel like Top Esports should set their sights on the top tier 1, an easy objective for them to secure, but at the same time, they don't want to concede this mid tier 1. It gives so much access into the jungle. You don't really want to give it away completely.
I don't think the game is boring. I think it's pretty close. I think it's pretty back and forth right now. So.
But they're cautious about the potential Baron T1. They don't have any vision.
Can you lose once and still win worlds? Yes.
TES much slower. T1, of course. I mean, historically, they had that year where they.
That sounds pretty good, Megan.
And I think it's something that has to be in the back of TES's mind. As
Yeah, Mountain Soul would be very good. And stacking Mountain Dragons.
Like the thing. I think it's
for sure.
Pretty good.
Less emblematic. Still in the toolkit though.
Who won first game? BLG versus Mad Lions. BLG won.
Catching the mid wave. Resets now coming out. Prio in the bot lane will be responded to by TES. And the next big objective is this Baron, and T1 looking to clear out some of this vision, potentially set a trap.
Crucially, the Infinity Edge done for Jacula.
I want HLE to absolutely stomp PSG today. I want them to annihilate
in the mid lane so low as Faker does
PSG today.
Creep does have a bit of an experience advantage over
I
Faker.
want it
if he's
to
able to
be
catch that top wave, he'll be a full level over him. Faker's been overgrouping a lot to set up for plays with
I
his
want
team.
them to win
But Zeus comfortably
in
winning
under
his match.
15 minutes.
Nice reaction from 369.
I want it to be the quickest game in history. I want PSG to go down in history for the quickest
I'm gonna be honest,
loss
the 26-minute
ever.
0 goal difference between two teams. This is what Worlds is about.
I'm sorry, what was even more beautiful was that it was a period in time where the gold at the top of the screen was 4-4-4, 4-4-4.
They will go
and I just
in
feel
the
like the Jin would
history
be proud
books
of that moment.
for that. Yo, what did they do?
Most certainly.
They out here calling them the NA killers. They eliminated 100 Thieves.
And as you talked about, Top Esports are hesitant to
They gotta go.
because they have
They gotta go.
And as we've already learned this game,
They gotta go.
He kills very good.
But like, it's 100 Thieves. Okay, but NA killer.
Unfortunately,
They're calling them the
we're in
NA
season 14,
killers.
only 4 bullets. He has to reload.
No.
Crazy what they do.
No.
But he is in a very powerful position.
And then they go down in history for the quickest loss. That's what I want.
On the maps to play for. On the maps.
Oh my gosh. Not girl 100 Thieves eliminated themselves. No shade.
Given how low HP it is. But also, I'm sure they'd love to secure that top tower as well. They were able to get 2 in the mid lane, but these tier 1s are crucial because it just makes it easier to
Every region is in a killer.
It allows you to get deeper push on these side lanes, which buys you more time to then regroup and then look for plays on the
But I think you can see that 369 doesn't want to overcommit on side. He doesn't have TP. They don't want to send Cream to go up against the Jax, and it puts them in this awkward situation where, yes, they finally get the tower, but it took a lot longer than they would have liked.
Oh my god.
Now the setup, though. Line of skirmish drawn.
Oh my god.
Tien just looking to bully his way in. Certainly has a big enough health bar. TES taking control of the area. They have mid push. Guma going to respond. Some of this vision will get cleared out.
How you doing? Men, thank
Baron,
you for the follow.
You push. You take what vision is there.
Each game is a best of one. Yes.
Neither side really with a big enough advantage on side to begin that objective.
It's been a very tense affair for the last 5 minutes or so. Neither team has tried to force that fight, but of course the Dragon now a minute away. This will likely be the next big objective that both teams set their sights on, and the fight there could even determine the Baron, depending on how one-sided of an affair it could be.
It's really just me sitting and waiting for a play to be made.
Gold. As we look towards the bottom side of the map, there's about a 1k gold lead still.
Everybody just farming, everybody just chilling.
And Gumayushi still comfortable when it comes to itemization.
And again,
honestly, I'm kind of surprised. T1 is known for like getting a Baron play in right at 20 minutes. They didn't do that this game.
You know, Mountain
They're
Drake.
kind of cooling.
Not always my favorite to see, but I think
no, they don't have lethal tempo.
Physical damage when he naturally already gets so much armor for free.
They don't have lethal tempo in the Worlds patch, if I remember correctly.
Excellently, because Owner has a very easy time to just ignore so much of the damage that Jackie Love can put out. Now, admittedly,
Faker legit overrated.
Penetration item for Jackie Love, but this next fight might still be a struggle to burst through Owner's health bar in isolation.
I don't think Faker could ever be overrated.
And red pot for Owner as well. Wants the physical vamp.
With the numbers that he's put down,
we'll get away to safety, leveraging the blast cone. Once again,
I don't think he could ever be overrated.
Allows T1 an avenue into the river.
Tyler and Anna, thank you guys so much for the follows. That's like saying like LeBron James is overrated.
giving respect to
He's
that
put
clone. Last
down
time the clone
too
was the
many
real thing,
W's
and they were caught off guard. This time around, they're not
to
looking
be
take that risk.
overrated.
Carrier threatening. Zeus waiting behind Contaxian off his support.
Right,
Lower and lower,
Fuba.
but they've already got it on the side of TES. T1 now going to go in and try to get the picks on 369, hoping that maybe they can get the bear.
It's
in the
giving
meantime,
hater.
TES are already out.
It's
Zeus now
giving
getting chipped
hater.
away at.
Giving hater.
Not really much there to play, but Faker again trying to make the play happen. Instant follow-up coming in from Carrier. Zeus off to the side. They're going to look to delete 369.
Wait, this doesn't look good, guys.
Standing tall. Zeus going in 1v1 versus Jackie Love, but he's all on his lonesome. And as long as that AD carry's standing, as long as that mid laner is
Dude,
standing,
Jackie Love
TES are winning the
untouched.
fight. Guma with nowhere left to go. The bullet
Untouched.
doesn't even hit him. He's dead as it's flying. Shut down coming in. TES barreling down the mid lane.
That is a 5-0 ace, and Dracos, they can look to end the game right now.
No, they don't look to end the game.
Play from top esports,
No.
and as long as the carries were left untouched, they were
No,
able to clean up the fight.
Hey, yo.
I think that's
Yo,
gonna
it's
be
really
it.
5-0.
So much of the early game was in control of T1. It felt like they come ahead in the lane swaps, but in
Oh
the
my
fights,
gosh,
TES
they
have
really
been better.
won.
The turns, T1
Carrier,
the
do
ones who
something.
overextended, and
Carrier,
TES's
do
jungle
something.
Giving those kills to Jackie Love costs them as TES take down T1.
And in a statement game, the early game looked a little shaky, but you talked about it, Dracos, the support staff on the side of top esports, Tian and Mako, that jungle support
Okay, hear me
combo.
out. This is good. Hear me out. Let me
100% kill
explain.
participation for both
Let
of them.
me
Cream
explain.
quick
Hold
to
on, hear
drop
me
the
out.
ultimates down when ready.
Hear me out.
Great team fighting from them.
Fantastic. As much as I love us talking
It's a
about
part
it,
of the
let's see
script.
what the analyst has cast to
Hear me
say
out,
about that
okay?
incredible
I
game
didn't
two.
want to spoil the script
It's
for
coming
you
up,
before it
Jackie Love,
happened.
And as a European
but
fan,
this is good,
I've been
and let
on
me tell
that
you
side
why.
of things before, so I know
Now-
how much it hurts. But what is particularly
Now,
impressive to me
if-
is how it came off the back of a T1
if,
that had that early game strategically completely in the bag.
If you think
T1 was
about
looking
it,
good for a lot of this
when
game
the
until
matchups
they
get
lost
matched
every
up,
fight consecutively.
No, I think
we
the
should
early game was
be
actually so much
in
better
a
than I
lower
had anticipated
tier
coming into it.
and
For one, I
have
didn't expect them to opt into the lane swap,
easier
but I really liked how they
opponents.
operated with Seos in that. Through his demolish, they pretty much just got top lane after the first blood. A bit of a mistake for 369, but it's the way that now that
So,
there's no longer any top turret, they just push out top
It's
as much as
it's
they
literally
can.
okay,
That gives
y'all.
Seos a lot of time to run
It's
around.
literally
He helps
okay.
in
We
mid
gonna
lane. They
be
have that play
we
down
gonna
in
be all
bottom lane. I
right.
gotta say, like the mad
We not
movement from T1
stressed.
in the early game, super
We
crisp.
not stressed at all. That's actually a good loss. Good loss.
It was fun.
Good loss.
It was
Clap
a
it up.
fun game
Clap it
to
up.
just
Can we get
see
some claps in chat? Clap it up.
Like,
Good
even
loss,
just the
good
T1
loss.
fight that happened
Good
in the
loss,
river, where
good
it's like,
loss.
wait a minute, is T1
We
just
need
going
some
to
claps
win
in
this
chat.
game?
We gotta-
He got the kill
we gotta
on
keep
Jackie
the
Love. Like,
morale
okay,
up, you know what I'm
this is
saying?
I'm here for.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're setting up for the
Good
interview,
loss,
that's
good
why,
loss.
you're
Yeah,
getting
we'll
up
have the
for
interview.
it.
Good loss.
Yeah, it's almost a little deflating
loss.
because I was riding the T1 plot armor for a lot of the game.
And if you think about
I literally
it,
never get on Jackie
also-
Love. And Raz brought up during the game, like, something about the
honestly,
Aurora
if
and
you really
her
think about
ability to
it,
protect
we
the
up.
Because if you just ult, you can never
We
really
up.
get back there. And I don't think Jackie
We
got,
are
like,
up
hit
right
in any of
now.
the team fights.
The fun
We
thing
are
with this is,
up.
if even if the ult missed, Skarner would ult direct them
So,
into the ultimate, and
even
now they're
closer.
stuck in it.
It came to me like there was the mid fight, and I'm sure we'll talk about it after. But the fact that
Yeah.
like
We're-
Rakan tried.
We're
Rakan
doing good.
tried
It's
to
good
get
for
to
us.
Jackie Love
It's
and
good
was
for
just
us, Will.
blocked
It's good
because
for
of the
us.
Aurora ulti.
That's
So I
a
was like,
good loss.
"Ah,
It's a
this is gonna be annoying."
strategic
Yeah, and then in the final fight, we thought
loss.
Faker got this huge ultimate off, but it was just on 3
It's a
bruisers.
strategic loss.
So it didn't do anything.
It looked very cool though.
What happened to the Faker sign? Oh, it's still right here. I'm a ride or
I
die.
gotta say, there after that dragon fight, we were believing.
I'm a ride
I mean,
or
you've
die.
always believed, but we were like, okay, this is how it's gonna be for the rest of this
I'm
game.
always
I've
gonna
been
rep.
wrong a lot this world.
I'm always gonna rep.
Very flawed if they just 3-0'd. Like there need to be some ups and downs. You know, you can't let them have it all the
But
way.
also,
No, we are
again,
still waiting for the interview to get set up.
yeah, we need the interview.
Can I tease?
They're definitely gonna interview Jackie Love, y'all.
Who
100%.
deserves to be talked to? Jackie
Oh
Love?
my God, it has to be
love
Jackie
Jackie
Love.
Love.
Yeah, they about to
It has
talk to
be
Jackie Love.
Fans
And
would just
Jackie
go
Love my
crazy
favorite
for it.
player, so
Oh,
It's
it's
a
gonna be 10.
Yeah.
I mean, that Skarner had a lot of one fight. Also, I know we'll talk about it, the entire worlds, but Rel Skarner is just a cheat sheet. That the engage. If you get
Had to put
engaged
my
on,
Faker-
you end up getting
Faker
even if
sign
it's
back
2 or
up.
3 people, an easy goal signal for Rel. A concern that I
this
always
is
had for Rel
Worlds.
as a pick is like, how are
This
you
is
going
Worlds.
to find
So yeah,
that one
they're in
fight?
Worlds.
But
This was a best of one. I do fully and wholeheartedly believe that if this was a best of 3,
I mean, it goes both ways.
T1 takes it every day.
find that
they
ultimate where
normally
he finds
need that
multiple
warm-up
people.
game.
Rail
You know
will
what I'm
drag
saying? They
multiple
normally need
people
that
together,
warm-up
and then
game.
you find the scanner ultimate.
True.
So it's really, they go hand in hand like that.
They do, and it's Mako, of course, on Rel as well. You know, when it comes to finding,
if you think about
engages,
it, if you really think about it, Choka.
Actually, we had a long delay and we didn't even talk about it, but it is something that's
when does T1 play again? They'll play again tomorrow.
TES specifically,
so here, I'll show you guys the schedule. Ooh.
Wow, it's so crazy because we had our kind of
I'll show you guys the schedule. So BLG already played.
The window, it was one best
Every game is a best of one today. Okay, so keep that in mind. BLG played versus Mad Lions. They 1-0'd. Top Esports just played T1. Top Esports took the win. After that, next game, starting up in a couple of minutes, is going to be Gen G versus Weibo. Okay, also a best of one. After that, it will be Fnatic versus DK. Best of one. After that is Team Liquid. I need y'all in full attire. Full attire for Team Liquid versus LNG. Okay, we're getting into the interview. Hold on.
Just keep going.
Are they not? What the heck, y'all?
Tien, thank you so much for joining me after this first win at the World Championship. I want to start by asking you about Skarner because it was one of the most banned and prioritized champion in the playing stage, but you picked it rather late. What is your priority of Skarner and how much do you think it's going to be a central pick here at Worlds?
好的，恭喜小天拿下了这一局的比赛。那首先问题想要问到的是关于斯卡纳这个英雄。那这个英雄呢是在 play-in 阶段是以最高 ban 率的一个英雄，但是队伍在今天 BP 选择的时候，好像是很后面才出来的这个英雄。所以你是怎么样看待这个英雄的优先级呢？或者说他的这个排位大概是一个什么S 级啊，或者这样的英雄？
首先斯卡纳这个英雄，我在 LPL 季后赛的时候就有觉得这个英雄非常强，然后。到了这个版本的话，其他英雄被削了之后，这个英雄就更突出了。然后的话，这个英雄自己掌握的其实还没有特别好吧，所以可能这个优先级排的在我们队里没有排到那么高。
So first of all, I think this Skarner was super power when I was in the playoffs in LPL, and right now since the other junglers has been a nerf, so Skarner's priority kind of increased a little bit. But I don't think I grasp all the knowledges of Skarner very well. That's why we got these champions later in the Bambi stage.
Interesting. Let's see how it evolves in the later stages of Worlds. Off topic, but I saw that your bot lane chose their solo queue EUW name based on a speech that you did when you got MVP. How did that make you feel?
那第二个问题想问到，其实在这两天我们关注到你们下路组在欧服的 ID， 一个是我就是我，我就是天。想问一下，这个他们因为这个是用你一个经典台词吗？你觉得对此有什么看法吗？
感觉我的队友一直在处刑我，一直在就是想看到我像2019年一样，我感觉。 欧洲的观众可能也会想看到2019年的我。
会想看到。So first of all, I think my team is kind of punish me, just like a joking, and I think they really want to see the Tien of 2019, and I'm sure that the audience here also wants to see the Tien of 2019 version.
It is a perfect transition to my last question. 2019, you won Worlds that year. How does it change the expectations you had about the upcoming run at Worlds you're going to have this year?
那在2019年的时候，小天曾经在这里举起了全球总决赛的冠军奖杯。那这样会不会是怎么样？对你在今年24年再次来到欧洲的全球总决赛会有哪些期待呢？
当我来到这里的时候，就走出机场，我感觉一切都非常的熟悉，然后空气也非常的让我有之前的19年的那种感觉。然后的话，我觉得现在我是在全新的队伍，然后一个全新的身份，我觉得2019年我都可以做到，2024年我觉得我们也可以做得到。
So when I came here, when I came out of the airport, I just kind of like the feeling is so familiar for me in terms of the air and a lot of things here. Just like when I played here in 2019. Now I'm in a brand new team with a brand new role. I think I can make it in 2019, and this time it's gonna be the same script.
Wishing you the same success you had back in 2019. Sheshe. Thank you so much for the interview. Christina, we can't see you, but thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here.
No, yeah. Somebody said, "Can I get homegirl's ab routine?" I'm so for real.
Hoping for the same since 2019.
I'm so for real.
Shawty
bad. Shawty bad.
Trolling, of course.
Bro is basically saying we up.
Second place again for the
Second place
LEC.
again. Nah, you know, once you've been to a couple of finals, you wouldn't get it.
Are you
Then
streaming the rest of the games? I'm streaming every single last game of Worlds 2024. I will always be here. We can go back over the schedule. So yeah, I'll be here all day. I'll be streaming all of the games. Like I said earlier, BLG won versus Mad Lions. That was the first game of the day. All of the games are best of one. Then we just saw Top Esports versus T1, also best of one. Top Esports took the win. Next game up is going to be Genji versus Weibo. Best of one. I'm predicting Genji gonna take this one real quick. After that is Fnatic versus DK. I'm predicting DK wins, but I could not care less. I don't care about neither of these teams. Next game, Team Liquid versus LNG. We're rooting for Team Liquid all day, baby. Best of one. Are they gonna win?
Okay, with that item, but that was one of the few fights where you got to see the full value of it.
Do
I hope they win? I do. I do. Will they win?
Taken the game back or taken some ground
versus LPL?
But TES completely shut the door.
Yeah, it was insane.
I hope they win. Next, HLE versus PSG at 10 o'clock. Best of one. I hope. HLE goes crazy in this game.
Exactly. It was a nice hold.
Now they're the LCK #1 stream, so I hope they go insane. FlyQuest versus Gam. As much as I love Gam, we are rooting for FlyQuest. Best of one, and then after that, we're gonna finish it with G2 versus PNG. Rooting for that G2, honestly. Gotta root for that G2. Next game should be starting in about 2 minutes.
The fact that Aurora did the most damage in this game is a little bit surprising.
Can T1 still win Worlds? Yeah, they can still win Worlds. The thing is,
everyone was so grouped up. Everything Aurora's doing is
Team Liquid,
it really just added up throughout the game.
The thing with T1, even if you lose a game right now, this is only Swiss stage. So with Swiss, in this part of Worlds, you have to lose 3 times. You have to drop 3 games in order to be eliminated. So T1 is not out
but the moment
at
you
all.
see the Aurora,
They can still win. Do they have to fight harder?
That comes immediately afterwards. That's an amazing setup for your fight.
It's true, and maybe T1 will have to take some lessons as well. They saw that Jin on the other side. They wanted to go for the
They should have interviewed Faker, because if you really think about it, they won that game. See,
a lot of learnings, but when we come back, Genji
exactly. See, Choka, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength. I'm glad we've got the same like, you know, thought process.
A lot of TP. They are ready to dive this. 369 Renekton. How strong is it? So much CC. He lives for a little bit of time, but the wave is basically
like how we pulling off those plays, but we losing. It was this one right here, bro. It was this game right here, bro. It was that one and the one that happened in mid lane. Jackie Love absolutely ate down. He ate down. His spacing is immaculate. That's something I really want to work on, is like spacing. He was kind of untouchable unless Faker was what was he doing, proto belting and going in like specifically for Jackie Love. Like they just won all of the fights. Luxy Pie, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 3 months of support. Hope you're having a beautiful day today, love. Yeah, if they weren't being focused, if Jin wasn't being focused, then it was kind of just a no. Heavy is the crown. There are no women professional League of Legends players in this tournament.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eves trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go.
EU and NA don't stand a chance against LPL or LCK. Now hold on. Now hold on. Now hold on. Don't do that. They still have a chance. Yeah, T1 lost. Skin advantage. That's what I'm saying, Potato. No, like absolutely gorgeous guy. What's going on, Yep? I feel like if team now, if this is hopium or copium, that's up to you. But I think if NA is to ever win Worlds, it would be this year with Team Liquid. I really do. I really do. Yes, Weibo versus Genji next. Is that hopium? Is that copium? Up to you. But yeah, it's best of ones today. EU got a chance, but NA has the PSG NA Slayers. No, like Shoka, like I really need to understand why they're calling them the NA Killers. Like I really need to understand. Nick, thank you for the follow. David, thank you for the follow. Good morning, Dimitri. I kind of want to go make a smoothie, but I don't think I have time. I'll make it after this game.
You don't wanna see me wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout, in a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now.
PSG has a history of beating NA at MSI, and they also just beat 100 Thieves, yeah. And I don't like that, so I hope they get crushed today. Thank you, Give Dobby. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Yeah. So I'm rooting. I don't usually pray for people's downfalls, but I hope they lose. I hope they lose bad. I do. I hope they're successful in life. Has nothing to do with the people on PSG. But I do hope they lose. I do. Okay, what is everyone's least favorite team in all of League of Legends? Who is your least favorite team? Team Liquid? Whoa! Whoa! Why do I see multiple Team Liquids? Liquid?
Welcome back to the World's 2024 Swiss stage, where we are moments away from our third game of the day, Genji versus Weibo.
Why is there so much Team Liquid
we're all
hate?
just wondering, is Genji
APA just works the nerve. Okay, you know what? As much as I love it, personally, I understand why that would get on somebody.
Pretty constantly discounted
Get on somebody's nerves.
by everybody but Kadril. Right? And this is a team that, despite that, last year made finals. Yes, they lost to T1, but they did the impossible in upsetting PLG. And the question is, can they start another tournament full of upsets by taking down Genji today?
I really think the introduction of Tarzan has done wonders.
Is there really a team called Ninjas in Pajamas? Alexa, thank you for the finger heart. Not too much now. I'm saying.
Where a lot of their success has come from.
All right, Genji versus Weibo Gaming. Now, Weibo was in finals last year versus T1.
And accolades have been quite different.
And dare I say, they got their cheeks lapped.
Trophy after trophy
my boy.
after trophy, and Tarzan
Lapped.
struggling to find his footing and a home where he can find success.
Domestically, internationally, Canyon's kind of done it all, right? Whereas Tarzan,
NIP is a known team. Ninjas in
but it
Pajamas.
gets you to Worlds, right? That's the thing that he's come first in. Regular seasons, he's come first, but hasn't always been able to finish, hasn't ever been
That's
able to
great.
finish it. We'll see if he can start.
Who won?
changing the
Top
narrative
Esports
here,
won.
Because while he and Canyon might be old rivalries, Chovy and Lehen's old teammates, we know Lehen's likes to roast him about it on occasion, but he's
Holy
quote,
grail,
unquote, the
I'm
reason
freaking dead.
that they weren't able to get a title.
I can't repeat what you said, but that comment is devious.
This much more important.
That comment itself is devious. Holy moly. Absolutely diabolical.
I'm excited for this one because on paper,
That's funny.
it's the reverse
That's very funny.
of what we had in the previous matchup. We've got
What's going on, Skylar? How you doing?
Up against the 4th seed, but you know, many pundits, analysts,
Nah, because I'm going to be in the gym later today just laughing at that comment.
Genji are the best team still coming out of Korea. The finals was a situation where it was like HLE was better on the day, but Genji is still the better team. And it's understandable where that argument comes from, especially when you look at how
I wonder if
dominant
Suki.
their regular season was. The expectation
I
was
used
that they
to
would
dislike
sweep through
Fnatic because of their fan base,
here they are,
like 6
as
years
Korea's
ago. What was
second
wrong with
seed.
their
Let's see
fan
what they
base?
prepared for us
All
in the
right,
draft.
Genji
No
versus
surprise,
Weibo.
the
I need
Six
y'all to pick
gonna
some
be
fun
taking away
champs.
from Pace.
I
Orianna
need something
and
fun.
Renekton
Who we got this round? Personally, I'm rooting for Genji,
side of
but I
Genji.
need something
So limiting some of
spicy.
those safe
I
blind
need
picks and
something to
zigs
look
obviously can
forward
just be a bit of a
to.
wild card in
I don't
terms
want
of how we
no
can change team
Blando. If I
compositions.
see a
Aurora
Cassante
2
pick,
can hit the bench.
we're
And
gonna
after
have a
that last
problem. If I
It's gonna sound
see,
weird to say
well, they
we
banned
I just
Ziggs.
realized
Okay.
that Aurora Ult is also a defensive
I don't want to
tool,
see
but I just realized Aurora
no
Ult is also a defensive tool, which makes an already very strong
Maokai. I don't want to see
champion
no
turbo broken. So,
Lucian.
good
I don't want to
job,
see no Nami.
TES for reminding us all
I need
how
something
incredibly
interesting.
impactful that champion could be. And remember that, and we have
Yeah,
two
we need
LCK
something.
versus LPL
We need
matchups
something to
today.
spice it up.
LPL already got one win, so if Weibo get one here again, I don't know. I think if you're an LPL fan, you're starting to feel a little bit better.
I mean, you're already 2-0 on the day.
LB, thank you for the
LPL,
follow.
Off to a fantastic start. Let's
No
see
Callista.
if Genji can turn things
Let me
around
see a
for the
Samira
LCK.
Alistar bot lane. Let me see a.
Smolder
Honestly, I wouldn't be okay.
It is locked in.
Something comes to in
we
my
saw a
lap
lot
real quick.
from
21
domestic teams
stacks.
coming into their
Okay.
playoffs, and something
Okay,
that we did see
period.
come out from
A
Chovy in the
mandatory
finals as
21
well.
stacks
He was given
appearance
one game and then it was
with
banned away a lot.
the Smolder lock-in. Period.
It's a champion that Chovy doesn't have a lot of early game agency on, but because of how talented of a mid laner he is in the late game team fights, he is an
Okay, I don't hate the poppy.
No surprise that
I don't
Genji
hate the
wants to
poppy.
get us up, but remember, it can be
Nikki,
flex.
thank you so much for the
Something
follow.
that
Hope
it
you're
can
having a
be
good day
moved
today.
between
I'm
mid
personally
lane,
rooting
top
for
lane, and
Genji.
even AD carry, even though we don't see it in the AD carry position very often these days.
And always nice
A
to have kind of that late
Kog'Maw.
game
I'd be
insurance,
excited
not
for a
as,
Kog'Maw.
Insanely powerful as it
A
once was.
Bard,
It's not as simple as
okay.
you get 225 stacks and you just win the game, but still a late game powerhouse. We'll see who ends up piloting.
And we got a
the
Yone ban, y'all.
Universally
It's
a
looking pretty
pick,
good.
right? Still incredibly high win rate on support. Still can be played jungle or top lane. I imagine it goes in the support position,
Okay,
especially as we see the Jax
Jax,
suffered over here.
not
but
the
still room for
most
Weibo to
fun
decide,
in
not
the
showing too much of
world,
their hand early
but it
on,
is
just
a
opting for
moment.
some relatively
Pixie, thank you so
strong
much for the
blind
Twitch
picks
Prime and
overall.
welcome to the Mother Redacted Ton of Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day
Response. Reminder,
today.
if you just watched playoffs, you're just coming to World
Thank you
Cup,
for
I
supporting
nerfed
the stream.
repeatedly. Rumble nerfed.
Rumble. Okay, we are
Repeatedly.
seeing a
This is the
Maokai.
playoffs meta.
Not really excited about
This
that.
is what Genji were drafting in their playoffs domestically. Like, this is their priority. And I mean, like, if you're good at it, sure, it makes sense. The test is going to be, can Weibo's
I got
adaptation
21
have they
stacks on a
showcased
leash.
more?
So if he
In
fly
contrast
away,
to Genji, just
I
not
still
really
got him.
showcasing anything new and just sticking to what they're
T1
reliable
loss
and
versus
comfortable
Top
on.
And the
Esports.
question kind of always is, you want to give a team the benefit of the doubt. Is
Oh my
this
gosh, I said I don't want to see any
over-reliance on a
Maokai
previous
and no
meta? Is
Lucian,
this
and why are y'all
a
locking
bad
that
read, or is
in?
this perhaps just an understanding that all of these champs are
Only
still good?
person
Lucian,
who
the
can
final
lock
pick here
in
from the side of Weibo.
Lucian at Worlds is Jackie Love.
I expect
Quite
that most
literally
likely
the
to go to
only
bottom side of the map.
individual.
Maybe we get a Nami ban to try to limit some of those combos.
So
but
we're looking at a Poppy jungle.
Yeah, I'm sad
most
they
likely
lost
for
too.
Tarzan, with the Jax going into the top lane and then the Lucian down bot. Don't love the idea of Lucian Poppy
Yeah,
as a bot
they
lane
are
2
not
versus
out
2,
of
but maybe
Worlds.
I will be surprised. Like getting his hands on the
Ooh,
Lucian is
Leona
exciting to see
Nami.
for sure.
That
I think
sounds
he's really been
fun.
a highlight of Weibo when we think back to Summer.
Oh yeah.
And a core part of how they've been able to find
Yeah,
so much
they could
success.
not
Seeing
get
him go
on
up
him.
against Pays is going to be an exciting one. As we move into the bans, Blitzcrank going to be removed. Weibo likely looking to try and secure.
21 stacks hype.
Well,
This is song.
they probably want to save their support for last pick, given that Poppy can always flex there, and they know that the Smolder is very likely going into the mid lane, which means that they can give something towards Xiaohu.
What makes you
I'm
get out of
hoping we get to
Worlds?
see a
If you
Syndra,
lose
man.
3
Like Xiaohu, he played
games,
that
you
stuff
are
top.
eliminated.
Yeah, he's won tournaments playing Syndra in multiple roles, right?
Yeah.
This is like we have 3 incredible Syndra players at this tournament between Knight, Xiaohu, and
There
Showmaker,
are
right?
some
3 iconic
tiebreakers,
Syndras. Not that there aren't other people who can play
like
it.
some final
So it would be a
matches that
treat
are going to
see
be
it.
best
That's
of
a Jhin
3,
banned away.
but
Lucian
for the most part.
technically still a flex in the spirit of
Oh,
calling
that's
out
true.
the old
You
meta.
have to. Xiaohu. His Lucian.
This is the problem when you show up into a game with so many veterans in a new meta. You're like,
There was a period in time where they had a different main, right?
If you win 3 games, you automatically advance to the next stage. So you want to get your 3 wins in quick.
Which is a very good
No, those 2 losses don't count. It's if you lose the
See what they
series.
decide to lock in, because there's always the possibility of that flex, and you called it, Dracos, the flexibility of this Lucian. The Jinx 80 carry lock-in means we're gonna get to see Xiaohu's Lucian mid.
Also the threat
Wait,
of
Bo,
lane swap
are you trying to get me to root for you? Stop it, you silly billies. Guys, it's gonna be a Lucian mid. It's gonna be a Lucian mid.
Not considered good by the vast majority of pro teams.
Let's see how Gen.G round things out with the bot lane that we're expecting to come through here.
How many teams will move on from the next round out of Swiss? I think it's 8.
That's a pretty damn good bottom lane. Jax and Poppy are going to have a hell of a time getting through that hostile takeover.
I mean, I will say that they did pick Kalista into Poppy, which is always a little questionable, but it just showcases the confidence that this bot lane has with this matchup. The Poppy looking to go into the support position.
It might be 8 or 9.
If we woke up today and we said we're going to cast Tarzan versus Canyon and the matchup is Ivern versus Maokai, it might have
It's a battle of the minds. It's a battle of the minds, Drake.
Did T1 win? No, they lost.
Well, I don't think they're going to be the center
It's
of
8
attention for
teams
their
to
respective
advance
teams, but
out
obviously
of Swiss
Ivern plus
stage.
Jinx
So
plus the
those
Poppy to
8
defend.
teams
Yeah, I
have
don't
to
think
win
Jinx Poppy is
3
the strongest bot lane.
games.
2v2, but the Ivern Jinx Poppy as we get later into the game, an incredibly strong team fighting core.
Last game, we got some fantastic team fights from both Top Esports and T1.
You must
and I'm
win
hoping
3
that this
games.
game will give us
Move
something
on.
similar. You talked about the likelihood of a lane swap, and when it's Poppy Jinx
Okay, so
versus
Smolder mid versus
Kalista,
Lucian mid,
Renata.
very interesting.
Right
And
now
we're
that
also
Weibo is not
getting a
super
Renata
keen
in
to
the
fight
bot
that
lane,
2
a
versus 2.
Slay.
And also to
Don't
try
know
and
if I like
put
the
this
Kalista,
Rumble
but I
in a
do
lane swap
love
position
the Jinx.
is only good
I am
news
craving
for Weibo.
pretzels.
So let's see if they
All
can
of a sudden,
execute
I
upon it.
want
It's really
Auntie
been a big
Anne's.
test for this World Championship as it has returned to the meta
And bad.
in full effect.
And a reminder that Rumble Q
And
damage
bad.
down about 20.
Yeah, these are
at
fun
level 1.
matchups.
The passive overheat damage on his auto attacks also down. There are some top laners that say he's
Oh
still
my gosh, the
playable,
cinnamon
obviously not
sugar.
as impressive as he once was.
Yes.
Keep that in mind as we watch. If he's not
Finally,
able to
some
find
Jinx
those trades,
action,
he's not able to find
literally.
those leads. But of course, the lane swap, number one thing on our minds.
Sounds like a
expected,
DoorDash
seems
angle.
likely for
I don't think
Weibo.
Auntie Anne's
You
is going to be
highlighted
open
it.
at
Let's see if they can pull
7:30
it off.
a.m.
All I know is that
I,
red carpet
I
was
just
laid
think that's
out.
something
You're
I'm not
either
going to
walking to the
get.
grave or
I'm
you're
going to have
walking
to
home, 'cause
get
the
over
amount of damage that
the...
it can do is still something to be
Wait,
respected.
they have an
And their
almond
bat ability,
pretzel?
That ability is still very good. Leandri is still very good. See what the Rumble looks like in this game. We headed to our 3rd game of the day, our 2nd LPL versus LCK showdown of the day.
This is going to be a good
The
one.
beautiful thing about this matchup is you highlighted it. Weibo is
Go
unpredictable.
Smoldy!
They're a team that you genuinely don't know the
Go
level that they're
21
going to deliver on the day. They've beaten some of
stacks.
the best teams in the LPL. They've lost to some of the worst. Like they are a team that
They're the wild card, you know?
Wait, how do you pronounce
I
it,
think many
Tone?
didn't expect them to qualify, but here we are. We find ourselves in a position where, and again, like a lot of it, I think a lot of the credit needs to go to Tarzan. I loved watching his early pathing. The
When I
impact
think
that
of
he
like
has. I would say that
Auntie, I think
Weibo is typically
Auntie.
a bot-focused
Like
team.
that's my
A team that
auntie.
likes to play around that bot side of the map.
Oh, Auntie?
Are they? Oh, we are deep
Yeah,
in
I
the
guess
mind
it's just how
games.
you pronounce
So for anyone, of course, lane swap
aunt
great,
or
but
aunt.
it looks like Gen.G proactively trying to gain control of the top side because they want this 2v2. They are so much stronger in the 2v2. The second they see Crisp has Aftershock, they know they just body that level 1. So trying to put priority on figuring out where the Jinx is going to go, where Light is going to lane. With
With the
still
Cuban link on, you know what time it is.
So they think
Got that new
Jax is on
Zeri
the top side of the
Prestige
map,
skin
but look
though.
at where
Been
the
trying
Jinx
to
is going.
OTP her.
Goes back
So
to
happy
base.
she's getting a
He's waiting
spooky
to see who
skin.
shows.
Has the gameplay like felt okay? I know people were complaining about Zeri earlier, but like,
But the analysts
did
are like,
she
"Ooh,
feel
it's so
good?
smart." Vision, Breathe walking in, just to try to be disruptive.
I mean, this is also a very classic top lane move, right?
Yeah.
To interrupt, get in the way. Crisp now making his way over will be the numbers difference that Gen.G is not expecting.
Canyon.
The E? No.
Manages to get away. Crisp might have had the angle if he stepped forward with a bit more confidence, but wasn't 100% certain.
Wow,
Weibo
they just
successfully get the
completely
lane swap
stopped
that they
his
were
blue.
after. Breathe is taking a lot of damage, but now he makes his way over towards top lane. It's the same thing that we've seen multiple
They
times.
completely
where
stopped
the
his
support
blue.
will go mid to try and get XP. You get the level 2, you then path towards bot, and you're ready for the potential
Are you gonna
dive on
play
the
after
stacked
all the
wave.
matches?
Breathe will be able to TP to bot lane with the level 2, and you hope that you can then outplay the potential
We'll
dive that is
see.
going to come through from Gen.G.
We'll see how
Meanwhile,
tired
the
I
split
am.
map is occurring. Tarzan makes his way towards the top side of Gen.G's jungle. And here we go.
And this is
Because
one of the big
we
strengths of
might
Ivern,
be
of course, very
streaming
easy
till
for him
like
to steal away camps, but also just
1 or
clears,
2
all things
p.m.
considered, much faster than
with
most
how
junglers,
the
so
games are
usually
going.
has 20 to 30 extra seconds to go for early ganks, go for early plays, whereas yeah, Canyon can get involved, but will fall pretty far behind if he tries to match, as Tarzan is on vision, but it's really just taking his time setting up all these camps.
Now keep your eyes on Chris. He's now making his way towards the bot side of the map. There's only the 2 members so far. Jungler not in a position. Remember that Canyon's clear did get interrupted. He started on the top side of the map, so he's a little slow, so Crisp is able to arrive. A lot of this farm being lost still, but as long as Breathe can get the XP, level 3 is going to tick over. And there it is. So now the dive becomes a lot harder. Canyon gonna start off the Gromp. Let's see if they still commit to the dive.
Maybe just want to be able to crash that wave in. Keen's
I
still
wonder
pretty
if people
powerful
lane
despite
swap in
Light's
high
range
elo.
advantage.
I mean, crucially, while all of this is happening, Keen is just catching the waves top. He's
Good
only
morning,
in a 1 versus
Skylar.
1. There's no threat of a dive on his side of the map.
And remember, if you're
So they
not
basically
familiar
gonna
with
do
lane
the same
swaps,
as
the kind
C1.
of
That's what
logic
it's
here,
looking
even
like.
as they've made the towers
Like with the
tankier,
lane
it's not
swaps.
about trading
That's
even,
what
it's about
all of the
getting
teams have been
Jinx out of
doing.
what would have been a miserable 2v2. And at this point, it just becomes a game about XP and about saving what would have felt like inevitable losses if you
it's
had
okay,
laid 2v2
Moon.
against this Kalista Renata. Yes, it sucks to give up 3 plates,
There's
but this
still a lot
duo
of
is
good
so
games
powerful
to
that
be had
you probably
and
would
to
have
be
lost a
watched.
comparable amount of money trying
Dude,
to play
they
that
got
2v2.
so many plates.
Want to try
Holy
and swap this
moly.
back as quickly as they can
Yeah,
now, because the
Glenn.
damage to that tower is significant. And Genji are not going to slow down with the push. Canyon
Look at
secures
the
blue
gold
buff.
lead just off of
You can see
the
the Jinx
plates.
now recalling. Of course, no TPs available.
Ping's mid lane.
Keen doing a good job of just getting farm and experience on the top side of the map. He really is the one that benefited the most from this exchange. Looks like they're going to keep the swap. They're actually going to keep sending the Jinx top. It comes back to that point you made in the previous game round. After the
Do I
priorities
need to
around
start
the grubs,
locking in
nothing
Jinx
else, you're
top?
getting solo experience onto Light. Maybe they believe that even in this situation, they couldn't win out
Who
on
are
the
you
2 versus
rooting
2,
for?
and the threat of a dive is very
Personally,
real. So instead, they're going to have Light
I
catch
like
this wave at
Genji,
top.
but
But now,
I don't care if
keep your
Jinx
eyes
gets
on
a
Days and
win
the Hens. They've
in this
decided,
lovely
you know what, we're
World's
not letting this happen
2024
anymore.
Swiss
We're
state.
moving up towards the top side. If you want to go for the grubs, you're going to have to fight us first. And with the boots completed, Pays is poised to go for a fight.
Boots 2 for Kalista at this point in the
Hayes
game is
is
very
poised.
nice to have, but can be much more powerful. It does come down to a skirmish. Pays fighting for a bit of that vision control, is on a ward, of course. Genji really want to establish control on the top side of the map, match what Weibo are bringing. LCK, of course, compared to the LPL, pretty consistently grubs focus. LPL maybe willing to trade more around Drake or early plates. Very often LCK teams straight to grubs at 6 minutes. We're seeing that a little bit here.
Yeah, I kind of want to play Ash top, honestly.
Be a 2v2 as Crips shows his presence on the top
T1
side.
lost.
The only gold lead remaining for Weibo is
But they are not out of
Not the
Worlds
biggest
just
deal on
because
the
they
Ivory.
lost today.
But of course, the faster he gets to level 6, the more impact he can have.
Now, Weibo find themselves in a 2v2 that is
Cry
difficult to play.
baby.
This is the thing they've been
Focus
doing their best
up.
to avoid. The gold advantage that
Focus
Pays
up.
sits on is because of the plates that were secured early. Xiaohu finding advantages in the mid lane, 1 versus 1, but nothing so significant that Chovy's really in a position to be worried about. Grub's now spawning, and Genji in
Yeah,
a position
we're gonna
to
need
secure
that
the first
matcha.
objective of the game.
Excellent
We're gonna
position
need
to
that
be in.
matcha ASAP.
Wave in a neutral state, forcing
When do
Light
they
and Chris to
open?
push out if they want to come down. But Genji, so quick to take these early objectives, and I think the introduction of Grub's just a big buff to Kalista because she's so good at
Who
securing
beat
and taking those
T1
neutral
top
objectives.
esports?
Now Pays, though, really wants that farm, is not certain if this fight is going to take off or not. Canyon smiting the last one away, trying to get the hell out. Get away from Xiao, who is the culling is there, shields are there. Chovy ready to body block, but they force Canyon's flash at the very least. They get the Super Mega Death Rocket out from Light as well.
Good flash from Canyon, respecting the damage that was coming out from Xiaohu, and honestly, I'd forgotten about the Jinx, but clearly he hadn't. He recognized that, all right, I need to get out of here, but he secures the objective that he was after.
Where do I
3
want my
grubs
matcha
locked
from
down,
today?
and Genji's still able to leverage the strength of this bot lane 2 versus 2. The farm discrepancy, nothing too significant. Light is able to secure that level 6, as we already know. And so at the very least, Weibo relying on the scaling element that they have going into the late game. Ivan plus Jinx, a terrifying combo the longer this game goes on.
Tarzan walking up, crisp, can he find the angle? Good handshake to stun the duo, denying the play. Tarzan will at least clear out the vision, but good discipline from Genji.
Helping them get that base off. Light looking to reset, either spend some gold, maybe even swap back so they can be in a position to contest the Drake. Perhaps Weibo is happy to forego any of these early Drakes simply due to the strength of this Kalista. But Genji see an opportunity for more plates.
And frankly, in the mid lane, you've got a Smolder who's chilling, right? Chovy weathering the storm nicely. Early plated steel caps to mitigate any of Xiaohu's kill pressure. Part of the chaos of this map state means it's pretty hard for junglers to solely play around mid or try to support any early advantage the Lucian could have. That said, I don't know when the mid lane Smolder starts doing damage on this patch. Right now, he pokes and he stacks, at the very least.
I mean, look at it this way. You'll know.
Okay.
I might not be able to tell you in advance, but I can tell you when I see it on my screen. If that's not the play-by-play life, I don't know what is. Chovy flaps out to safety, and Weibo now ready to commit a bit more resources around mid lane, trying to help Xiaohu get the push so they can look towards this Drake. But Gen G have already reset their bottom lane, all ready to fight back at least a little bit. Nice engage now coming in. Crisp in trouble. Aftershock fading away. That Poppy is dead. Well played by
first
Gen
blood
G.
over to Gen G.
Crisp isolated in the river.
Lovely.
Gen G just moving their bot lane smartly around the map to help secure these objectives. This Kalista continues to get stronger as first blood is secured for Gen G.
Gen G overall controlling all these
On
objectives.
TikTok,
You know
the
Kalista or not is going to be stronger
Is
earlier
Smolder
on,
meta right now?
had to navigate the
I've
map,
been
stay well
seeing
to be able
him
to
kind of a
leverage the
lot,
advantage.
but like they're not playing on the current patch. They're playing on the previous patch.
Because it's their bridge
So
into the late game, right?
who is
You know you have the
LCK number
Smolder,
1?
and maybe the early game of Rumble was impacted and you
HLE.
expect
And they will
these
be
lane
going
swaps,
up
so he's gonna be
against
put a little bit
PSG
behind.
later today.
You have this bot lane which you can play through in the early game, and they're playing through it incredibly well. They were able to secure 3 plates bot, they swapped to top, they secured the grubs, they swapped them back to bot, find a kill, get the dragon, and it's just Canyon working in tandem with his bot lane to dominate this early game, resulting in a 1k gold lead for Gen G so far, which when you also have this Smolder sitting in mid lane farming away, you're in a pretty happy spot.
Certainly are. And we'll have to see if Xiaohu can get a bit more involved in some of these map plays once he has an item completion under his belt. We know the Lucian on one item can be very powerful. Paired with Tarzan, who's there to buff him up, could get a lot of work done. But for now, Gen G playing at a very comfortable game pace that has continued to favor them. The gold, yes, within touching distance, but you talked about it, the late game scaling insurance. The fact that Canyon's been able to pick up this early lock, it means that the coming fights should be quite easy for Gen G to navigate.
Also, my only concern for Gen G is I would say their engage isn't the most reliable, but I guess you can make the same argument for Weibo, but like who really starts the fights on
You both pray the other side's going to start the fight, so you can Maokai, Renata ult their face, or Poppy ult them out.
Yeah, you kind of, I'm deciding if it's better for you to be the first on it. Probably it's better for you to be on the first on the objective so they walk into you.
Kalista ult is literally the best engage tool in the game, which is a
Dang,
very
the way
weird
that
thing to
they
say,
just
but
got
I
on
don't know
it.
if I agree with that statement.
I think it is.
Are they even
It's
gonna
the most
fight for
reliable,
this?
Piece is Crisp.
No.
Whips his ult. See? Kalista ult. More
Yeah,
reliable.
what was that ult?
Daisy called out. 4 grubs already
Wasn't
picked
a
up.
lot of
Ulting
patience.
over the wall. That's going to be big. Paired beautifully with the Rumble, but 2 quick flashes out from Weibo means they're going to still be standing.
no.
Crisp isolated, but now the TP coming in from behind with Breathe. The Jax could be big
Crisp
here.
is
Canyon caught out
2
for a brief moment, but they're
HP.
instantly turning back onto Breathe. Breathe ulting to get a little bit of extra tankiness, but Light still untouched for now. Chovy coming in. Mom called. First kill picked up. Rocket going a little bit wide as Chovy tries to flap out to safety. How much left on the Counter-Strike? Breathe. Can he continue to chase?
Okay, Chovy.
The answer is no, but 2 for 2, the overall kill score.
So we see in this exchange why it is better
Wow.
for you to be the first on the objective. How much harder it is to approach,
Yeah,
especially
Aurora
the
is
things
very
like the
picker
Renata
band right
ultimate
now.
and the Maokai ultimate. But ultimately, those tools were used very early to secure the grubs. But
Good
once
morning,
the grubs were secured,
BLK.
Weibo found a really nice angle for the re-engage.
What rune did
with a good
Chovy
TP
take?
flank coming in from
He
Breathe.
is running.
So you'll notice at the start of this fight, tools were used to
Well,
mainly
I'll
try
let
and
you
get a
know
pick onto Crisp, but
after
also
this
to
fight.
zone these members away from the grubs. So there's the Renata ultimate, there's the Maokai ultimate, and in combination with the Rumble ultimate too, it's forcing them back. But that's 3 ultimates now gone. And now the re-engage comes in. Xiaohu on the right side, Breathe on the left side,
Excuse
and
me.
this is where Gen G is forced to scatter and disengage. A nice ulti from Chovy is able to at the very least secure 1 kill, but the fact that they were able to get away still with 3 and all of the
Dang.
grubs, a great
They
situation
got the whole
for Gen
team
G.
in there.
Yeah, 6 grubs.
They had about 17 people in that room.
Competitive League of Legends. We see in LCK and LPL, right? Teams will fight to get 4, and they're often very willing to concede the
Chovy
last
is
2 because it's so
running-
unlikely and can be very high risk to stick around for too long. But here, Gen G really
That
set up to just start
inspiration
pushing
tree?
out these lanes. Chovy, again, very comfortably scaling 109 stacks, 12 minutes into the game, 125 the next big break point.
It's a good pace for stacks for sure.
Oh, they don't show it because they're showing his stacks.
We need to kind of see more from Weibo in these fights because giving away 6 grubs, very frustrating
else
because
would it
Kalista
be?
normally not the best champion in the game at taking towers. Not always in a position to match Jinx, but when you have 6 grubs, it feels a lot closer.
Well,
Play to the Ruin
there's
King
no
being
extension
clear of
on
the
this
haze
one.
Puts this Kalista in a very scary spot already. Gen G taking their time. They find themselves at a slight goal
we'll have to
deficit,
wait
but
for in the
it's nothing
bottom
really
left-hand
to be
corner.
too worried about. As
We
they
should
continue
be able to
ramp
see
up.
if he's taking
We
like
think about
comment
next
or
objectives
something.
they can play for. They've moved their bottom lane into the mid lane to either potentially start securing some of these
plates that are available in the mid lane, but also just so that it's easier to move.
I couldn't tell you. I can't tell you until he attacks someone.
Control of that prio. You can already see them doing it. Push in mid, move in towards the bot river, and now you can start threatening towards that top tower, deep vision, all sorts of options.
And Chovy conceding farm in the bottom lane to try to be first to the objective here. Both the Herald and the Drake will be spawning at the exact same time, but Genji
No,
again,
I'm watching on Low
shifting their focus
Esports.
to the top
Lukido,
side of the map.
thank you for sharing the live.
Now Chovy returns, just trying to keep his options open, waiting for that wave to be pushed in by Xiaohu. Xiaohu sticking around, wanting to keep Chovy in lane at least a little bit. Does have the TP advantage, crucially, so can come to the objective. As Weibo now move into the river, start to take control around the pit here. 12 seconds before the objective responds.
Let's go. Weibo have
Yo, thank you for the follow, Green Sour Fruit. Hope you're having a good day today.
Light's going to have access onto this mid wave, push this one out. This Pay's abandoning the waves, he looks for a pick.
Where's the engage going to go? I take it back, it's not that reliable.
Well, it was a questionable statement, especially when Aurora exists. Flash from Lens.
Very well positioned to make it over the traps with the knockback still coming through, as Tarzan not quite able to find the root, but Xiaohu starting the objective here. Chu doing no damage. Doesn't really hit there as Chovy just continues to stack, and Genji will be able to at least threaten this tower. You can see in the meantime, Canyon happy to just start up this objective. They already got one Drake, willing to concede the Herald, it would seem. But interestingly, you can see the gold in our lane economy snapshot. It's not a massive difference between either side, but gold slightly favoring the side.
I gotta
of
wait
overall.
15 minutes for the store to open.
When we hyped up this jungle matchup, it was always going to be a battle.
Yo, thank you for being here, Green.
So much.
Oh, you like Sejuani?
High level play.
So much thinking.
There's so much thinking.
Yo, thank you for the swan, mister. Thank you, thank you. That was so pretty.
Should just be able to break this one down.
And they TP bot.
I appreciate you,
Are they gonna
Buki.
that wave? Or is
Thank
Light
you
just
for
using this as an
supporting
escape
the
taxi?
It's just going out.
And Riri, thank you for the follow.
Yeah, he's fine.
Can you get me a honey bun,
He knows it's
please?
not gonna
And thank
crash.
you. I got
They'll just instantly
you.
one-shot it, so instead
Not a problem.
drives it away, and will now use it to at least push slightly more favorably.
Now Xiaohu has moved off to a side lane himself and is putting some pressure down onto Keen on the top side. With all the vision invested on this top side of the river as well, Keen has to be careful about who is where on the map, which is why he's showcasing that respect, going back to base, TPing bot to match up into the Jax, knowing that he should have a slightly easier time. Doesn't quite yet have the Leandries.
What time did you wake up for this? 4 a.m. Ooh, a cinnamon roll does sound good. I've got some like spring garden rolls upstairs
Comfortable spot right now.
that I will probably go
game
run
with
and
Weibo
get.
sitting on the gold lead. By and large,
But I want to make a
because of, the
smoothie
advantages they've been able to
before
find on
this
the top
next
side of the
game
map.
starts.
Crucially light.
And then my matcha should come, and then
Passively been
we'll have a
farming
little bit
very
of
well.
energy.
Even though Genji sort of controlled the
Yes,
early
this
game
is the
very
lineup for
well.
Weibo. It's
Ultimately,
Chris,
Weibo
Light,
haven't fallen prey to any really bad fights.
Tarzan,
In fact, they've
and
been able to
Breathe.
find that good fight around the Herald themselves. So we talked about the scaling of the Smolder, something that is always going to be terrifying to deal with.
T1 lost their game today, but that does not mean they're out of Worlds. You have to lose 3 games to be eliminated.
Being first on the objective
And you have to
means that the
win
enemy's gonna be
3 to
forced to walk
advance.
into you, and that means you're either walking into a Poppy, who can knock you away, you're walking into the range of a Jax flank, or you're walking into a Maokai ultimate, a Renata ultimate. Like, obviously the advantage of a Maokai ultimate is it can be used to zone you off of an objective, which is always a scary situation to find yourself in. But when both sides have more
Why was he playing around with that
disengage tools than they have actually hard
cannon?
engage tools, like a Leona or a Rel, for example, yeah, you're going to end up in this passive game where both teams are kind of hesitant to pull the trigger to start the fight.
In an awkward situation, you can see their observers wonderfully
This is the first day. Yo, Astro, thank you for the tiny dinies. These are the first games of Swiss Stage.
Set up the wave as
So this is Swiss Stage Day 1. All of the games are best of 1.
But it's a good point, right? So objective setup going to be big throughout the entirety of this game, because if you can force the enemy team to come to you, you'll be fighting in a much more favorable position.
Hi, Lando.
Xiaohu continuing to
You
be that
guys
threat
know
on the
what
side lane.
prestige
2 items
skins are
almost
coming,
completed
like
here.
after Zeri?
As 6 grubs does mean that
I
Keen is
do
going to be able to grab that
not.
bot lane tower at a much faster
not
pace
know
and
which
get
ones
reset
are coming.
first. But Xiaohu, instead of trying to delete the tower immediately, just trying to deny as much CS as possible
It's Diana.
from Chovy.
Is she gonna get a... Prestige Winter Bless.
Cross maps continue to come through. Both these teams just kind of waiting for those spikes.
You know what I would love? I would love a cute and fun like Thanksgiving skin line, kind of like modeled after Charlie Brown Thanksgiving. Like very cute, very cartoony. I think that would be so cute.
First items across the board already been completed for a while. But now the contest over the
I think that
midway
would be
begins.
so much fun.
Light and Crisp doing what they can. Obviously, as long as Tarzan's there, it's pretty easy for Light to walk up. Doesn't really matter if he takes 100, 200 damage. The Ivern shielding will be more than enough to protect him. Hasn't completed that second item. Would love to do so before the next major objective. You highlighted it. Minute on the Baron, minute on the Drake.
Yeah, kind of like this in Train Conductor Choo Choo Orange.
When we started this game, I thought we were going to have time
That's a cute one.
to talk about, Chovy versus Xiao. It just ended up being about who played the map better. All the accolades, all the history, yeah, it's still exciting, but I think generally this game has been so much about the team across the board. Crisp caught out once or twice, a bit tragic for Weibo, but overall, Weibo, despite difficulties early on with those objectives, still holding onto that gold lead. Still
Yeah, there's like a restaurant in Atlanta called Chim Chim's.
Very, very close.
When I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh.
It is very close. Like the gold difference, I think, doesn't do justice really to the state
I don't
of the
know,
game.
Dasher. I don't think so.
Small item advantage for Breeze, but Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. This
It
could be
kinda
crucial.
is sticky. Like,
Genji have
can they scrap,
purchased to the
please?
river
Like,
through
can
the
y'all
bot lane.
fight?
The top wave continues to be pushed in. This is something Weibo's just done very well this game, just keeping control of these side lanes. The Jax continues to mount pressure in the top side of the map. Smolder is actually going to go on
Hello,
answer that.
Blando.
And Genji in a bit of an awkward position here. Callisto only has 1.5 items. Light technically ahead. Yes, he has
Like,
gone
they're
for 2
all, like,
components,
just
the Zeal and the
staying
Last
in their
Whisper,
own
but
lanes
feeling pretty confident in that item advantage.
and not getting into trouble.
TP going in.
All right, we're gonna get a
Chovy is
fight here.
But in the meantime, Breathe is going to start pushing. Does have a TP of his own. Will show up on the bottom side of the map, waiting in the brush. Genji do spot him. But are they going to collapse? Or are they going to go for the 50-50? Knockback coming in. Crisp channeling that ultimate. Will get the jungler out of the pit. Now they can just burst it and go for it.
Yeah,
It's not even going to be a
that's
50-50.
their
Rumble
dragon
is solid.
at this
Mom
point.
called in, but it might not matter. Dragon taken. Weibo need to get out though. Xiaohu low. Healing coming
That
in
was
for
a
the
really
redemption.
good poppy ult.
Do they still want this fight?
The fact
Breathe
that he
into the
found
back
it.
line. Pays. Now going to be in trouble. Knockback coming in. Lehens now trying to send out the hostile takeover, but it's only going to connect onto the Jax. Breathe likely to fall here, but the rest of Weibo now ready to follow up. Pays getting one. No kill going over means no reset for the Jinx quite yet. They're desperate to get something else for Light. Crisp.
Renata has flash. Maokai has flash.
Clutch as Light, no mana, but still wants to keep hitting. Handshake not going to connect. Xiao finishing the first kill. Reset coming in. Genji backing away, but the
Like, I feel like they were just really greedy with their flashes.
Bars are blinking across both
They both had
sides.
flash that entire
The level
time.
of patience showcased from those Genji players stuck in the pit
Yeah,
to hold on to
it
their
was
flashes until
patient,
the
but-
very last moment was crazy. Ultimately, though, it's Weibo that do secure themselves
don't
the
die?
dragon. They
Question
deny
mark?
Soul Point away from Genji. And
Is
it's
it
just a
patience
one-for-one.
or is it
But
greed at
notice
that
the
point?
gold lead just continues to mount in favor of Weibo. This fight starts with a good Poppy ultimate onto Canyon, getting him out of the fight. The combination of the Maokai ultimate.
One
the
thing
Rumble
about me,
ultimate
I'm a
looks
flash.
promising
No,
to
I would have been
start
out of
with,
there
but this difference between the
yesterday.
range, look at how Light chips
Like, the
away at
split
Chovy's
second that
HP
I'm in
bar.
that,
The
I'm
redemption
out.
doing work for Tarzan and Xiaohu on the backside, and then Breathe working well by going in for the 1v3, but then the Renata ultimate zoning the rest of Weibo
Yeah, like
away
right
from the
here,
exchange.
they
But
both
now,
have
there's
flash.
just no more
And I
HP for
understand
Genji to really look
patience,
for another
but also,
fight, so they're
isn't it
forced to play
greed?
defensively, they're forced to retreat.
Now that
And then
he's
unfortunately for
gone,
Lehens, he didn't quite expect the damage to come out from Xiaohu, resulting in a 1-for-1.
And it's important to understand that, like, Genji have to play that fight that well, or it gets much, much worse. Light only gets the first reset, only gets
No,
the
that
first passive
Poppy
prop where they're
ult.
already over the wall.
8
If
down.
that had happened sooner, that Jinx would have torn through the
8 down.
entire team. And it's high stakes in these fights. Whoever gets that
Truly.
first kill, very likely to take the entire fight. And you can see that with the Maokai being so tanky, with the supportive itemization of
Smolder
Tarzan,
is
it's
close
not
to
as simple as
225.
get a
How much
couple
he
good
got?
ults and
Oh
the
yeah,
fight is
he's
over.
203.
But just the thing to notice is the farm at the bottom of your screen.
Smolder is running
Because for a lot of
Inspiration
this early game,
Biscuit
it was
and
either
Jack of
Genji or even
Trades
Red
as his
in a lot of these
secondary.
departments because
Yeah,
of
but
how
I
well they
still
were
haven't
dominating
figured out
the
what
early
he's
game.
running
But
for his
notice how Breathe is
primary.
consistently finding. He's on a side lane again. Like
All
he
I'm
hasn't
saying is
stopped.
Xiaohu's kind of Chovy-ing Chovy.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's my point. That Xiaohu is the other man on the side lane,
Right,
alongside Breathe,
Joshua?
who just keep
Literally.
this pressure up. Meanwhile, Light is soaking up every single wave in mid. He's also being donated farm from his jungler. Like, the carries across the board are just farming incredibly well. And while Genji are trying to find plays, they're looking for picks, like Weibo are just passively picking up a lot of gold by maximizing the amount of farm that they're able to get on the map. So they now find themselves with a 3K gold lead without finding any significant team fight. They've just been playing well on the sides.
He went
They've
grass.
secured all of the outer towers now.
Okay, so it looks like Smolder went grass, demolished,
we
bone
talked about
plating.
how Weibo is a
overgrowth.
team that just
Thank you, love.
surprises. Genji is a team
I'm
that
rooting
went
for
the full
Dindy,
5
but
games in their finals.
I'm not
They are MSI
too heavily
champions.
invested.
They are touted as one of the teams to win this whole tournament. And here's Weibo with a 3K goal lead. They are the epitome of unpredictable because they have stable players, they have great playmakers, and they're a team that are very often difficult to judge.
Everybody like loves Chovy, and they're always like hyping him up. So I'm ready to see what he can put down.
Which is a tough thing to do against Genji.
Certainly is. Genji, a very tenacious team. Rumble all going down. Hoping to just get a little bit of poke. Maybe hoping to zone them off the tower as well, but Weibo unafraid. Xiaohu off on the side, starting to Cole. Only connecting
Interesting
on the
build from this Jinx though. She went IELDR, and now she's building her Zeal item.
Has hit that stack threshold. The execute is online. Rocket for a bit of
Okay,
barrier there
Jinx is ulting when they're full HP, and I'm
hurt in
confused.
these fights. It's really going to be Smolder versus Jinx in terms of the overall scaling. Breathe looking for the flank. Genji just 5-man grouping. Side lanes.
Weibo's chilling, but you can see how awkward it is for both teams because of how little engage they have. They're just chipping away. They're waiting for someone to overstep, make a mistake.
Do it, you won't.
I'm gonna go to sleep,
I
bro.
mean, they're just trying to bait each other into a fight, and the side lanes are relatively even, right? Bot lane is essentially dead even. Breathe finally going to go down to catch that one. Top lane not really pushing super hard, so neither side losing out on a lot of CS or gold to just hang out in the mid lane and posture.
It really
But
does.
very awkward. You're right, because these are teams who normally you're like, oh, perfect, precise engages, but they don't have the tools.
No.
Yeah, they just.
They don't. And honestly, this benefits split pushers more
Tapping,
than anyone
going
else,
back and
because
forth,
if you
back and
can't get
forth.
engaged on in mid lane, then it doesn't matter if you're 5 versus 4, because this Jinx is going to look at you and be like, okay, cool.
Are you
my
obligated to
Jack's
watch
throwing
it
you
on
one
World
tier two, by the
Esports,
way.
like sponsor permissions?
Dominic's finished by Light.
I am
See what he
not
finishes for the Zeal item
obligated.
as well.
What they could do is they could have
No.
Jax just solo the Dragon, by the way, while keeping pressure in mid, because Genji are trying to contest this mid wave as the culling comes out from Xiaohu. Good damage.
Period,
Still have
Sunny.
some tools as Chovy forced to ult. Canyon, do they want to start the fight here? Breathe still waiting.
Looks like Breathe deciding not to. He's hesitant about the potential engage, but
It's such a good game, but it's such a goofy game, Betty. Because you're right, they cannot engage on each other. The calling looks great, but it's just both sides trying to see fish for an angle.
You're literally waiting for an overstep, for a flash W from Canyon, for a root to land from Tarzan, for someone to overstep where they shouldn't be. Chris maybe finds a flash E into a wall, or someone starts an engage.
Genji just getting pushed out. They don't really have control of their mid lane.
Yep.
The mid wave is respawning. They'll get pushed first.
Yeah,
Weibo in very
Emery.
commanding position. Recalls are now being forced out. Luckily, Genji have decent vision
Weibo and
around the
Jinji
objective,
gonna
but
make me not look forward to their games if they gonna play like this for 26 minutes.
It's getting lower and lower. Rocket hit stops the recall.
That was
Weibo's redemption, forcing a flash.
Ooh.
They're being herded.
What a
Weibo,
valuable
From
redemption.
the Smolder as well.
And now they can just walk away.
The fact that redemption can kill people is crazy to me still.
They now have clean access towards the Dragon. While all of this has been happening, I do think they could have just kept
That was
Breeze
such a
there, but
big
I guess the
radius
fact that he doesn't
too.
have the TP was the biggest thing that they were concerned about in the event that
Yep,
the fight
exactly,
did kick off.
Joshua.
Either way, though, now, I do wonder if Weibo are overstepping here. Looks like they will be fine, yeah, okay. I was worried because with Breathe going to the top lane and Jinji actually having an opportunity to reset after all that pressure, there was a world where Jinji could then look for an engage. But I say
Are they
that
gonna
this is their
Baron?
window, so now they're setting up for the Baron.
And they're going for this now, knowing that someone really should probably try to pick up that farm on the bottom wave. It will cost Weibo to be here, to be present in this play. Poppy all going to be big. Canyon, nice W. Twisted advance, keeping him in the play. They just need to finish the objective. They just need to get the Baron down, and they will do so. Breathe now in no man's land. Ulti now used by the Callisto. Breathe locked up for a brief moment, trying to find the sun, trying to find the angle, flashing out to safety. Calling from Xiaohu, doing a whole hell of a lot of damage as Tarzan tries to chase. But Chovy, crucially untouched, flashing from Chris, trying to finish the job. The bailout there, but the bailout is not enough. Breathe still going. Xiaohu flashing in with full confidence, but Chovy is alive, looking for the resets. Tarzan now trying to get the hell out. Chovy looking to finish one more kill. Canyon gonna get the job done. Weibo with the man advantage. 4-3
Y'all, that's a
overall.
1 for 2.
calming down. Genji just wanting
in
to get the
favor
hell
of
out with the mana
Weibo.
buffs. Maybe grab mid lane tower on the way.
Genji recognized the amount of time that Weibo spent on the map, and they see a window to go for the Baron. They're able to secure it, but it costs them 2 members. The TP
Nah,
now
the way
coming
he was
back in.
going so fast, a mile per
No, this fight
minute.
is done. I do not think that Weibo can continue to chase this. I think that was an overzealous TP play for sure. At the very least, they're back out onto the map a little bit quicker. But the reason why I was concerned about the start of this Dragon was because they spent so much time on the map. That gave a great window for Genji to go for the Baron. They rushed it down, used the Maokai ultimate to zone them away, but then they turned their attention to Breeze. They think this could be an easy pick. He buys a lot of time, and Genji becomes split up. That allows for Weibo to capitalize on the split up members. They target the bot lane, and they're able to find 2 kills. The downside for Weibo is that Tarzan does lose his life in the river. But ultimately, it's a Baron secured for Genji. Now, here's the biggest
It's the stand-up, sit-down for me.
Neither team hasn't engaged. The team that has the Baron kind of lost
It's
the
the
fight.
confusion that set in for me.
So what you're saying is we go again.
It was the stand-up, sit-down
I like what
for
Genji's
me.
doing though. They've abandoned bot side of the map. They're committing members top, leveraging the stacked wave that they do have.
They're like,
gonna
yes,
siege onto this
no.
tower. Good
Yes,
use of the
no.
Baron. They're immediately now moving into the top side jungle. And they're kind of shifting that trajectory. They're no longer just sitting in mid, constantly trading back and forth. They're trying to get more elsewhere on the map.
And while Weibo did get
High
some
tier
kills, 1,500 gold
teams
from the Baron, Tower's
playing
now starting to
can
fall. Keep in
get
mind,
met at
2 or
times.
3
This is how I
waves of
felt at
CS
last
were also
Worlds
deleted in
Finals.
bot lane in the
Yeah,
midst
it
of
was
that
very
entire
boring.
Baron play, so the gold
And
is
like
basically equalized. Only about a 2K
they're playing
difference
for
between the
serious.
teams, but item completions
They really
overall,
want to win.
essentially
But
dead
man, I'm trying
even.
to see some
Yes,
action,
Xiao has a
bro.
little bit of a lead, but that means the fights are
I'm
gonna be
trying to
pretty
see
damn
y'all
close.
scrap. God dang.
We find ourselves once again in a tense affair. Weibo and Genji going toe-to-toe. Reminder, this is a best of 1.
I'm like,
round
get
1
in
of the
there.
Swiss
Go
stage.
crazy.
A lot on the line here.
You want to beat 1-0. You want to find that advantage, get out as quick as you can. Remember, 3 and you're in, lose 3 and you're out. Is a great ulti kicking things off. Tarzan caught, beautiful layering of the CC.
Okay.
And now
Wait, Genji doing
set up on
it?
this next tower.
Is
Knockback
this
from
on
Chris, not really
Twitch
gonna
or
connect,
is
does
it
force the ult out
on
from Pays at the very least, but this Red Bull Baron power
mobile?
play only growing more and more in the favor of Genji.
I mean,
they chilling.
Genji figured out the formula. Just stack enough ults and you'll force an engage eventually. Really nice use of the Rumble ultimate with the
Yeah, I can
Maokai
switch
ult.
over to
Breathe
that.
on the
I don't
sideline,
mind
gonna knock down this
switching
tier
over.
2, but TP now coming in from Xiaohu as well. Wants to TP
Is this a
behind them.
flanking Lucian?
Yes, sir, it is.
He's
Sapling in the
spotted
bush.
out on a ward. They know
Ward.
he is there.
This is incredibly
Here comes
awkward.
Breathe as well.
here too. Genji actually have to be careful though. Their TP's coming in, but it's going to be a little bit late. If Weibo get first draw on the fight, they might be able to get something done, but now it's Keen behind them. Light going to be the one in trouble. Hostile takeover coming in. Just barely going to clip them. Shutdown is big. Keep in mind that Smolder's been stacking this entire time. 400 for Chovy. Breathe trying to get in the mix. Wants to finish off that dragon, but he doesn't have the damage. Double kill from Chovy.
Weibo, are you good?
And now the momentum has completely shifted.
Because that looked a little
Genji
inty.
punished the re-engage from Weibo, disconnected in their approach with a TP flanking Lucian. Things
I think
begin
he's gonna
to fall
execute.
apart. As Genji, Chovy.
Xiaohu, nice backstep. Chovy trying to finish, can't get too low. One dash, one auto, but there's
Oh my gosh. Is that luck or is that skill?
Xiaohu. And Genji
Is that luck or is that skill? Because that was so
304 for Chovy,
close.
403 for Pays.
That was
Credit to
so
Genji again,
close.
disciplined in these fights. They've been so good across the entire game. Dropping
Pure
vision,
skill,
saving vision to put
hey,
those iron
I'll
rushes
give
so
it
they
to
can plant
you.
even footing.
I'll
Not getting
give it
freaked
to
out
you
by this
because
TP
that
Lucian. We're getting caught up in the moment.
was
That discipline
good.
paying dividends, as you
That
can
was
see.
good.
Weibo feeling under this pressure to force these plays, and as we highlighted, if you're the one forced to engage, forced to make the play, you're pretty disadvantaged in the context of this game when there's so many great disengage tools, so many threats that can blow you up.
Yeah, I mean, I think when they did that mid-tower siege, we really got to see the formula of how this comp wants to work, and it's basically just R, 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 R.
Yeah. Not the normal, like, Malphite, you know, Jarvan, whatever, but it's a little bit more range to it, but still
you know,
works very
you
well.
throw the Maokai ultimate, and then the Rumble ultimate slows you down as well, making it harder to get away from the Maokai ultimate, and then on top of that, Chovy's ultimate is going to fly on top. There's a lot of fire, and a lot of destruction.
Did
raining
T1
from
win
the
their game?
sky.
No, they lost.
Ivern can't shield everybody. You know, redemption takes a little bit of time.
Kyoka, if you really think about it.
Scarier and scarier.
And here
Ulti
it comes
in
again.
from Canyon. If anyone tries to
Was
walk
his
up, things
W
are going to get
change?
dicey
No?
fast.
There's that
Not that I'm
combination.
aware
This time
of.
they didn't commit Keen's ulti. They'll be happy with the objective though.
Crisp eating about 400 damage just to try to walk up there. But Gen G went from feeling a bit out of sorts. That Baron got them time, and then that mid lane push, ultimately what really heavily shifted this game in their favor.
Well, yeah, getting the Baron, like, just gave them all the tools they needed to really begin their siege, right? Because empowering those minions really hurt Weibo's ability to stall out and wave clear. They secured the top tower, they secured the mid one, and now when they're sieging on these towers, especially with these Baron-empowered minions, their ultimates just become that much more powerful. So with the Baron back on the table once more,
This is day one of
both
Swiss
teams setting up for the objective.
stage. No, T1 is not out of Worlds. They just lost their one game today. You have to lose 3 games to get eliminated.
Context of the game, but he's just been able to build full armor this entire game, and he doesn't need to worry about any of the tiny bits of magic damage from Tarzan or from Xiaohu's passive whatsoever. So a lot of the things in this game, these little edges favoring Gen G, whether it's the scaling of the smolder, whether it's the range on these ultimates, or the full AD kind of composition that Weibo have brought together.
Yeah, I just noticed that the Randuin's on pays as well.
That's high value Randuin right there.
Yeah.
That's basically just an additional 25% damage reduction for everything, because basically everyone is critting at this point.
This Baron becomes the big point of contention. Breathe doing what he can to push in the side lane. Void Staff now secured for Keen, but the little magic resist that does sit on the side of Weibo, looking to get shredded. Hayes, though, struggling to contest that mid wave. The culling once again.
Decent chunk. Mid prio in the favor of Weibo for a brief moment. They're now trying to use it to collapse onto Lehens. Lehens flashing out. Tarzan flashing in. Hostile takeover is there, but Breeze still onto the back line. Gonna be forced to use the ulti out from Pays. Buys a bit more time. Reset is there. Hostile takeover didn't do much, but now Breathe in the midst of the entire team is still about to get shredded. But finally, Lehens will drop.
Jinx is excited.
Come in. Chris still standing for an extra moment here. The knockback is there, but down goes the tank. Xiao
Okay, so it's
Pays,
2 for
Chovy,
2.
Keen still standing. Looking to push
And
Weibo
Weibo
back
is
to 2 for 2
running.
thus far. The slow on to Xiaohu from the Maokai is
Gen G
crucial.
full HP
Even
just
from the Grave
about.
Canyon having that impact, and the fight just stops there. Nobody really has the tools to follow up.
A very close affair. If Weibo was able to find more out of that collapse, they could have converted it into a Baron, but Gen G responds in kind. They're starting the Baron without a smite.
Fnatic will be playing next, actually.
TP behind
Fnatic versus
Gen G,
DK.
betting maybe not everything, but a whole hell of a lot on this play. Xiaohu now in the midst, trying to get a bit more damage now. Flashing from Pays, Keen going golden. Xiaohu needs to get out of the way. Pays just running him down.
These TPs you gotta work on. We're gonna work on that in scrims. We're gonna go over that.
Going 7 seconds on Breathe, but he
This
doesn't have
baby.
the TP. Canyon up in 5.
No,
Don't think anyone
sir.
else is starting the Baron, but I'll...
Oh my goodness, the
Base cancel.
it gets interrupted, which is huge, with the Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half, buying time for the rest of your team to get settled back out onto the map. Allow for Xiaohu to respawn.
Thank you, username.
Just buys a little bit more time.
Yeah, they
36 minutes
scale.
in. It's an interesting affair when both teams just keep going back and forth. Pays nothing but confidence as he dived in for that 1v1 against Xiaohu.
Too.
True.
I was wondering why he took
They're
so
only
little
playing one
damage from
round because
Xiaohu,
it's
but
Swiss
It's
stage.
just such a high value item in the context of this
They'll
game.
get into best of 3s and 5s
Both the Hunter and
in
the tank.
semifinals.
The nightmare of anyone playing against Kalista is when she has the time and money to build a defensive item. QSS as well there for Chovy.
But we go again, Dracos. The contest around the mid lane once more. Chovy's catching the bot wave. Breathe once more. Pushes out the top.
Chovy
Nothing happens to T1 necessarily. They just have to win 3 games. If they lose 3, then they're out. But nothing really happens to them. They're
Keen
fine.
is forced to catch that wave. Crisp trying to capitalize on it. Extra movement speed coming in. Chovy standing behind Lehens as he's once again vulnerable, but Pays is there to try to save him. Angle coming in for the
Jinx
knockback.
ultis
Poppy
have
gonna
me a
find
little
one. Chovy out of the fight immediately. Weibo turned back to the objective. They want to try and force down this Baron.
A bold move, but it's melting with double 80 carries.
Canyon, can he get into the pit? Ulti coming in. 5K
Uh-oh,
getting lower and
y'all.
lower. This Maokai wants to try and steal
Okay.
it. Oh, Tarzan finds the angle.
Weibo
However, Chris
secures the
already going down.
Baron,
Breathe off on the flank,
but
hoping
Poppy
to find an angle into
falls.
this fight. All of Weibo retreating. Gen G might not have gotten the objective, but it
Oh
looks
my
like they're
gosh, they
taking
don't
control
kill
thus far. Breathe
Lehens. Okay, they
instantly
do,
into the
they
back
do.
line. Jax finding the knock-up on the 2, the stun, excuse me, as we continue the fight, but off
Oh
the
my
side,
gosh, Chovy popping the freak off. His damage is too big. But oh my gosh, Light is bigger. Light is bigger.
Still standing. It's a hot mess.
It's 2 for 3.
But up a Baron.
He's trying to get an execute onto someone recalling, but he's not going to be able to find anything.
I mean,
But the problem
Light's ultis haven't been it all game. I'm not gonna cap. I'm not gonna cap. We can work on that. We can work on that in scrims.
The Infernal Soul for themselves.
But wow. I really thought Chovy was gonna kill him.
The thing about that last team fight, Daisy got a 3-man knockout. Like,
it's the 400 CS for me. It's the 400 CS for me, Be Humble.
And he almost got the execute, but he died.
No, like all of the ultis, he's either ulting them at full HP or just like missing.
Full build Smolder with 425 stacks and Infernal Soul is enough to end a game, but this fight.
So great Rumble ultimate onto the backline, but it doesn't actually end up doing as much damage as I thought it did. Crisp ends up getting melted immediately. The Jinx positioning is great. Lens doesn't die initially.
Yeah, no, his positioning is so good. Like, I really want to learn how to do that. Like, the spacing is so critical. I think that's how he won versus Smolder.
And then it ends up being a 3 for 2.
Wow.
Jinx is
with Baron, by the way.
I mean, nearly everyone is full build.
We're approaching that time of the game. Breathe now. With the arm guard. We're taking a look across the board. Ulti cooldowns are available. A lot of flashes missing. Light no flash will be big in the fights to come. A similar story for Chovy.
Don't even mention those misfortune ults, bro.
Feels like it might just be one final fight.
Please don't even mention those misfortune
Baron buff
ults.
really not going to be used for much of anything.
Lord have
some
mercy.
Silent pressure from Breathe.
It's crazy to me.
The misfortune ults that we've been seeing have been
right?
atrocious.
This is what happens in this AD carry meta, where there's just not that much utility.
Yeah.
Like, few stuns, like what, there's a root, there's a slow, there's a stun, like there's... Overall, both sides are just kind of dancing. That's why positioning is so crucial. If
The
you
place I normally get my matcha
shot.
from hasn't opened up on Uber Eats.
Due to the presence of this Infernal Soul
What
on the
am I
side
to
of Gen G.
do?
You thought Smolder hurt before. Well, now he just hurts a lot more.
I need to wake up.
Navigating these fights is going to be that much harder.
I mean, there's so many
I
abilities
just
in this
have
game
to
that
order
have the
from this
potential
other
to just
place.
end this game rapidly, right? There's no cleanse on Light right now. Hostile takeover hitting either of the 80 carries here likely means they instantly kill their team. Yes, Tarzan does have access to the Mikhails, but it's going to have to be quick with it. And on the opposite side, Papillon, right? If Chris can knock a carry out of the fight again, Weibo can very easily start to clean up, but you know, those are both slow, very telegraphed abilities. And it's just, again, I feel like we're a broken record here, but we have to say, like, this is a really hard game to play out because you have to be completely confident if you're going to pull the trigger on an engage, or you will be the reason your team loses the game.
Because the thing is, like, if Canyon flash W's in, you've got to bear in mind that there's not exactly a lot of follow-up CC that can come from that, right? So he may just find himself deep. Speaking of the CC, there's the ultis stacked on top of each other.
Yahoo going back, immediate Mikhail's getting used.
I ordered from a different
Gen G breaking down to tier 2. Decent position. If
Where is TSM? Ooh, I got some bad news for you,
that much
bestie.
more of an advantage.
I like how they're
You're not
playing
going to be
around these
seeing them.
objectives, the way in which they utilize the Maokai ultimate in conjunction with the ultimates available in the party composition.
This is a long game.
Maokai was
41
nerfed,
minutes?
and the duration on these saplings is reduced, or at least the scaling
Nobody
in terms
told
of
me
how much
nothing.
duration they get off his max HP.
TSM
This free
isn't
vision
even a
control is still
team
just
no
so
more.
massive for Gen G. Means the setup around the next objective is that much easier. We are 2 minutes away. It feels like it's probably going to come down short of some sort of side lane pick. Yeah, Elder or a Baron fight. One more
Only
5v5.
game 3.
5 more games.
Are you thinking about a different team?
I mean, we've got Fnatic versus D plus Kia after this one, which, you know, you thought that engaging was a problem in this game. I'll tell you, engaging ain't going to be a problem in that
Yeah,
game.
they only exist in our memories.
It don't matter.
I thought they moved regions. They haven't moved to a region. They
both teams pretty much full
got
build.
out of the LCS. Their team ended up
great.
becoming Shopify Rebellion. And 100 Thieves. Oh, 100 Thieves probably on a flight back to
He
America.
sold his QSS and he bought a brand
They
new
probably back in America.
Yeah, okay, well...
Right, it's like if you guys had figured this out 3 patches
Who are you rooting for since 100 Thieves lost? Team Liquid, baby. Team Liquid.
Okay, so it's Gen G once again with control
Lucian
of the
tier 1
mid-wave.
boots. The thing is, be humble. A lot of these pro players have been doing that. We've been seeing a lot of people in Worlds either buy boots and just not finish them until last, or I don't even know. But this is not the first time we've seen that.
We're ready for a full 5v5, full strength from both sides. Weibo.
And I want to understand why. I think
T-Rumble
Boots are kind of
respond, feel
trash now
confident they can step
too.
forward as a 4-man core.
But they're not playing on
20
our
seconds on the
patch.
Baron.
They're playing on
Elder is a great
14.18.
equalizer. No matter what lead you think you have,
And those
team gets
changes
Elder,
weren't done yet.
pretty much just instantly start winning fights.
So I'm confused. Because I felt the previous Boots
I mean, it
were
is
kind of OP.
like this game, while it is just a best of one, determines a lot. It's going to impact the whole tournament. Whether you go 1-0, 0-1, your future opponents will be determined by that. Going 1-0 here gives you a little bit more breathing room.
Certainly.
Going 0-1 already starts to put the pressure on you. But also,
They want
with
more power
expectations
items
so
and they
high on
want the
side of
boots
Gen
for
G
movement
coming in as
speed,
one
and
of
you
the
get that
tournament
from
favorites, to lose here to
the
Weibo
unupgraded
already is
boots.
going to shift a lot of perspectives.
I sure did, Vons.
Gen G top of the
The
table.
freak I'ma
I believe in
stand
terms of the
for.
overall power rankings. Weibo around 11th. It's a team that
Boots add to the
rated not nearly as
fit. Talk
highly
about it,
across the board. A lot of people
Jesus.
skeptical as to how good they would be on the international stage. And while this game has been very
Using
back
that
and
money
forth,
for fighting
all that
instead,
matters
but
is
are
the
they?
win that,
But are
That's
they
huge, actually.
fighting?
10 seconds until Elder and Breathe is going to be
Like,
forced
I'm
to go
asking
back
the
to
real
base. A single
question.
trade could be massive in the
But
context
are
of
they
what's about to
even
happen.
scrappy?
cancel the
I know
recall one more
Lucian
time?
not, because he
Jaguar
be
in a similar
TPing
position
behind
right now,
them
coming
and
in close to
dying
the
before the
flash
fight even
out
break out. So
Now it's
I know
Gen G who
Lucian.
Main control over this
I know
river.
Lucian ain't
They have no way
fighting.
to get in here. Weibo have to force
He's
it again.
fighting the
Whoever has to
death
force very
screen.
likely
That's
loses
what
the
he's
fight.
fighting.
Flank, they know that
What's
it's
going on,
coming.
Sailor?
Breathe
How you
on
doing?
the way in.
All right,
Rumble
here's the fight,
equalizer,
though.
Not doing much. Gets a bit of space for Chris. Pace starting to step up. Ulti coming in from Chovy. Hostile takeover big. Light immediately going to cleanse, though. Doesn't want to give too much. Pace trying to get into the back line, trying to make sure that Light doesn't have any room to work. And already the
Oh
Elder is
my
taken
gosh,
down
Rumble got
instantly.
Elder,
In the blink
and
of
now
an
they're
eye,
just
44
disintegrating.
minutes in.
That's a full
It's an
ace. That's
for
game.
Gen G as they
That's
look to close
game.
it out here.
They've got 50-second death timers. That's game.
Elder was enough to secure the fight. Once
That's
again,
it.
5
GG.
for 0, and Gen G will assert themselves
45-minute
as the
game, bro.
force.
Incredible stuff. The confidence from Gen G, finding that window of opportunity. Keen, a quiet hero across the game, forcing Breathe back, giving them the ability to start that major objective.
Too
The first
freaking easy, I
LPL
guess.
LCK matchup might have favored the LPL, but this one going in the favor of Gen G as they take down Weibo.
GG's. Never want Chim to commentate my games. No, because I be roasting people. I really do.
Let's quickly toss it over
I
to the
just be
analyst
roasting
desk.
people. Oh,
Thank
don't
you so
fight!
much,
Don't
Petty. Of course, you need to keep your
Oh,
energy
no,
in check for this long day. But
I
exactly,
would
Gen G,
have
even
to
with the
go
score again
never
between
show
the
my
LCK
face
and the
on
LPL
stream
with
again
their
if I
victory,
fell.
and they did it
Oh my gosh.
by saying,
I would
"We
have
don't
to
care
literally
about
never
patch
show my face.
14.18.
We can't read. No, we refuse.
GG's, Gen G. Why is everyone's world's
You know,
jerseys
the
white?
nerfed Rumble, the nerfed
Everybody went
Maokai,
white.
the nerfed Smolder, but that doesn't always mean everything.
No, it certainly doesn't. I think the Gen G macro is still very much prevalent, despite how many issues they had in the early game in terms of finding a gold
So when you
lead.
join in a pro
They still
team,
found the
Chim,
6 drops.
I
They
don't
did
know.
move out.
Whenever they want to
found not
sign
just the
me,
first, but the
honestly,
second dragon as well, and it just
I
put them in
really
such a
don't
position
care
where
where
they
the
have such a
team
late
is
game
from. Like,
composition,
I would love to join
but they were
T1.
allowed to have that late game composition
If
because there was
if
nothing Weibo could
T1
do
wanted
to
to sign
accelerate the
me
game
and they were
even
like,
further.
move to
They had
Korea,
to sit around, get that third
I'll
drag,
pack up.
still lose the fight, and it was
I'll
just
pack
so
up
back
right
and
now.
forth.
Like,
yeah, I mean, Gen G was just patient. And
I'm ready. Like, I'll
it
go
really
right
felt
now.
demoralizing because you could just see the stacks.
It
coming
really-
up.
it really
You're
doesn't
like,
matter
oh
to
God,
me.
we're actually getting to the 500 stack
I'll hop on the
mark.
flight
This is the type of game
today.
we're having. How do they actually kind of come back into it? And it felt like they had to find some sort of play. But even when Smolder was topside, they were just getting covered by Canyon. So I was like, yeah, I don't know about this one, way bros.
Period, Death
Is
Ray.
this Gen G though? Like, is this really going to be Gen G
No,
at Worlds?
literally,
Am I-
Lando.
This is maybe their. Let's
I'll hop
try
on the
this
plane
I hope
right
so.
now.
I hope this is like a don't want to give away anything.
Yeah.
We got our
You
new
play
picks
drafts
for
or
later
just
rounds of Swiss when it
competitive?
really
I don't get
matters.
much time to catch you streaming.
I'm actually
I play
not.
ranked when I'm playing,
Because that was
and then we watch pro play as
That was
well,
tense.
as you can see.
That
Ooh, they're gonna interview Keen.
Anticipation in that game.
What do we always say about the LCK? They might
Good morning,
not come
Death
in the
Ray.
sharpest with
What's going on,
the best
Killy?
meta reads, but the later you get in the tournament, they rank up. This one, you just gotta win it, Jat.
I mean, true, and at the same time, think about how much better this would have been a month ago. Like, they would have really
They would
dominated
have
this game a
crushed
month
them.
ago with
They would have
their
crushed them.
champions are actually strong. So in
No.
that case, it's impressive. But I really don't like the meta read. I understand why you're going to play what you're comfortable with in the first day of World Swiss, but I think as like them and BLG and HLE are the 3 tournament favorites.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that did not look like a type of performance that's going to win Worlds. I know that's a high bar and they did win and we should
It's
be
a long way
celebrating them,
off
but
for sure.
That was, I want to see a little bit faster games.
Let's see if Keena's asked about that in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the World Swiss stage for this Verizon post-game interview here with Keen. 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for joining me. This game was messy in terms of I don't quite understand what is the meta right now, because neither of you guys had hard engage. It felt like the game was really difficult to close out. What is your take on the meta right now and this game overall?
지금 메타에 대한 해석이 굉장히 궁금한데요. 이번 경기 정말 난전이었습니다. 그리고 양 팀 모두 조금 한타를 강제할 수 있는 픽이 없어서 두 팀 모두 게임을 마무리하는데 조금 난색을 표하는 것 같았는데요. 지금 젠지의 메타 해석은 어떤가요?
아무래도 첫 경기다 보니까 좀 이제 상대가 뭘 할지 몰라가지고 좀 저희가 이제 생각했을 때 좀 좋은 챔피언들 위주로 일단 뽑아보자고 했고, 일단 메타를 좀 더 알아가는 식으로 일단 경기를 좀 더 임했던 것 같습니다.
Because it's the first day, so we are also unsure what champions, what kind of strategy the opponents are going to bring. So we wanted to focus on the picks that we are thinking that's really good. Also, I think we're still in the stage of kind of reading out the meta.
Of course, first day, absolutely understandable. Then in that sense, let's talk about Rumble, because the expectation was Rumble was not going to be a strong pick coming here at Worlds. It was picked during the playing stage. You played it today and had a lot of impacts. How would you rate the champion right now?
럼블에 대한 의견도 궁금한데 사실 많은 분들이 럼블 이제 더 이상 나오지 못할 것이다 예측했지만 플레인 스테이지도 나왔었고 오늘도 럼블 플레이를 보여주셨는데 지금 럼블에 대한 평가는 어떠신가요?
초반에는 좀 데미지 너프가 있어서 이제 라인전이 이제 약해진 건 맞는데 나중에 템이 뜨면 뜰수록 뭐 데미지는 그 전이랑 좀 비슷한 것 같아서 조합에 맞춰서 쓰면 언제든지 꺼낼 수 있는 카드인 것 같습니다.
For sure, his early game stage is weaker. You know, his early base damage with the nerf is a little affected. So laning phase is not as strong, but also I still think that as he picks up more items, he's almost the same as the old Rumble. So looking at the comp, you think Rumble is right, you can go for it.
All right, the champion we could see more than here at Worlds. Last question for you, Kian. You're one of the tournament favorites, but I want to know about the synergy between you guys. How has Lehans been treating you recently?
이제 강력한 우승 후보로 꼽히는 젠지인데요. 우승하려면 또 팀 시너지가 굉장히 좋아야 하잖아요. 지금 리엔즈 선수랑 사이는 좀 괜찮으신가요?
리엔즈 선수가 가끔 장난기가 좀 심할 때가 있지만 그거를 이제 팀원들이 잘 보듬어주기 때문에 뭐 팀 케미는 좋은 것 같습니다.
We all know Lehans is always picking on me, but the rest of the players are doing a great job taking care of me, so the team synergy is safe.
That's amazing to hear. Thank you so much, Keen, for the interview. Jason, thank you so much for the translation. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back in just a couple minutes for Fnatic versus D plus Kia. Don't go anywhere.
Where is Worlds next year? It hasn't been announced, but my prediction is China. I believe Worlds will be in China next year. And then I think the year after that, they'll be back in the USA. Those are just my predictions based off of previous years and like MSI and stuff. But yeah. This Worlds is going to Genji for sure. I don't think it's for sure Genji, but I do think they are like top 3 to win. I think top 3 would be Genji, BLG, and HLE. Ooh, that would be kind of bad, right, Christian? Matcha time win? It is on the way. I put in the order. Next game is Fnatic versus DK. Next is Fnatic versus DK. And then after that, I need everybody in their seats, in their chairs, okay? We got Team Liquid versus LNG. And I just need Team Liquid to lock in. If they lose, just don't lose bad. Like, I know it's LPL. I get it. I understand. But I just need them to at least put up a fight. At least put up a fight for me.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why, y'all, the matcha place I ordered from, they just canceled my order. They said they can't get into my order right now. Nobody wants to make me matcha. Please. Please, I need it. Okay, can I put matcha in a smoothie?
Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed.
Can I do that?
I'm going hard for my city, yeah.
Will it have the same effect? Yes. Well, by golly, I'll be right back. We got 3 minutes. Everybody, you got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I gotta go make this smoothie. I'm gonna put a lot of matcha in there. I'll be right back.
For all of my enemies, I'm on the way and saving the day. No one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. No, it's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it. This fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. No, it's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the post-game breakdown of our previous game, Gen G versus Weibo. GB, describe it in 5 words or less.
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, that's 6 because it's 5 2 times.
That was a really bad gag.
Yeah.
Yep.
You
tried.
It's when you said use 5 words, my brain already goes into, I don't know, nothing. But that game was a roller coaster, and that was tense, as we said.
They got outscaled.
Well, they didn't have any, pick potential with that draft.
It's sad, it's sad. But hey, it's time for something really, really special. We've got, oh no, we've got a double feature up in our cinema. We're going to watch, I think, 2 amazing movies that are incredibly back and forth. We're going to start with Fnatic versus D plus Kia, and then we're going into TL versus LNG. I mean, in terms of kind of storytelling, impossible passion and back and forth and chaos.
It has it all.
It should.
Absolute cinema. Believe in the show.
Yeah.
And GB, you know this. Like, both of these teams, you've lived it, especially from Fnatic's side.
I mean, definitely left side, we've felt that multiple times before. I mean, I already love this because the Twitter slogan the teams are going for as well. So I think this not only reflects what they want to prove here at the World Championship, but it also kind of reflects their playstyle. From Fnatic, it is absolute cinema. It's back and forth. It's a plot line you're not expecting. And I remember seeing the PGBs we had from the G2 series as well. If you remember back to summer finals, not season finals, but also a little bit, but summer finals specifically with
for people that have missed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a tragedy. This is Fnatic's 2nd seed. The LEC 2nd seed, that was a bad intro. I said it was a tragedy. This is LEC 2nd seed. Fnatic, Oscar Renan, Razork, Humanoid, Noah, and June. And we will talk a little bit more about kind of what our issues were with Fnatic, I feel like, this year, but we will also introduce LCK's third seed in D plus Kia with King and Lucid, Showmaker, Aiming, and Moham. And I think our trepidation comes from the fact that if Fnatic was 10% better in the entire year, they probably would have won one of the titles that they were in contention for. But in crucial games, they couldn't drive it home. And I feel like the same thing goes for D plus Kia in some of their games?
It's one of those things. I mean, you can see it on your screen right here that if you can't finish a game domestically, you have a lot of question marks when you start going into the international stage. Because when you play against the best of the best teams, they know how to salvage a bad early game and make sure you can win through great macro of... What are you doing with that? Great macro through mid to late game. But one of the things that you don't believe in suddenly is when there's a team that starts throwing these things. You need to be able to know how to close out a game when you're playing against the best of the best.
Yeah, and it's a frustrating one.
And that's the thing, like, you've already talked about it from Fnatic's side, how unpredictable they can be because they can get that early game lead, but everything else is a movie. Like, for me, watching in North America, I don't know what I can get out of a Fnatic versus G2 or Fnatic versus anyone for that matter. And for DK Plus, like for
D
me,
plus Kia.
it's a process for me. My brain's not working properly. But for D Plus, the thing for them is the same kind of storytelling.
Yeah.
They have incredible individual players. For me, Lucid has been so fun to watch. And, you know, Showmaker is as much of a playmaker as you can get. But then the leads they have, you just can't expect them to hold it.
No, that's the thing, because that one has kind of been the team in the LCK as well, where it's fallen apart in that mid to late game session. They've had some oopsies as well, where they're kind of just crab walking around, looking at their opponent, then we start a fight, oh, maybe it wasn't the best.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of fans coming into this game who's going to feel like Fnatic is going to get completely dumpstered. And they're definitely coming in as underdog against D+ for sure, but it's one of those things where D+ is not a perfect team either. They're a team that also has had some issues with the meta as it currently was at the LCK domestically. I think the hope for a lot of LCK fans, though, is that they are going to be more comfortable coming into the mid lane meta that's now happening with Lucid, who's already been a great jungler, surrounding Showmaker too. The 2v2 from the mid lane is going to be what I'm having my eyes on today, because I think it's going to be defining the series.
It absolutely is. I mean, I think Bot is also going to have something to say about it, but you did mention the meta, and we have to talk about Showmaker being back at Worlds and the fact that he had a pretty miserable time in the ADC meta, right? The return to kind of what he is known for could be a big boon for D+ Kia.
Yeah, I mean, he literally named his account Syndra. Like, he is ready for it, and you can already see both these teams are ready for it, walking on the stage as we speak. Hell yeah.
Let's watch the movie.
Boys, here we are for the cinema, for the show, movie stuff. Fnatic fans already loud. Nightshare taken to the stage. They look to defend on their home turf, up against DK. And no, not Donkey Kong, D+ Kia. Although they're also here to kick some tail.
I feel like you've been working on that.
I looked at the lyrics to the Donkey Kong rap. I was going to quote it more, but I was like, I don't know if this is the best.
I mean, this is the game I'm genuinely been the most excited about, which worries me a bit because I'm like, have I overhyped it? Because the expectation surrounding this is
would it be a movie if someone hadn't overhyped it?
Yeah,
would it be cinema?
That's true. It's a situation where you've got two teams that have incredible talent domestically.
Yes.
They've showcased that they've been able to compete with the best the region has to offer, but their macro is lacking. It results in messy barons, crazy side lanes, flip-flop dives. It's all sorts of chaos. And we think back to the summer season ending for Fnatic, the fact that they didn't get a single win against G2, and they definitely probably should have won that series. In contrast to D+ Kia, who recently had a nail-biter best of 5 against T1, and it was a spectacle, for sure. It was,
most certainly.
So that's the impression that people have of both of these organizations. And so I'm excited to see what, for the purpose of entertainment, I hope they haven't improved at all. But obviously, but obviously we want to see these teams get better. We want to see them adapting to the meta more, with mages returning into the mid lane. Obviously, the previous game was not a great indicator of that, and we're hoping that that doesn't set any precedent for the rest of the tournament.
And look, all I'm going to say is, I feel like the best version of both these teams has just been riding that mid-jungle 2v2.
Oh, yeah.
To closing out the game. And that doesn't always been the cleanest version, but like, you look at Showmaker Lucid, I feel like Lucid's just ready. to go. Showmaker's ready to go. And it's a similar story for Razork and Humanoid. Yes, Fnatic have tried playing towards bot lane. They tried a lot of other things. But I feel like the most effective version of this team is still when Razork and Humanoid are working together to build these massive leads. And have to see if that's what the strategy they're going to go for today is.
Now, naturally, the big elephant in the room is the contrast between the two AD carries. With Noah having struggling performances internationally, with and aiming looking incredible across the LCK summer season. He is a large part of why D plus Kia were even as in contention for those top spots. He's had so many solo carry performances. He's had some incredible games that you have to feel like that when it comes to the AD carry matchup, aiming is a heavy favorite coming into today's best of 1.
And we'll see, you know, Fnatic is a team that has been very defined by momentum for so much of this year, right? When they're in a good mood and in a good headspace, you can tell. They play much better with much more confidence.
Quick,
so the importance of this first one, and it's not a series.
Be back.
We have to play again tomorrow, and both these teams looking to start off 1-0. We're going to face the other 1-0 teams, get a bit of a lead early on. Falling down can be devastating. All it takes is a single upset when you're in that 0-1 bracket to be putting you in best of 3 elimination territory. For now, Vi, Ziggs, Orianna all banned away. Vi, you know, against Lucid, you gotta respect it. This man likes to go and gank. And Vi, the best champion to do so.
His 2 most played across his career, at least in Vi, right? And we've seen how effective Vi can be in the meta. The Aurora ban going to come through from Fnatic on the blue side. A little telling, but perhaps they don't want to prioritize it or not comfortable playing it. The respect being shown towards Razork with the Ivern taken away. How will D plus Kia round things out on their side? Skarner still available. Ash still available. Ezreal is something we've seen
right on time.
Especially when he's looking to try and play on the weak side and have more of a mid focus, depending on what this major priority is. It's going to be the smolder removal. We saw the impact that it had in the previous game.
Wait, what I missed?
We don't want to give Humanoid that possibility.
Yo, thank y'all for the like. I see y'all spamming. It has like a little like button.
We did see a few games of it from Humanoid throughout the season
on
yeah, and it was one of the big improvement points for Fnatic.
On
was it for a while? I felt like Humanoid wasn't the most comfortable on AD champions. Had very few options compared to the rest of the league, but had a fairly glow up on the Yone. Now going to be the prioritized first pick.
I made a strawberry banana.
Champion that everyone has high expectations
matcha
of.
spinach.
Early does mean giving over
smoothie. It is actually pretty good.
High priority. I'm going to say jungle pick, but technically a flex can be taken top lane as well.
Right now, D plus Kia.
I think the banana is so powerful. I can't really taste much else.
For them to want to first pick it is a surprise. The Narb line going to come through from D plus Kia. Now we know Oscar, he's no stranger to the Camille. It's a question of whether or not that's the direction they're thinking about. You're going to need some AP to come through somewhere for Fnatic. With Ziggs removed, it's unlikely to come from the bot lane, which means
I knew I needed the matcha and I needed the strawberry and the bananas to like make the smoothie. And then the spinach was just to be cute and healthy.
Fnatic sticking to a meta that was very familiar to them domestically. The Zyra was something
it shows on the schedule.
So far at the World Championship.
It's right before the Team Liquid.
I think it's still good. And they've built themselves a strong top side. There's the hover from Showmaker.
Are y'all ready for LCK's Rookie of the Year Worlds debut?
Really good for the Syndra, by the way.
Showmaker.
It's interesting because before
I got a little spring roll
too. US solo queue and named himself Syndra in an interview with Cryzen Esports was actually where he said, actually I think it's only good in like a couple circumstances and it's not that great. The E cooldown sucks. It's like really niche. Which kind of, but I'm not sure because that interview was so old if he has changed his mind and it's just like a jam Syndra all the time situation, or if you know, which is the true version of Showmaker.
I mean, we have to acknowledge at some point that Orianna is definitely clearly higher on the priority list and Syndra's definitely fallen to the wayside.
Oh, Lucid, my bad.
Initial expectations.
I don't know nobody.
Locked in.
I know Keegan.
A flex pick possibility.
I know Keegan.
For both Showmaker and aiming.
I don't know nobody on
going
DK.
In the direction of aiming, but we'll have to wait and see as the Ash ban now comes through from the side.
Razork used to be on Misfits when I was on Misfits, so
about not being super comfortable
maybe I root for Razork.
AD with an AP jungle. Also didn't fit Lucid, I think, the best. A guy who likes to be on these much more proactive playmakers. So would be a shame for him to come in on a new patch, at a new tournament, and have to go right back to ADs in the mid lane. We'll see though what they want to go
How
for.
tall are you?
Ash, Kalista, both the more lane dominant
I'm
options
6'3".
taken away.
Probably the ban now for Leona. So Fnatic is looking at something
I'm
like
6'3".
a Jhin Rel, probably.
But when I take my shoes off, I'm 5'6".
Maybe they're not enthusiastic about the Jhin going up against the Skarner. I wonder if they would consider something like a Jinx, but they need a way to start fights. We've already seen what can happen if you don't have that engage, and so far D+K aren't really lacking on that front with both the Skarner and the Nara available. They could lock in the Ralph for themselves. But there's Showmaker's LeBlanc. We talked about it as a potential ban, and he's gonna lock it in. Exciting stuff. He was able to have pretty
I don't think I have
impact on him in the game 5 against T1 to even qualify for the World Championship. It's a favorite.
How I come back and we got an Ezreal. Speak on it.
We'll see what he's
Speak
able
on
to
it.
do up against Humanoid on this Yone.
Yeah, I'm pretty tall.
Kaiser and Jhin are the two hovers right
I
now.
get told a lot. I have that like tall girl energy.
How much the Rel makes sense. You gotta remember though, that's an Ezreal and a LeBlanc, a lot of mobility. Maybe a Norlis with a little bit more lockdown would have made more sense, but instead they want this big AoE engage. They want that reliable way to start the fights, and it looks like they're gonna pair that up with the Kaiser.
Kaiser, interesting. Obviously, really good matchup into the Ezreal. Can't get in, but instead, Jhin.
They're debating, flexing between the two.
I mean, it's tough because you have so much upfront damage on this team that Jhin will feel really good if he can stay far enough out of position, if he can find access into the fights, but the Kai'Sa is much safer.
I like the Kai'Sa pick, yeah.
So instead, the Kai'Sa going to be the option here. Still has good poke, obviously, if they do want to go for the AP itemization choice. But Braum and Poppy are both really good into this composition.
Definitely are. There's a lot of dive on the side of Fnatic, and Braum can just make their lives miserable. And that's exactly what it's going to do. Paired up nicely with the Ezreal. It's a very safe defensive bot lane 2 versus 2. The idea behind picking Kai'Sa into Ezreal is that you can have a relatively
Oh my god, we're gonna
easy
hit
lane phase
30K.
to allow the Kai'Sa to scale up, get that early static shiv, have a little bit more wave clear. The problem points are going to be this mid lane matchup. LeBlanc versus Yone in the early game. LeBlanc is going to be able to have a lot of pressure.
Thank y'all for liking the live. I
It's going to get a
appreciate
little
y'all.
bit easier as Yone gets more items, especially once you're 3 on Yone. You become this monster side laner that really very few champions in the game can contest. But with this beefy frontline on the side of D+Kia in the Skarner and the Braum, this feels like a very difficult wall that Fnatic are going to struggle to break through.
Certainly, and I'm also concerned that if we end up in a situation where DK find an early mid-jungle advantage, Razork is going to be the one who suffers, because while Zyra packs a punch, most certainly very vulnerable to that Skarner LeBlanc. A single piece of CC hits her and very likely to get taken off the rift.
And
That said, early game. Sorry.
DK is LCK third string, right?
We talked so much about mid-jungle, now it's time to see if that's going to be the name of the game or if teams going to put their focus elsewhere.
And I want to remind viewers at home that
We going for Fnatic,
even
right?
though we've talked about our expectations are that we're looking for a chaotic game between these two
I am
teams.
actually
D+K are
like
still the favorites coming into
so
this matchup, right?
uninterested in this game. Like all the other games today, I'm so heavily invested. This one,
What are you saying?
I couldn't care less who
Do you
wins.
fall in the context of the LCK? And I'm looking forward. EU versus the LCK. EU started off rough up against BLG to start off the day.
Right now, the LPL has one up on us. Will the LCK also have one up on the LEC?
Let's find out. We're jumping into game. It's game 4 of the day. Fnatic versus D+Kia. I'm excited. You should be excited as well. I'm hoping we get a lot of brawls, a lot of fighting. Both teams making their way
Let's
out onto the rift, and already
go!
D+Kia making their presence known in the Fnatic bot side jungle.
And I like this. Overall, early contest on the Raptor spawn, knowing that Braum gives them the much stronger level 1. Can just get really aggressive, because what are Fnatic going to do level 1? Kai'Sa level 1? Yone level 1? Hard for them to stop DK from wandering in. No wards placed, however. Instead, just retreating to defend their own side of the map.
They started with 2 sweepers. Pings have come down from the side of Fnatic. Kingan's going to run face first into Oscar, or not. He's going to take the safe way around. A lot of pings.
Saw a moment ago at the top of your screen. The global power rankings powered by AWS. Fnatic at 13th, DK at 7th coming in here.
And here comes the lane swap through from Fnatic. Going to play it safe. Already jungle and support.
Yeah, TikTok Live is being weird.
Laner paired up. Razork going to start alone. Support going to go
I'm
into
gonna
the
have to
mid lane,
message
as
my
you'd expect.
TikTok
Top lane to top. I feel like
rep.
a broken record as I've now explained this every single game, but I'm going to keep explaining because if you just tuned in, expectations definitely interesting from the players' side.
Yeah, and Razor coming in with a lot of confidence when he spoke to Ashley at Horizon earlier. A medium amount of confidence. I think it might be a really Fiesta game. I'm not sure. We need to see. We're a new Fnatic. Hopefully we don't throw leads. And then he said, hopefully one more time. Which undermined, I think, a little bit the sentiment he was trying to say. But Fnatic aware of their own chaotic team, aware of
Hello, y'all. Welcome back.
And I think it is a similar story.
Sorry about that. TikTok ended my
We've now got the 2v2 mid setup.
TikTok stream.
Oscar and Noah trying to do damage, but again, you can see what 85%
Super sorry about that, y'all.
looks like. Those autos do not do damage to that tower.
What's crucial here is because Jun has been pushed underneath this tower, he's been denied the level 2. He's still one creep off it, I think, and Moham has access here. Gonna be playing a bit of spoiler. Jun saying if I can just get to the tower, 1 minion dies, I get level 2, the TP can come in from Oscar, he can catch that wave, we're chilling.
It's really awkward though because his aftershock was procced by him hitting the blast cone, I believe, onto Moham.
And here comes the TP.
Which means if anyone hits him, he is likely dead, but Oscar is here. Fury stacked.
He's going to tick over to level 3 off of this.
He's taking his time, waits to Q until he knows he's got it.
Jun is being denied
away.
so much XP. Here comes the dive.
Mark's there, concussive blows, making this dive easy as Oscar tries to make it out safety. Knock back into the wall is big. Ishtal's edge. Oscar still standing for now, though. King debating if he wants to go any bit further. The redive should just come through. Oscar
The
needs a bit more
4-man
time
bot
before he
lane
gets the
dives have happened every single game.
The boomerang still there. Q flash, not going to do much of anything. And Jun now in trouble. They tried to
They want more.
Taken down in the end.
Is he gonna live? Oh my gosh, freaking clean.
Great patience from D plus Kia and good management of the aggro from the tower as well. Razzle does finally arrive, but it's too late. No TP available for Oscar. Kingen gets 2 assists.
Wait, really,
1
Angel?
kill goes over to aiming as well.
That's dope.
And D plus Kia are just setting themselves up nicely to start off this game.
Bot lane in a nutshell, truly.
Not only are you the team not swapping, so it's easier for you to take plates, but you're able to make this dive happen.
Yeah, they get a lot of damage off onto Oscar to start off the play. Aiming does take tower aggro at the very end, but he's able to disengage. And then like, you see a nice little hop hit from Kingen. And combined with aiming, they're able to deal enough damage. And then Jun, he just doesn't have the cooldowns this early on into the game. Yeah, just very well played. They did their best to outplay. Oscar even committed the flash, but that's now a summoner spell down. We find ourselves back in standard lane matchups, but with D plus Kia having advantages across the board.
Noah and Jun got away from the first few levels of the lane at the very least, but I think the only silver lining of this all is aiming goes back, he buys a tier, he buys some components, but early itemization at least forcing Ezreal away from more combat stats. So it's not too much of a discrepancy in the 1v1, although he will be able to spam a lot more Qs. Need to keep our eyes as well on mid lane. Humanoid and Fnatic prioritizing this Yone very highly, but obviously partially due to the lane swap in the 2v2, as well as a difficult lane matchup. We just haven't seen anything from it quite yet. He's down flash and down TP, which is going to make things pretty difficult.
Yeah, Sharks made an interesting point where Humanoid is a player who's branded as someone that rises to the occasion of his opponents.
I'm doing well, Don. How are you doing? I'm a fan of DK opting to pressure bot side early because Noah's Kaisa is pretty cracked. Yeah.
And it's a difficult
I don't think Fnatic is
that was kind of the saving grace of
not a good team.
Inconsistencies in his performance.
But do I think DK just might be better?
You know.
So this first game will be
and Bo, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Catch underneath this tower is D plus Kia already going to secure that dragon, and unfortunately for Fnatic, they're a bit behind on the play. They don't have control over the mid wave, ready to set up for the grubs on the top side. They didn't commit for any type of swap. So while there's constant trades back and forth in the mid lane 1 versus 1, it's D plus Kia that maintain control over the map for now.
We'll have to see what these lanes look like once level 6s start to come through. Showmaker just getting his. Kingen pretty behind in terms of XP. Oscar going to get to a much faster level 6, but I imagine it'll be pretty difficult for him to leverage that spike unless Kingen oversteps here.
Humanoid going to commit to a base here, investing in early magic resistance to help weather the pressure as Lucid already starting off those grubs. Love the proactivity here. Remember that the Humanoid's gone back to base. Razork is alone.
I mean, Lucid, bit of a risky play overall, right? Fnatic got the reset first, his bot lane just now recalling, so the downside of kind of going for that gamble is that it's
all right,
easy for
TikTok,
Razork
I have
to walk in and take
messaged
two
my
away, but
TikTok
frankly,
rep
shouldn't have
to see
been
if
able
we
to
can
get
do
any of
something
them, so
about
an
TikTok
aggressive
taking
choice,
down
but
my
does at least
stream
pay off
during
a little bit.
Worlds.
Notice though that while all the chaos has been happening in the early game and D plus Kia have been able to find these advantages.
Who's the most broken support to you right
has just
now?
been power farming his way through the early game.
And already with that ultimate available,
I don't know if it's still Leona, but Leona is pretty annoying to play against in solo queue. I don't know if she has the same effect in
the
pro
idea was
play.
here you swap and then be in a position to secure the grubs, but because Lucid already started them, they're not really able to do that. The swap is going to be matched.
Have you been playing Samira after this last update? Yes.
Aiming.
Samira before the update, Samira seemed super OP, super broken.
Lead and the Sheen already secured.
Now, I lose every game with her. So, I don't know.
No objective on the map to play for at this stage. 7 minutes in, both Grubs and Dragon off the board means
Raka, yes. Is the smoothie giving matcha? I don't taste the matcha, no. I really just taste strawberry banana.
We'll get a bit better for Humanoid as he gets more attack speed and more magic resist, but for now, LeBlanc's still very much running the show.
As long as it gives me the same
you can see
effect,
there to support.
I don't even matter.
Commits.
And so far, nothing too crazy outside of that initial dive. D+K did a really good job of, you know, reacting to the lane swap as you're supposed to. Ultimately, when you get to that point of the dive, it all comes down to execution.
Samira, yeah.
They were able to
Chipotle or Popeyes for lunch?
In terms
Ooh.
of the other objectives, though, it's pretty even. Lucid now with the level 6
What would you get
himself,
from
as full
both?
clears continue to come across the board. Jun is clearing out a bit of vision on the top side as Showmaker gets a very nice trade. You're seeing in this early game how favorable it is.
Gets the flash out. Q3 there for Humanoid, does manage to lock it up. Jun immediate lockdown coming in as well. Showmaker, the clone is there. He's able to get out to safety just in time. Razork throwing down the ultimate, but hand delivered. Lucid bringing Jun back under the tower to punish.
Really nice outplay from the mid jungle of D+Kia.
Is Zyra jungle still T? I thought Zyra jungle got nerfed a bunch.
Quite get in range in time, which meant that he wasn't able to land that ultimate or that final Q onto Showmaker. They didn't have the damage, but then because Jun was pulled underneath the tower and the chains connected as well, the tower shots were enough to trade back the kill.
And what's frustrating there is that while Jun was there for the play,
She got nerfed,
that was a 2v3 where Fnatic had more members, and you can see now the price of that play is that Aiming and Mohan just get to get 2 plates.
Chicken bowl or spicy chicken sandwich,
He's going to need to
Popeyes.
reset soon. Only half his life bar remaining.
2 kills now for Lucid. This gun is going to become a very serious problem with the rate that he's being accelerated. Pushing the top side for
I wonder why
the
their
bot lane
synergy is so
of
good.
DK as they secure themselves a few more plates.
Lucid coming, can go through the wall. They don't really have good vision coverage. We'll know he's
You
coming
can
as soon
make
as he
anything
uses
work
the
if you
Ishtal's
love the
edge.
champ.
Shouldn't know a step up here at all. They'll be in trouble, but Razork is there to cover, crucially.
Samira doesn't feel as good with the new patch and the new items.
But surely,
But maybe I'm just playing her wrong.
DK just building lead after lead.
It just feels like I'm never able to like really do damage.
Going their way as well. The farm is just slowly starting to build up in their favor. And again, like it comes back to what we talked about in the regular season. DK, because they just have strong individuals, they are just good at building leads independently. You know, early game leads are something that they're not strangers to. It's the mid game where sometimes we see some questionable decisions, so to find themselves with a lead like this shouldn't come as a surprise. Ultimately, it's going to come down to their execution once they start moving out of the laning phase, when they start setting up around these barons, playing for the neutral objectives, and how well Fnatic can respond. Because truthfully, Fnatic's macro has been
My
one
belly
of the
is
biggest
full. I'm
question
ready
marks
to
them
watch
throughout the
League of
year.
Legends
Definitely
gameplay.
It can always be difficult when they fall behind. Noah
How
has
can you
finished the
counter
static, so we'll be
Skarner?
able to at least match a bit more the weight
Kill
that
him.
Aiming can bring to the table with his ultimate. DK setting up for their second Drake.
I think that's all I got.
Position to do so, but it will at least this time
What's going on,
be a
Golden?
trade as Fnatic are already on the top side and focusing down
Yeah, I
those
think that's all
grubs
you can do.
for the threshold again that really matters, and they'll be able to grab it. The question is, can they actually find advantages enough in these lanes to leverage that grub buff? The good news, Noah already top lane, already pushing, will force the TP out from Showmaker, but he needs to be careful. Showmaker has the tools to chase him down.
Now, I will acknowledge that I haven't been keeping track of the top laners because rarely do you in a
Yeah, gonna have to ban them.
matchup. Hang on, Lucid.
Lucid going in, has already locked up Humanoid. Humanoid wants to get out to safety. The ulti, though, hits a target, means he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Ignite still there, Lucid! Snipes him down with a rock.
You thought it would be Aiming that finds the Q connect, but by Jun blocking that projectile, he couldn't block the projectile from Lucid.
Holy Grail, I may see what you be seeing about this Lucid. Wait, you said Lucid is a rookie?
4-0 now, the kill score in favor of DK.
Wind back.
Nice snipe there.
Lucid is a
In good positioning
rookie?
as well to make sure that Humanoid could not use that ultimate to get out for free. DK now
This is his
transitioning
first
that pressure
year
topside.
playing
Showmaker
League of
already
Legends
pushing in.
professionally?
And this is such a comfort zone for DK. Lucid Showmaker having those individual leads now, extending their reach across the map. Razork is there trying to punish, but they don't really have a whole lot of follow-up damage. Humanoid now on the way, and he needs to get that Q3 ready to go. Razork still alive, standing behind the blue buff. Showmaker trying to finish off the first kill, and he'll do so successfully. Lucid gets a quick ulti off. Blast Cone is going to take him to safety. Oscar and desperate to get in here and get something back. Noah on the chase. Razork as well. Oscar, nice stun. Not sure if he has the slice dice cooldown
Did
yet.
Lucid just freaking
Guess is
live?
correct on which one's the real Showmaker. Root is there.
Oh no,
Showmaker
he's gonna
just dash
execute.
out to safety. 5 kills.
Are they really not going to get anything?
Is he gonna get the execute? Jun?
He actually gets the execute. That's 0 kills for Fnatic. Wow, I can't believe that's how it played out. DK, they're able to get the kill onto Jun.
Wait,
They're able to
am I a fan?
Without giving over anything.
Am I a fan?
3K now, the gold lead in the early game, and Fnatic are very quickly falling apart.
Aiming is just in the face of Noah and Jun 2v1ing. Completely unafraid. Humanoid
Am I a
catch
fan?
the wave on the bottom side. Hasn't even completed an item yet, but this is a terrifying position. Only Noah and Razork have completed an item.
Lucid
thus
and
far.
Thanatos
You've got
was supposed to be a
Luden's
DK main
Heartsteel
roster, but
on
Aiming
3 middle
didn't want to
members
play
of
with 2
DK.
rookies. That's why Thanatos came to C9.
It's a minute away
Wow. Is that toxic or is that strategic?
By just Lucid's presence being everywhere on the map. He's been involved in every single kill that DK have been able to find for themselves. They have a 2.5k gold lead, and it's just evenly
Like, is
spread
that-
across the map.
is that
Even
me?
Braum has a 600 gold lead.
Or
I don't think that one's important.
That one's less important, obviously, but Kingan, he is a full level
kind
down.
of
I wanna keep
strategic
track
because
of how he
Kingan
ended up
has
falling so far
definitely
behind,
carried
but
DK.
ultimately, he's still going to have value and relevance with these fights coming up. And also,
Do
we already
pro
talked
players
about
hate
connecting up against
rookies?
the Braum. It's going to be very difficult to play.
Like, I get it. They need
Especially with
time to
how
build up
strong
synergy and,
Lucid
like,
is,
you know,
this
get their
front
feet
line is
wet,
gonna be so
right? But
difficult for Fnatic to find their way past.
And concussive blows.
Is that me?
It's just so difficult to play against for any champion that wants to dive. You can't dance
2
around
rookies is a
auto
lot.
attacks. You will
It
eventually
is.
get
It
stunned no matter
is.
what you do. As Humanoid uses Soul Unbound back, Q3.
But, like, what about
Tried to set up
Lucid?
some
Lucid
control on the
looking
bottom side of the
amazing.
map, but you can see in the mid lane, Noah slowly getting pushed in, aiming with a pretty clear range advantage.
You wouldn't want that either.
Jun and Razork debating if they want to go for a play here. Some resources burned on Mohan. Is that now Noah trying to start things off with aiming, but there is Lucid waiting, trying to hand deliver. Noah flashing over to get the kill, at least gets the 1-for-1. Wow, a heavy commitment
Okay,
from
1-for-1.
As he does end up trading 1-for-1 in the mid lane, and Lucid not been there. Maybe
Dude, they're so freaking scrappy, though. Did you see that? They were like 2 cats, just like... That was my reenactment. Dude, look at the lane economy snapshot. Oh my gosh.
See here in the
Oh my gosh, dude. That is so bad.
side of D+. Kia,
Holy moly.
back, but again, getting impact out of
What
this
the
Renekton
actual
will be
heck?
Strikebreaker. It's going to be tough. Hopefully he'll be able to stick to those targets as okay,
That's
just
mad
continue that
tough.
topside threat.
That's mad tough.
They only have 1 grub, but still putting so much pressure down.
Lucid is an outlier. See what I mean? Noah Kaisa too much.
To expectation setting, right? We
Down.
talked about how
You
DK
can't-
should
you
come in as
can't
the
blame 'em.
favorites. Yeah, and we talked about how while they can be a chaotic team,
Great
so far,
reenactment.
this
Thank
game
you.
has largely been very clean.
I've been really channeling my Broadway
The thing Chronicler said is
moment.
if you want to understand if DK are winning the game,
I still have
the most
faith
common
that
version
Fnatic can
is
do something.
mid-jungle 2v2 domination. And
I'm not
that
counting
has
them out
basically
just
been
yet.
The game so far is take a look back at this sequence. Was a pick on side. This was during the Noah 1v1.
That was
Humanoid
good.
Was at least able to grab that kill on a Mohan.
A valuable and much needed kill as well, as Fnatic continue to fall further and further behind. They set their sights on the mid lane. Razork getting zoned
Has
now.
T1 already
Razork has
played?
to win.
Yes.
Showmaker now
T1
chasing.
has played and lost.
bit of
That
damage
does
back
not
from
mean they
Razork.
are
This is
eliminated.
the
It
change,
just
which means
means
that
they
Razork just
lost
barely gets
today.
away with his life, but the mid tower still goes down. Humanoid secures the top tier 1, but DK, they're not going to slow down here. They still have the Herald, and they want to put some pressure down onto this tier 2, especially given that Razork zoned
Shut
away right
behind,
now.
But they don't have any damage. I think that's just a bit of a fake trying to get DK to back off. They'll take their time. Aiming will knock down the tower.
And now with the push in bot, they can smoothly rotate over to the Dragon. This is going to be the 3rd one of the game. Humanoid is going to try and keep his pressure into the top lane as Kingan commits the TP to try and stop him.
Knock up there from Humanoid, well timed on the TP. Now TP's more coming in from Fnatic. It's going to be 2v2 on the top side. Oscar is here as well. They're trying to lock up Showmaker, trying to get as much damage down as possible. Oscar tanking the tower, but he just gets deleted. Now Humanoid is going and trying to get Showmaker, but he can't get anything done. Mo, I'm here to interrupt. Oh, that's not good for Fnatic. Q3 back at the very least gets a kill, but they can't finish. finish off Showmaker. The tier 2 at least will drop, and the Dragon falls. In the meantime, it's chaos.
Yes, Dracos, yes it is. This is what we've come to expect from Fnatic. They know that they're not in a position to contest the Dragon, so instead they go for
the FlyQuest coach responded,
TP's in to help defend that top tower,
and I'm asking him to explain why everyone is lane swapping in Worlds, because we don't understand why.
But they just don't quite
So
have the damage.
we will get an
Instead,
answer
Oscar loses his life.
shortly.
They still are able to kill Kingen because Razork and Jun are able to make their way up towards the top side. Ultimately, they get the
that
top
sounds
tower, but they still
fun,
find
going to
themselves about
Worlds.
2.5, nearly 3k cooldown.
Other than SKT, who are you rooting for?
Now DK are on
I am rooting for.
Yes, which is very
And
terrifying.
we're not even 20 minutes in.
Yeah, against LeBlanc and Ezreal.
I'm rooting
also
for
double scary.
BLG. I'm rooting for T1. I am rooting for Top Esports because I really do like Jackie Love. I'm rooting for Team Liquid, obviously. I'm rooting for HLE, FlyQuest. I like GAM, and I also like G2. So really, there's not a lot of teams I don't like.
Fnatic trying to find
There's not a
somewhere
lot.
to play. Humanoid once again sent out to a side lane is Fnatic classic, but Showmaker ready to try and punish him. Blast cone over, dash in, immediate dash
I'm doing well,
back,
ET. How are you? What's
they're
going on,
just dancing around each
Kitty?
other. Lucid there to support in case Showmaker wants to
If
go in
I
front of the
root
trade.
for all of the
Blade is a
teams,
huge
I
spike
can't be
for
upset.
Yone.
It's
Thing is,
strategic.
Lucid is here to cover with Moham right behind him.
You really have to try hard to be unlikable. Yes. The only team I am rooting for to lose is PSG.
But Lucid continuing his strong jungle
PSG
coverage.
can go home
Sure, he's
today
behind in
if
farm,
they
but
really
in terms
wanted
of
to.
impact on the map, he has just been absolutely
Bye.
everywhere. Stealing away this
Bye
quad,
bye.
knows he should be safe to do so as Showmaker continues to push in that top wave. Yeah, Oscar's
Yeah,
found a nice
these
push
two
in bot,
teams,
but that level lead that he had
I don't know,
earlier
I
is
kind of like
completely
Lucid
disappeared.
now. Homeboy killing it, so.
if we
The
just take a
NA
look at the
Slayers,
vision
like why do they call them the NA
it's almost
killers?
nothing. You can see
Like,
question mark pings out a little bit on the bottom side.
watch
They know
PSG send
Showmaker's here,
TL
they
home.
assume Lucid is
Deadly,
here, but they
I
don't
think
really
I
have
would
that concrete information. So
legitimately,
really
do you hear
push
me?
much further than this until his team's here to
Legitimately
support and clear out
cry
some of that base.
if that happened. That would be the saddest day of my freaking life. Oh my gosh, I would be so sad. Holy moly. So all of the teams are playing today. Team Liquid, or not Team Liquid. All of the teams are playing today. BLG, MDK, Top Esports, T1 have already played. They're all of the games are best of one. We're not seeing any series. We're only seeing best of ones today. Nobody is eliminated today. You must lose 3 games in order to be eliminated. This is day 1, so nobody can get eliminated today.
This 2-item spike for Razork can be very devastating in fights. Rylai's absolutely disgusting item on the Zyra. Certainly simplifies a lot of the CC.
T1 lost
for the
today.
side of Fnatic, makes it easier for
Team
Humanoid to
Liquid
follow
is
up. Maybe that
next.
is something they can
Yes.
leverage to try
Very
to
excited for
find
the Team Liquid game.
better or more
But
favorable
they're
fight.
going up against LNG, which is LPL's second string.
As well. I mean, this Ezreal is spiking so hard right now as well. That's one of the most concerning things. I think Noah's still quite a ways off, quite a ways away from the Rage Blade.
And it's really tough to play this one out because even if you do get that Rage Blade, right, Moham is there, and you're in such a lead for the side of DK that he really can just save that Unbreakable for when Noah does decide to go in, or Razork tries to burn all those cooldowns. 2 items for Yone is a big break point. Stride Breaker is an incredibly strong item on this patch. Maybe that is enough, but so far this game, DK have really just been
Yeah, I'm
running the
sad
show,
that Team Liquid lost
and
today
have not been
too.
able to find a fight
Let's
that's very
see.
favorable for them at all.
Right now, Fnatic are prioritizing enabling Humanoid to farm on a side lane, which on the one hand is fine, but Dragon's a minute away. You got to be shifting your perspective towards that objective. You cannot afford to give Soul over towards a LeBlanc and an Ezreal. Their poke damage is just too much. I'm sure Humanoid is desperate to get enough gold to complete his second item. You can see the Rage Blade now finish for Noah, which is a good upgrade.
If Humanoid can get the item, complete the Stride Breaker
Team
before
Liquid
the
hasn't
fight,
played
they're
yet.
essentially on even footing in terms of item completions. That is what matters. Item completions, ultis, XP relatively close. This would be the closest fight that Fnatic have had access to all game, but
with
they
30
also
seconds,
need to get set up.
And they have no setup right now.
But they do have items.
True. Okay, is that the Stride Breaker completed?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Okay, so this is what they were waiting for. They're now going to be, I mean, it's the best circumstance to try and take a fight, but now they've got to make their way into the river, which is going to be no easy feat.
They were always going to be at a disadvantage. They had to choose between setup or itemization. They chose setup. So fighting through this choke point will be tricky, especially with Showmaker just lingering, constantly harassing.
Oh, I think LNG is LPL's third string.
Razork needs to be ready to go over the wall. Objective getting lower and lower. Remember, this is sole point for the side of DK. Lucid still in the area. 2K getting lower. Razork gets it! A crucial steal. The rest of the team now just getting out. They got what they came for. Humanoid has to be careful. Quick ulti back to safety.
Oh, they trying to run.
They do not want any other part of this fight.
Okay, they made it out.
They don't want to overstay their welcome. It looks like that the title of Jungle Steel King still holds true for Razork domestically. He was always happy to take those fights. Of course, DK, they recognize what they can still do on the map. Good chip damage onto this tier 2 in the bot lane. Oscar can't afford to overextend here as the rest of D+ Kia are shifting their attention towards the topside river. They still have Smite available
This one on Strawberry.
and they're just not
Who won the T1 game? Top
pressure
Esports.
down onto Fnatic, forcing them to overstay a little bit.
Huang, thank you for the
giving DK
follow.
the opportunity to reset and get back out onto the map.
And it's good that we're early in the game for the side of Fnatic because Oscar showing on the bot wave.
I'm rooting for Lucid personally. He is pretty good. I am quite impressed with the Lucid gameplay.
To burn through that health bar quickly would take quite a lot of time.
This is the third game of the day. This is the fourth game of the day.
Across the board,
there are 8 games being played today. All of them are best of 1.
Not too much more advantage. Their 2K gold lead is very spread out, really aiming the only one with a significant individual lead. And this has turned into a
T1's game was pretty quick. Not gonna cap.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Fnatic is the lead hasn't grown bigger, right? DK haven't successfully been able to convert it into any additional objectives outside of the ones that they were able to secure in the early game. They've done some good damage onto that bot tier 2, but ultimately they are still in a better position. Their mid tower still stands strong. It's not going to be an easy siege for them, especially with the low range champions of Yone and Kai'Sa. So they're going to need to find a fight or some type of advantage in order to really knock that tower down. You'll see the DK are always first on that mid-wave as Humanoid going for a bit of a trade here.
Getting incredibly aggressive. Quick soul unbound right as the Mega Gnar comes through. Stops Kingen from using that Gnar if they do want to fight here, but again, there's no objective to fight for. Flash out from Kingen is nice. Slow there from the Rylai's means Lucid can't really approach. They're being herded into the bottom side, and meanwhile on the top lane, you've got Showmaker pushing that tower.
You might hear your voice in a Lucid TikTok edit or something. I'm
But
dead.
it's an interesting dynamic where Kingen in the extended fight can't really contest Humanoid either.
You're so silly.
The great thing about this Yone is he does scale exceptionally well. He's an
Oh,
absolute menace
true,
to deal with
real.
in the side lane.
I hate T1 today. They had advantage and they threw the game over the blue buff.
Yeah, the sustain,
I mean,
the dash on the Q3,
it's the first
ability
game. Like, you gotta just let them warm up. They gonna get into the mix. They gonna vibe.
Kingen certainly does
As much as I love T1 though,
Showmaker's definitely never
like,
gonna die to Humanoid. That's
I
for sure,
love
unless
being
you fully
delusional,
convince
but I'm also gonna keep it 100% with you. I do not see T1 winning Worlds this year, but I do think they'll make it out of Swiss at the very least.
Still ready to fist fight for this setup. Lucid will win that Smite fight.
This is the first games of Swiss stage. This is the main stage. What we were watching previously to this week was called play-ins. So everybody was fighting for a chance to be on the main stage. Today is the day 1 of main
Showmaker
stage.
is much closer.
Both teams.
Exactly, Van. Exactly. Also, hello, Van.
First one of Worlds is incredibly valuable. LEC's second seed versus the LCK's third. Of course, I think if you'd ask many, they were not expecting T+ Kia to be the
Right,
third seed.
and no, T1 is not out. Ooh, that's a dark Baron. There is no wards in top side.
Nice to have that long-range poke tool to give them
Yes,
at
this
least a
is
little bit of
Worlds.
information.
Who do you think is gonna win this match?
You're right, DK. I think
DK.
maybe undue hesitation.
What
if
does
they had
the D
perfect
stand
information,
for?
they would have realized
I know
they probably
it's
could force that
something
down.
Kia.
The thing is,
Donkey Kia.
Dragon spawns in a minute.
True.
So the worst case scenario is no one gets the ban,
Disco
right?
Kia.
But you've lost a lot
Dom
of
1.
HP, and now Fnatic,
Dang, I was so
because you're in
close.
the river, have better position over mid, giving them access to the dragon.
I was actually
so they
very,
can't
very
contest it.
close.
So,
T1
they
will
fished
play
and they
again
said, you know
tomorrow.
what? This isn't
And I'll be
safe
able to
enough.
give you the
Instead, we're gonna go
schedule
back to base,
tomorrow. They're
set up
going
for the
to
dragon,
draft
spend what gold we can. Fnatic's in a similar position where they want to spend as
the
much as they
games
can.
tomorrow, or tomorrow at the end of
Jumps.
today's stream.
Does have the TP.
But the mid-wave control is just consistently in the favor of D plus Kia.
Worlds is being held in Europe, so currently they are in Berlin, and then they're going to go to London next. No, that's a lie. They're going to go to Paris next for quarterfinals and semifinals, and then finals will be in London.
You can see that control ward and the brush and the mini map at the bottom of your screen does mean that Kingen
Yep,
always has a
I'll be
TP
here
flank angle. No
early,
rage, however.
top of the morning, 4 a.m. tomorrow.
Fnatic again trying to take away this objective. Lucid miles away. They just need to burn this down now. Well played from Fnatic. They can secure this. DK, if they don't find the fight, that's big. Now instantly the follow-up coming in from Humanoid. Soul unbound, gonna find free on the knockup. Can snap back instantaneously.
Wait.
That's the power of the pick. Noah goes in right after him. A perfect 1-2
Wait,
punch
he's still alive. He's still alive.
Out of nowhere, Fnatic
Wait.
find a massive fight. They shut down
Whoa,
the bot lane of D
wait,
plus
this
Kia.
Noah guy.
There's a potential Baron on the cards. The fight that
This
they needed,
Noah
they're able to
guy.
find off the back of Humanoid with a great ultimate.
Fantastic engage. Jun and Humanoid together. Noah following now, though. They're trying to up the pace of the game. This is where it starts to get busy. Showmaker, can they turn this one back to the power of the Yone? And this fight is huge. Shut down there. Humanoid starting to look
What's
like a
going
monster.
on?
2v1 the solo laners on the side of DK while his team finishes the objective. Flash back to safety.
Oh,
Showmaker wants to finish the job.
Humanoid.
now in trouble. And the Baron still tearing through his team.
I mean,
as
it's
Showmaker and Kingen
4v3, but it's really 4v2 because Brahma's in base.
these angles. Jun coming over the wall.
No way Keegan steals this. No way Keegan steals this. No way. No way. No way. Yeah.
Taken by Raz, the secure is there, but now Kingen going mega. Kingen trying to finish the job. Ezreal ult in the midst of it all. But now it's Noah versus Kingen, and Noah gets the fight.
This is the chaos we were waiting for. Absolute cinema delivering as Fnatic find the Baron. But what did it cost them? All 4 other members.
My freaking brain, bro. What?
Tries to go for 2v1 and he just can't win that.
What
Kingen
is
able to
going
get the
on?
Mega Nut, connects the jungler into the wall along with the support. Oscar gets
What
killed
a
by the
Ezreal
snipe.
ult, honestly.
I mean, I think it was the Zyra that had enough burst to actually take out Showmaker at the very end.
Look
there.
at all of those like little embers.
The coaching staff is stressed. And that was a situation where I really think the Humanoid was feeling himself a little too much. And he
Oh
oversteps,
my
but the Baron
gosh,
is secured,
insane.
and now the gold is
Who are you rooting for? I honestly don't care who wins.
We'll look back.
I'm not
that
gonna lie to
play
you.
will be very heavily decided by whether or not Fnatic win this game. If they win this game, you know, respect the Humanoid for having the gusto to go for
No,
it.
that's crazy,
Of
Holy.
the previous fight, but you have to give credit for Humanoid for
Here you
finding that
doing?
incredible ultimate at the bot side.
Yes,
River,
T1 already
setting up the
played,
rest of
and they
Fnatic for a
lost,
huge teamfight win.
but they are not eliminated.
But this is the beauty of both these teams. And now that we enter a state where no one has a clear advantage, itemization is largely
Wow.
equal across the boards. Oh, nice damage coming out from
Noah getting
Showmaker.
chunked. Lucid on the way in.
And you've got 3 members of Fnatic just sieging onto mid, not really making much progress. Jun now in an awkward position as Humanoid continues to push in bot.
And this is kind of the range advantage we talked about, right? It's very easy for aiming and Showmaker to get down a little bit of poke. Showmaker might have to eat some damage on the way in to get it down, but still good work thus far. TP bot
Are
side, quick
commentators
ulti
supposed to
from
be
Humanoid, bit of
unbiased?
extra
I
movement
believe
speed now,
so.
but knock back into the wall, Lucid. Should just be a quick kill pick up here. Nowhere for Humanoid to go. Excellent pick to just further disrupt
But I think
the
both of
potential
the
this Baron from
commentators
Fnatic.
are from LEC.
Just a
So
big
there's
misplay.
going to be an
The rest of his team is
obvious little
disengaging from
bit
mid, and
of
he
bias
walks
towards
through his
them.
bot side jungle. He pushes a wave that he shouldn't have pushed. And Humanoid needs to lock in for the sake of Fnatic because this Baron, even though
Always
they're able
a
to
region
secure it,
bias,
all it
yeah.
ultimately does is neutralize the game. They're not able to convert it. They
Doing
would have
good
loved to be
enough.
able
Thank
to
you for the
unlock
follow,
this mid
love.
tower. It gives you so much more access into the enemy jungle. But instead,
Wow.
yes.
They've grown a little bit, that's for sure.
All right, well, you can't say that it's not a banger. Whatever else you want to say about this game. It is a 300 gold Baron power play, Red Bull Baron power play, excuse me, which means they've lost about 1,100 gold since they got that Baron, which does make sense because everybody on their team died, except for Noah. They're now really just trying to leverage those last
Do you
few
get
seconds of
and
Baron
do
and power
anything
minions
for
to
the
push it
follow?
mid, but it doesn't work. Mid lane tier 1 is still up, Betty.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, Holy Grail.
You know what's good for Fnatic? Again, where this is the silver linings for Fnatic cast.
Well, just for context, D plus Gear is still
It is a very messy
It's still
game.
great. If they, all it takes is one Drake to go in their favor and this game's over.
Ooh.
That was close.
And again, we have a situation where it looks very likely that DK are going to be first on objective setup.
Yes.
And Fnatic are going to have to walk through
I still don't know how that's allowed. Like, how are you able to get damage off and it visibly goes off? Like, that chain visibly connected. How are you able to do that, but they still get the back off?
How little Fnatic can really see. And that's a dangerous position
Right, Dasher. That's all it was. I am from Atlanta, Georgia, but currently I am in Los Angeles.
Too much for it. Ooh, I say that Showmaker with great damage.
Kicking up to the side as well.
Rifa, were you here for last game? Because last game was a snooze fest.
Keeps his eyes locked on this tower.
They finally secure it, but it's still D plus Kia that have control over the Baron. Admittedly, Braum lost a decent amount of HP. Oscar, though, continues to get chipped away from him. He needs to go back to base, TP back into the fight. He needs to go urgently. No deep wards really. Oh, there's one in the tri-brush at the bottom. It's
just
being
soloing
pinged.
the objective. Jun has no HP.
Showmaker is doing so much work in the river.
Okay, I have an explanation for...
Razork is about to just get one shot by Showmaker here. He's forced to throw down the ultimate. Will not get into the pit. That is Infernal Soul. And now this fight went from bad to worse. But instantly, they finally engage. They pull the trigger, and maybe it'll be enough. Lucy with an excellent ultimate.
Okay, one down on both sides. DK aiming, running for his freaking life. Not gonna live because Noah is just him. Oh my god. This Noah guy kind of eating down.
The whole team had been chunked out, that they didn't have the HP to contest. D plus Kia still secured the soul, but it's Jun with an incredible ultimate to engage, followed up by Humanoid that's set up for the fight. So the TP comes in from Oscar. Look at the damage from Showmaker. Razork can't get into the pit. The soul is secured. Jun on no HP goes in, gets a 3-man ulti connect. Noah immediately follows up. Humanoid follows up. They force aiming out of the fight. And while Razork does fall, the chase comes through from Noah. He's able to get a snipe with the W. And he walks away with a triple kill. We talked about how coming into this game, eyes were going to be on the AD carry matchup, and Noah is showing up today.
I mean, he persevered through what was a pretty difficult early game, all things considered. Humanoid, though, still bringing in so much damage, doing so much work in those moments, and you could see aiming. While he is strong, all things considered, in terms of itemization, it's so hard for him to play fights once any piece of CC hits. Once he's marked it all by Noah, he really just runs out of space.
Fnatic now find themselves staring down a soul. Of course, they're going to be feeling a lot more confident with more items coming through, nearly full build for Noah. The Baron spawning. It's Fnatic's first time really this whole game gaining vision control over DK's side of the map. Showmaker, oh my goodness, just look at the damage.
HP.
The Baron being started by Fnatic.
This is very confident, but Humanoid and Oscar should shred through this quite quickly. Noah as well.
But Showmaker's damage is too scary.
Healing now coming in. They're forcing out the early ultimate. They managed to lock up Jun. The follow-up engage is still going to be there. Humanoid still finding multiple.
Okay, Fnatic got the Baron.
So much work, but all of DK is grouped up into a death ball, looking to finish these kills. Noah goes golden. Noah trying to flash out. Blast Cone just knocks him straight into the air.
Showmaker at the back.
By Showmaker on the side.
Oh my gosh, Showmaker eating those up.
Disaster for Fnatic as they're getting run down. King
they keep getting the Baron, but they keep dying for it. Oh my gosh.
The Baron costs them everything.
Everything.
Oscar's the only member still alive.
Yeah.
That was a massive overforce from Fnatic. And with these death timers and a
like, is it worth getting Baron to lose your Nexus?
Oscar has to delete this wave.
I'm always going to say no. Yeah.
But if he steps up at all, he dies.
Yeah, he can't die. If he dies, that's the game. Got 10 seconds.
I don't think he can hold this.
I don't think he can hold it, y'all. They got the Baron, but they lost their Nexus. That's it. Wow. Fnatic looked good, though. They were putting up a huge fight. They have to stop going for those Barons.
A crazy back and forth.
Wow, I thought they were gonna have that, honestly.
I don't even know what to say about that one. Yone looks very good. Great moments, questionable moments.
That's kind of crazy.
From us here at the Cash Desk. Let's send it back over to the AD to break that one down.
Thank you so much. We promised you absolute cinema.
You got it.
Or, yeah, I forgot.
Believe in the show. Believe in the show.
Or believe in the show.
You didn't believe.
We got both of of it, and it was really
That's
interesting to see how the
crazy.
things we said that were going to make this interesting is that we have two teams who, once they are in control, cannot keep that control and steer it into a victory. And
Yo,
we
thank you
saw
so
that
much
from
for the
DK,
follow,
from D plus Kia,
Oaklib.
and we
Okay,
saw it from
so
Fnatic, and
I have an
the final fight,
explanation
GB.
Yeah, for sure.
on lane swaps
fight was
from the
definitely-
FlyQuest coach.
It was a bit of a yikes.
He
It
said
felt like it already
that
looked a bit dire,
when
but as soon
there
as Noah's
are
ulting into that one, it's
champions
definitely a rough one.
like
But I will say,
Cassante,
I was saying at the start,
who
while
have
watching the
like
game,
a stronger
Fnatic
laning
can't
phase
throw
where
if
they can
don't have the
survive
lead.
like
So for a
tower
lot of
dives and
time,
stuff like
They
that.
didn't have a lead, right? But then the problem
And
actually
then
became
on the
they
other
got a
team, they
lead,
have
and then
someone
suddenly
like
when they had a
Nar,
lead, they started throwing,
who
but then
has
DK
a
got
weaker
lead,
laning
and then
phase.
it was really whoever had the
They
lead really didn't want
opt
it.
It was really
to
tough, and a lot of it for
switch
me was just
the
how often
ADC
Yone
to
was
the
getting
side
picked and
where
played.
the top laner has a weaker laning phase
It
and
was
punish
really tough
them
for him to get
out of
of this
getting like
situation.
CS, XP, and farm.
He doesn't.
Because they know that the Cassante, if they are to send the one person bot lane, he can survive like tower dives and still get XP, still get farm. That's the understanding that I got from it.
Are predisposed to say lol Noah.
There were a lot of other words that were said.
Yeah, for sure.
So maybe I can break it down in the next lane swap that we see. But I don't know top lane matchups. Like I don't know if certain top laners have certain like early games.
How whack that early game looked from Fnatic, right? But it's still the same trigger point that happens in that late game. Humanoid was out with Solar.
You're only as good as your last fight. I'm sorry to say it. And you're on the world stage, so it has to be pixel perfect.
To
If
me,
you're
it
on
was
world
simply
stage, you
about
gotta
they
be
had
killing
the
it.
lead, first of all, and then Baron. I will talk about it afterwards.
Talk about it later. We won't. It's Showmaker standing by in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back to the stage for the first victory of D plus Kia, and I have Showmaker with me to talk about this one. Thank you so much for joining me after this game. It was a complicated one, even though you had an early lead. What happened mid-game? And also, what do you think of the damage distribution in your composition? Because it felt like you were not dealing enough damage in the end.
승리 정말 축하드리고 인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다. 하지만 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데 비록 시작은 굉장히 좋았고 초반에 이득을 많이 봤지만 사실은 경기를 끝내는데 굉장히 오래 걸렸던 것 같고 좀 경기가 굉장히 복잡하게 흘러갔습니다. 오늘 경기 어느 점이 좀 까다로웠는지 그리고 오늘 조합을 봤을 때 좀 딜량 분배라든지 좀 딜이 좀 모자랐던 것 같아요. 오늘 조합적으로는 어떻게 보시나요?
확실히 저희가 초반에 많이 리드한 것 치고는 좀 중반 단계에서 용 관련해서 실수가 좀 나와가지고 되게 힘들었던 것 같고 딜 관련해서는 저희가 사실 사거리가 더 길기 때문에 뭐 크게 생각하진 않았던 것 같아요.
I mean, for sure, we were having a lot of lead early on, but I think we were struggling a lot in the mid game, especially we had a lot of mistakes happening around the dragons. But I was not too concerned about the damage because I think we were able to easily outrange them, so it was not a big deal.
All in control here. When I think of the Worlds trailer video, you were saying 2019 was my first Worlds. I'm such a different player now. What changed mostly for you, Showmaker, in all these years?
그리고 오늘 월드 티저에서 이제 19년도에 뜨는 나의 첫 월드를 치렀는데 나는 이제 정말 많이 성장했고 좀 다른 선수다라고 말씀하셨어요. 어떤 변화를 좀 경험했다고 볼 수 있을까요?
이제 수많은 대회들을 많이 하면서 좋은 성적을 낼 때도 있었고 안 좋은 성적을 낼 때도 있었는데 그런 뭐 여러 가지 경험들을 해보면서 좀 더 인간적으로나 프로 게이머적으로나 성장을 많이 한 것 같아서 그런 말씀 드렸던 것 같고 실제로 자신감도 있어서 앞으로 기대해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
Throughout the numerous experience at multiple events, I was able to thrive, but also sometimes I was struggling and I was not able to success. And that experience helped me mature so much as a human and also as a professional player. So I have grown so much and I'm very confident heading into this world.
All right, Van.
So
Have a great
talking
rest
about
of your
this
day.
confidence, your name on the EUW server is Syndra. You are Syndra in 2 of Riot's music videos. Are you the best Syndra at World, Showmaker?
지금 유럽 서버 솔랭닉도 신드라고 이제 월드 뮤비 2편에서 신드라로 등장을 하셨잖아요. 내가 셋째 신드라다 말씀하실 수 있을까요?
Yes.
Love the confidence.
Last question that I have for you is that I remember that last time you were in Europe,
Yes, it's crazy.
you talked about the UW server as some villains inhabiting that server. I know you had an awful time. Has the server been treating you nice this time? How is solo queue for you?
지난 유럽 월드 하실 때 이제 유럽 서버에 빌런들이 있다라고 하셨는데 이번 솔랭 경험은 좀 어떠신가요?
아직 몇 판 해보진 않았지만 네, 벌써부터 너무 많이 반겨주셔가지고 네, 너무 기쁜 것 같고 네, 수많은 네, 유저분들 빨리 만나러 가고 싶습니다.
I didn't really get to play a lot of solo queue games so far, but there were some welcoming me already, and I'm excited to say hello to all the users out there in EUW solo queue.
Stay tuned for Showmakers Solo Queue Adventures. Thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on winning your first game. Jisun, thank you again for the translation. And we will be back for Game 5 right after this.
Next up, guys, is Team Liquid. I gotta change. I gotta put on my Team Liquid jersey.
He's able to get out to safety just in time. Throwing down the ultimate,
He must support Team Liquid. Team Liquid! Oh my gosh, my headband is falling off. He said, yes. Do you have a Team Liquid Faker jersey? No, I just got this one.
Oscar dead, wave gone,
Let's go!
base gone. DK a bit back and forth there for a few moments, where they'll close this game.
All right, outfit chain complete. Let's go, Liquid! Let's go! Yeah! Yeah! All right, Team Liquid, please, like, I am literally on my knees. Do not embarrass me, please. Please do not embarrass me out here, okay? I'm like begging you. I am literally begging. Moments before disaster. No, like, please. I remember watching a video where a Russian player, not from League of Legends, told the translator, just make something up, I don't care. He said this in response to being asked to say something inspiring to the Chinese players. I don't remember exactly which game it was. That's crazy. What did the translator say? Oh, I'm not kneeling for any man, but I'm begging them to not embarrass me today, okay? I'm like, please. That gotta sit up now. No, like, now is the time. Now is the freaking time. I want a freaking Team Liquid, like, flag. I'd say, sir, I get paid to translate, not improv. Talk about it. I need to know how Secret Lab pillows work on a plane. Oh, they work fantastically. I don't take this one. I have another one, but yes, love taking it with me. Absolutely. 48-hour flight is insane, by the way, brethren. Absolutely insane. Team Liquid, please, baby. Like, I'm begging, at least put up a fight the way that Fnatic did. Don't throw trying to take Barons, okay? But the way Fnatic put up a fight against DK, valid. I am locked in for Liquid. That's what I'm talking about, Cynical. 48-hour flight is low-key just flying around the whole globe. No, like, where are you going? The moon? It's a 2-day flight overseas. I have a layover for 3 hours. That's why it's 2 days. So you have a layover for 3 hours and that's it? Everything else, you're in the air? I don't remember, but honestly, it's such a disgrace. I think people like that should be excluded for such statements. Of course, the translator said something appropriate. That's crazy. If I was in that situation, like say I'm translating and I'm like, say something inspiring to the Chinese fans or whatever, and they're like, just make something up, I would probably make something up and be like, he said, always chase your dreams. Like I would say, I would have to. That would throw me for such a loop. Best League of Legends song. I think we'll go through and watch them back and rate all of them in order. Me and Yip Yip, signed blue plush named by Yun, are locked in. Wait, Yun named it? Blitzcrank song? Okay, now when we say world songs, was KDA considered a world song? Because like last year we had Heartsteel, but the world song was by New Jeans. So I don't think KDA counts because they were never the world song. They just had a song at Worlds. Yeah, I don't think that's a world song.
Boom! Describe the last game in 5 games, Jack. Can you do better?
In 5 words?
5
more games?
Let me look up all the world's anthems.
Not Noah.
World's
Humanoid.
anthems in order.
Showmaker, good.
Yes, okay.
Heavy is the crown.
I did
Y'all
say
think
that we had a
I
double feature, and we're of course alluding to
could
the fact
be
that we
in
hope that
Linkin
these will be
Park
two of the
and
most
sing
kind
the
of
lead
insane back and
singer's
forth
song?
games of today. Now I did
Y'all think
like
I could
the
do the
first
screen?
move. Perhaps I will like Team Liquid versus LNG.
Oh,
Who
man,
knows?
I
enjoyed the first movie.
I'm sure you did.
Oh, we should. Somebody was saying we should do the Do Re Mi challenge. I think that would be fun.
I may not like the result. We'll see.
Heavy is the crown.
Let's introduce our teams. We're going to start
Yeah.
with LNG, the 3rd seed coming out of the LPL with Zika, Weiwei, Scout, Gala.
Got it signed last year and asked the team to name it. They ended up agreeing on Yip Yip. I think Yun was the one who suggested it. That's actually so cute.
Scout would be making it. There was even a
That's
post
actually
that
super
Yagao
duper
would
cute.
be able to fill in for him, but he's made us.
LNG are the odds faves, but let's go Liquid!
Practice together, how much they were preparing to play without him. But this is ultimately the right thing because it is the 5 players that qualified for Worlds.
Yeah. Exactly, and he was kind of the heart and soul.
Yeah,
of the
Scout is
reasons why
back.
they're even here to begin
There
with.
was a
So,
whole
it would've been tragic
situation,
if,
a legal situation
play without
where
him, but
Scout
here he
wasn't
is with
even
his
able to
crazy
go to
hair and
Europe,
all.
but he's there now.
And his playstyle. So
And it
I'm
looks
gonna
like
be
he's about
excited
to lock
see how
in.
he performs in this game and how the team can rally around him.
Yeah, only 6 days, you know, together, I think, at most, right?
Heavy
in
is
terms of
the
practicing, but of course, they know
crown.
each other very well. Then over to Team Liquid, not the 1st seed out of the LCS, but the 2nd seed. We'll talk
Period,
about why.
Emma.
Impact, APA, Yon, and Core JJ.
Yeah, and the story very much was this split that they had.
Yeah,
the
this
perfect
is
split
the
in the regular season. They were
game
going
that
to
I wanted
playoffs
to
with
watch
all the
today.
confidence as the best North American team.
Come on,
and then
Team
a little
Liquid.
minion just hit the turret.
Please.
Texas.
Don't embarrass me,
Gen
bro.
G, less of a
Please don't
favorite
embarrass me.
because they didn't win.
Exactly. I like the call on this one, and a lot of it was based off this man in front of you. Well, now it's Core JJ, but it's both of them, Core JJ and Impact.
Yeah.
Both of these guys really are the commanders in the team.
It's
really,
Team Liquid in A,
command
they
the
are.
early game, and also how they play out lane swaps and the mid game. They're an incredibly smart team. And my
So
focus a lot of time is going
the
to be
world's
on
songs.
Impact, who is the MVP of this split.
Yep.
Which is crazy
Wow, there's
how
10 of
long
them.
and storied his career was. When he was having his MVP interview on stage, he was talking about how that was the one award that he was really looking forward to getting. That it
Yeah,
really
KDA
meant a
isn't
lot to him
listed.
because yes, he's a teacher, but he's also a constant student of the game.
We'll go through and watch all of them. Are y'all down?
Very competitive best of 5. Was very likely to go to Game 5 as Team Liquid almost came back in Game 4. But ultimately, the story of their split
Let me see if
was
I can make a tier
incredible
list.
team fighting, one of the best lane swapping teams in the world, actually, with how many innovations they made throughout the split and how they really drove the meta throughout the LCS. And then it was capped off by Impact being MVP. But he was MVP.
Why are we
in
watching
part
the back of their
because the team
heads?
was so
We're not watching the back of their heads.
cohesive
We're
in
watching the
their ways of playing
screen.
lane swaps, and he'd
Silly
always be
Billy.
levels ahead of the other top laner.
We just cut away from that solo kill, but he was getting a lot of them. He was getting a lot of them.
We can't show them all. You
Yeah.
know, we got to get to the film.
Fair enough.
Let's check in with our MasterCard fan predictions for this one, where, you know, we'll see if the fans are realistic.
Maybe we got some believers
so,
out there.
Hold on, what are realistic?
I don't know if this is
okay,
actually. I think 50-50 is realistic.
I got asked to my face by Team Liquid when I walked into the hotel the other day, what's your chance? I said 40-60.
Yeah.
So this is actually very realistic. That's a decent chance.
I'm just checking what time it is right now in Los Angeles for us to be having this kind of result.
Let me
the East Coast
9:30
exists
a.m.
Raz.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, 3 hours to the LA time.
Yeah, it's noon.
Well,
Okay, there we go.
I have to. Like, this Team Liquid, you know, yes, they lost the finals, but it was the most hype I've
Yeah,
ever
I've
heard
got
about
the
an
tier
NA
list
team,
ready.
I think maybe in 10 years coming into this World Championship, right? Is
Whatever
that really
happened
all
with your
deflated
TikTok stream? Why did they take it down?
Not at all. I
So
think
my
we're
stream
hoping-
Then you
keeps
should give it
getting
50-50.
flagged
Yeah.
as
It's a 50-50. Kiwi's not here to say it,
repurposed
I'm gonna say
content.
it.
Right, casters,
Fingers
it's a
crossed.
50-50.
So like
can
they're
do it.
saying it's unoriginal
It's a 50-50.
due to
Yes, it
like
is.
I'm
Okay,
co-streaming,
50-50, there
and
you
so
go,
I keep
perfect.
having to
That's just
appeal
being a
it
Debbie Downer. Where's
to
the
let them
NA?
know
Like, we
that
haven't even
I am
lost yet,
an
Jack.
official
People
Worlds
are
2024
right, so he just
co-streamer.
wants to throw it out
So
there. I mean,
all
there
it
is a
takes
lot
is an
of hype coming
appeal,
around
but it
TL,
happens
as
every
they all,
day.
by the way, might be
So
cursed, but
I've
today's the day we
messaged
break it, I think.
TikTok and I've asked them if they could whitelist my stream. I don't know if they'll do it, but
If you're an NA fan,
I
you're
hope
ranking,
they
not a series,
respond
it's
to
fine.
me
It's just the best of
by
luck.
tomorrow
Podcast those wins. And hey, to
and
be
give me
fair,
some
like they
type
said
of
on the desk as
response.
well, this is a very hyped up matchup because a lot of people had questions about LNG after watching through their summer playoffs. Obviously getting wiped out by Weibo for them to make the run. They
just
came
so
to a
that
third
I see what you're
seed,
saying.
But again, I think there were a lot of questions about Weibo in that series, and I think it was kind of a one-off when you consider how strong the other seeds of the LPL are.
All right,
how much
Team Liquid.
LNG had to actually do
I
for us to give them
need
faith. They
y'all.
only just
I
started
need
running
y'all to
in
show
summer.
up and
Before
show
then,
out,
they were one of the worst
please.
teams in the
Okay,
LPL, always
Champion
one of the
Select.
best
Let's get an Aurora ban.
I do think
Let's
that
get an
LNG,
Aurora ban, unless
has
we're
their
picking it.
vulnerabilities. You know, they're not a bulletproof team. They do make mistakes.
Come
Sometimes
on,
they
Team
have
Liquid,
poor
lock the
engages,
frick
sometimes they
in, bro.
aren't really perfectly
Lock the
coordinated
frick
how they actually
in,
walk throughout
bro.
the game. But on the other side, TL, I think
Okay,
this is gonna be a
Perm,
big
no,
test for them. There's a lot
like-
of hype around this team. I absolutely agree with Shocks. I think this is the most excited I have heard.
I know they about to
fans
eat,
and analysts and
period.
stuff be about a team really since like 2016 TSM, which did not work out.
Honestly,
at
I
all.
love textured hair
but,
so
It
much.
is, really exciting to see a team
I kinda
performing at
rock
this
with
level.
it.
They swept Fnatic multiple
Like,
times
I
this year
love
in VO3
pearls.
series that they
Oh.
ran into them. They
Love
almost
them.
beat T1 twice. They were able to take games off
Yo,
them.
Shiro, thank you so
really
much for the
next
follow.
step,
Hope
if
you're having a
there is
beautiful
to
day
be one
today.
moving forward,
Team Liquid
to
is the
take
one
a-
in
take a
white and
series off
blue.
of an Eastern team, and I know that TL has been working incredibly hard.
That
to
is
really
LNG,
develop
what we're
as a
currently looking
squad
at with like
and to try to be
the
able to do
teal
that. So we're going to see are
color.
they going to be able to be competitive
That is
against
Team
LNG?
Liquid, or
It
that is
just our game, it
LNG.
just
That is
BO1.
LNG.
But
And
I think
then
people are really going
on
to
the
make
other
a
side,
lot of judgments based on this first game here at Worlds.
And let's be very real as well. In this game, I feel
Shiro,
like we're going
thank
to be
you for the
expecting a lane swap
subscription,
as TL.
Buki.
It's their bread and butter, one of the best to do it as well. Let's look through as we get the Lucian band on the other side.
Okay,
Aurora gone as
love
well.
the
Skarner open
Skarner.
for TL.
Love
Try
the
and work their
Skarner.
magic with Umti.
Does
Yeah, I mean, the
Umpty
big
play
question for me
Skarner?
is
That's
just
my
what style
question.
is TL going to bring out? Because we have seen even some of the very best teams bring out old styles, right? When we looked at the Gen G draft, when we looked to play-ins day one with PSG
Oof,
going back
Rumble.
against all these champions that were nerfed, even Rumble here, going to get picked for Zika. He's one of these champions that was heavily nerfed, and initially people were saying, okay, it's going to be dead. So I'm really curious to see what APA is going to bring out. There's a lot of questions
his
on
name
like, oh, well, can
Wei
APA
Wei?
actually work well in this meta? He
Or
was
Wee
known
Wee?
as a mage guy. Like, I think it's really weird when I hear people talking about, he can only play AD carries. How are they going to be able to make it work? I'm like, bro, a year ago, everyone was calling him a Ziggs Asol 2 tricks. So, what is it? So I am going to be interested to see,
It's
is he
Wei
going to be going
okay.
back to that sort of style? Is he going to be trying to just play meta and play Syndra and play Ori? Is he going to be playing something completely different? But with those first 3 picks, pretty aggressive stuff
I
here.
love
Yun
Yun
gonna be
on
grabbing the
Kaisa,
Kai'Sa.
so
We have
I'm not
Jax
mad at
here,
this pick.
as well as that Skarner.
Yun
There
can
is
carry
some
on
slight
Kaisa.
potential
I gotta
for
go
it to be
pee
flexed around, but
so
the
bad.
expectation
Be right back.
definitely that it is going to be Jax top here for Impact, which is not really the TL style. Generally he is just kind of on another meatball. And TL traditionally throughout this year really did play 2 carry comps, almost exclusively. They would play APA and Yon on carries, and they would kind of just play 3 other champions to enable and set them up. So Impact going to be playing a little bit of a different matchup here, and we'll see if that does work out for them. Where LNG, yeah, they're still playing a couple patches ago. Oh, yeah. And we'll see if this does work, because this is Tristana mid for Scout. He was excellent on these types of picks. This is going to be the Rumble top as well. So a couple champions that have been pretty heavily nerfed, but you know they definitely can make work.
I know there's a big discussion about scrim bubbles as well since Asia came late to Europe. You know, only a couple of days ago we were just talking about it, and you know, for Korea, for China, these teams that have come alongside these leagues, We don't know what they've been screaming. We don't know how different it is and who's been lingering in the past, as you were saying.
Who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah, that's right. It develops over the meta. That's why Swiss is so good, because as you start getting into the BO3s, you start getting a closer look as well. Now, I want to continue with draft because I feel like now it's going to show our head of what Weiwei wants to pilot running into this. Skarner, Talia's the ban away, the Maokai denial from TL side as well.
Let's lock in, baby.
We know
Let's lock in. Let's lock in.
Weibo, it was Weiwei's bread and butter as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, and this year for LNG, you know, he was playing a lot of Sejuani, so he definitely can play that facilitative role.
It'll be for a Nami or a Seraphine. I'm honestly surprised that Seraphine doesn't see more like pro play. Like I feel like her ulti is so good.
Because clearly we're having some very different reads. You know, some teams
I don't know why we
don't
don't see her.
This new age style, but a lot of our top teams and a lot of these Eastern teams are coming out and just saying, you know what, we're just kind of playing the old thing. We had Xiaohu on Lucian, we had
Asol good into
you know, playing Smolder. We're having Scout playing the Tristana. You know, we're having all these kind of different picks that were considered to be that old style, and we'll have to see if this continues to work. Hey, maybe other teams are going to be reverting back to it. True. And it's going to be really interesting as
Seraphine
would be a
jungle?
pretty obvious pick here, a potential takeaway for him. Core JJ, obviously a good pairing with the Kaisa. Nautilus has also been banned out. Those are kind of the two main pairings that you do generally look for with the Kaisa. And Alistar's also banned by TL, so they are pretty limited as far as that kind of support.
I feel like when FlyQuest plays, we might
champions
see.
That are considered kind of like that top tier of
We might see some Seraphine because Masu plays her.
But it will be interesting to see what Core wants to bring out here, as they do know what the 2v2 is now. So their one kind of edge is that they could actually pick potentially for that 2v2 lane, and it is going to be Nico. So this is one of the things that APA was bringing out quite a while ago. And
I like this.
With, you know, it definitely wasn't succeeding in lane, but
you got the Nico and the Leona. We were just talking about how Leona
over the year. You know, if you haven't watched this guy since like Worlds last year, he had played a handful of games with TL before playoffs. You know, he was a sub in summer last year, and him and Jan have improved so much since last year's World. So I know they're really looking to try to have a good performance and showcase to the world, hey, we are not those same players we were last year. We really have come here to compete.
I mean, I remember at MSI reflecting, going like the talent on this team is insane, and in fact, watching domestically for LCS, you know that's only grown, you know, with Impact and Core JJ being such stellar standouts of the LCS end of TL. Having a stronger foundation only makes this team scary. Now we've
You don't like the Nico?
TL. Of course I got to
Why
say
don't you like
so
the
I'm going to
Nico?
milk it as much as I can. But on the other side for LNG, I mean, solo laners have a bit of prowess here again. You're expecting to be facilitated by Weiwei. This feels about right with Gala and Hung playing, you know, bot-centric duty with the Jim, with the setup duty that we talked about before. This feels like an LNG comp where, again, you look for those solo laners to be in a good spot so the LNG don't fall behind and look like headless
APA
chickens.
just want to be fakers so
Rumble,
bad.
pretty terrifying 2v2 there, you know, for the Jax, for the Skarner. That's going to be really scary for Impact. Again, he's not really known, you know, as a guy who is kind of that carry player. He does bring them out from time to time, and he can be successful.
All right, y'all.
His world skin is a Jax skin, but that was a long time ago, and that's not really how he's kind of, you know, won the MVP this year. That's not really how he's been at the top of the LCS for so long, and even been really competitive internationally. This is a guy that does command a lot of respect when he does go there. So I do think Weiwei and Zika could have a lot of pressure on top side. It's going to be up to to try to keep Impact safe, and we'll see if this Jax can avoid falling behind, because he'd be useless very quickly.
30 minutes, we will either be very sad or very happy.
Was a big sting to North America. There are high expectations on TL. There are high expectations.
We are either going to be extremely sad or extremely happy in 30 minutes.
Like, this is still the
it's just a matter of 30 minutes.
When you look at the whole of summer and
that's
their
all it
progressions
takes.
around and how dominant they were.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's the same discussion that people are having with Gen G, where a lot of people are still favoring Gen G over HLE, because you're looking at the entirety of the year, the entirety of the split, you know, not just one best of 5 at the end of the day, where FlyQuest did really perform incredibly well and deservedly are the champions. But
are any champs banned from Worlds? Nope. Everything's open.
For LNG, yes, their power rankings are harder. Thank you to AWS, but LNG were managing to come through in a 3-0 fashion versus Weibo in that regional finals. The biggest thing about LNG for me is that seeing Scout succeed is a big tick. You know, getting him ahead and getting him to a good
Welcome back, Gat.
And he is such a great player, but then again, if LNG don't have that direction, that's when things get a little bit dicey, as I was saying in the lead-up.
Absolutely, and TL are looking like they're going into lane swap, so we can talk a little bit about, you know, Jan and APA and their development. So this is all pro votes that they actually received. You're going back all the way to summer last year, as
He's just getting
trouble here, but we'll be able to farm that up. APA in even spring this year didn't get a single
wow,
vote,
Rel is really just harassing. What the heck?
Very heavily the favorite and
what a harassment.
Split. You know, he has developed massively. Yana as well. You know, got a couple points.
She has
you
been
know, kind of
picked
some
up
third
on.
place votes and things like that in the past. But these players have just worked so hard and improved so fast that it has really been a big
Y'all are
part
so
of
silly
why
about the
this team got so much
Nico
better.
APA
You know,
faker
obviously,
comments.
Core and Impact, they are legends. They were already kind of that
funny.
basis for the team.
Good basis.
And with APA and Yon improving around them, it's been something that has allowed this team to really kind of build around that and have that as their focus for these two carry comps.
Team Liquid.
As we are seeing Impact here, potentially going to get
Let's
Dove,
get this
but Core
farm
did
up.
base early top, and he is running straight down, so we'll see if he's going to get there in time.
And got a level off it as well, of course, as well. Level's very important in the lane swaps, as we've seen not only throughout today, but the course of Worlds.
Y'all, we've seen this play in every single game. Every single game today, they have always ran 4 bot to dive the top laner.
Through fourth shot to start off the damage, goes into turret. Zika hovering top instead, and they say no, Azale. They're like, yep, we're leaving it.
This is actually massive as they're going to just abandon the dive. So they didn't have confidence that they could actually pull it off with Core JJ showing up. So Core making a really good move there. This is something that they've been getting so much credit for, in NA especially, but even from a lot of analysts around the world. HTL is so adept at playing out these lane swaps. They really know their timings. They are someone that in the LCS was constantly innovating the way in which we played out these lane swaps and really making a lot of other teams in the LCS look kind of dizzy in these situations.
Feeds into the narrative. I know you guys have been talking about mainly all year, and also I've been talking to you about particularly that Core is just so smart as well with his map placement in the early game and how they can play around his movements.
I mean, it's really funny when you talk to other pros against Cores. We're going to have to fight here.
It is a big brain one at that to start us off, but Impact gets on out, and Gala and Hung just too strong, getting some damage back on
They
TF.
good.
A lot of pros always talk
Also,
about
is
how
that
there's
the
always a point in the
Prestige
game where
Battle
there's this one
Lion
wave you need to crash,
Leona
or there's
that
one part where you need to be
Core
covered.
JJ is
And they're saying if you're playing against
sporting?
Core, you can guarantee he's in the brush. Like, he's going to be there to mess it up. He's going to be there to really put pressure on you.
king.
And he kind of has that
A king.
I don't know, that aura, I guess.
Why is
about
the
it,
top
where,
laner bot
you know,
though?
in the
It's
LCS,
due to
people
lane
really do
swaps.
struggle to play against them. He always
Teams
seems
will
to know
swap
exactly
their
where to be
bot
on
lane
the
and their
map here,
top
but
lane
LNG, we have to talk about them. This is obviously an incredibly
differentiate
stacked team. They are
pressures.
so strong when they are working well. I think their struggles, you know, can
Period,
come
Mika.
at times, you know, when they're not on the same page, and you know how they're playing out in the team fights. I
Period.
think Hung
As
can be a
he
little bit
should.
up and down, and how he works with Wei, you know, isn't always at the same level as those top support jungle duos in the LPL. But Scout is truly world class. Sick is truly world class.
nice.
Gala is incredible. Like, these guys are some of the best
Nice
carries
damage.
around when they're on their game. They can be nearly unbeatable.
I mean, Zika is now for sure, right? I think this year's been a great development year for him as well. Rough spring, as we already mentioned, for LNG, and I know we're going into the stories, but it's a general lane swap, guys. We've seen the defense
Top
from
left.
Core JJ,
Yes,
Hung, and
that
unable
is
to
the
stop
void.
back
The
as he
void
tries Shattering
mites.
Strike into
Void
fog of war.
grubs.
Core just backs away, and he looks to go and match top yet again. But my point being
doing
that
good.
LNG are a surprising team. The fact that they even made
No,
it here with this
literally,
last-minute run
Jazzy.
with this
Pro players will do things, and I'll be like, that's a really good idea. Why didn't I think of that? But that's also why it's good to watch pro gameplay, because you pick up on like certain habits, certain things that they do, and then you can apply it in your game and set yourself ahead of the enemy.
On LEC now. They have incredible top laners in the league. I said I'm not caught. It's all right.
Yeah, saved it for sure.
you.
LNG has
I heard that
opened
lane
up a
swapping
little
is
lead here, but not too
for
big of a
hard
deal. And
bot
again, I think, you know,
matchups as
TL's
well.
been pretty
Kaisa
happy to
versus
have
Jin here,
avoided
for example. The
early
weaker
lane
ADC
state,
goes to
talking
top to
about,
have an easier
that
matchup
Rumble as
in
Sejuani
Juke
into the
laning
Jax,
phase
that's
where they
definitely
would get
problematic,
messed
and
up
Jin obviously a
by
really
Jin or
strong early
Ezreal.
laner
That
here
is
as well.
that is
So,
also what
definitely
I've
happy to be just
understood.
down a little
It's
bit of
to
gold
like
here. And at the end of the day, it's
alleviate
just about
or
200
put certain
gold. It's
pressures
pretty
on
much just that plate
certain
and a little bit of
on
farm.
either top
So
or
not
bot.
really a big deal whatsoever, and TL just going to be looking to play.
It denies
potentially for these
XP
grubs here. We'll see,
or
if they're
makes
gonna be
it so that
looking
you can
towards
actually
that.
get XP.
Traditionally in the LCS, they have been pretty heavily preferring to go for the grubs instead of down towards Dragon.
As again said earlier before by Dracos and Vetty about
Everybody's been
the
loving that
priority for
FF
LPL
Timo
teams,
emote.
considering the bot
And that's
lanes they
one
have
thing
now
I.
are upspawned.
This is
Wei
why I
is up
love
here at the right
Yun.
time.
He
But you can see
loves
as
to
well, as that
emote.
comes through
He
from the
loves to
bottom
emote.
lane of
He
Yon,
don't talk a lot of
TL
mess,
still aren't gonna find
but he
themselves into a
loves
fight.
to emote,
Yeah, I mean,
baby,
TL is
and
pushing
I'm
mid,
down.
and they have
I'm
push in
always
top,
down.
So they're feeling pretty good. You could see that the clone from
Yeah,
APA,
they
he actually
allow
just sent it up
emotes in
over
Worlds.
towards Raptors and had the recall there, which extends the clone animation. So he had a little bit of scouting, and now Core going to move.
Now
in.
also that
LNG
Mika,
didn't actually get
that
to
is
trade
very much a
anything on the
thing.
other side of the map. We'll see if they can look for an angle here on Yon, though. As
what is your hardest role
exposed.
and
Not confident to go for it, though, because I don't actually think that Core was ever spotted leaving gains, so they're not sure if he's in that side
Hardest?
brush, and it's going to be TL
I only play
looking for
2
that play mid.
roles.
Pull the double whammy onto Scout. Pop Blossom down, interrupts the jump, and Tangle Barbs hits max range. He flashed in a straight line, and that's an easy rush into the wall. TL open up, blood first in mid.
Period, ho.
TL striking first. They're going to
And y'all think y'all gonna get a playoff on Yun? No.
After the cleanse is
Yep, you better dance on him, Yun. Yeah. See, that's why I freaking love Yun. He hit that Evo and he hit that 2-step on their freaking forehead. Period.
Umpty, unfortunately, is the one that gets the kill. It's not going to be going over on APA, but still TL going to be really happy about how this game is starting out.
As I freaking love.
Because this in NA was definitely their comfort zone. You know, they are a team that when they get ahead
That's
are
that
really
energy that I've been craving in Worlds. The dance was crazy. It was.
Last year they really started to talk about where
It was crazy.
They really
But that's
wanted to make a
why I
transformation
like
and try to
him.
turn themselves into that top team. And they talked about, you know, you can be scared of a play going wrong, or you can just make the correct decision and say, this is the right play to go for. Who cares if it goes wrong? We need to actually believe in our mechanics. We need to believe in our ability to play it out. So,
and I hope he does that when they at they next
a lot for objectives when they're ahead. They're going to fight you for camps. They're going to fight you at every turn, and just believe that they're going to be able to pull it off. And we'll see if they can do it at this elite level.
Attitude.
It's what would give them a head
Now
start
walk off.
here in the Swiss
Yes.
stage. Against LNG, we said this was competitive for a big reason, and in this
Love.
early game, not just that first blood, but the 3 grubs going over to TL as well. Dragon sits there a miss for now as top laners are still bot laners are still top, and Core consistently moving now.
10
who is also
across
trying to find
the
an angle around this
board.
mid lane.
Yeah, he's grouping up here with Weiwei. Obviously, TL made that first strike.
How many
with
letters in
the
NA
Leona and
liquid?
that Skarner
See,
combo,
that's
but
the.
APA is getting out to the side there again. Just going to be constantly using that clone recall. Does extend the animation.
I see you back in that workshop, huh?
Pretty safely. And
How do you think these guys prep for a big game like this? I think it's a lot of practice. I think they probably do a lot of things to get their mental right. So, you know, some de-stressors. They also got to eat. I think having their bellies full is a good way to prep for a game like this. So I think there's probably a lot that goes into it.
It's Umpty also sitting in the pixel brush, so you're right. This could be bad as the setup's there, but
Umpty.
Yeah, and Zika was actually just basing, so if TL overcommit to this, there could be a TP on that play potentially to the tower, you know, drop an equalizer. Actually, excuse me, he did just drop the equalizer to push the wave, so not much of an opportunity to do that. But doesn't amount in anything. You know, Zika just gets the push in with that equalizer.
Yeah, they scrim a lot. Have you ever been in a league tournament? I have. I don't like playing in tournaments too much.
They didn't think he'd stick around. Weiwei just stayed up until he could find the play, and Core JJ is going to be the victim. Gala gets his first kill of this best of one, and Umpty now
It's
looking
fine.
for a
Shake it off,
play,
team.
but
Shake
it's
it off.
Tara bloody for Gala as he's still engaged on. Umpty wants the angle, but out of range, still slowed down. But you got to ask yourself, what can he find? An Impale is exactly that, but Hung tries to get out. The Shattering Strike down. It won't matter. He disengages an LNG walk away. Now looking at grubs in 30 seconds.
Yeah, not going to be able to really get anything from that. And now with that ulti down, it's a lot harder to actually fight on the grubs. So a good punish on Core as they're going to go re-engage.
Unless.
Umpty doubling down himself.
Yeah,
throws
get
a
some
rocket
damage down,
onto
Yun.
Gala. Maybe that changes the grub play here. Is there so much damage? All in from Yun.
Oh, I love the initiative though, Yun. I love that ambition. I love that hustle. I love that hustle. Beautiful. Keep that up. Keep that up.
They didn't get a kill with the ulti, so they had to get that extra man advantage there.
I love the hustle. Love it.
Will take him some time.
Love it.
Now, but TL at the very least are going to get 4. We'll see if LNG can even get over there to contest anything. But with APA having full push mid, with that extra
What
extended
if they
play
need
up
to
on the top
use
side,
the
forcing a Gala's
Banyo
flash,
mid-game?
this
They
is looking
probably
it's gonna be a 6
use the
grub
restroom
game here
before
for
they go
GG,
on
and they're
stage,
feeling
but
really
I'm pretty
happy
sure they
about
can
that,
pause.
especially when you consider the fact that Jax
Like they have a
is
certain
in
amount
this
of
game,
pause
so
time
play through side
they
lanes
can
very
use.
well later on.
Yeah,
But even
T1
if
has
they
already
do just
played.
end up getting the 5, they're going to be pretty happy about that as Hung's looking mid with Zika.
APA may be in a bit of trouble. They picked the wrong target, though. He tries to cut out first, but drawn back into the Magnet Storm as Umpty tries to carry. Even though he's brought Zika back into turret range, it's not enough
All right,
damage.
we gotta
They
stop
find the mid
getting
laner
caught
of
out,
TL, But they
guys.
got
Come
5
on.
grubs in the end anyway. Weiwei just has to get the scraps.
We got
after
5
the
void
play.
mites though. That's good.
There's actually a nice backstep on that deadly flourish from the Jhin.
We
But then
did
you
get
need
the
to
void
flash. You need
grubs.
to be able to just spend the summoner, survive in that situation.
Yun making sure they
Does
don't don't get too comfortable. Speak on it, Ro. Speak on it.
Morel realizes, you know what, I'm dead. I'm not going to expend the flash. So
how'd the T1 game go? T1 lost. They're not eliminated from Worlds, but they did lose.
A small gold advantage here, but this is one that
they can still win Worlds, but once they get 3 losses, you're kicked out. So you just gotta make sure they win.
Has the early 2 kills. Remember, Dragon's still sitting there. 12 minutes into the game, first Dragon just ignored it. I want to talk about the other objective that was taken. I think the biggest part is the fact that they denied it from LNG. The fact that you have Rumble on the sideline, you have Scout on this Tristana. No grubs here outside of the 1 is always important to note, especially when a team can push so fast. Now that's an engage from Core JJ. It's a Zenith Blade with a Deadly Flourish mixed on in. You add Tonic to that, you get a nice drink, but for now TL just get the push in bot, and defense comes through as LNG hover in case there's more.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to move over to this Dragon. LNG know it's a little
okay, we're getting objectives, baby. I think they might try to fight here, though.
So it could be scary. APA even
okay, no, they're just going to give it to us, period.
They're likely to just give this one up.
Period, period,
but LNG
period,
at least poking around, Hung just making
okay,
sure that there is
objective
space for Gala to push out the wave on bot side, and he is going to be able to at least do that. So TL, take another objective. LNG just get control of the waves, and we continue forward. It's just been kind of a very calm game. They are going to try to see if there's an angle for Hong.
Good damage, and Skarner does do damage. He has to flash away because the Impale probably gets a kill with the help of General Umpty's support, as well as Yon nearby.
Yeah, good little bit of pressure here from Umpty. Has been pretty effective in these ganks. You know, did actually force the flash from Gala.
Yeah, LNG, you better be scared.
Now forces another flash to Hero on bot side, but if he does finish this recall, could be in trouble.
On the Core JJ is a Glacial Prison, but Umpty's still here, but Shattering Strike stops him mid-wall. TL stuck in a 3v3 with health bar disadvantages. LNG still hover around. It's a good attempt, but now
they're looking for Zika.
It's a cheeky minion. Now that's a sus guy. How did he
get
here? Zika, as he's got his flash available on the wrong side of the rift, but a Pop Blossom down means it's an easy kill. Always plan ahead with your teleport
minions.
Is a good reminder for TL.
No XP.
Nicely done.
No gold.
APA gets up towards the top side. Umpty's able to cover the attack on bot side
Liquid
there from
looking cute.
Core wanted to go for the re-engage onto Hung and might have been able to kill him if that Zenith Blade connected. Who knows? It would have been a pretty close fight, I think, but I wasn't quite able to connect it.
NA Minions doing it again. True. The LCS Finals reference.
Wasn't able to really get much of an advantage at all with this early Rumble. Obviously, can still be a strong team fight pick, but
what the minion doing?
Jack's going to be feeling so good about his spot. Has the 5 grubs here. Is going to be able to outscale this Rumble pretty heavily in the 1v1.
Oh, yeah.
And that could be problematic for LNG later on if Zika gets put into a spot
How
where
would
he's
they
just
know?
forced to group and Impact can kind of have his run in the sideline.
Are we going to let them just get this Rift Arrow?
Towards it. It's a MasterCard lane economy snapshot. It's going to show you this early game is a little bit tilted. Gala in a good spot, but also APA in a great spot considering the early gank that came through from Umpty. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Gold is quite even here. Remembering the grub's the only big advantage with the Dragon on top.
And APA is going a pretty aggressive build here. He did go Storm Surge, so we'll see if he's just going Storm Surge Ludens, which is kind of, you know, the popular build right now on this patch. But a lot of Nico players, you know, do go different builds, you know, Proto Belt, you know, things like that. So we'll see where he is going to play.
Turret going as well, by the way.
LNG are able to take that top lane turret, but TL obviously pushing mid and also are able to grab that tower very likely on the bottom side as Yon is down there.
Where sends out the prison, but it's a good kite away. It's only a claw in the end from APA.
Yeah, Jan's going to get solo gold here on this bot lane tower, so it is going to be a trade.
He sure is.
With obviously first tower going to LNG, but all of the gold getting isolated on Jan is a really good thing for the TL AD carry, who they do have so much faith in at this point.
I mean, again, you talked about him being a bit more
really surprised how well APA is playing considered his Ziggs got banned. That was like kind of a misconception. A lot of people thought that he was just like a Ziggs one trick. I don't think his champion pool is like the biggest in the world, but I do think he has learned to be a little bit comfortable on other champions nowadays. Like, I feel like he likes his ASOL. He's played Nico before in LCS. Oh, we're getting a fight.
Pop Blossom is no one. Gala flashes away and Hung disengages rather, resets up the equalizer, hurting as well, separating TL from one another. And Zika just lets the flamethrower unleash. LNG know they've got them on the run, and TL can't stay.
We're gonna revisit that APA conversation at the end of this game, because
also forced the flash from Zika, so they do get some summoners.
The complete Nico ulti miss.
and are able to win out pretty massively because Scout wasn't even there. So Scout's taking the bot lane tier 1. They're going to crash the Herald into mid. They're likely going to get both of these towers, and that is going to open up a significant advantage for LNG. TL really overcommitting in that top side there.
All right, let's not.
This fight. I mean, Impact even TP'd
Let's
in.
not start throwing, team.
Really
let's.
if he just stayed
Let's get back into that rhythm. Let's get back into that tempo.
To just have that one kill, give it over for a couple of flashes. But now TL find themselves out of nowhere.
It's getting spooky.
It's huge, right? But I think we're talking backstage about the difference of like.
Oh, he did get Jhin Flash. He did get Jhin Flash. It was a zoning ulti.
I think is another big factor. They move to mid, they get bot as well. 3 outer turrets now taken by LNG to move them into a 2K gold lead.
And I mean, the real question now for TL is the only thing you've got from that is some flashes, right? So now you have to be able to punish Gala. Now you have to be able to punish
we have to punish them now.
Something come from that fight. Otherwise, it's a complete loss because LNG just played the map. You know, they're able to get these towers. They win out on the fight, so they're feeling so good about their position.
So correct.
And we'll see if TL can make anything happen with those slight advantages, with those summoners that they were able to force. But it's going to be tough because obviously there's no flash on APA or either. Core in a spot here could be dangerous.
He engaged onto that. He's now used his solar flare, but Hung and Zika are the ones in trouble. Omti rams him in, but he doesn't get until the Impale brings it back. Locked in place.
Okay, good job, Yun. Good job on finishing that.
Lower health bars on the jungler.
Good job.
TL find a pick right before the dragon.
Yeah, they're able to get that.
That's very good.
Umti, I thought, was actually gonna
We've got numbers, 1 dead, and that is their top lane.
And then as Yun was pushing forward, he had to actually walk on the equalizer to finish off the kill. So not as clean as TL would like.
Yun still has ulti for self-peel or self-engage.
Looking like they potentially want to keep fighting.
APA has ulti as well.
12 seconds and he has TP, so they'll have a massive HP advantage if they can make this time.
Impact has everything available though. Curtain Call is brought into the forefront as TL's top lane and things.
Look at APA, bro.
But Core JJ has to absorb the bullet onto the back line. No, it's going over to TL the Dragon, but they're caught
Core
in the middle.
JJ did absorb that. I think they're out. They just got to keep running.
TL looking for the grand escape.
Oh no! Somebody peel for Yun. Somebody peel for Yun. Face tank. Face tank.
Much longer as LNG look for another chase down.
They're good. They're good. They're killing. Oh, I guess Core JJ gonna die for the team.
Giving another kill over for the Dragon that makes 2. LNG gets some gold back.
Honestly, not that bad though because they're gonna get the mid lane tier 1.
Yeah,
as well.
I think that's fine.
Back here, but we'll see if Scout can actually find a kill. He TP'd deep to try to look for APA, not able to find it. So TL do get the Dragon here. They are winning the objective game a little bit, but LNG maintaining that about 2,000 gold lead has closed itself down a little bit. But this was honestly really
Core
well played
JJ
by
did a great
LNG
job at blocking, like amazing. Right there, he took that 4 shot. He took like 3 shots for Yun.
5v5 for them, no problem. So TL just had to focus.
I really thought they were gonna make it out here though.
Bought so much time and created so much chaos for TL. So they couldn't really just kind of fully focus on what they wanted to do, killing that Dragon and getting out. It allows them to catch up, kill Impact, and also Core on the exit here. And Impact, you know, had that strong early game, but really has not made any difference in the game thus far.
Not bad.
You know, hasn't been able to put much pressure on the side.
I like Core. I like Core a lot.
In these 5v5s. So,
Wordsy, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
You know, if you do spend too much time as grouping as Jax and you aren't able to really make a big difference, then you're not getting that gold, right? And this is one of the things that I've always kind of had as a criticism of Impact when he plays carries, because he is such a selfless
I feel
player,
like they should have hard won that fight though. I'm a little confused.
When you put yourself on a carry, you need to be greedy. You need to play for yourself. Put yourself in a position to win. Play for your goal. Play for your lane. And sometimes I do think he overgroups. He plays towards those tank tendencies, which can really hurt him on a champion like this.
And especially in a game against Zika. Last year, we were talking about Zika's ability to be flexible, kind of a mix between 369 and Bin. And I think he's become a lot better at carries, but he's still got that selfless style as well. He's still very flexible as a player, even on things like Rumble. It's a nice comparison here as we set TL up for the potential Baron. It's a setup of picks with a deadly flourish on the other side, and it is a miss in the end.
Yeah, the Skarner ult not able to connect there. Thought he might have had an angle to get Scout, goes for it, does end up missing. So now that's kind of TL's turn, so to speak, over on the map. It's going to be LNG who are going to be able to move in, take some vision, potentially clear out some of these wards around the Baron that TL does have. We see Impact down towards that bot lane, going to be looking to push that wave up here, try to put on a little bit
I don't think I've ever seen Nunu in pro play. That would have been dope.
Just have that one pink ward that's a little bit shallow and one ward over behind the enemy wolves, which is going to keep him somewhat safe and kind of give him that confidence. He also knows, of course, that LNG are clearing out the vision over here. So APA going to look for a potential angle, but nothing there just yet. We'll see if they can try to find Hung.
He can be a ward. He can be a control ward. He's now adapted. And also APA, he's got a rocket belt. as well as his flash available. And I know when Nico's in the meta, we
Okay,
always
what's
take
here in
account
vision?
of the flash being one of the most important tools to angle yourself, as we saw earlier on. Players like Faker pulling it out and almost clutching a win.
Yeah, exactly, right? And we saw kind of both sides of it. We saw Faker have some incredible engages, but if you do swing and you
Type
miss,
A
right,
Assassins played Nunu way back when. Did it end up working in their favor?
Team fight.
Yeah.
So it's really tough because, yeah, you have the flash, you have the rocket belt, but you have to be so on point with your engages because if you go in for that big combo, they flash out of it, it can just be a straight up lost team fight unless you are really creating enough chaos that the rest of your team is able to get that work done. So that's where he has to coordinate with UMT, with Impact, so that even if they're flashing out of that Nico ultimate, they're flashing into the waiting arms of the Skarner, of the Jax. Otherwise, things definitely could look bad for them here because LNG has a lot of damage, a lot of consistent damage here, as well as TL.
Okay, Team Liquid, like,
ward, so LNG have full info on this, but
they know.
Scout also just backed, and his teleport's not up and available
Yeah,
yet.
I think they might be able to sneak this. This might be a good call, or we could be pulling a Fnatic.
That was bizarre.
What in the OME was that?
Love Team Liquid. Love. Good call. Whoever made that call, MVP. MVP.
Ward that was on it.
MVP on that hoe.
They just decided, you know what?
That was so free.
You got us.
That was so free.
They couldn't get there in time or something, but that was really, really weird because it was
good
such
job.
a delayed reaction
Good job.
from LNG.
I need that. I need that consistently throughout Worlds 2024.
I'm so curious. Like I assume that ward gave them full vision, but maybe somehow the TL was only on the bottom side of the pit, and like. Because there are some weird wards on the map where they don't give you the vision where you think they would.
Observer toggled vision and showed us, you know, LNG's viewpoint. I'm pretty confused.
That's so good.
LNG do give up the Baron. TL.
There was a ward. They didn't see any champs until
now you have 5 grubs on Impact. You have Scout
Yun like kited upwards.
They did so much in the LPL. They love to overload these side lanes with both their solo laners to look for picks. We'll see if Scout commits to this. They don't see Scout anywhere, so Impact should have an idea that this could be going on. He just needs to slow play, allow TL to grab the dragon here, don't give an angle, and that's exactly what he's doing. Now once Scout shows in mid, Impact can start to push forward once again here, and we'll see if TL can make it happen as Zik is going back to base and preparing for a potential TP.
No, TP wards are deep though. There's only one right in front of the dragon here if TL overextend into the enemy jungle. So LNG have that angle as Zika now just receives the next wave. As you see, Scout has already walked down, and
okay, they're wrapping around.
Dragon, I will say, giving it to TL though opens up a lot of doors in this game.
Well, look at mid lane. This is the problem. Is LNG have kind of overcommitted to this bot side. They lost control of mid lane, so TL are going to say, yeah, go for it. Great, you take the dragon. We could potentially go for this tier 2
because it's their first dragon. We're getting a TP from.
Yon as well can find the angle. As you said, that's only a clone. Impact has already teleported in, but it's a crushing blow. Impact finds a one man as the Pop Blossom on 2 on the edge is good, but Hung keeps him at bay. Sika just runs through the rest of them.
Okay, but they got the Jin.
As he burns him down.
APA kind of with the ulti. We didn't get mid tower.
Such a big role, and TL not getting the perfect
we either need to commit to mid or commit to the dragon, but we kind of split that.
LNG win the fight there.
Yeah, that was bad.
It looked like APA fully whiffed on the ulti.
That was bad. That was bad and bad comms.
To actually get back onto Gala, who Impact was able to force the flash out from. You know, Gala is flashing away. I thought he was going to get over the wall here. Let's watch this one more time because he's coming in from above. The idea very clearly is
Yun is coming down.
Below, push them up into the waiting arms of the Nico here.
Ult
but
in?
let's watch APA one more time.
Look at his ulti
for
here.
The angle here, and yeah, that flash. I mean, he gets nothing, right? Like, absolutely
That's
nothing
his
there.
second whiff.
Yeah. No, so absolute fail flash there from APA.
Yeah.
Not the debut he wanted on the world stage. This guy has improved monumentally, but obviously feeling the pressure
wasn't good.
here. Didn't have a good
I feel like a good APA ulti there kind of like turns the fight.
And you can see the stress on the coach's face there.
Yeah, that was a little confusing.
They know it. That could
the
have
Nico
been
ultis were not it.
Like, they were in such a good position. If you
no, it's giving
fight,
misfortune. These ultis are giving misfortune.
That could be a massive gold lead. That could put them in a position to just take the whole game.
Yeah,
instead,
that's very scary.
APA falls flat on his face, and LNG definitely take advantage of it.
So close. Again,
not like this,
Blando.
Blando.
By an inch, it really feels like, and again, timing a big factor there. But
let's watch this one more time. Maybe. What if we
LNG on the other side and see what they got from it? They stopped the dragon stacking. It's not game defining yet.
What if we didn't watch it again?
Picking up so many more resources now. He's also got to seek his armor guard to run him into the fight with a fully completed second item here. So here we go. TL just going to try and push through mid as LNG look for another angle or another afterthought.
And that being said, you know, at the end of the day, the gold is still very even. You know, TL is still in this game. Definitely a failed fight there, and one that TL are going to want back, APA especially. But they need to stay calm. They need to be able to just kind of realize, you know what? The game is still in our hands. We still have an ability to win this one. We'll see if they are going to be able to do it, as Scout is just playing so heavily through side lanes, creating more and more of an advantage. He's quietly opened up 1,000 gold.
I wonder what's going to be the fight to break this game open, dude. And I'm so nervous for it to happen. Yeah, I think we could probably end up seeing some Tom Kent in pro play.
Triforce likely working towards a Randuin's next against the double AD. Makes a lot of sense. You can see the Randuin's already completed there on UMT as well, as Gala has
Germany into France
so
into England, correct.
But he could struggle with some of these frontliners
Worlds
until
is all in Europe.
But at least some of the flies, like
not you're rooting for LNG.
Destroyed by Gala's damages.
November is finals, November 2nd. I believe is the date.
I shouldn't say. Yon has still been keeping up. 3 items for this Kaiser as well. And I am looking at Scout, as you mentioned. We do have some healing cut to be used against TL in this game.
Oh, are we getting a pick?
Specifically not sure it's Impale goes golden, and Zika just avoids, but it
nice timing.
Well. Equalizes down. Zika has his own time to spare.
Okay, kill him though! Kill him though!
Scout teleported in, sends him skyward, but Gala's ulti tags on the back end. APA lucky to be alive as Jean as well. These 2 carries are too low. TL need to scram, but he can't get away. That's Omti stuck in the ground as LNG just take him out for free.
Yeah, that's awful. There was a great equalizer from Zika to buy some time.
Okay,
and TL
he's
just
fine.
kind of panicked and just tried to run for it there. It looked like they thought someone else is going to finish it off, surely, but no one else was able to stay and finish it off. And now Corkadai, this could be Baron potentially. Is this going to be spawning soon?
It's a permafrost. It's an easy kill. Nice Magnet Storm from Hung. Gala picks it up, and as you said, that Baron is up in 20 seconds, and there's an inner turret with a wave down on the bot side as well to think about.
Yeah, I mean, Zika played that really well. The Stasis used the Seekers there to immune the Skarner all by time. Did have that root timed well from APA, but they just didn't have the damage to actually fully burst him out.
Yep.
They commit heavily to it, and they're all kind of just roasting Eden the Equalizer to try to finish him off. They're getting so low, they realize that LNG is coming in with the reinforcements, and no one had the confidence to actually stay in and try to finish him there before they did. And hey, maybe if they stay, they all die.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out. It's a great play from Zika. LNG get even more. It doesn't look like they're going to try to set up for any sort of an early Baron push,
Very
though. So
upsetting.
will just be another kill and a slight gold advantage here to LNG. It's 2.5k, which obviously isn't nothing, but that's the same gold lead they had when they took 2 towers off that play like 10 minutes ago. So really it's all down to the execution, and in these last couple fights, TL just has not had it.
And if they go wrong, again, we talked about Scout, what he can do inside, but for now he's joined the team. Impale didn't hit. General, what are we doing? How can you lead the troops like that? As LNG converge on his position, and he'll be taken out.
Guys, it's
0-7 to
crumbling.
that guy for 40 seconds, while
It's
Baron's
crumbling.
up at 5 versus 4.
Yeah, TL really failing on some of these execution
It's
plays.
crumbling in front of our
nervous,
eyes.
and now LNG are on the
Remember
Baron.
when I said
APA
we were
does
going to
have an
be
angle here on a
depressed or
potential
super
flank, but
happy
so
in
does
30
Hung below.
minutes?
Young gonna spot him now.
Core JJ is going to get whacked for a few to start it off. A good shattering strike to equalize.
Guys, should we be fighting with...
Core JJ's ticking down. APA finally hits an ulti though, but the Magna Storm is already
Okay,
back
can
up.
we finish
Can
this
they
off?
Get the damage down? You know the answer's no when Scout is hitting around, but Impact buys some time against these carries. He picked up a triple, but Gala and Scout are still standing.
They can't Baron. They can't Baron. They're a little bit too happy right now. They can't Baron.
Try there for TL.
They can go get Dragon.
In the 4v5, they do
They
get
can't
3
Baron.
for 4
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
3
yeah.
kills.
Okay.
Going over on Impact.
Don't get
Scout
too
and Gala
happy.
can't
I
do
know
the
you
Baron. They know
just
the ulti's
aced
respawning,
us.
so they're just gonna run down and
But
take the
keep it
Dragon
humble, keep
here,
it cute.
and the game will continue. Just about that 3,000 gold lead.
No,
Finally, APA finding a good engage on this angle, but
no.
Sika's equalizers have been so perfect, it feels like, in these fights and in these situations. The engage there from APA really
Yeah.
nice. Jan's able to get in
It
the
was a
back
good
line and
APA
try to
ult
really get some
though.
damage
We
down,
finally
but
got
he
a
just
good
gets focused down
APA
by Scout
ult,
and
but
Gala.
I
Like,
think
yes,
it's
you
2
found a
fights
multi-man
too
engage,
late.
But the 2 key carries were not touched, and that's why LNG was always going to win that
Aw.
fight. And you can see the frustration from him.
He's a little
That's
bit
very likely off
frustrated.
of the missed ulti from before he died. He knows, you know, they are in a spot where they can win this game. They just have to execute,
He's
but
a
they're
little bit
failing to do
frustrated.
so, and that's obviously really weighing on them.
And you know, coming into this game, I was like, well, I feel like Omti for me, from what I've watched, especially in that finals, was the weak portion. I feel like Inspired very much out-jungled him. But coming into this game, we have seen some really aggressive early play that's been great in his name. I think the Skarner pick has done a lot. It's just some of these last few fights haven't come through. TL haven't been able to execute all the angles that we talked about. But there's still hope here. And the hope in for NA is not me glazing them. No, they're not a donut here. They're 3K down into the depths, but they're not out of this yet as TL try and set up to see if LNG start this Baron.
Yeah, still, it's about a 2,000, a little bit over 2.5K gold lead. You know, it really doesn't matter at this point. We'll see if Impact can get things done because he is really strong. It's a death cap done for APA, so if he hits that engage, he can 100-0 these players, and he is getting into the backline. Gala doesn't see him.
Until now, Pop Blossom there, he flushes over the wall. He reacts in time, and it feels like at the edge, he can see that little minion walking towards him as Impact in the permafrost range, but LNG have walked away.
So they force the flash, but again, this is the weakness here of champions that are so ulti-reliant. You force the flash, but now you can't do anything until your ulti really is back up. So LNG are going to probably try to pressure the Baron. They know there's not that much threat from TL without the Nico ultimate here, so TL do spot it. We'll see if they can find a way to make this fight happen, missing that Nico ult.
Zika is coming in. He's just walked from mid-wave as simply a clone for now. It takes the bait of LNG as Impact walks into the pit at 4K. Weiwei thinks about flipping the game, and classic LPL style in front of the pit. He does flip for the Baron. It goes to LNG. The curtain call sits over the wall and now looks for new targets.
Can we get out of...
to get out of there. He's getting fried. He walks from the last 4 shot. That's good. But Zika now walking in after overheating himself, and LNG as a 5-stack. See blood.
We just gotta get out of here.
Damage here from APA off the side, and Yon helps with that, but it hasn't stopped here. LNG just want that little tick, but for Baron, they still walk out, not losing anything, even though they couldn't chase TL down. That looked like free
y'all,
fishing.
it's crumbling. It's crumbling.
Recognizing, yes, you just lost your flash, but who cares?
It's
Nico doesn't have ult.
crumbling.
Nico has no threat right now. Let's force the Baron. They do it expertly. You know, you call it a flip, but really it wasn't because Scout just buster shots MT away as he's trying to get into the pit. The timing was very good. LNG execute really well on the play, showing their skill here on the world stage. Gala and Scout are really opening up massive advantages here, and TL at this point, you are one fight away from losing the game. You have got to be on point. They've got to find a way to punish these missing flashes, and as a result, they're going to try to overload the side lane here. They're going to look for Scout. Remember, he has no cleanse. If they can land the CC, they can get him.
Minions, Pop Blossom, he did. He did his homework. He has to flush away from Omti.
I know it's hard to get on a Tristana because of the jump, but dang, man. That's tough, bro.
It's a good move towards the side lane. They do take down a tier 2 early, and they're going to be able to recall in time to likely try to defend, you know, their inhibitor. They're obviously we're always going to lose this tower here, but Yon with core on the side, they got to start clearing out this wave if they can. LNG could try to push the tempo here. They're going to go.
They're going to continue forward. As you said, the
Oh
turret's going to turn
no,
into
this might be it, y'all.
JJ locked on in. He turns into a Zenith play because he can only engage.
I need Yon to... I need Yon to make a miracle play. I need Yon to make a miracle play.
Now, but TL have lost too much damage on their jungler again. A Chin ulti, easy as that. As APA almost gets clipped on the side. It's Zika who goes golden, buys time. It ticks over anyway, and that makes a double hit for Gala. LNG in front of the Nexus turret at 34 minutes. Yes, it was back and forth for a while. Yes, TL had some options, but
Nah, TL should have won this game. They definitely threw 2 times.
The LPL 3rd seed as they run into Impact and burn down the rest. Will take
TL should have won this game.
to lead them 1-0.
Well done by LNG.
Ay.
Standing strong here.
Laura, what's going on, love? Hope you're having a good day today.
Really able to take over.
We should have won that game.
TL had their opportunities.
We should have won that game. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
In some key moments here. This is a game they're really going to want back. You don't get a lot of chances at the world stage to take down teams like LNG. They had one here today, but they couldn't quite execute on it. LNG just better in those key moments, recognizing when TL was weak and punishing them heavily.
Well, a lot of questions about LNG, but at least some answers in their opening day here as they take their bow for their win. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Indeed, we will. I think I have probably 2 very frustrated LCS analysts flanking me, because congratulations to LNG for winning that game, but it did really feel like Team Liquid, you know, at many points in this game, had the possibility to blow up their gold lead, I think.
I'm depressed, Shocks.
Yeah, me too, bro.
You know, give me some of that popcorn, please.
I don't want any popcorn. I don't have an appetite right now. I mean, it was close.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You definitely want to come away with the win here. But ultimately,
come on, NA residents lock
lose to 3 unique
in.
teams to be eliminated, beat 3 unique teams to move on to the next round.
Yeah.
So
Bro.
as long as they don't over tilt off this, I think there were some positive signs.
What were they?
So positive signs would be, I think they played the early game pretty well.
They did.
I think they were in a pretty strong position, specifically the moment when APA failed his flash over the wall and Yon went in as if that was going to land.
Yep.
They make that fight work. They're on sole point, and they win the game. And things went
I
bad
really
after
do
that,
think
but
it was
that's the moment I'd like
the...
to focus
Yeah,
on.
I gotta say, I was really nervous for LNG in the beginning.
The
That looked like
ultis.
spring split. LNG coming into this, I see Scout kind of having an iffy one on Tristana in the mid lane where he gets caught off guard. No buffer on the Nico also with the W. Fail flashes afterwards and dies. I thought LNG were just going to do the classic where they tilt off the face of the earth and they never come back
He
into
had to
it.
get it out of his system.
Yeah, he did.
That was tough,
and
bro.
I apologize for those watching. I'm full cope right now. Like,
So?
full cope.
That's-
because
that's allowed.
They definitely tilted in that game. I'd say LNG definitely didn't. I think Scout looked fine, even if Trist... We didn't think we'd see that much Trist after we saw him playing and then it failed. But it looks like these picks that we thought were out of the meta and nerfed,
Are
Rumble,
still in the
Trist,
meta.
LPL LCK teams love them.
Yeah, and on top of that, there were a few moments, even just one moment on top side where Kaisa was able to tag. I think it was Jen Altis lost the mana, so she couldn't Q, couldn't get the kill. So there were a lot of like tit-for-tat moments where anything could have meant for a larger advantage for Team
Yeah,
Liquid.
but Scout comes out on top, and he's in the Verizon post-game interview.
All right, let's hear the interview.
And we're back to this side of the stage for LNG's first victory here at the World Swiss stage, and I have Scout with me. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on making it to Worlds. I know the road was not easy for you. You actually found out recently that you were going to be able to make it. How much of an impact did it have on you personally, but also for the rest of the prep with the rest of the team, the fact that you came last minute here?
那首先恭喜你们拿下了本局比赛的胜利。那想问
It
到 Scout
is,
选手，可
Alex.
能在此前呢，关于你本人能否参加世界赛，有一些遇到了一些小问题，想问一下这个方面对你个人或者说对于整个队伍其他会不会有一点影响，以及是你们在克服了这个问题之后，现在又感觉怎么样？
就不知道有没有影响到其他队员吧，就可能对于自己的话也还好吧，然后就最终还是来到了世界赛嘛，所以要一副全力吧。
So actually, I have no idea the impact on the other teammates, but for me, it's just fine. But finally, eventually, I came here. Since I'm here for Worlds, I'm going to strive for it and go all out for it.
We're just happy that you could make it in the end. That's just what matters. And talking about LNG and your run, last year in Korea, you made it to quarterfinals, but no more. What makes you sure that this year is going to be different, especially given the fact that it's almost the same team, except Weiwei in the jungle?
那在去年的时候，在韩国你们是进到了 quarterfinals， 但是没有能够再往前一步。今年的这一个 LNG， 特别是在打野位置上有微微选手加入了，所以你觉得今年这一支 LNG 会有哪些不一样吗？
就可能跟去年比的话，可能还是差不多吧。然后我们的打法就可能也还是差不多的。然后就看我们前期打得怎么样吧。
So I think it's quite similar to the last year's LNG in terms of our play style, but it all comes down or depends on the early game.
All right, well, thinking about LNG at Worlds, I know there's always huge expectations when it comes to LPL teams in general. Where would you guys rank yourself at Worlds right now?
那最后一个问题，其实到现在每次来到世界赛上，大家对于
There's still
LPL 的队
hope,
伍都
bro.
会充满
There's
期
still
待。想问一
hope
下
because
，Scout 选手，你
FlyQuest
觉
plays
得
later
LNG
today.
现在的整个实力水平是怎么样的？
可能就还是在 LPL 赛当中就比较强的队吧。然后
I like his glasses. They're different.
希望吧。
I feel
They're
like
like a different
LPL
shape.
has always been prospective coming to the World's Championship.
All right, well, we'll see how you guys can do. Thank you so much, Christina, for the translation. Scout, amazing to have you at Worlds once again. Thank you for the interview. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I can assume it was incredibly stressful. Maybe that's why, as to GV's point, they reverted a little bit to kind of spring LNG and the tendencies. Maybe they're catching up a bit, catching their groove. And despite this being a very, very close game for TL, you gotta hope that if things go the way they want, and I'm not saying they have been good the entire year in LPL, even, you know, sometimes in playoffs, you will not have seen what you've wanted, but if Scout is firing on all cylinders, if Zika has a breakout tournament, which he could be on track to show,
Absolutely.
there is a lot of promise, but the competition is stiff.
It is, but I don't think LNG is the only team that's kind of shown this. We've already seen it from a lot of the Asian teams. I think as soon as we go into the second round of Swiss, we'll definitely see a much more defined meta as well, and probably also just the teams being a bit more cohesive. But yeah, LNG, I think they're very happy with the way this game played because the early game did not look good for them. The only reason they kind of came back was because because TL went for a massive overstep here in the enemy jungle.
They did, and this is also while Scout is bot lane pushing on Tristana, so it was a 5v4 where they were the ones that lost. So not only did they lose the gold, they lost a massive amount of tempo on this play.
Yeah, there was a few times in which they had actually looked for a play in the jungle, and even if they ended up losing flash for it, I mean, getting a flash off of the Jhin, they can't really make a repeat play happening afterwards. So to your point, yes, across the map, LNG is getting gold back for themselves. That's where the gold
Who
advantage
plays
is coming
next?
in there for them.
And a question,
Sorry,
to you in
y'all. I
terms of
was
TL, when they do
handling
fall
some
behind a little, or they
business in
don't
the
have kind of, like,
DMs.
complete control of the game
Next
in
up
the
is
LCS
HLE versus
this year, do you
PSG.
feel like they made
Let's
macro
go.
mistakes or
Okay.
push mistakes
Even
like
though
this, or is this
I
out of
am
character?
depressed
Here's what I
after
think.
watching
I'm ready
Team
for it.
Liquid lose,
I'm ready for it.
I am happy to see
MSI,
HLE win,
They
right?
were worse,
Right?
but less nervous. Here, they are better.
There's
but
no way
nervous.
all my teams lose
So
today.
they actually improved, but they put so much pressure on
BLG
themselves
won.
that they choked. Like they just, those are not moves you
But
see
like-
from them normally. But the fact that they were in the
Can-
position to
can the
throw
teams-
those
I
moments
want to win.
actually
Win,
shows a level of
please?
improvement. So it's a matter of getting their head
Your
right. 'cause I
glass
think
half full is so
Please?
good.
That was a galactic.
So good.
That was insane.
Oh my
the reach,
God.
the reach and wraparound. But honestly,
No, but I love it.
it's great. I believe now. There it is. But yes, there were so many moments that people from the community will stick to. Of course, the fail flash from the Nico, the play that happened in the enemy side jungle, the ultimate.
doing
that
well, Tula.
clearly
How are
Umti
you?
was frustrated with. But if you look towards the LNG side, there's a lot to be excited about because that was them with the least amount of practice getting a game like that. And Zika, to your point, his Rumble ultis were game-changing and created a lot of space.
They were. Also, the Jhin was
It
really
was
good.
sad.
And thanks to the
I do
reliable
think
Cisco
we threw that
network,
game. I
LNG
think
was
we were
able
supposed to win that
out-team
one,
fight
but
Team Liquid at the Dragon to take control.
hopefully
and this is
we
one,
will
where all I
learn
think
from
was
that game.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a nice cleanse just to get out of it immediately, flash away from the Counter-Strike.
No, it's
after.
HLE versus
Unfortunate
PSV.
ultimate from APA because TL has done a great job. They got Gala's cleanse, they got his
never mind.
flash,
He's
and
dead.
the last thing just couldn't connect. But that's where the rest
Yeah,
of
Josh,
LNG is
honestly.
already in position where Gala has bought them so much space. They've used so much of their abilities to try and
I
get
don't
on
want
the
to
Jhin
put the
that when the
blame
rest of
on
LNG finally comes
anybody,
around, it's
but
over.
Is that? Did you just say
if
that
those
just because
Nico
I
ults
called-
landed,
I mean,
we
I
were
thought
in
it
a
was
good
another
place.
replay, and
We were in a
Totally,
good
but I was
place.
trying to not
He's trying to cover for us.
I'm trying to make sure that you knew exactly
That
what I was
ADC
saying.
is
Just
buying
making sure.
space. It's crazy. He's doing great in his grave.
I am not blaming APA. I love APA. APA is a great player.
You know, it's a long day. But
We have 3 more games.
we do.
Yeah.
And on the
So
cold
many
side,
games
1
today,
game
dude.
sample size. Who cares?
Yeah.
True.
And
Right?
listen, that wasn't even North America's #1 seed.
Exactly. FlyQuest is playing later.
And we haven't even seen EU's #1 seed. Both NA and EU are going to get wins today, Shocks.
Yes, and
I guarantee it.
LCS's #1 seed has never lost a game. Wait.
Number
Hey!
that was #3 seed.
That was the
Exactly,
#3 seed.
exactly.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. But we have as well. It's all good. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. I think we have 3 more games to come. So that's very exciting. Grab a snack as well. We have some popcorn. I'm going to commiserate a little bit with my LCS colleagues because things aren't going good for us. But we'll see you right back here in a jiffy.
We're going to win soon. Any minute now.
Oh, man, dude. No, we are not rooting for PSG.
Before we do it, guys, take a look at the crowd.
We
got
are
some faces. Make
not.
sure that you're enjoying the environment. This is actually a beautiful stage. The lights are much better here. Should be really, really comfortable playing, yeah?
Yep. Rose going down now, okay? I'm
I'm coming. Please jump, please. Come to cancel.
No flash, no jump.
Yeah.
Yo, thank you for the love you, Astro, and the victory and the won.
LNG remain valiant, and in their first
Thank you,
game of
thank you.
Worlds here on the Swiss stage, the LPL 3rd seed as they run into Impact and burn down the rest will take their first win to lead at 1-0.
What's the T with PSG? So they've been calling PSG the NA killers. Well, HLE about to be the PSG killers. So since we giving nicknames, they about to be that. Heavy is the crown. Oh man, dude, that game made me kind of sad, bro, because I thought that was a win, bro. I thought that was a win. About to finish this gallon of water today. Slay. Like, everybody knock us out. Don't feel special. So, like, I wasn't gonna say all that, but like, what's going on, John? How are you doing? It's okay, guys. They're warming up. These are the warm-up games. Okay, these are the warm-up games. Now, granted, if you lose 3 games, you're out. But like, they're just warming up. They're just warming up. They are just warming up. Okay. We're just watching pro play. We're watching Worlds at the moment, Veggie. That's true. So we have 2 minutes until the next game starts. Y'all, why do I feel like I've been running a marathon? Like, I feel like I'm out of breath. Holy moly. I feel like I've been running. Are you streaming after the games? If so, it's a long stream today. I don't know yet, honestly. I don't know if I am. Can you give me a summary of today's games? Yes. Quick run through. If you're just now joining, I'll go through all of the games that we've watched so far. BLG versus MDK. This is LPL versus LEC. BLG won. The second game of the day. All of the games were best of 1. Nobody gets eliminated if they lose. You have to lose 3 games in order to get eliminated. So we're all just like playing all of these games through. Nobody's leaving today. So yes, BLG 1 versus MDK. The second game of the day was Top Esports versus T1, and Top Esports won 1-0. The third game of the day was Genji versus Weibo Gaming. Genji ended up winning 1-0. After that was Fnatic versus DK. Now Fnatic put up a great fight, but DK ended up taking the win. And then we just watched Team Liquid versus LNG. Team Liquid put up a great fight, yet they could not secure the win. So LNG walks away with the win. Tula Tulips, thank you so much for the subscription and the Twitch Prime, and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turn Up Squad. So that is the full rundown. We are about to get into HLE versus PSG. It's going to be a good game. And then the last 2 games of the day are going to be also very good. We'll see FlyQuest versus GAM and G2 versus PNG. I think that was a good fight from Team Liquid. I just think we dropped the ball in some of them.
Well, guess what? It's time for another matchup here in Swiss Day number 1 as we walk you into Humble Live and PSG. You are so
if you'll be invited to Worlds, what gig would you want to do? I would want to be the crowd hyper-upper.
Apparently Australians aren't tall.
The crowd hyper-upper or interviewer.
I don't know what's in your food and your water, but man, it's working well. You look good.
Thank you. You too. It's good to be here casting with you. I think this is going to be hopefully a fun game. I mean, obviously on paper, I think everyone is going to say, you know, HLE, massive favorites. But you never know.
Yeah, the game started at 5 a.m. for me.
Miracles in the past.
They warmed up. They warmed up in the playing stage. At first, if we saw them on the day 1 as to what they are now, you'd be like, no way is this team going to get through. But in recency, PSG did get there.
Their drafts against 100
Thumbs
Thieves,
down.
Gameplay aside, because 100
Thumbs
Thieves obviously
down.
didn't play well, and PSG just
Yo,
slammed
thank you
them,
for
but their
the
draft
team
against 100 Thieves, I really
bracelet,
liked. They were just
Astro,
playing, like,
in the
standard solid stuff.
rose.
This is a good
Those
team.
are so
They're a good
cute.
macro
Thank you,
team.
thank
They
you,
can
fam.
play some really solid League of Legends here.
The
I do think their
21
draft reads, you know, as you're kind of alluding
roses.
to, in the first series that they played were really poor.
Really
and
old
even
school.
against Mad in the second series, I thought they were pretty poor as well.
Yeah.
Still let
you know, I do
PSG
think they
live.
were kind
No.
of like scaling into play-ins, and I think this is a team that will have really benefited from actually getting to play in
Never.
play-ins
Agreed,
before coming up against an incredibly difficult opponent. Obviously, HLE is still, that all being said, is still massively favored. But, you know, PSG, maybe they can throw back to the Flash Wolves days.
Yeah,
and
he did look like he was tilting.
Pull off some sort of an upset. It
Go
is a VO1, so
HLE, woo!
anything's possible in a
Go
VO1,
Peanut, go Viper, go
But,
Peanut, go
I mean,
Viper.
Home Life is looking so strong. I mean, they were able to overcome Gen G, and even though everyone's kind of talking about Gen G as though they're the #1 seed, HLE did upset them in the finals.
And this is Gen G 2.0, don't forget.
It
We
is.
got Delight, Peanut, and we got Doran in the same roster, so it's just another Gen G anyway.
Absolutely, and you're paired
Gen
up with
G
a couple
got two
world
people.
champs, so not
Two
too shabby. Zeka and Viper, these guys are absolutely incredible.
No more
I believe
winning
it was
for
a 19
PSG.
game or series losing streak that Hanwha had against Gen G before they beat them in the finals. So
it was crazy.
That was like absolutely insane. They played incredibly well.
Peanut been in the
even
game for a
finals
while.
Aside, this team, I think, you know, if you look at the totality of the year, I think they were the second best team in the LCK. Obviously, they did kind of get upset in spring by T1, and they didn't end up finishing top 2. But, you know, they were really, really solid. I think Peanut is playing incredibly well. I do think that Zeka, the meta, could fit him very, very well. Obviously, you know, he has become such a well-rounded player, and I think the way that I've heard a lot of people in the West talking about some of these players, I think is like very outdated. I think that, you know, people still think of Zeka, if you think back to his Worlds performance where he won Worlds, like, this guy's just like a melee-only player. Well, he was actually nasty on AD carries as well. Yes, he still brought in Yone. Yes, he still brought in, you know, those kind of specialist champions, and maybe could still bring those in here to really kind of put him over the top. And Doran as well, I just feel like I'm kind of like almost frustrated with the narrative around him. I think that he gets
no one likes him.
Well, I just think people give him so
When
much
do you
hate, and I
think
feel like
Faker
it's so
will
unjust.
retire?
I do think he's a really
Honestly,
strong player.
I feel
Is he
like
been?
his
No, but, like, he is a really elite
Like,
level
I think
top
it's
laner
coming
in the
soon.
world. And yes,
I
he has
would
some
be
kind of really big name games,
surprised.
and I think that's where people
I would
really
be
kind
more
of just, like,
surprised
latch onto
if
that,
he
and they see a
didn't
really bad
retire
game from him,
after
like,
this
oh, this
year
guy's
than
trash,
if
or this
he
guy's
did.
garbage,
Even in the finals, you go back to the LCK
Like, if
finals
he
versus Gen G,
announces,
the Camille versus Jax
like, if
game where
he
got
announced that he was going to retire
turns around and
after
Doran on Jax is a
Worlds,
completely
I would
different
not
beast,
be
and that shows
surprised.
The high highs that he can have. And yes, Doran, you know, was it MSI or Worlds? Even
I
Worlds
feel like
last
the
year.
end
I think it was
is soon
MSI, more importantly,
approaching.
only recency, where Doran, I'm thinking of Worlds
Which
last year, I'm getting confused.
would be
again.
so
It's where Doran
sad.
had a really good tournament.
Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing really well, I think, for quite some time. And honestly, he's a very flexible player. You know, sometimes I hear people talking about, oh, like, he's just like
What
Mr.
team
Weak
is he
Side and
on?
stuff.
He's
I also
on
don't think
T1.
that is true at all. I think he can play the carries. I think he can really play at that top level.
What's going on,
I've
Yerms?
just kind of gotten a little sick
I kind of don't
of
feel
all
like
the
he'll
Doran
retire.
flame
When do
that
you
I've
think
been
he would
hearing
retire
online, all
then?
the Doran
What would he
slanders.
do
I
after?
had to
To enjoy
him a
his
little bit.
millions he has
I do think
made?
he is deserving
That's all
of
I
that,
got.
but, you know,
Maybe
Peanut
he
has
would
been
go
so
into
solid.
coaching.
Obviously, I do think
Imagine
people will
Faker as a
always, when it
coach.
comes to
Oh my
Worlds, look at
gosh,
Peanut and say,
legendary.
he's a choker. He hasn't gotten it done because he hasn't won a world championship. But he's done like everything else besides that, and he has been so consistent for so long, successful across many different rosters in the LCK, playing at that elite level, and I have just been so impressed by him this year. He has been so stalwart
Do
for
the
the
losers
team.
today
really good
play
at
each
setting
other
them up
tomorrow and
on a
vice
lot of these
versa
kind of
for the winners?
facilitated picks.
They are going
And
to
here are
draw the
teams starting to
matches
walk out.
after
PSG versus HLE.
the game.
It's going to be a really exciting one. We're going to see the debut here of the LCK #1 seed.
Let's go HLE, 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 HLE.
Golden Road, and you would have had to come in. That's how I capstat.
Yeah, so we'll see who's going to be playing who at the end of today's stream.
Actually made it so that us casters don't have to keep going.
Actually, though, because after what I've seen from the T1 documentary, it's actually insane that he still plays now. His injury was really bad. He should stop playing for his health. Yeah, exactly. I would say for his health, his physical health, and his mental health. I don't know if y'all remember that video of Faker, like,
you know, maybe all the way back to 2020.
kind of having like a mental breakdown. But
and stuck in that
like,
pass where
yeah,
see what the new Zeka is like now, who's
like I said, I would be
returning to that
more
world
surprised
finals form, or at least getting
if
close
he
to.
did not retire than
This guy
I
has
would
been
be if
playing,
he did
so
retire.
incredibly well, and I do think again, you know, if,
And I
if people are right,
love
and
me
it is
some
gonna end
Faker.
up being, you know, kind of more of
Love,
those
love,
melee
love me some
champions in the
Faker.
meta, he is really going to shine. You know, yes, I did say he can play incredibly well in the AD carries. He did great in the LCK on that, but this guy is magic on Yone, on Akali, on Silas. Everyone knows that, you know, from his world
His
championship run.
Corki got a lot better. Remember, his Corki was memed on domestically, and Zeka's Corki even got better.
And I mean, Delight, this guy is, you know, Mr.
Yeah,
Engage.
I
His
feel like
recon
he
is
maybe can't
absolutely next
imagine not
level. It
playing,
is like almost a
but
guaranteed
maybe he
perfect
gets into
engagement
coaching
every
or
single
something.
time.
I don't know.
So it will be exciting. You know, I do think the meta can fit them very, very well. PSG over on the other side, obviously we talked about them a little bit, but going to be
We
really
still
interesting to see how
going,
they
bro.
can
We
perform.
still
This is
watching League of
Maple's
Legends
last
games, bro.
hurrah here.
Holy
I think
freaking
some really
moly.
legendary players kind of, you know, make that announcement. Levi
by
and Maple, both these massive mainstays.
I think we're about 30 minutes behind schedule.
And we see them in the international stage so many times. I want to see if they can kind of make a really great run for themselves here on their last go at Worlds.
And so many other, other teams as well that we're questioning rosters. T1 comes into that argument. I know the desk is going to look at that throughout the day or at least throughout the tournament. But let's focus in on this because for draft, HLE are taking away that Scar.
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes behind schedule.
A lot of Korean junglers have been spamming in solo queue in champ
so
queue
we'll
at the moment
probably
too.
end
Poppy
around
against
2,
Delight
yeah.
is funny considering what we've seen
Worlds
over the playoffs.
And
of course, that Ziggs against Viper too and against most teams has just
we
been the
really
takeaway.
are in
Yeah,
for the
Ziggs
long
obviously,
haul.
is very strong in the meta. Mostly been playing bot these days, but just kind of waiting to see what HLA's read is because we did see, Gen.G was kind of playing very much an old style. We've seen a lot of the Eastern teams, I think, so far, that are debuting here on the Swiss stage, kind of playing what is considered to be the old meta, a couple patches ago. Whether or not that is them just saying, you know what, our first match, we expect to win, so why would we show anything? We're just going to kind of, hide our picks, keep it close to your chest.
Actually, yeah.
You don't really know if it's going to be that. You don't really
It's a
know if it's just going to be, you know what,
Deadpool
we could be
team
nervous
liquid
first game on stage, let's play comfort picks. It could be any number of reasons, but definitely not the same kind of priority that we've been expecting on champions like Syndra, like Ori, like Yone. Those were kind of the big three.
I'd be surprised if you had energy to play after this long stream. Well, I'm addicted, so I probably will play at least one game.
HLE can show us a priority of that, and we talked
But
about
also,
that is a powerful pick to leave open against HLE.
Yeah, that's terrifying because I think this pick is just terrifying in its own right, and Zeka is so good.
They play the same
it.
champs.
This definitely
There is definitely a meta, unfortunately, but
on it in the LCK. This split was really
you want
looking
the
good on this
link.
pick. Sejuani feels like a pretty
Team
smart
Liquid
takeaway here. It's obviously such a strong
Let me
pairing with the Yone, and it is something that is definitely comfort for Pina
Let me
as
see if the
well. Was his
Deadpool
most played in the
apparel is
LCK
still
by
out.
quite a bit, if I recall correctly. Going to be interested to see what the pairings for PSG are, though, as they're going to go Jackson. I mean, we saw some Akali and stuff from Maple, so they could even go double melee solo laners
here's
here
the
potentially if they
jersey.
wanted to.
We've also seen some Renekton mid too as well, something that a lot of Yone mains hate running into.
Hasn't really worked, but we did see it.
We have seen it. That's
Wish
right.
we hadn't, but
well, let's see if they can surprise us. On the other side, HLE thinking about a jungle pick, and again, wobbly.
I thought you were wearing the T1 shirt. I am.
Haven't seen it just yet. As
I am wearing the T1 shirt.
All reliable here for the pairing. Well, Doran,
I sure am.
Casante also seems right for what we've seen from
And just
HLE.
wait till Flatcush get on screen.
The Casante, the Renekton already mentioned before as well. Potential for the Gnar here, as that also gets locked in.
Yeah, so Gnar's going to come in here. This is a pretty comfortable matchup. I always look at this as
These
slightly
champs are so boring. Boo. L champs, L champs.
Good windows for the Jax to be able to kill. I actually love Silas here. There are incredible ultimates.
I think I'm gonna
to
do my
steal with the Malphite
eyeliner.
and the Gnar, and it is a secondary, melee soul laner there for the Sejuani, but I'm not sure if he's going to be comfortable in that matchup against the Yone. So he is going back to the Akali that I mentioned earlier. He had some really strong games on Akali in play-ins. In that final series against 100 Thieves, he was just kind of playing more standard mage stuff. But even in the loss, he was looking incredible on Akali, and he had like basically 3 or 4 back-to-back-to-back games in play-ins where he was just straight smurfing on this pick.
Oh yeah, I mean, he could get up to 2 items and then
Only
he ran
excited
the
for Akali.
fights.
Akali
So
should
for
be
Maple, again, he's going to try and
fun.
run that back, and Azale, you already pointed it and acknowledged before, it's double solo laners in melee, which means it's going to buff Junja as well here for the early skirmishes. On the other side, the pick potential getting taken away as PSG take that action.
Oh, you like Maokai?
No AD carry yet here for
Derek?
HLE or PSG, so expect maybe those pulls to get
Yeah, I want to see something crazy. Maybe we'll see something fun in the bot
We've
lane.
been seeing a lot of
Watch it be
on
like
Jhin
Lucian
thus far,
Zeri.
so that is going to get banned out. Jhin just really is great, especially when you have someone else
Hey,
alongside that is
HLE
going to
and
bring that consistent
PSG,
damage.
could
I don't
y'all
like Jhin if you're
please
playing
not
like Jhin
play
LeBlanc as your only
Lucian
threats and things like
or
that.
Callista?
But Jhin
Like,
is such
please.
a facilitator, is able to follow up on
Please
engages,
do
can
not
open
pick
up
Lucian
and really
or
create chaos in
Callista.
a lot of these fights, create windows for your other carries to really put on pressure. Ezreal getting banned out, that is another Viper special here. This guy obviously so good on the Ezreal. He's really good on pretty much every champion.
They're playing on 14.18.
He is one of the best AD carries in the world, absolutely.
That is considered the
but definitely
world's
can
patch.
shine. I feel like most
Thank
on those
you,
real
Luck.
hyper carries carries, you know, when he is playing something like the Zeri, like the Kaisa.
Do you have a prediction for how different worlds will be next year, considering all the current changes? Not a clue, bestie.
Like that you mentioned it again.
Not
High
a
hopes for
clue.
Viper here as we don't take an 80 carry off here for HLE in the end. It's the Nautilus, it's the Engage.
A lot of
give away
Kaisa.
the Kaisa here, and all of a sudden we keep seeing more dive out of PSG, built for this game of Swiss.
Yeah, the Nautilus ban here is interesting. You know, it does kind of lead me to believe that maybe you want to play a high mobility carry here for Viper.
If Rel has
you know,
no
something that makes it a
haters,
little bit more
I'm dead.
difficult to
Oh
lock
my
down here.
god.
This would be something that's really strong against
Why
what
don't you
PSG
like
have shown.
Rel?
This is hard engage, and they're going to draft an engage support as well, pretty much guaranteed. Zai answers that beautifully. I absolutely love it, and Rakan is up.
Yeah, the football
And
Paris
White
team
is incredibly good at
You
it.
talked
so
about it at the start of draft. I was just going to say, it's just going to be the pairing.
I feel like it definitely could be.
And they say whatever, take Rel, we'll just put Delight on Comfort. We'll put Delight on that same champion that he's so well known for.
I mean, he is so well known for it. I just feel like it is just screaming out to call it at that point.
Yep.
And he is going to answer. We are going to get the Delight Rakan. I don't know, man. I am pretty nervous for PSG. Just even looking at some of the, like, if you're playing, you know, nameplates off, then yeah, it could go either way. But when you realize it's like Seka, Yone, Delight is on the Rakan.
Peanut on Maokai
Yeah,
as well.
Peanut is
like
on
a
Maokai.
solid.
This is super comfort. Viper is going to be incredibly difficult to dive, and you're kind of like full committed to this hard this dive, right? Alistar is just even more of that, but it's not like you could pivot out of that and say, let's draft something else now. Like you are going triple melee topside.
And
with
their
the Kaisa.
skins
It's
better
full dive.
match,
You're
right?
Now, as we round out the comps, there is one stat I need to share with everyone at home, and Vetti's brought this up to me last night. He's like, hang on a minute. He's like, wait, Peanut this entire year only lost one game on Maokai out of 18 games.
Wow.
It was in the grand final that he lost the game against Gen G.
Wow.
But again, shout out to Vetti for bringing that to my attention. He is 17-1
That's a
on the pick
crazy
in 2024.
stat.
Which is an insane stat here.
Yeah,
when,
that's a
I mean,
crazy
you are
stat,
talking about
dude.
one of the best junglers in the LCK.
17-1 on Maokai.
But still, it's just crazy to throw that in there as they debut on the Swiss stage.
But to put it in perspective, their teammate, you know, game score over the whole year, they had a 70% win rate, which is obviously incredibly good.
Yep.
But Maokai, 94.4%. So it is still, you know, very heavily above the average that their team does win. Sometimes win rates can be kind of fraudulent when people are like, yeah, this guy's insane at this champ. He has a 60% win rate. It's like, well, your team has a 70% win rate.
So what does that mean?
But it's going to be an exciting one here. Got the Viper EDG sign in the crowd.
Oh, he remembers. I mean, it's a good throwback.
Who could forget?
It was such a crazy team. No one expected them to win Worlds. Humble Life this time, a lot of people are putting them in the top 3, top 4 to win Worlds.
Why do they give fists instead of handshakes?
I mean, PSG
I think it was a custom that was done during COVID.
use that momentum
And now they just stick with
take
it.
a win off tournament favorites? It would set up their tournament, it would set up the Swiss stage, and it would throw expectations out the window. As again today, we've had some pretty close matchups with LCK.
No, we cannot root for the Kali
Here
team.
against PSG, we get to find
No.
out if that's going to be the case again.
Yeah, we have had some really close
Down
matchups.
with PSG.
Fnatic, they had opportunities in their game. Weibo got way closer against Genji than I think people were exciting. TL obviously had their windows against LNG.
T1 lost out to Top Esports before.
Yep. So we've had some really close, really competitive games. Honestly, we've gotten way more good games than I was kind of expecting.
HLE is LCK.
Going into this first day, I thought there was going to be a lot more lopsided matches, and we'll see if that does continue here for the last couple that we have scheduled.
Well, that should be good because I know after this, Fly versus Gam. I just saw Gam Man walking along in the audience, so he's definitely getting ready for that. And Azael, let's hope you're not another curse. For now, though,
How many teams left? There's 3 more games left, so 6 more teams.
I felt guilty as soon as I
including
said
this
it.
one.
Every
Like there's
time
2 more
Annie
games
listens
after
to
this
killing
one.
50 tweets. Like, get off the cast, bro.
The DMs must be nuts. I feel sorry for
They're
it.
in good fun, to be fair, but there's an edge of truth to it. They're like, well, it's been a lot of losses. Maybe we shouldn't have.
Now, I was going to say that this looks like the most standard start, but of course, Betty and Woody are going to go against that, and they're going to swap
You know what
sides.
the sad part is? You're right. It is the most standard
It is
start.
a
Are they not
Worlds.
matching?
Like every single game, it feels
I
like
don't
it's just a
think
lane
they
swap
are.
today. Which
I mean, they've got the whole
lane swaps
red
can be interesting.
blue.
You know, they can be strategically
thing
cool, especially
going
if there is
on.
some sort of adaptation that's going on.
True.
But when you come to Worlds, you want to see the best players in the world laning against each other.
Yeah.
You know, you just want to see the 1v1s. You want to see the 2v2s. You want to see those outplays. And lane swaps, unfortunately, do deny us a bit of that. We'll have to see, though, if PSG can get too much from this. Obviously, Alistar, kind of famously awful level 1, so a lot of players here, just electing to lane swap when they do have Alistar, even if it's just a quick push towards level 2, and that's exactly what they're doing. This is kind of a similar situation that we saw Core and Impact in last game, where obviously Woody's going to be going down bot lane to try to cover Aja here on the Jax. Of course, we know that HLE isn't looking to dive. They're just going to farm and play. They're just chilling and continuing to move around the map here. As Doran's going to TP back towards top, catch that wave.
Like at least
is
Matt.
Just power farming here
At the
on
very
the Maokai.
least.
So HLE is already up, good 400 gold, and they're just saying, you know what? If you're going to give us that advantage, we're just going to take that gold lead and we're going to just run with it.
I mean, again, the difference is that, like, this time as well, there's
Period,
no setup for the
HLE.
dive, right? The support still moves to the same position, but junglers are pathing towards top, and Doran was able to get some experience through mid, but now receives the wave. Betty's push too only looked like a
Why
couple
are they
waves
so
there. Not that
obsessed with
big build or
Cosmic
stack up that we saw even in the last
Gaia?
game,
There's
as they
better
all were.
ones.
It was
Maybe
about denying
some
as
people
much
feel like
experience and gold as
certain
possible.
skins are like
Absolutely,
pay to
but I mean,
win.
honestly, Betty
So
elects not to
that
do
could
that
be why.
massive stack wave because Woody is basing, right? So they're pushing to get level 2 fast as Woody's going to
Whoa.
look mid and does force a flash.
Nice.
So as soon as they want to try to go for that fast level 2, that means you can't really slow stack it, right? You have to just, you're kind of opting into a different strategy where you have to fast push a little bit more, get the fast level 2 for Woody so he can get back down to bot to cover a potential dive. Obviously, that didn't end up happening, but he is able to find something there as Doran hops in.
Minion blocks away as Doran wasn't able to get his drill thrown out, but you notice bot side, some heavy trades coming through. Ardra at half
I'm a little
HP,
bit
but
hot with
Viper
these
and
two
Delight just
jerseys
keep
on.
walking on up, getting some heavy trades once again,
the audio?
looking for more play.
Well, this is the thing, right? They're just farming plates. They're saying, great, like, you're going for this. Peanut's just going to cover Doran. There's no way you're ever diving this. Just like absolutely zero chance it would work in a 3v2. So, it's great cover here from HLE, and they're saying, yeah, sure, do the lane swap. Who cares? We're going to have Viper way ahead in gold. We're going to get gold lead as well on Doran.
Get
We're just
Viper
in a much
ahead.
better spot in this situation. As,
Maple didn't want that. He took a turret shot as well. He
Good.
does level up, so some health gained back on in, but still, that could have been more disastrous here as Zeka takes him with him.
I mean, this is just looking so miserable for Aja, because every time, generally when you play Jax in these kind of 1vx situations, the way that you get any farm is every time Counter-Strike's up, you walk forward, you use the Counter-Strike, and you actually just use that to protect yourself from the AD carry, and then pick up a minion or two. And now what we're seeing Delight is doing, which this is honestly just kind of a masterclass from here, is every time Aja walks up with Counter-Strike, he's actually, just knocking him up and jumping back. Like, he's denying his ability to actually get to those minions to get any farm. He's constantly CCing him, harassing him, and then, yeah, sure, even if you land a Counter-Strike on him, Viper's putting the feathers through you, so that you have to watch out for the pullback. So Aja's just basically, every time he steps forward, is being forced to immediately leap strike backwards to a minion, and that's why he wasn't able to really get any farm until just now when they base.
We've been sitting all day, bro.
But look at what Doran's done,
All day.
Doran is a little bit behind in XP.
Why do you have
but he
two
has an
jerseys on?
additional
Both my
14
teams were
minions, so that's
playing.
over 2 full waves.
Both my teams
And
were
it's not
playing,
really been
man.
pressured in that same way. So
I had to
Viper and
lock
Delight's just
in.
doing
I
a
had to
great job
support
with
both
it.
of them at
As
the
Delight,
same
again, moving
time. You
towards
know what I'm
topside,
saying?
Anytime there's any opportunity, they're saying, you know what, Doran, would you be vulnerable on these waves? Yes, I would. Okay, someone is there to cover. First it was
There we
Peanut,
go.
and now since the wave had bounced, Doran needs to push it out.
Now I
That's
can
why there's someone
breathe.
here again, and this is just simple stuff, but it makes such a big difference. If there isn't
Yo,
someone
thank you
there
for the
to cover you
follow,
on this
Bill.
push,
Hope you're having a good day today.
easily into in this situation, but because HLE have them covered entirely, it just looks like there's nothing happening.
Such clean
Yeah, that's big. That's big that they got all those plays. Honestly.
Was spotted in the area.
Bill, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turn-Up Squad. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, love. Hope you're having a blessed day today. And again, welcome.
Level 6. A couple more minions and he will be able to impact this as PSG
Jessica, thank you for the follow as
They're going to be able to start up
well.
these grubs here, and at the very least they will get one right away. Maple does move first, but is still missing a little bit of health, and Zeka did just buy, so we'll see if they want to try to get in for one, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
Junja's almost level 6. He won't get it off this last grub.
Oh, we've been killing it.
Not indeed. Just got the massive boost from the first. So 3 grubs go over to PSG.
Yes, it's Alistar on
Lane is still up on the
PSG.
top side. I mean, I guess it's least to be expected.
And it's still an 800 goal lead
It's
for
huge,
HLE with really nothing happening, right? We've barely had any fighting. Aja gets a nice little trade there as he finally knows Delight, of course, was up on that top side. He showed he was kind of harassing Junja over on those grubs, and Aja is going to try to just sit back, making sure he is not exposing himself to any sort of a gank from Peanut, because you They know that control ward is there over by Try, so he doesn't really have any vision in the enemy jungle, and that's why he has to play so safe, even though potentially he could put some pressure on and farm these minions. He just can't afford to expose himself because he doesn't know if he's going to get wrapped around on.
I like the vision talk because the river right now is controlled, at least towards mid lane, as Zekra and Maple, we get a quick snapshot of what's going on there. There's a good control ward, there's a river ward up and top side as well.
Wait, what do you mean, Kicker?
So HLE just doing their due diligence as Delight once again.
I'm like stretching in between these games because
well.
I'm a little stiff just sitting here all day.
Also covers for Viper again.
So if that's what you're talking about.
Seems like the early game talk here. As once again in a lane swap, it feels like every game we talk about who's covering who and how important it is at the time.
Absolutely, and I mean, especially if you have
Which countries / regions are these teams from? So HLE is LCK or Korea's first stream. As our mid laner dies, and then PCS is Hong Kong.
Finds the engage and no hesitation from him. Woody impressed me so much when I was watching the PCS. This guy is mechanically very, very good. He has that killer instinct. He has that edge that you need as an engaged player to find that small window. And
I'm
there's no
6 hours
hesitation.
into
You
my
have to
shift.
immediately have confidence. You have to go for it. He absolutely rinsed 100 Thieves.
I thought PSG was Taiwan. I thought it was Hong Kong. We had to look this up last time. Let me see. PCS region League of Legends.
Woody is flashing on his head. Woody is finding the kill.
League of Legends champion Pacific.
Helps to eliminate almost all that gold lead that HLE had been slowly growing.
And from the bottom lane,
it covers Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau, if I'm saying that correctly.
Not spotted on a ward,
so we are
will be
both.
on the pixel brush. He walks away
Correct.
in a very good spot in this early
Is this
game.
the week
So
T1
nice
plays?
setup from
T1
PSG.
played
They
today,
also picked up
and they will
Grubs
also
before.
play tomorrow.
Dragon sits there, but Grubs in 1 minute 30. And some of the early game mitigation is nice to see, considering when they were hyping up PSG as not this walkover if they play like they did from the end of play-in stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
And I mean, if they play like they did at MSI, this team went 5 games against BLG, right? Like, this is a team that is having a very good year. I think people sometimes talk strangely about
Why shouldn't I
PCS.
root for
Like,
PSG?
they almost pretend that
So
they
them
have
hoes
always
over
been
at
like they were,
PSG, people are calling them the NA
and
killers,
it's not really true. I mean, last year alone,
which is
they
a
failed to make
wild
plays at MSI
statement.
Worlds, and that's not to
And they
criticize.
eliminated
That's to
100
say, you know, we
Thieves
need to call
from
attention to the improvement
Worlds.
and to how good of a year they're
So,
having. This is a standout year.
personally,
They did so well at MSI. Doran in trouble here. Junja's behind him.
He's flashed over the
I
wall.
don't like
Gonna be mad. The counter-strike
PSG.
and the stun in place. No Mega Nah. And they take him before he evolves.
And I'm gonna need
Now for
HLE
Peanut,
to
he's
clock
left here without
the
his top
frick
laner. He
in.
needs some assistance, but following over the wall, Arja gets the flash out of him, but Junja matches. Presses W, gets the kill. But for HLE, they need a response. They pull the feathers in, and for Viper, it's good damage down. He takes down Junja, gets
Good
a
job,
1 for
Viper.
2, but remember,
Good job,
PSG took
Viper.
the fight there and won it out.
And we are dead even. It's just a great read and great play from Aja and Junja.
Yeah, we don't mess with
Junja
them.
just gets behind Doran.
Where's
and he's
another
sitting in a
shirt? We'll get
position knowing
another
that's
shirt when
exactly where the
FlyQuest
Jax is gonna
get
put
up
him. That is really
and add
good
it.
stuff from the top side duo here from PSG. They play an abnormal amount.
What's going on,
towards
Riven?
Aja,
How you
so these
doing,
guys
love?
really are an experienced duo as a top and jungle pairing there. You know, they love to play towards top lane. Like, it is crazy how much more they do than the average team, at least in the PCS.
Yeah, I mean, Junja not only in play-ins, we saw some of that attention, but we also saw that when you play through Arja in the PCS, he can be a reliable carry now. His development this year is insane. When I remember casting the guy back in the day, and I said it in play-ins, he got outclassed by people like Rest in the league. People like, you know, the rest of the PCS players. I was going to say YSKM, probably not the right player, if those fans remember. Now for PSG, they're starting to take this Grubs in the top side. On a ward is Junja. He's already gotten 4, but this might just be
Okay, but is it the team's problem that other people are calling them that? I made it their problem.
Got beaten out before.
Yeah, it's looking really
It's
good.
their problem now.
Pressure that they got on top side, they get the kills. They now have 6 Grubs here.
And
the
I don't
gold,
think they
200
too
gold
upset
for
that that's
HLE,
what
now
people
300,
call it.
but I mean, it's just between that 200-300
Sir.
mark. Honestly, who cares? The gold lead pretty much is nothing. They just need to
Do
make
we
sure
have
that
games
Aja
tomorrow?
isn't gonna
Yeah,
get
we
picked on
do.
here, as Peanut is moving down towards that bottom side. You can see on the mini-map. And Aja obviously way down on farm. He didn't get the kill in those skirmishes on the top side. Peanut knows he hasn't been spotted yet. Aja is playing with respect to this, but again, that means he's just going to be losing even more farm. He desperately wants that cannon. This could be his life.
He gets sunned up, altered back, and as Al says, yeah, that means the death knells there. Bramble smashed the wrong way, but for Peanut still getting the engage with the counter-strike set up by the Glacial Prison means that PSG can try and turn this, and with Maple in, they will indeed. A fate sealed in onto Hummer Life is good, and Zeka brings the fight back. Maple jumps in under turret again, but this time he might want to go further. Flash, perfect execution there. Hummer Life lucky to be alive with another trade.
Yeah, it was really good setup there from HLE, though. They know that Aja's really going to be desperate for that cannon. He has been getting zoned off so much farm. It is just so juicy. He can't pass it up, so he goes in for that cannon, but PSG had the TP from Maple to cover. They quickly come in on that, and they punish the missing flash from Peanut, because remember, they have that timer from him running away. He got killed up by Junja on that top side, so Maple arrives, they get that kill. It is just a 1-for-1 trade, but it's, again, that proactive play, that cover that you need to have there from PSG. They are not rolling over here against HLE by any means, and they're setting themselves up to have a real chance in the 5v5, in the skirmishes.
I don't like how
That's where they have to
PSG,
really
like,
prove
they
that
trying
they're gonna
right
be able to
now.
deal
They
with the
actually
engage from
trying. I need
Delight,
them
that
to
they're gonna
chill
be able to
out.
find some way to problem solve.
No, literally, Jaxie, why are they clocking in?
Have impact, and Junja again has had impact in this early
Stretching
game. We already
is
talked
indeed
about him shadowing
important.
Archer. I think the big thing is people forget that coming
Especially
into
when
Worlds,
sitting at
he
the
was
computer
first
all
in
day.
CS per minute as a jungler. And this guy's on Sejuani ganking and still up here onto Peanutters. Bot side turret goes down while we're glazing
PSG is the
PSG a
NA
bit.
killers.
Hummer Life do get themselves first turret blood, which leads them into a gold lead. But as Dragon stares them in the face, I mean, PSG are still nearby if this turns into an all-out brawl.
Yep, PSG are going to have to stay aggressive. They're going to have to keep looking for these plays, and they can, in theory, play through side lanes, but
Yeah, they better not slip up, because HLE gonna capitalize. We just waiting for that one little mistake
They still have not really had to deal with
that we
Viper,
know
have
they
not
gonna
really had
make.
to deal with Delight, and Viper is just going to be so well set up to be safe in these fights, and with the
We'll let
Xyl,
them
with
have
the
their
cleanse,
little
with the amount
early
of heal
game.
between the Maokai, the Gnar, as
They can
well
have the
as
early
this
game.
Rakan. It's so tough for them to get to him. So PSG is going to be in this difficult situation where not only you have to execute really, really well in the 5v5, you have to find the multiple angles on these flanks, because it has to be someone getting in. You know, Jax
I don't
gets
know
in
how I
on
like
top
the
of Viper,
Xayah
he
picks,
pops the
though.
ult, and then all of a sudden Maple's there too from somewhere else, and that's the kind of stuff you're going to be able to need to take him off, because if you're just running straight at him, you have absolutely no chance in ever getting to him.
That's what I like for PSG is that we get the MasterCard lane economy snapshot to show you that yes, jungle's ahead once again, but everyone from HLE, despite the circumstances, is ahead in gold. I love again that PSG tried
Why
to
do you like,
pull this
both
comp
of
out
the
in their
teams,
debut on Swiss,
Luke?
and are like, we can do it, we can operate it. And while picks early have come into fruition, now as you say, it gets more difficult into the
What's going on,
5v5, into the later
Lexi?
objective
I
setups.
hope you had a
Look at
easy,
the Herald that's just
smooth
spawned here as
move.
Delight and
And
Viper sit around
congratulations
mid,
on starting
try to force
uni.
out, but the extra range there for Delight means that they can walk
Hope
away
you've been having
while
a
PSG try to
good
get themselves
old
into
jolly
rhythm.
time.
Exactly.
Been
PSG
meeting
just
lots
again
of
going to
people.
be playing towards these topside objectives. They're going to be looking for that Herald, looking for the Scuttle. They already got
And
all
enjoying
6
your
grubs
classes,
here.
honestly.
So we'll see if this is going to be a
That is
contest
also
from
very
HLE. Of course,
important.
the Essence Reaver's done, the Blade of Rune King's done, Triforce, Locket. You know, all these key items have now come through for HLE. So I think that they're not just going to be giving this up. And Peanut going to be moving in and pulling aggro now on that Herald. They have Megan already, so here we go.
On a ward, so they'll know the exact health bar here. PSG still angling for the fight. Betty took a bit of damage, which might hurt a bit, but at 4K, it goes down. HLE draw PSG in, but Arja wants a 1v1 off the back end. 1500 on the health bar. Junja for the steal. The ulti sent out. He runs in into Herald.
Yep, Herald to us. And now let's win this team fight real quick. Yep, get them knockouts in. Yep. Thank you, Yone. Thank you, Rakan. Viper does fall, but I don't think it matters because all of PSG did too. Period.
HLE with their hands again, just like finals. Debut big
Love
on
to
Swiss.
see it. Love to
They just
see
have
it.
the outplay in that 5v5.
Yep, get
They
that
have the
mid
Herald as
turret.
well.
Boop.
They get 3 kills on the Gnar. They're going to push top for that tower. They're going to take the mid lane tier 1. And they're going to get a charge on the second
They
tower
sure
here
are.
as well. They may not finish this off, but this just exploded the game here for HLE. They are in an incredible spot now. Look at the Gnar gold lead as he gets the solo gold on that. He's nearly 2k ahead. Now
Love
Zeka
to
is
see it.
1.6k ahead. Sure, You killed Viper.
At
what cost?
A little
It
TP?
just all exploded at once. Maple's going to make a teleport.
Oh,
play.
the
Flashes the 5-point
flash.
strike, but HLE imagine he's about to go to Meganar. Gets a stun. Ulti again. Maple's against the wall as Zeka starts free firing. And
He ain't
Georgia
got flash.
can't save the situation.
He ain't had
It's a flat
flash,
out
yep.
play, and Georgia needs to run the hell away. Just when you think PSG were finding
So
angles
Maple,
in this
what was
game.
that? What were
After
you-
that fight, after that pick, it's a 4.5K gold
What was
lead.
Maple trying to do?
I mean, at the end of the day, they played really well through the early stages, but it's always going to be that question. Can you out-team fight a
Love.
team like HLE? They had given themselves an opportunity to do so, but they
I
are
won't lie though,
so
Maple is
good in these
really good,
skirmishes,
and
so
he's
adept at
really
playing
good on
out
a
the fights. And
collie.
again, you
Like
have to
as
commit
much
so
as I
much
want
to killing
PSG to
Viper off
lose,
that it means
I
Zeka's
still
going
keep it
crazy,
above
Doran's going
50.
crazy. The
Maple
rest
is
of the team was not
very
even threatened
good.
at
He's a
all.
very
You had
good
to set
player.
everything and the kitchen
He's
sink
a collie.
to kill off this Zaya,
Really,
and it ends up costing you the fight.
But
Ends
right
up
there-
costing you multiple towers. And some people might meme on that play from Maple, but he knows after that
Interesting.
fight and all the towers they lost, they're in a terrible spot. So he
Interesting
TPs
little make-
before Doran buys to try to get the bounty. And honestly, I kind of respect
Some
it
of these
because
plays
you are
make
just
me
in
wanna
a
ping
terrible
them.
spot from this
That's
position.
crazy.
I mean, again, it's just talking about Doran, where he was last year at Worlds, and
Ooh, don't say that,
expectations we
Zerbit.
have
Oh
as
my
this kind of
gosh.
player.
Don't say that. Don't even put that in the air. Don't even put that in the air.
But he still has high highs. And
Wouldn't that
here
be
in this opening
crazy
game on the
if
NAR,
like
some beautiful team fight
it comes
positioning in
down
play.
to like
This guy's
facing
leading the charge.
PSG to see if they
Absolutely. I mean,
advance
I think this is
on?
kind of something that just
Oh, that would
honestly
be
happens,
insane.
you know, not just with Doran, but it's just a nature of the game, and especially international, you know, where people obviously haven't necessarily seen a lot of games of these players, you know, all year long. They see one moment or one thing, and that's kind of what you latch onto, and that becomes, you know, the reputation or the narrative or whatever for players. But I do think it is kind of sad sometimes because it can erase, you know, all of the good work and all the things that these players are doing so well. And so I just always like to kind of call it out a little bit when I see it.
I mean, it's valid. And in this game, HLE, again, I said it before, working with their hands, like, it just felt like you watched the finals and you watched some of the best HLE games of this split, of playoffs itself. And it's always this team just finding the margins.
How many
I'll never
NA are
forget
still
game
in
one as long
Worlds?
as I
2.
live, of them versus
So there's
Gen G,
Team
of that
Liquid and
fight top
FlyQuest.
with Zeka and Viper.
To be eliminated from
Absolutely
Worlds,
antipic
you
again,
must
to use the
lose
word
3
in that
games.
first game against Gen G.
So
Yeah, I mean,
Team Liquid
can absolutely
lost
pull
their
it
first
off.
game
They are
today. So
spectacular
they only have
at that highest
one more
level.
loss before they're
Incredible
up for
mechanics on this team.
elimination.
And now PSG are in for a world of hurt. You know,
I
we'll see if
did
they can
do
find
mod
any sort of a way
applications
to
for
really make some
TikTok
magic
back when
happen
I was
here.
taking
You're gonna
mod
have to look for some
apps.
sort of a pick. You know, you basically at this point are depending upon, you know, getting an instant kill at the start of the fight on one of the key members. It basically has to be Zeka or Viper dying
It was
as
the
soon
thought
as the
that
fight starts,
counts.
or you're just not going to win the fight. So it is going to be up to Junja, up to Woody, up to these guys that are on those
All of the
playmakers to
team-
find that perfect initial engage
All
on
of
a
the
key
teams
member.
that lost
And it's
today
gonna be up to
have
HLE to
one
deny
more
that.
loss
And your job gets so
before,
much harder when you're playing against the
like
peanut
you have to
Map guy
lose
because he's gonna be
3
throwing saplings in
games.
every brush.
So
He's
once
gonna be
you're at
throwing down
2,
things like this.
you're
The
in
ulti
jeopardy.
is just
You see what I'm
to secure
saying?
Viper that tier 2 mid, so he grabs that, gets the local gold on it, and there's no way that PSG can actually move to contest.
As they take the turret, we move to 5K. Baron's up in 3 seconds is something that can be forced. And again, you've got Yone, you've got Nara, and you've also got Zaya. HLE, one mistake can lead into this objective that'll go down quite quickly. The side lanes now for Doran, too, are looking even better and better. He's heading towards the Sterix Gauge, it looks like, for a second item. And he should be there relatively soon. He's also got a 60 CS lead over Arjo. Now, I know there were lane swaps. I know that Doran got to play out his solo lane for a little bit longer without much stress. But it's still just kind of showing you how this guy knows how to push a lead, as HLE all individually have shown us that in this game too.
Absolutely, and also just, I mean, yeah, someone from lane swap, but credit to HLE on how they actually handled that.
We
Every
stand
time there's any sort of window
Viper
of
in this
opportunity for
household,
PSG to
for sure.
punish Gnar, there's someone there covering him. Peanuts there covering him. Delight's there covering him, you know, helping him push out the wave. They just did that so incredibly well, and on the other side, Delight and Viper pressured Aj on every single wave. He just couldn't farm.
Oh,
So,
true.
you know, you're expanding this advantage more and more and more.
60
and HLE did an
CS
incredible job with that. And now
gold
that's paying
lead,
dividends
or
because
60
guess
CS
what?
lead
Now
in the top
1v1,
lane is
Aja doesn't
crazy.
really stand too much of a chance here against Doran. You know, he's just in such a better spot.
Any
so it means Aja's
prediction
gonna
on a
miss even
team
more
getting
and
3
more
straight
farm,
losses?
And HLE can just look to extend this lead.
You expect the same as Zeka, who's 2 items up versus 1.5 for Maple. Is damage even if Junja
Okay, when
here
I say
goes
this
over the wall,
team,
Maple
please
tags
know
in, they might
there's
take this
no
all
shade.
in. They hit everything onto
Aw.
Zeka. He's caught a fish in
Zeka, come
headlights, it
on.
looks like, as the shutdown's there. Now for HLE, the rest of the fight won't go as smoothly, but a
We
good
have a
Malchion
TP
from
coming.
Pina stops PSG from the chase as they get the pick that gives them a numbers advantage.
Yeah, that's actually huge. They got the shutdown, and they got both summoners and ulti off Viper. That is massive there for PSG. It's exactly the kind of play that they
Mad
do
Lions.
need to continually make here against HLE. They are staying competitive. They really are making it difficult here for HLE to just run away with this game. But HLE are just going to say, you know what? You're missing all your tools. We're just going to start Baron.
Zek has TP, 10 seconds, he can just join in. They are on a ward though, but another scrying ward to see the ultimate information as Doran goes over the wall into a 1v3. He goes into Meganar, keeping them at bay. His ulti, great, he flashes back over, but Baron's getting low. Maple tries to jump in, but the smite
Baron
is the way
secured.
to go. Arja tries to spin to win, but now Zeka teleported
Yep.
back in and
Killed
finds
the
backline
ADC.
access. PSG
Dude,
are
Yone
running
is
for their
so
lives. They've
BS,
got no
bro.
health left,
It's so
no
dumb.
regards, and with Betty down as well,
Yone needs
HLE
a
take the
nerf,
Baron,
but they're
take the
buffing
kill,
him.
take the blood that we were looking for, and PSG are now got their heads in the air.
Yeah, Zeka TV's back in, gets some revenge for the pick on him. HLE playing it out really well again, realizing that there is a lack of resources here. You know, missing summoners, missing ultimates. They can force the play on the Baron. They're able to secure it. Zeka TP's back in.
I'm really
PSG trying to make
surprised to
something happen as
see
multiple
Maple
members,
1 and
they're going
3,
in
I
the
must
pit, trying to
admit.
see if they can find a way to steal it, but they can't make it happen. And now PSG just back out on the map. Really all they can do is just continually look for these fights. Might be a long chase here from Woody. He's going to try to see if he can find someone on that long run back, but doesn't find an angle as they all do group together, so they're just going to have to head mid and look for that. We can watch this one more time. As yes, over the wall here, Doran is in some trouble, but Flash is back in the pit, and Maple takes the E, but look at that counter engage from Delight, instantaneously charms him out of the E there. I think he maybe even disjointed the shuriken flip damage as he interrupted him coming over the wall, so he couldn't get that finish. Aja goes in to try to bail him out, to try to make
It
something
means
happen.
Bunny,
They
that's
realize,
so
again, this is
cute.
desperation hours here when you are
That's
in
very
that spot.
cute,
But it's a perfect counter engage there from Delight. They're going to look for Viper.
They're okay. Delight Bond here. 007 is
Yeah, it
once
doesn't
again
look like
showing up on this pick.
his day.
We talked about it, and I think a lot of people have been talking about Delight. I could flash back to the final Blitzcrank game. He's got a lot of picks that really resonate with me here as HLE are in the river, and PSG want to take another fight. I mean, they're falling so far behind as Zeka re-engages, looks for the angle himself, gets a
Holy moly, the 3-man knockup into the 3-man knockup into the knockup.
It's beautiful to watch as everything used on
Like-
Archer. Maple tries to get in the thick of it, but he can't get anything more
By the
than a
way,
kill.
2 of those
Over the wall, he
knockups
finds
were
himself
by
with a
Yone,
feather through the
just so
heart,
we're all
seals the
clear.
deal, a triple over to
The
Viper,
3-man knockup
and
into the
Humble
3-man
not taking
knockup,
any prisoners
both by
in their
Yone.
debut.
Man, it's just
Because
PSG
that's
going
balanced,
into the
by the way.
bounce house there. HLE, CC him up against the wall. The knockups from Zeka, the stuns from Doran, the knockups and
No,
CC
that's
from
actually
Delight.
underpowered.
Just
He
set up
needs a buff.
So incredibly well there for Viper. It's just a really well executed team fight there as Doran was
Yeah,
able to
Viper
push
going
up Eddie. He
crazy.
couldn't
Viper's
really
a
be
good
involved in
ADC.
it. Maple goes
I
in,
wasn't
tries to
familiar
salvage
with his
something,
game.
does get a kill onto Zeka. But again, there's no pressure on Viper when everything is being
Great
set at
example
Zeka
why
there.
he
Viper
needs a
is just
buff.
able to
Exactly,
crush them
right,
in the fight.
Lucid?
It's an 11k
Yeah.
gold lead just about at 25 minutes into the game. It started with
Yeah,
that
why
fighting
is he
top.
only
It continues
doing
to happen.
a knockup,
PSG
a
wanna
3-man
scuffle
knockup
down
into a 3-man knockup?
dirty with it.
Why
We
is
watch
he
one of
not
those fights
3-man
again,
knockupping into a
HLE
3-man
pivot around.
knockupping
And HLE
into
just bought so much
another
time. This is
3-man
the key
knockup?
thing here. They pull back, and then as that Soul Unbound is about to expire, he goes back in with the Fate is Sealed, multiple
Oh, and then
members there.
another
Then Delight
3-man
charms up three,
knockup,
gets
yeah.
all the knockups. You can see all of this CC coming in onto PSG, and on the other side, Betty had already been pushed out there by Doran. Viper not threatened at all, and no way Maple was going to be able to take the portal out to safety. It's a good try, but
Do
you
you
can see
like
now
do you
done for
dislike
Viper. He's already on 3
Cassante
items,
more than
plus has
Yone?
the Hex Drinker. This guy is going to be a nightmare.
You called it a bounce house before, just going back and watching the replay.
Man,
like
they
5, 6
both can go somewhere,
all
honestly.
moshed up together. It's a lot of fun watching this game, but to the
Right,
reality of it again,
Zerbit. Even his
with
passive,
no objectives up for a while,
his
with
passive,
HLE
his
just finding
Q,
themselves on these waves,
his
the pressure
W
continues
should
to
for
mount,
sure, and
PSG
his
playing
E.
the defensive game
And
now
then we've
while
already got it on
people like
ult.
Zeka hold
So.
himself on the side wave, and PSG are scattered thin here. looking where to defend.
Yeah, I mean, it's an over 10,000 gold lead at this point. HLE haven't even lost a single tower at this point in the game. They are pushing through multiple lanes here.
Is
you
it
can see Doran down towards
EDG,
bot side. He's going to
Yoshi?
get that wave moving.
Is it EDG,
and they're just going to take over
Aphelios?
vision on this top side jungle, bounce between the lanes, continually take away enemy jungle camps, and just extend this gold lead even further. They're going to really choke out PSG, make them look for plays, make them face check in positions where they're not really set up for the fight.
I don't think I cared about Worlds back then. I didn't start watching like pro play until the year where
and they look over and there's a Mikhail's, and then they look over and there's another Locket, and there's just all of these tools.
DRX
Because really, when you're this far behind, your only hope is finding that miracle pick, right? And well, now Sejuani can't really do anything if the light's even in the area.
And how much damage are these carries going to do? Let me have a look at their items too. Oh, there's a more as well.
Oh yeah, because Yumi has a stand.
Yeah. Oh, there's a 3-item Yone, who's level 16. Whoops.
Don't like that.
No, not at all. And, you know, again, I think there's been a lot of stars of this show in this first game. Special mention to the light here in this game. As you said, 2 items strong here on this Rakan.
Yeah, he's the real carry, that's true.
He is the carry. I mean, bro, he's been clean.
Always is on the Rakan.
Where's TSM? TSM no longer is a team.
You were from the future. You called out the Maw when it was extra, but you knew he was about to buy that Maw. There you go.
It's the first Worlds, period. I think the games are going to start getting good soon. I mean, the games were good today.
Sells it. Everyone with a massive gold lead, and we're waiting for this Baron for threaten. You can see Humble Life are just around topside now. Their vision shifts. Doran with TP available gets that bot wave into receivership for Arja to look at, while Peanut just says, hello, Junja. Did you think this was your jungle with the teleport now flying through and a flank at that? PSG want to fight and fight their way out of the mud, but the quickness is there waiting for Arja. A beautiful blade caller as well. The feathers fly out a second time. Blades be damned as Woody gets a great multi-man, but his team is dead. And this cow is about to go into the grinder as well. I think that beef will sell for $5.99 a kilo as Junja runs for his life with Zeka on his tail. Doran as well, hops over the wall, takes him down, and HLE now dealing with the top laner fed to the ground. Betty as well is like, wait, now he's going Mega Nah. It gets more dangerous, but HLE are ignoring that because they're going to end the game.
Yeah, they're going to end the game. HLE have had enough. 13,000 gold lead, 28 minutes in. They're looking for the Nexus.
It's a good run. It was scrappy. It was fun from PSG, but Humble Life for the LCK first seed. There is no stopping the hand stiff when Humble Life play like this, and with this star-studded roster, they look for more kills just to pad the stabs. A fair Nexus in the end too, but that'll be taken down as HLE debut in successful fashion.
A strong game there for HLE. Really played out the early minutes well, and in those skirmishes, they absolutely smurfed. So, Raz, tell me what
I really
went
just had to go pee real quick.
Go on, Raz.
How I come back in the game over?
No, I can only tell you what went right.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I don't like being told what to do.
Exactly.
Yone double kill into GG.
Just not gonna do your
Oh,
job,
of
fine.
course. Did he get like the double knockup again?
We did not get him to do anything.
All right, fine. Okay, let me start with HLE, first seed out of the LCK. A lot of pressure, bit of a dicey start, chat, but in the end, small feat.
#1 seed from the LCK. This is what it looks like. At very start of the game, I was really hoping to be able to drop some fire memes if PSG beat them and say, like, you know, 100 Thieves lost to this, but I didn't get to do it.
Oh, they were too nervous to end with me watching.
There's a big storyline in this
Gotcha.
tournament for me about Peanut and whether or not he's going to be able to show up because he's had a lot of chances
My
at the World
bad.
Championship.
My bad then.
It's never gone his
HLE.
way, but he has another powerhouse team now who had, honestly, one of the best game ones we've seen of any team at Worlds today.
That's a good point. And talk about like having a lot of chances and not capitalizing on it. Some of people only get one chance and they immediately capitalize on it. Zeka, he's also our, I don't know if I can say that, our Oppo player of the game.
Yes.
But this is the best min-maxer I've ever seen in my life.
He is just one of the most clutch players
That's crazy.
in League of Legends. Like, he shows up when it matters. The ramp up he had going into summer and just his playoffs performance in general was incredible. You thought that when he won the World Championship, that was the best of Seka you were going to get.
It was for 2 years.
And it certainly was. You're right about that. But hey, World Championship is back. So is Seka, and he's looking phenomenal.
Something that I loved about how Hanwha Life play around Zeka is they know how to get gold on top of him. This game, he was the one that was finding the plays. chase down that was happening bot lane. He gets a kill there. We already saw the Rip Turtle play. He got a kill there. A lot of the times he is operating these fights so well, and he's finding the opportunity. That was really sick.
Man.
I think
find
Yone needs a
Zeka and
buff
Peanut
after
being
watching this
teammates to be
gameplay.
Amazing. Yeah, because Zeka, he played great in his latest
He's
LCK
the
final,
Yone.
but he's
Zeka
the guy who
is
like
the Yone.
shows up at Worlds, super average in the LCK. Peanut, like one of the LCK jungle goats. At Worlds,
That's Zeka right
super
there.
mid. Yeah. So now you combine these two together, and they're gonna make the perfect pair.
Yeah, they're gonna balance each other out. It's a great beat, and Zeka is standing by in our Verizon post-game interview.
Ooh, interview.
And we're back on stage for Hanwha Life Esports' first win here at Worlds. Zeka, thank you so much for joining me after this game. Shox was actually just talking about the synergy between you and Peanut. Can you tell me more about the relationship you guys have?
네, 승리 정말 축하드리고 인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다. 방금 막 샥즈님이 이제 피넛 제카 시너지가 너무 좋다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 실제로 두 분의 좀 팀워크가 어떤지 좀 자세히 알려주실 수 있을까요?
일단은 이제 왕호 형이랑 하기 전부터 뭔가 잘 맞을 것 같다는 생각을 했었고 올해 1년 동안 하면서 계속 둘 다 한 맞춰지면서 서머 때 또 좋은 성적 내고 롤드컵까지 올 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Honestly, even before I teamed up with him, I had this thought, you know, maybe we can be a really good mid-jungle duo. And then throughout this year, we were able to grow so much together, and then we managed to win the summer season, and we're now at Worlds, so I'm excited.
Fantastic, and I keep on hearing that he's the lucky charm for the LCK, as we saw in the opening teaser. Does it feel like this to you? Is it actually Peanut who is the lucky charm for the LCK and Hanwha Life maybe as well?
그리고 또 이제 오늘 티저 영상에서 확인할 수 있었듯이 피넛 선수가 좀 LCK 월드 우승의 행운의 약간 부적이다라는 그런 또 징크스 같은 게 있잖아요. 이에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금하네요.
일단 왕호 형이 이제 롤드컵 출전했을 때마다 LCK 팀이 우승한다고 했는데 이번에도 이제 왕호 형이 출전하기도 했고 저희도 이제 LCK 팀으로 출전해서 꼭 왕호 형이 웃게 만들도록 해보겠습니다. 네.
Every time when we had Peanut making it to Worlds, we had an LCK team winning Worlds, and as an LCK team, I hope I can make Peanut smile in the end.
Well, this and the white jersey, obviously, you're set up for success. But talking about you, Zeka, you showed up in 2022, won Worlds against all expectations, coming as the underdog. This time it's a completely different story. You're the LCK winner. There's a lot of expectations for Hanwha Life Esports. How much does it change your perception of Worlds and how you're going to attack this championship?
사실 22년도 월드를 돌아보면 그 당시엔 약간 언더독으로서 이제 참가했다가 우승이라는 대기록을 쓰셨는데 이번에는 LCK 1번 시드 챔피언으로서 월드에 오게 됐습니다. 이런 점이 좀 중압감을 더해주는지 그리고 월드에 대한 인식 자체를 조금 다르게 만드나요?
아무래도 이제 2년 전에 4시드로 왔을 때랑은 좀 다른 느낌이긴 하고 뭐 중압감도 있고 부담감도 있지만 이제 1시드로서 당연히 가져야 될 책임감이라 생각해서 그냥 잘할 생각밖에 안 하는 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, obviously, compared to 2022, I'm feeling a lot more pressure and maybe more stress because we are representing LCK as the first seed, but I think it's a responsibility that every first seed team has to take.
All right, we'll see how you deal with pressure this time around. Fantastic job and a debut for you at Worlds. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be back for the 7th game of this evening. It's gonna be FlyQuest making their debut against Gami Sports. Stay tuned.
All right, let's go FlyQuest. Let's secure a win for NA. Let's go FlyQuest. Let's go FlyQuest. All right, third jersey of the day. I need FlyQuest to lock the frick in. Let's go. Please don't embarrass me. Please, FlyQuest.
You wish.
Okay, Lux. Flash on F. Yes, correct. All right. FlyQuest, please lock in. Yes, Team Liquid lost today.
Yeah.
No way they lose, right? Are they in A? Yeah. FlyQuest is in A. After FlyQuest, we just have G2 versus PNG, and then we're set. T1 loss. All of the LCK and LPL teams are up today. Nobody else have clutch wins except for LCK and LPL. Can you recap the games? All right, real quick, like. These are the games that happened today. First game of the day was BLG versus MDK. That is LPL versus LEC, and BLG took the win. All games were best of one. The next game was Top Esports versus T1. Top Esports took the win. After that was Genji versus Weibo. Genji took the win. Fnatic versus DK, and DK took the win. Team Liquid versus LNG, and LNG took the win. And then we just watched HLE versus PSG. HLE took the win. The last two games of the day is FlyQuest versus GAM and G2 versus PNG. Weibo and BLG are LPL, correct. Yep, T1 lost. Nobody gets eliminated today. Like, just because you lose doesn't mean you're sent home. You have to lose 3 games in order to be sent home at the moment. So everyone's safe for the time being. Caps is on G2, correct. Whose downfall are you rooting for first? PSG. If they could quickly get eliminated, that would be great.
Welcome back, everybody. We're not laughing at EU and NA's lack of wins so far. We're not. Rash just told a very funny joke right before we went on air. Oh my God, and we can't replicate it at all. I'm very, very sorry.
Yeah, it's good.
And it's getting a little silly. It's silly hours. We still have 2 best of ones to go. It's
We
very
do.
serious. It's World Championship.
Do you get any good skins for your
but
shop?
it's,
I haven't looked at my shop. Last time I tried to open it, it said error.
Respectively to win. We've got FlyQuest versus GAM. Up
What's
next,
going on,
and then we have G2 versus
Frozen?
Pain. So not all is lost yet, but we're going to start with this one. And with GAM, they are our VCS's first seed. Now, you may remember them from the Plains because they came through completely unscathed. 2-0 SHG and Rainbow 7.
Best performing team in play-ins.
Yeah.
I think for sure, with the ability to win every game. Kiaya was the one that was most impressive to me. He had back-to-back Aurora wins in his first series, and I forget what he played in the second series as of now, but it must have been good.
It was a lot of Aurora in my eyes. But
What was the other champion?
GB, do you remember?
Why? No, well, let's, why are we doing this? I feel like we should just move on. Like, I agree with.
Oh, he's giving out stuff.
From Kiai. What I was more impressed with GAM
That's
in general
sweet.
was actually the fact of how controlled they were with their gameplay, because it was not your ordinary
I love
VCS
that.
gameplay that came out where they're just going mega hard with tempo and taking every fight they can. It was macro gameplay, and it was through Levi specifically. One of my favorite games from Levi was his Shyvana game, just because of how controlled and how efficient his pathing was. And yes, I did.
I
say
know
Shyvana.
you love Shyvana.
Yeah.
Great champion. They're up first as the LCS first seed. You heard that right. It's FlyQuest. You know, and
Rumble.
what?
He's on it.
Aurora Rumble. I knew it. I
Oh,
just
Rumble.
didn't
Yeah,
commit.
yeah, yeah. That makes sense. But talk to me about how FlyQuest ended up as your #1 seed.
A lot of it was just how good they were at team fighting and how much they leveled up around this guy right here. Quad became the best mid laner in the LCS by the playoffs. And a lot of it was how they funneled resources to him on side lanes. I think they were really smart around it. And how good they were around what was like Ivern Renekton comps, or specifically how they were playing team fights around the space that Whippo was providing. So it felt like they all clicked in by the time they were in the finals versus Team Liquid.
They were really committed to their identity. But their identity did shift from the last time that I think a lot of people saw FlyQuest when they lost at MSI play-ins to PSG. So they would pick Renekton every single time it was up, if it was there. And I think they played so much more around their true carries, Quad and Masu. And then Inspired was also very willing to play supportive junglers. So
he's
really
just
did
happy
manage
to be
pivot
there,
their
bro.
style in playoffs, and that's ultimately what led
He's
them to a
just happy to be
Yeah,
there.
we don't have the camera on us right now. I thought you were about to point in the minion in the fridge, Raz, when you were talking about who the MVP is. They got a guy in there as well.
How did that happen?
Wait, they smuggled one here. They might actually win a game.
They
The
actually
minion
did.
came.
Oh, it absolutely did. And I mean, what a crazy ending to a final as well. I still think, like, when I look at most people and talking out of North American teams, they still feel like Team Liquid seemed like the stronger team, but FlyQuest is the first seed as well coming into it. And I think they have the level of play to showcase at their best what it means to be an NA team.
Team Liquid lost their last game, so my best friend is FlyQuest now. And Inspired, Inspired, I mean, best Western jungler coming into the tournament, question mark?
Yes, undoubtedly, and he's such a complete player, as you can see. At the beginning of the split, he was playing such a carry-centric style. You can see the Nidalee, Karthus, Talia, and all these things. But then by the end, to the point that Jat was making, their carries were Quad and Masu. And he made the joke of him being like a kitten because he was playing Ivern and he was going bot lane a lot. He was basically saying, oh, I'm playing supportive styles. He was letting those two carries really go for it. So it really is, as flexible as a player he is, we already know how smart and vocal as he is in the game. The team has really rallied around it, and they've been consistent themselves.
One thing I will say with Inspired, though, and I think we saw this rear its ugly head at MSI, is if other players on his team are struggling, I think that can throw Inspired off his game. But if his lanes are stable and he's trusting them, then he
How many
really
team
gets to
jerseys
shine.
do you
He's
have?
extremely efficient in pathing, and he
I have
knows
T1.
like, how to win the game through team fighting. But as the opponents of his laners get stronger, sometimes that can get iffy.
And two players that I would say from both sides
and
that I'm looking
Immortals.
forward to. From
And
Gam side,
Cloud9.
Emo. Because he was a player that actually really was delightful for me with his
And
Yone
NRG.
play. They're probably going to ban it away from him. He was too good.
And Golden Guardian.
He was too good on that.
But, like,
from FlyQuest side,
some of those teams are not
Lucio,
even
who's
in the
definitely wanted to
LCS
showcase
anymore.
a much better performance than he did at MSI. His MSI performance was abysmal. But I think during the regular season, he was really quite good. And then by the playoffs, it was nice. And I think he's going to have a much better performance here today.
All right, now I wanted to take a look at how, well, the VCS, but GAM specifically has been doing against NA, because we have a couple of memories. So we're going to pull up that record. GAM 3, NA 4 in terms of match record, best ofs, and then GAM 5-9. So it's better in best of ones.
Oh no, it certainly is. But I also think, like, sure, historically we can talk about these things, but this GAM that's been showing up this time seems so much more controlled than the GAM we saw earlier. I understand how some teams will kind of just get sucked into that chaos that they bring, but that's not really going to be the case this time around. And I'm keeping my eyes on the top side of the map for GAM, just because Kiai has been phenomenal. I'm personally really looking forward to the matchup against Whippo. He's been talking a big game.
He has. Whippo has been talking smack, bro.
Levi, the best Vietnamese jungler as well. What the rest of the map from GAM is going to bring, I think that is yet to be decided. I think they've been really good match players in terms of just leveling up. But I generally think that...
I don't care. Whippo versus Kiaya.
Yes.
I'm so excited because,
and
come on.
the review afterwards.
The review afterwards. I mean, it's
Let's go, Levi.
you know, he's
I stand
giving all
Levi.
the notes and the pointers to everyone, and
Even
it's
though
just
I
like, I
want-
feel like it's putting a lot of pressure on yourself.
Even though I really want FlyQuest to win
Gam is gonna
today.
make it a messy game, so almost certainly we're going to get a review. Like, no matter what, because they're going to team fight. Gam's gonna come in, they're gonna play Shyvana, Aurora, they're gonna make these fights messy, and it's just gonna be FlyQuest that has to try and keep it on the rails.
I mean, I'd love to like get him to do review live on the desk.
If he's down, if we could pull that off, it would be incredible.
Let's see, I heard we have an additional minute to cover here, but yeah, I mean, I think what's fair to say is that FlyQuest should not be underestimating GAM here. You were really taken aback that FlyQuest picked red. They're actually the first or the only team today to do so if they had a choice.
Yeah, we realized that. So throughout the entire Swiss stage, the team from the higher pool gets to choose sides. And of the 8 teams that got to choose, as you said, FlyQuest is the only team to choose red. Also similar to what they did in playoffs. We had entire best of 5s where they'd be on red side every single game because they'd pick red and their opponents would pick blue just over and over again. So they're very committed to this side. I wish I knew exactly why they do it because it's
Interesting.
not like they're utilizing a huge top lane counter pick. As we said, Bwipo's
You travel to London and France next week? Not next week, but in 2 weeks.
Do that at Worlds, but they're very comfortable on this side.
Committed to the bit.
So like the week of the 21st is when I head out.
It's always funny because blue side will get picked so much more because you can kind of plan the draft.
Bwipo is why I don't want Fly to win. You don't like
But on red side, you're
Bwipo?
like,
What
but you can probably get
Bwipo
not
do
only
to
just the
you?
top lane counter, but the support counter. There's a lot of things there. I want to see what they draft. That's going to be the most important question.
And just so we're sure going to the
What
casters,
Bwipo do?
you're holding the FlyQuest one, and you...
I want to practice. Yeah, let me know.
And he's holding the
come
GAM
on.
one. Just so we know
It's not free,
what
but, like,
people
come on.
think. Let's go.
This one. This one.
No!
Why are you on that side? We already established that Raz doesn't do what you tell him. I told him to break it. I told you to tell him what.
Throw it at me. What are you doing?
These guys are just wrestling among themselves. Last time they were on the couch together too.
You guys have lost it.
Oh my
You guys have lost
gosh.
it down there. Hey, right.
We need some adults over on
Oh
the
my
on the
gosh,
to
dude.
separate the children.
We're apparently the adults, I guess. I'm Asterix as Azale, and we've got Gam.
Let's
versus
go,
Fly. Now, it is good having a
FlyQuest!
resident NA caster. And let me say,
Let's
you're
go,
a play-by-play caster,
Masu!
you're an analyst, and you're also a desk analyst. You can do it all.
All right, dude. FlyQuest team is so young. Oh my
The
gosh.
upset in the finals versus TL, and are now your first seed.
Yeah, TL, who's heard of them? This is our first seed. You know, this is where we're pinning all
No,
our
I'll
hopes
just
here
be there for about
to try
2
to get that
weeks.
NA win
Or a week and a
today.
half, honestly.
FlyQuest, has really developed a lot. They talked about it obviously on the desk, but I was just so impressed by how much this team leveled up in playoffs, and also the shift in playstyle in playoffs was also really important as well.
I'm surprised Flowers isn't there. I don't remember if Flowers is going to join them later or if he's just not going to go. I don't remember what the tea on that is.
And they're going to win if they can do that
I do think he put out a statement about it. Let me
obviously
see.
Raz was talking about Quad and highlighting him, but it was also about Masu and just having a lot of faith in these young carries in Quad and Masu, to be able to really get it done. And going into playoffs, Inspired really moved away from what was his heavy farming style, and he was spamming Ivern and Amumu and champions like this to just enable his
All right, they're in
You know
Team
what
Select.
I really liked as well about both NA teams, both TL and FlyQuest, I've noticed from MSI as well, that trajectory just kept going up. There was more and more development, and I know, we talked about it with APA before, we talked about it with Yon as well, and how they facilitate, where they get into the team. With FlyQuest too, having more versatility, more of a foundation gives you more hope for this team as they go up against GAM. And a lot of people are saying this should be a win if you want to believe in North America, or at least FlyQuest here at this World.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those situations where this is the result of you getting first place, right? They got an easier draw. You're playing against a team from play-ins. You're not having to play against an LPL or an LCK team. Does that mean it's a free win? No. Does that mean it's an easy win? No. You have to take it seriously. You have to still play well to be able to take down these teams. GAM, they played very well in play-ins. They went 4-0, did not drop a game. The only team to actually not drop a game getting through play-ins. So,
Yeah,
we don't
Captain
know
Flowers
exactly how
will
high
be
they
there. I
can
think
go.
he's just there later.
Yeah, they talked about this on the desk as well. Really
he's-
was impressive.
he's
To me, he was such a
shown
standout. He shut down Summit
on there.
absolutely after Summit, was getting some monster
So he'll
lane
be there.
advantages. And my big question for FlyQuest coming into Worlds was kind of like, which Bwipo is going to show up? Because Bwipo during the regular season, really wasn't making the kind of impact that you would expect from him.
Yeah, a lot
but
of
then
mistakes.
in playoffs, really did step up, and especially, in the finals weekend, he's bringing out the Olaf, he's bringing out the Garen, he's bringing out all these picks and really making things happen. And this is kind of right back to where FlyQuest left off in playoffs, going to the Ivern. This is something that became pretty much permabanned against them after they were doing a lot of double AD carries with Ivern. I don't know if that's exactly what they'll go to here, but at the time, Quad was playing like Smolder and Zeri and things like this, and they just pair that with Ivern, and they'd say, you know what, we're just going to scale and we're just going to out-team fight you.
Well, with that locked in, again, we get confident also with the Kalista that sets up for a more aggressive bot lane. Talk about confidence in your laners. This also shows a little bit more of that here with Fly putting emphasis on that 2v2.
Exactly. I mean, Masu, Rookie of the Year, this guy, I cannot say enough good things about him and his development. his rise has been meteoric. In 2022, this guy was an amateur. In 2023, he won Most Valuable Prospect in Academy. In 2024, he's at Worlds. He won a title, and he's Rookie of the Year.
Can't believe he went from that to like MSI and Worlds in the same year.
Nightbot putting in work
It's crazy.
It's really incredible. You can't really ask for more than that. Busio, obviously, you know, has really had that kind of incredible career as well. You know, as far
Dude,
as
every time we see Jin, they're locked the frick in.
Well, the year before in the NACL,
Jin has been putting in work today. Big work.
Really get
That's big Jin right there, bro.
Do that quite a lot towards summer. They became a very well-respected 2v2 as far as their laning phase in the LCS, where, you know, in spring, teams were really not giving them that respect when you talk to other bot laners and other pros in the league. So we'll see if they can make it work here with the Kalista. Obviously, aggressive pick, but Masu has the confidence to play this sort of stuff. And over on the other side, we have some great denial picks here with a Poppy. When you're talking about Kalista, you're talking about Leona. It can really shut you down pretty heavily.
I mean, seeing that Jin get locked in for Gam as well is a good feel, considering that for Easy Love it was his most played. 100% win rate. I mean, Gam won every single game, so take that with a grain of salt. But again, our most successful playing team is what they're being called, as they get a lot of comfort here to open up, and they deny some of those other power picks, like the Jax here in this second rotation.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Shyvana, if you're wondering why was that banned, well, this is actually a really big pick for Levi. You know, not just in play-ins, but actually regionally as well. It was his most played champion, you know, throughout Summer Split. So he really is very adept at these heavy farming styles. And when that was banned out from him in play-ins, he went towards the Wukong, so he's going a bit of a different style. He's playing heavy towards the engage, and they're banning out the Jax, they're banning out Cassante, they're banning out Renekton. These are a lot of these picks for Bwipo that are comfort. We'll be curious to see where he does elect to go, as Kiaya,
The Fury would be interesting. We haven't seen.
Very
Okay.
good for him. And it's going to be quad on the Orianna. So this was kind of my big question is,
Okay.
we hadn't seen any of the
My bad
LEC
for
or
speaking.
LCS teams go back to like, you know, just on a mid. And
What's
double
going
AD
on,
carry and this
Zacking?
sort
How are
of
you doing,
stuff.
love?
So I was curious with the Ivern
Gagged
if they
you
were to
real
go back
quick.
that route, but instead it is
Real
going to
quick.
be the Orianna. So there's a lot of protection for Masu here.
The Fury would be
high damage, so great
my
scaling
bad.
over on the FlyQuest side. Obviously,
My bad.
from
Won't
their mid
speak
laner.
again.
And going to be curious to see how Gam rounds out their
Won't
comp.
speak
You know,
again.
with the Jin, you generally want to have Dive alongside the Vi and the Poppy, and the Akali is going to give them just that.
A lot of backline access, a lot of ability to stop Masu playing the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you go Camille, this is absolutely just like a full send comp. Almost, you know, full physical. Of course, Akali obviously is going to be magic, but if you went towards, you know, a tank, that could be problematic. Vladimir would be really interesting, but I'm going to start talking about hovers because it is going to be Gnar. It is all dive pretty much here. So it's going to be Poppy support, Akali mid, Gnar top, alongside that Vi. There's a 0% chance
Who
that
is
Bobo
this
is going
he
to get
find?
Robo. A 0% chance.
0% chance.
There's
Who are
this
we
is just a
talking
hunker
about?
from Busio. I truly will never believe that that's going to get locked in. This is what's going to get locked in.
That was such a bait. I kind of want them
he
to
will
lose
tell
for
you,
that.
As much as, you know, he is getting some flack. You know, some people love it, some people hate it. Bobo
We're
will
seeing
tell
a
you
lot of
whatever he thinks,
Akali
whether he's
this
right, whether he's wrong,
world.
doesn't really matter. He's going to give you his honest opinion on anything. This guy, I remember the first time I met him was actually at a Rift Rivals event when it was, you know, LCS versus LEC. And first time I had met him, never talked to him in my life, he just started telling me their whole draft plan. I'm like, you shouldn't be telling me this. Like, don't tell me this. I'm not going to leak it, but someone might. And he's just, you know, he's really open. He's really talkative. He's great, you know, as far as that goes. And he's been creating, I think, so much content around Worlds. But
He's been great. He's been like the little villain, right? But as much as, you know, some people don't like it and some people don't like how outspoken he is, again, as you said, great content, but also sets up this nice narrative that if Bwipo starts winning as well, Bro can walk the walk that he talks.
Exactly, it's great. But the other part of it is that as much as people are like, he's getting an ego, he will tell you and has said constantly, he thinks he's the worst player on his team.
Bwipo
And
on
he's saying, you know, it's a
Cyan
privilege
is
to play
going
on a
to
team where you
be
are the worst player on your
interesting.
team. And you need to be working hard to live up to that, to be able to keep pace with your teammates and to be able to make sure you're doing your job. And this is what he's talked about time and time again, if you watch his stream, is that he is going to do his job. He is going to play to set up his teammates for success. And that is the role that he sees for himself now on this team. And so as much as people want to talk about ego, to me, that is about as like humble as it gets.
I mean, again, it's a great narrative coming in because FlyQuest in their debut have got a lot to show up here for North America. The earlier loss for TL stings a little bit when it was so winnable against LNG. Now this
All
one
right,
people are
y'all.
saying should be FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, let's go, bro. Lock in. I've been saying this all day. None of my teams been winning, bro.
Is it Gam time or Fly
None of my
time?
team's been winning. FlyQuest, bring it home for me today, please. I'm begging.
That wants to send it. And try
I'm
and send it
begging.
on top of Masu.
And what I will say is their engage needs to be perfect, because if you fail your engage against Ivern
I'm
and
begging.
Redemption comes down and multiple shields come down and Daisy is interrupting you and all these things are happening, you are going to lose the fight for sure. So your engage needs to be picture perfect, but this is a 2-threat comp over on FlyQuest.
I think it's
so
the
if you can nail that
cargo
engage,
pants
instantly kill
that
Quad,
you're-
instantly kill Masu, all of
that
a
you're
sudden
thinking of.
FlyQuest is going to be sorely lacking in damage, whereas over on the other side, there's really 4 threats from Gam. You know, yeah, Nara's not a true carry, but they are some real damage dealers on that team. So
Wow, look at the global
it is
power
kinda
rankings.
high risk, high reward for FlyQuest. If you can perfectly protect those carries, have that counter engage, it could go really well.
Okay,
But if you don't,
Quad
it can
with the
fall flat
little
on space.
poke.
Just an update on the other pick that should be highly contested here is
Period,
again, we're just looking
uncalculated.
at the star of Gam. Well, you can see his world appearance. This guy's got 10 of the VCS of the 11 championships of Gam. I mean, on the Vi here, he's a big playmaker for this game.
And he as well, you know, I talked about this with Maple. He is in his last Worlds appearance. I mean, he's talked about that retirement,
Yeah,
you know,
like
and,
Maple, yeah.
and he has been so incredible. So many people think back to, you know, him playing like the Nocturne, the power farming Nocturne, and being able to pull off
Luckily,
these,
we got to see it in this Worlds too, right?
exactly, like the surprise plays that he has been able to pull off.
All right,
He's brought some
Poppy, you can go back to
incredible
lane now,
moments to
Bookie.
Worlds. This guy truly is world class, and he's so exciting, so fun to watch. A great personality as well. So FlyQuest are into the lane swap here. Sion obviously very adept at that. Whipple going to be taking a lot of damage, but did start W level 1, so was able to soak that and wanted to walk forward to get the experience. It was not about farm. Just wanted to make sure he was soaking enough experience, because even if you dive the Sion, he can farm a lot of this with his zombie passive. And we'll see if Busio is going to do the same thing we've been seeing a lot today from Core and from HLE as well, where he gets.
Oh, that's kind of smart. Remember how we were saying every single game we see one of the teams do like a 3-man, 4-man dive bot on the top laner. Well, with Sion, he can still get the farm. He can still get the XP if they kill him. So
this wave is getting bigger and bigger.
that's kind of smart. So he gets to farm either way.
Where is the attention going? Kiaya also walking down here to make sure this try works out. You're right.
This is really risky. They're going to go for it, but Inspired can keep him.
Oh, it's clean, but the shielding's huge. It comes through clutch, but
Oh, he does.
over the top, Easy Love gets the range shot. A beautiful finisher, and Gam, layering of CC was still clean.
He just gets to
really
farm.
nicely done there. Even with those shields, you know, I thought it might have turned around a little bit, but they weren't.
And then he
able
TP's
to
right
survive
the frick
long enough.
back.
But this is the benefit of
He
Sion.
didn't
Yeah,
even
you
miss
died,
a beat.
but he didn't really miss any experience. He farmed a lot of the wave before he died.
Yeah.
And then he just immediately TP's back, and he's like, well, you can't do it again. So
Yeah.
you know, that is kind of that difficulty. But thankfully for Gam,
The
that kill
Sion
went
pick is
exactly where
kinda
you would want
smart.
it. It went to Easy Love. That dive would have been way less beneficial if it went to, like, you know, the Poppy support or something like that.
True.
And we'll see
Elio
as
is so
Poppy's
fine.
here.
Elio tries to bring Busio back into rage. Some good damage done. Emo in trouble though. Quad wait. He's got so much to do. He's run low on mana here, but forces Emo out as he gets a low health bar.
Yeah, Quad has become
Yeah,
a
smart
very strong laner. You know, one of the things that FlyQuest talk a lot about, again, is that this is a guy who is too selfless, and they really kind of wanted to instill into him that, no, you are going to carry the game. You need to be greedy. You need to play for yourself. And so that is something that FlyQuest has really been working on, and that Quad has really been working on, is to try to really set himself up for success, to not always feel like he needs to, you know, not call for resources. You know, and that's part of what kind of is having Inspired on these supportive styles. You know, when you think of Inspired, you think of power farming. People are calling him, you know, the full clear CEO and stuff.
Boss.
And, like, all of these
Strategies. Yep.
but, you know, he is willing to play all of the styles, and I think that's what makes him such an impressive jungler, is that this guy's won MVP in multiple leagues, and he really can play such a high level for pretty much every champion.
And I mean, again, having so much versatility as a jungler is such a good thing here, especially heading towards those summer championships where I feel like Inspired gapped Umti in that final. It's not even a feel that happened, right?
He absolutely crushed him, and I mean, he is someone that,
deep for Busio, but he's okay here with the shield up.
Yeah, nice little bit of chunk there. And now, with that chunk, you start to get nervous about, you know, can I walk forward on this wave? You know, Masu is just kind of thinning it out a little bit. They're going to allow it to keep
been
pushing
some good
out
plays,
towards
but
FlyQuest.
there's been so
And,
many games today.
Just hold this and
I
make sure to
can't
keep denying as much as
specifically
possible from
call
Kiaya.
out
Whereas on the
any.
other side, guess what?
I think we're on game 7.
So Bwipo's gonna
All
keep
of the
farming,
games are
and
starting
Bwipo
to bleed
is
together.
getting way ahead as far as that CS is concerned.
We saw it before, you know, in what we call the T1 early game masterclass, where Jackie Love on this Jhin couldn't really pressure sides, couldn't really get away with open map because the Jhin was slow at pushing, slow at taking down some of these tanks as well. As you just highlighted there, it's a nice touch considering as the push comes out, Bwipo's okay for now. He's picked up quite a lot of CS in this lane as well. 400 gold lead, while Kiaya, as you said, constant pressure added there while he has to reset and go bot.
Exactly. It's a smart play here from
My
FlyQuest,
brother's
just utilizing
calling
the
me.
sign, utilizing that passive, picking up as much farm as possible. As Levi does get eyes on Inspired, but he'll just use the smite and then go back towards his Krug to pick that up and be able to be there to cover any sort of thing top. As they are pushing the Poppy out, we can see Jin's moving towards top. Bwipo is going to move forward and try
The
to
Faker
proxy this
ults were
wave and
good,
keep
yeah,
Kiaya away
on
from
Nico.
it. You can see on the mini-map, they're just kind of like jostling for position. While that is happening, this is all lost farm here, so Bwipo even spending the ult. He has a 2-level advantage.
And he's doing a lot of damage, waiting for the decimating smash. He finds that,
Does
he
he
gets a
kill?
clutch stack, presses E. If he goes
Okay,
into
Bwipo.
zombie, he'll also kill Kiaya. He's just waiting for the cooldowns, and it's just such classic Sion play. The flash away as Bwipo just tries to survive. He's got no mana, no TP
He gets
to come
the
back. and
plate
he's already
though,
burned the
like
ult.
that's
It's just
no
really
loss for
smart
him.
play from Bwipo here. It's great stuff. He forces the flash. He knows he has a level advantage. He's
Okay,
zoning
good job,
Kiaya
Fly.
away. So even though Kiaya survives,
Getting
it cost him his
objectives,
flash.
okay.
It means he lost multiple minions to that. And on the top side, they're utilizing the prowl that they have with Kalista to get all 3 of this grub. So this is really
Right,
good stuff here on the
Scythe.
map from FlyQuest. They are down a first blood, which is worth
Yeah, they're
400
doing great
gold, and they're
top,
up
doing great bot.
1,000 gold here. Not even 7 minutes in.
I mean, again, remember that because of all the health that he's gained off that W as well from killing the minions with the minion advantage we talked about before, makes those dives worse and worse and worse as the game goes on, and obviously it gets tankier
Looks
and
like
tankier and
Gamma's gonna
tankier.
get
Even
first
in this early
dragon,
game.
though.
Well, Gamma
That's
at the very
fine.
least, you can say they've started this dragon, they'll take this dragon. Fly were the ones who picked up 2 of the grubs before, so that's the trade we're looking at for now.
But we also know that there's 2 parts of the game. We've seen a number of teams, you know, play really well on the map movement. You think back to the TL game early. Their early stages were great. You know, I do think they were outplaying, you know, LNG as far as their lane assignments and as far as how they were moving around the map. But you have to be able to execute in those 5v5s, and here they go.
Okay, well, they set it up, and Poppy tries to stop them with the steadfast presence, but it matters not. Massive
He
picks up the
lives!
kill, and Busia
Does
flushes
he?
away.
He lives!
Survives. Easy Love now has a lot of spears
Let's go,
in him, gets
Masu,
rendered
let's
out,
go,
and Masu
Busio!
uses the rest of his mana to save back off.
Okay.
Yeah, great play there
Okay.
from Masu, just
Loving-
utilizing the ulti.
loving
Bwipo's
the
up here to go
gameplay.
top,
Loving the
and they're gonna just
gameplay.
rotate their bot back towards bot lane. Bwipo almost has the ulti, and if that comes up and Easy Love's still here, it could get a little bit dicey, to be honest. So
He's
Easy
not
Love
doing
does need
no
to pay some
damage.
respect
He's
to
got
her.
the thumbs up. I'm waiting for it too, as Daisy says bye-bye. Inspired
Got
just hovers
ults.
over the bot wave. Bwipo, I think we're mega close to that, and as you said, Easy Love has to back before he gets taken out.
But their tempo is so bad because he's basing so much later.
Yeah,
and
we're
Kiaya
rooting
has
for
no TP, so
FlyQuest.
Kiaya bases now, goes top, and guess what's happening? Again, you're losing the wave to the tower. So, you know, their map movements are a bit slow. Obviously, this is partially because Fly have the push, but I also think Gam on some of these resets are being a
Is
little
Nar
bit greedy, a
AD?
little
Yes.
bit late to the punch. That's an entire wave that is gone, and that is nearly a 2,000
What is
gold
going
lead
on,
now for
Natalia?
FlyQuest
Hope
here.
you're having a
And
beautiful
this
day
is
today.
Not even 9 minutes in.
This is what I guess, you know, the best part of the lane swap is. You can see so many minute differences, but when it exploits like this, as Bwipo looks for the decimating smash damage, you just see what a team that is experiencing this, I guess going up against TL, has given them a lot of experience, especially in the domestic league, what FlyQuest can do with an early game that's exposed like this.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll see if they can make it happen when it does come down to those team fights. But thus far, it is a map kingdom here for FlyQuest. They are playing the map really, really well. They're excelling in that macro game. And we'll see if they can kind of continue developing with this, as Bwipo, obviously, eventually you are going to be pretty far on the back foot against this Gnar, but you're hoping at that point that you're just so tanky that the Gnar really can't pressure you out, and that you just have more value in the 5v5.
You're not worried about the early game in that regard, eh? Because you're almost 1k gold up here on this Gnar, 20 CS up. I love it, you know, the first Sion coming out here at Worlds. And this innovation leads me to believe that, again, Bwipo's in fine form, as we talked about a little bit before.
They're looking
Bro's
pretty
not taking
good.
any damage with the chain vest, with the Kindle gem already picked up. Things looking good here for the FlyQuest.
Do you think they'll ever delete Heartsteel with the way that they have the band name Heartsteel?
In 1 minute and thinking, well, with that gold lead, you can probably use that to their advantage. A shockwave comes through. Emo in a bit of trouble. He's got flash
In a lot of
available.
trouble.
And there's a dissonance that comes through. Emo almost got solo killed.
So close.
Yeah, I mean, Quad has just been putting on a lot of pressure. I mean, Quad is basically a kill's worth of gold ahead of his opponent without actually getting that kill. He's just constantly pushing in, constantly harassing him, not allowing Emo to get any free CS at any point in this game. And he's even going to get a plate off this pretty much guaranteed. So is in a great spot. That's going to be now going on a 600 gold lead for Quad without a kill, without really any jungle intervention either, and that's definitely setting himself up for success. He already has that early tier. He's stacking it up. You can see tier 2 boots.
They can delete both of them.
Across the board.
You don't like Heartsteel the group?
First item already done now for Bwipo, as he's got the
Why don't you like Heartsteel?
FlyQuest, again, just moving around the map, really pressuring well, and now that Busio has 6, it does get a little bit scarier here if you do show up in a side lane, because not only is there that long range engage, throwing them in with that Blist ultimate, there's Legion ult, there's so much CC there to follow.
You notice as well, teleport was burned by Kiaia to move towards mid. That's because those grubs talking about contested are what GAM really seeking after. They're the only ones here. Fly just said whatever. They leave Bwipo in a side lane, and Inspired starts traveling down to see if there's anything he can do. So at least GAM getting the objective here when they're so far behind.
Yeah, they will be able to get the objective, and this is going to be 4 grubs for them. So they are going to get the Void Might spawn. That is very, very nice.
Unless
eyes on this, and we'll be going back up towards top to cover it. You can tell he's a little bit nervous. Oh, is someone coming? So he's going to pull it back and make sure that he can secure this. Just, I think, was probably waiting to make sure that there's no chance of any sort of
Void Mights for
We of course know
Gam.
that Inspired was not there, but Inspired now has the redemption done.
Yes, we need true damage to come back.
Pressure with this style of comp.
I don't know if anybody else saw, but was there?
Playing these style of compositions.
Did I see something about a KDA comeback?
They will win 5v5, but they do get spotted moving
Did
in here.
anybody else see that?
Lane, so could be a play.
He's a bit far away for now, but he has flash and ulti available, as you said, and the Jin traps also help out with the vision game too. The FlyQuest notice him, or at least
all rumors.
No, definitely didn't have vision.
Like
on
I
it there,
saw
but they
something that they were supposed to be
definitely aware of the possibility.
comeback
so Levi will get spotted
on October 28th, 29th, 30th.
With this Dragon Down bot, because you
Oh
can
no,
see that
that's
Inspired is
September.
there. Now that Levi's spotted
Yeah, so
out
never
top,
mind.
Are they going to commit for the dive? Are they going to continue for this play and try and
Because
maximize
like
it?
it's October 3rd.
Or does Levi now need to sprint towards bot and try and make something happen?
I think it would be too hard of a play to really make happen, honestly. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
I kept seeing like posters and stuff for it on Twitter, but I didn't know if it was real or not.
Damage here with the Ivern.
But obviously,
if they send their bot lane down there, then maybe they're going to be looking towards it. But there's really not been
Fake
too
news.
much prio on the Dragons thus far. They're happy to just continue farming. They feel they have a scaling advantage, and they're going to keep playing towards that. Is Bwipo going to be able to grab a plate for that time that was spent top from Levi? Bwipo knows,
the
you know what?
TL
I'm
win,
not
they
pressured.
did
If there's
not.
no jungler here, you're not killing me 1v1. So walks up, claims the plate, and they're just going to keep pushing towards these first item completions where they'll feel very strong. You can see item now done here for Quad. They're just waiting on the Blade of the Rune King for Masu, and that's where I think we're going to see FlyQuest start to come alive a little bit more and start feeling confident that they can look towards some of these fights. But really, the pressure is way more on GAM when you're playing this style of comp. Like, you're effectively 4 melee. Yeah, there's mini-gnar for range, but you're effectively 4 melee and full dive. Like, you need to make things happen way more, I think, than FlyQuest does.
As you said, full commit, and I think that's just showing GAM, like, kind of like what we're
How do
talking
the
about with
pick'ems work
PSG,
actually?
pulling
Do
out what you'd
you
argue is a
guaranteed
riskier
get the
composition,
capsule
right?
if you're at 14 points, or
against a team like Fly, against a Swiss
for
team,
the
is showing a bit of a
prizing?
risk. Good shuriken flip as Emo has to get on out because Quad is continuing to use the range, while GAM just take care of Daisy. Now finally looking towards the bottom side with setup on Scuttle, potentially set up around the Dragon as well, while Fly looked top.
Yeah, nice little trick there. Didn't make too much of a difference, but he did actually leash Daisy by outranging it, sending it the opposite direction from him, so denies that kill goal from him. So one of the tricks you'll see both Ivern and
If
any
you
players
make
do
the
is you can actually
picks.
walk the opposite way. You can also do a Shaco alt clone.
If you make
so
the
there's one of
picks,
those
that's
little
when you
things
get the
that just kinda
capsules and
showcases
stuff. So you have to
mastery
make
on the champ
quarterfinal
and
picks,
is gonna move topside,
semifinal
just play
picks,
for some camps, but
finals
Gam are coming.
picks,
They wanna
and that's
fight
how you
here.
get
Gets a set
the
up. It's a steadfast presence set up by the Keeper's Verdict, and Fly getting out with the redemption comes in handy. The engage is deep from Busio to try and get on out,
Yeah,
but
that
now
was
he's got
pretty
Quad.
deep.
A one-man shockwave onto Emo means perfect execution out. No one dies as a setup, and summoners are burned in the process.
Yeah, Levi looking to try to pressure Quad here, at least to keep him away from some of those minions. The invade not working out there for Fly at the end of the day. It is going to be the flash for Inspired for a little bit of time there from the GAM squad, but the redemption keeping them safe along with Quad moving over
true
to try
damage
to cover. They
is
couldn't really chase
Kiana,
past
Senna,
into Quad.
Echo,
They would have been really difficult
and
to pull that off.
Yasuo.
But again, the gold lead just slowly but surely extending more and more. We're now up about 2.5, 2.6K, and this
I'm
tower
missing someone.
is getting
There's one more
incredibly
person in
close to
there.
dying. Easy Love is just going to get ignored.
I
Jin
didn't
does
know
not hurt
Lucian was the
tanks,
coach
and
for
he's
True
gonna be
Damage.
problematic. I mean, sure, like if you gave tons and tons of time to Gnar in a side lane, eventually he could deal with him.
Yeah,
but,
Senna,
like,
Echo,
you cannot win a
Kiana,
team fight where Gnar just sits there
Yasuo.
and autos Sion 300 times.
True.
So who's supposed to kill
Akali
this
was in
guy,
there
right?
too.
Like, he's gonna
I
be
remember
walking at
the
Jin in
Akali
almost
singer
every
was
team
definitely
fight,
performing
and
there.
Jin
So
just
yeah,
kinda has
maybe
to
it
walk
was.
away.
I mean,
Probably.
again, with all the resources Bwipo's getting, I mean, armor stacking is going to come through soon, right? He's sitting on MR, but like you've got, got the Akali, but the rest is AD. So for Bwipo, so easy in this game to itemize, right? Oh, sorry, the unending despair is armor start.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he might be going towards, we'll see. When you watch him play this a lot, he'll go towards Titanic. He'll sometimes go towards like Sterix and play these more kind of.
He was in the background of their video? I didn't know that.
Which can work
I never
really,
saw
really
that.
well because Sion gets so much free HP with that W passive that you were talking about. And you can see, the number below his flash TP. That's how much health he's already gotten. So, going on 700 free health already. So, can definitely make him a threat. Even just with that one armor item and a ton of HP, it's tough to focus him down in the 5v5. So if he builds a little bit of damage, he then has that actual kill threat and that real difficulty where you can't ignore him and you can't really kill him. So then it becomes, okay, well, what now?
I mean, the health stacking is at 715, by the way, just from that W.
Yeah, and this tower top is likely going to die too. So FlyQuest just
Clean
slowly
play.
but surely moving around the map, chipping away at these advantages. It's not a lot of fighting, it's not a lot of kills, but it doesn't need to be.
It's frustrating for Gam. Like, it doesn't need to be for Fly, but you can see Gam are getting edgy, and they're like, we need to find a pick onto Busia. No, denied. Masu's nearby. Bwipo's now moved into position as well.
Busio's
It's all around this
spacing.
Herald that's just sitting there, glanting an eye to see who starts it off, but
He knows
Gam
what
don't
he
wanna do
can
it 'cause
take and
Fly
what
are
he
around,
can't.
and they still keep finding a pick, but no overextensions here.
Just
As
not,
Fly's
like,
still playing its
always going
location, as
in.
you said.
Exactly, and it's so frustrating, as you say, playing against this style, and it can sometimes make you overcommit into a dive or overcommit into a play where you say, we just have to do something, and that is where Ivern will kill you. If you do not have the perfect execution on that dive,
appreciate
if you go
you.
into the back line, Redemption
I'm about
comes
to
down, the
release
shield
a
comes
YouTube
down from
video
Ivern,
at
Daisy's
12.
there peeling, barrier gets popped,
Uh,
Orianna shield comes through. All of a
it's
sudden, you're
gonna
not even close to
be
killing them, and you're all dead.
one of the how to get to gold tips videos that people have been asking for.
And everything else is daisies and peaches here for Fly.
I'm turning it into a series for YouTube.
It is so frustrating. It's been a slow game. You guys sitting at home going, well, when the action going to happen? But, for Fly, they're picking up these 1 items, the 2 items coming across and starting to
What
build towards
if
as
the
well.
Sante is
They
true
have the gold
damage?
lead. They'll have the
I
item
wouldn't
advantage.
mind it.
They'll have the fight advantage here as third dragon comes up. And
I
obviously
love the whole
that's
true
gonna be something they'll
damage
deny, but I think they'll be
group.
happy taking the fight at that point as a denied anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what FlyQuest
I feel like
is
they
gonna
could
look
definitely
towards,
add
and then the
or
question is,
take
well,
away
what
members.
Can Gam do about it? Can Gam
Anything for
really
the
make
comeback.
a play happen? Because as much as
Absolutely,
they are building
Lux.
this slow
Thank you for
incremental
being
lead,
here.
if all of a sudden Gam pull off that perfect fight, insta-kill quad or insta-kill Masu at that dragon, put themselves a sole point, well, now there's a very easy win condition that you can look towards as Bo1 pops the ulti and is not going to be able to make his way back to the tower just yet.
He walks slowly, but you're right, it goes down in the end. So Gam gets some more gold on the map right before this dragon.
Yo, Frank, thank you so much for the 1 year of support, the resubscription. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. And thank you for supporting the stream,
Yeah, but
Buki.
Masu needs to go back to base. He's sitting on 1,800 gold, so he must,
Sending
feel
you
like
love
he needs a certain
right
power
back,
spike that he's waiting
Lux.
for to actually complete, at least a major component. Inspired did just go back to base. He's already on 2 items now. Of course, they are cheap ones on the Ivern, but that's part of the advantage of this champ. Like, he's already on Moonstone plus Redemption. That's full build for Ivern.
Yeah, no, we're done. We're done.
Nice,
It's
full
annoying
build.
As well. The longer these fights go, the more that Moonstone gets value, and part of the ploy of Ivern, you're right, it's just so cheap.
And Masu, he's now the only one that hasn't actually spent. Bwipo went back and spent, got his tier 2 boots. Everyone else on FlyQuest has found that time to base. Masu maybe won't feel that he needs to, but I mean, he is sitting on 2K, so as much as there is a gold lead for FlyQuest, a lot of it are in his pockets right now.
Herald might be starting
thank
off
you
the corner
guys.
of that
Y'all are so
spot from
sweet.
Levi on the top
be a
side.
trade?
Looks
Yeah,
like.
good
But he needs to do
vibes.
a quick smart because another 30 or 40 seconds, that's going to despawn anyway, as Bwipo just walks into Emo and cares not.
Oh,
He
she
gets
did
grasped.
mention
He's
it
got the
this year?
ulti
What did
in
she
3
say?
seconds, or rather 7, if my eyes could count properly. And he just sends him away.
Okay,
He
this
won't
is
pop
good.
anything
We're
while
finally
Fly
getting a
denied
dragon.
The dragon stack, and looks like Levi will stay true to the Herald.
I mean, it's kind of like, as Emo, what are you supposed to do? Sion walks at you. Are you going to E into him? Like,
fight.
you're going to maybe break his shield. You know, it gets very, very difficult. They just have no sustained damage. It's hard to, like, think of a comp that's worse at killing tanks than what Gam have drafted. of course, their goal is not to kill the tanks, it's to go past the tanks and just be able to kill off the carries. But that is very tough with Ivern, with Ori, you know, with some of these defensive items. You can see second item now complete for Quad. And I think Masu's probably going to have a second item nearly done by the time he goes back. He's going to be working towards that Rage Blade very likely here. And they're going to be sitting in a really good spot.
But I have to say, I mean, I've seen many comps out of Fly, and especially, you know, looking back in the finals, looking back in the series versus 100 Thieves as well, this feels like a very patient FlyQuest. This feels like a very, not reserved, but like well thought out style of FlyQuest in the first 20 minutes of this game.
Well, I can tell you from talking to some of these guys and from talking to the coaches, like, this is just a draft where I think they thought they won in draft if they play slow. So they are going to try to not rush it. They're going to try to not get nervous. They're saying, you know what, our win condition is farm and do nothing, and GAM has to disrupt us. So if they feel that they're in that spot, especially playing towards Mountain Soul, which is horrible for GAM.
There should be one more game after this. No, that is correct.
They're going to be
B2 will be the last game versus.
He gets ignited down, but here he comes. Unstoppable onslaught, forced the flash from Elio, and Bwipo just gets in the way. He's trying to block some of these shots in the end, but they did all their damage on a Leona.
I mean,
at
the Jhin isn't getting damage off.
Not, there's a Moonstone Renewer Ivan, and there you go. That's GAM's engage. That's how hard this game is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really tough. You know, again, it's one of those situations where you're saying, well, why are you engaging on Leona? Because Leona was the only one showing, and they haven't found anything, right? So you're getting frustrated. You're feeling the game is slipping away. And it's one of those situations where we've all been in these games if you play League, where you feel like you're losing, and there hasn't even been a fight yet. Like, nothing has happened, but you feel like you're losing the game. So it really does put pressure on them to try to make some sort of a pick. They go for Busio, but he has Locket. There's an Ivern shield. There's a Redemption. And, you know, that's kind of it.
You know, I'm going to try this because I don't normally make American references, but this game is like, for GAM, it's like going to Walmart and there's no cheese, but it's taco night.
Do you guys think we're going to see any backdoors
right? That's what this
in
game
Worlds
feels
this
like.
year?
I'm assuming Walmart sells cheese. I don't know what that shop
How
is.
is that an American reference just because there's Walmart
Because there's Walmart in it. I took it away. I didn't use Woolworths. I didn't use Coles, which is what we got back home. I didn't use Reva.
You know what we do in LA for Taco Night?
Yeah, I hope there's at least one. I want to get hyped, bro.
The van's not there. GAM don't have the van. So what do they do? What do they do?
I guess, wait, well, if you don't have a van, how are you going to Walmart?
That's right. How are you going to Walmart? We come back to the setup point, and then we question, what are GAM going to do in this game?
Where will they get their cheese?
If you don't follow the reference, then let's go back to the start. They try to go to Walmart, and for GAM, as they defend this mid lane turret, again, maybe the doors are closed, and with Daisy out, it's a 6 versus 5, but the whole of GAM, even as they move in, are getting forced off. The Keeper's Verdict is out. It hits backline. It's good, and GAM finally pulls trigger with Bwipo with a
what an ulti from Bwipo. He ulted backwards, and it was perfect.
Takes so long to die, and he still survives. It's just hopeless, man. FlyQuest with the draft div, I think it's safe to say.
Masu played that so well in the fight, though. They initially tried to go in for Inspire.
Wow.
Burst him out. They can't
Did y'all see that Whippo ult,
send it
though?
onto Masu, but perfectly timing the flash, dancing around in the fight, dodging skill shots, is able to survive, and just like that, you get the fight you wanted. It's not the fight that GAM wanted, though.
Yeah, no, the Walmart
gonna crush the fight,
would be the equivalent of us saying, like, they're going to the store to get tea and crumpets or something like that. Like,
steps away from bringing the first win of the
bringing
Swiss
up
stage
Walmart
to North America. It is a masterclass at this point as they move to a 6K gold lead with the Red Bull.
Is this how Fly was playing in LCS?
Really, really strong. The Sterix
yeah,
is
like they were good in LCS.
Now here, as we can watch this
we're getting some fish and chips.
GAM, you know what? They say, all right, enough is enough. They're pushing, they're sieging in our face. Bwipo is
at least
tanking
Bwipo
the tower,
is
so they just
look at Bwipo.
Go with it. They try to get in the
the ult backwards into the 3-person knockup into again a knockup. He's on his Yone BS.
Here, but Masu kites back. He flashes out of the Mega Gnar, dodging the Jhin ulti
look at
at the same time. Good patience on his summoners. He did not panic when he was getting low. They played it out really well, and you can see the intensity on their faces. Yeah, the game is going well, but they know it is not over till it's over.
True.
And the coaching staff looking pretty stressed.
Have you tried crumble cookies? I have not. I've heard that they're good, but I also heard that they're typically undercooked. And also,
And Bippo as well. You know, he turned in almost 4K damage himself.
oh my gosh, thank you so much, love, for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
As it
Hope your games
so
went well
incredibly
as
with this
well.
HP stacking passive, gives him so much bonus AD on this champ. That it kind of gets a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I heard that they're like severely undercooked
from the Sterix alone,
and
like,
that there's a lot of sugar in them.
amount.
And I just
Thoughts about Overlord's blood metal. Let's talk about that
don't need that in my life. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he almost died. Dude, Whippo is kind of smurfing.
On the top side, so you know, while we are talking about Fly in the Baron play, for now things are stabilized as Fly
Hello,
tries to trade out
hello,
through bot, as we saw on our
Iroquois.
minimap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's smart play from Gam because
Are
if
the
you
games?
can't
We're on
defend,
game 7 of 8.
Like, their wave clear is
And,
absolutely abysmal. Like, how are you supposed to actually stop
the games have been good today,
with 4 melee
and I
champs
think we're about to get
basically, and
NA's
Jhin? It's
first
just not
win
really gonna happen.
at
So
LCS
they
or
try to look for
at
a play on the other
Worlds.
side. Bobo defends as well as he can, almost gets a kill. FlyQuest gets some gold down on the bot side, and this Baron power play is
Yes.
still going up despite the fact
Cheyenne.
they did grab a couple of those towers on
It will
that
be
top
Mel's
side of the
mother
map from
joining
Gam. So
Summoner's Rift.
Fly's just gonna keep playing it out slow and steady. They've gotten their second Mountain Dragon. They work towards this Mountain Soul. Mountain Soul.
They're
With
crazy
4
indulgent though. I can only have one every few months. I don't have that kind of sweet tooth. Like I have a big look at the traps he set up.
The minefield here.
I love sweet things. I typically have a sweet tooth, but I have a sweet tooth for things that are mildly sweet. Like not things that are overly sweet. So like if it's like a sweet bun that is like ever so lightly sweet, love. Oh my gosh, I should order Din Tai Fung
They're taking over vision in the enemy jungle, making
buns.
sure there's no possibility of a flank.
I think that's going to be my sweet treat for today. I would love cheesecake. I used to love cheesecake, but I can't have it because of dairy. No, Cynical, thank you so much for the gifted sub, love. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
It almost takes it down, but Fly is still sticking around. Whippo just stands in front, and you can see.
Regan, have you ever played Wild Rift? I have not. Love a sweet treat, but also love fruit. I think fruit is a really good sweet treat. Is FlyQuest winning? Look at our rookie Masu just tearing hoes up.
This has been a massacre.
Yeah, FlyQuest starting off Worlds with a bang here.
Period.
Looking incredibly strong here against
We
Gam.
can go M for M. F that. We can go Ban. Wait, no, I said it the wrong way. We can go Ban for Ban. F that. We can go M for M with FlyQuest as they secure the first win for NA. Let's go!
The only
Let's freaking go!
on FlyQuest was that initial dive off the lane swap where Whippo was even able to just farm up the wave, TP right back. Gam just got
It's okay,
no
Gam. We still love you, Gam. It's okay. Don't be upset.
here.
Sending much love to Gam.
Such a strong jump
No, because
camp
I'm
over
sick
on
of
the FlyQuest
losing.
side. Knew that they could just kind of play it slow, scale it up. They played the map better than their opponents. They lane better than their opponents.
I need to put that on my to-do list to make like an America overlay
Exactly what you want to see from your
where you
top
just
seed
hear
here,
like
going
the
up against
eagle
a
screeching and then the
strong
American
Gam. You
flag
can't
flies
underestimate them. You
over.
need to play with that respect. But this was a really good start to the FlyQuest Worlds performance here, especially after MSI. They really want to show up, have a strong tournament, and thus far, they're doing great.
A clean performance that we can't really fault, and for
We
Gam,
don't talk about them,
you know, it does
Lotus.
feel like we talked about the draft.
Go.
A lot. We criticized
Go
that because there were no options
FlyQuest.
here, and
Go
it did
FlyQuest.
feel like there were
Go
a couple of plays that looked
FlyQuest.
good, but again,
We
the
got a
outside map was
remix.
always
Get it
burning
sexy
down.
for
Whippo on that
Get
side.
it FlyQuest. Get it FlyQuest. Get it FlyQuest. Get it FlyQuest. Boy, you know this.
Did his walk afterwards? I mean, that guy's in fine form for day one.
What could be
He was
super
looking
fat?
really good. I mean, he got so much
Boy,
done.
you
I
know
think
this
the way that he
gap,
actually
super
played that game out
fat.
was
There
so
we
incredibly
go.
smart. Obviously,
There
Sai
was a
great
CS
pick.
gap, there was a
But
top
how
gap,
much
there was a
pressure he
mid
actually
gap,
putting
there
on
was an
Kiya,
ADC
forcing the
gap,
flash when he was
period.
coming back to wave was really, really nice as well. FlyQuest,
No.
it's good to get that first win.
Boy,
at
you
Worlds
know this
out of the way
tank
here.
super
You know,
fat.
we've seen a lot
I
of teams
lying,
sometimes, you know, look a little bit nervous at the start. And
There
being
you
able
go.
to have a
I like that.
strong,
I like
confident
that.
win like that is going to set you up for success in this second round, where it's going to be a lot of beasts in the 1-0
What's after that?
bracket. So there's
Boy,
no
you know
easy
this
draws for
super
FlyQuest. So they've got to make
fat.
sure they are
I
absolutely on point.
I don't even know what's
coming
next
into
after
this next
that.
match if they want to have
Let
a
me
shot.
look up
But
video
hell, with a
sexy
performance like that,
lyrics.
I mean, again, momentum is a very real thing. I think a lot of people cop it out and say it's just a quote that people use because they don't know why teams are playing so well. But overall, from that game, I have a lot more faith in FlyQuest. I have a lot more faith that it's
Get
not just
me
like, oh yeah,
good,
Bwipo's
I'm
just going to play,
throwing.
you know, Olaf or something like Renekton as he constantly does. It could
You
be
know, the
messy.
lyrics are
I think
just so
Bwipo's got a lot of
explicit. I don't
strength
think I
to him as we
can.
throw it
I
over
don't
the
think I
wall,
can
standing by
remix
with the
it.
Frozen.
I really don't.
On stage.
FlyQuest are the first Western team to grab a victory here at Worlds, and I have Bwipo with me. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the studio, even if it's a
nice.
new layout. Yeah, you like it here?
Yeah, it's nice. It's upgraded.
All
It
right,
feels really nice.
all right. We'll talk about you coming back in Europe a bit later, but I feel like it's time for a review, Bwipo. We're gonna review lane swap because I feel like it's been the main thing that we've seen today. It doesn't usually go well, but you're the first ones to actually make it successful. So let's review the lane swap from a GAM perspective, because you ended up in a pretty good situation. Soaking SP actually being leveled up at the end of the lane swap. The dive that happened, I don't really know what happened there, so you're the review master. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean honestly, I was shocked that I ended up dying here. Holy, they deal some
Shocked.
damage. But fortunate for me, I have 2 health bars, so maybe
True.
that was a nice a neat little trick.
Anything that could have been executed better on their side, maybe?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, honestly. I think they dove me. I think just the way they drafted, the best thing they can do is, I don't know, flip it, maybe?
All right.
Like, I don't know, hope they don't get swapped on.
The game was pretty slow paced in terms of kills, actually. I was wondering what was going on here. Is this something you expected with the compositions that you had on both sides?
Oh yeah, I mean, the enemy team drafted Vi, Gnar, Akali, and Jhin. I locked in Sion, so I knew that it was going to take Jhin like, what, 29 bullets to kill me? He's only got 4.
Yeah, he only got 4. It takes a long time. And you guys got the victory in the end. As I was saying, you're back in the LEC studio. I don't know how long it's been since the last time you were here, but how good does it feel to be back in Europe, competing for Worlds as the first seed for NA?
Yeah.
What do you think, Bwipo?
I feel fantastic, honestly. Europe has been nothing but kind to me. I really am grateful for all the fans, all of you here. Thank you very much. And I feel really hopeful. You know, the last time I was the first seed competing at Worlds, I made a final.
What is the hope here for FlyQuest? I keep on hearing good things about you. I don't want to talk about scrims too much, but I hear things are going well for you guys.
I think a final is a bit too overzealous, but I do think we'll make it out of Swiss. I have great confidence in my team. I think all of our players are exceptionally talented and work very hard, and I have nothing but great expectations, and I think we can live up to them.
And I cannot wait to see more from you and FlyQuest. Bwipo, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats
Thank you very much.
on the first victory here. That's all for us on this side of the stage. Last game of the first day coming up.
Last
Pain Gaming
game
versus
of the
G2
first
Sports.
day.
Stay tuned.
He carries himself quite well. Bestie, that man is toxic. Bwipo is mad toxic. But he talks a mean game and he backs it up, as you can see. But there are so many clips of that man flaming people, and like during they have like scrims and like off stream like 5v5s and stuff, and baby, he be flaming. But he's chill. Let me see if I can pull up a video.
See you in a Swiss game. 我们瑞士轮见。
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb ticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no.
Please do, I'm curious. Yeah, let me see if I can find anything. Also, if you guys want, while I'm about to go on YouTube and while we have this little downtime right here for 2 minutes, I I just released a video on YouTube. You can do !gold, !gold in chat, but it is how to get to gold for low ranked players. I'll play the intro while I look for.
I heard that you want to hit gold this season. Not diamond, not challenger, but gold. You want the end of season rewards that are cute, and that's it. Well, who better to teach you than the previously hard stuck gold ADC, but now peak Emerald 3 and currently Emerald ADC? Me, Miss Chim Chim. So bestie, I'm gonna be your professor, and this is how to get to gold 101. Over this semester, several topics will be seen, such as mental prep, the basics, the champions that you should pick, the type of champions, playmaking, and dealing with those pesky intentional feeders that are on your team. Cause yeah, baby, they bountiful right now. I don't know what's going on. But anyways, I'm gonna cover it all. So make sure you sit your tail down, sit in the front, and sit up, cause I know you're gonna doze off in the back. And let's get you to gold. So right now,
I'll just play the intro. If you guys want to watch the rest of it. Oh, this eats, hold on. Thank you. If you guys want to watch it, it's on my YouTube channel, just Chim Chim, or you can do !Chim in chat, or !gold in chat. And yeah, it's a little series. I have a lot that I'm going to be covering. And I talk about everything. And if you guys have anything that you want me to cover, please leave it in the comments. Please, please, please leave it in the comments. I would love to go over it. So yes, y'all are so freaking sweet. Y'all are so freaking sweet. I love y'all so much. Okay, and don't ever forget that. What will I need for the course? I just need your attendance. All you need is your attendance, Pookie. Okay, I'm still trying to find this Whippo video.
Premium. Wow.
Oh, I think I found it. Oh yeah, this is it.
Heavy as a crown.
Okay, we're not in the game yet. We're not in the game yet, but I found it. Here's the Whippo.
Clips? Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no opportunity 3v3 mid, in my opinion. We would agree that dragons and towers are important, so instead of doing that, be doing this on stage.
Oh, never mind. This isn't the clip.
Has
Dang it! Where's the clip? I literally saw it previously. Hold on.
I played here already.
Yeah.
Oh, they already got inspired in there?
Like the experience right now was like, I don't know, just like night and day. It was so much different, the stage and like the fact that crowd is in
Period
front of me. And,
frame.
like, I don't know, I liked
Y'all
it.
are
So
so sweet.
overall, it was a good experience today.
Yeah, I didn't look nervous, I want to say.
Yeah, not at all. In fact, you guys been here just like boot camping a little bit. Have you been able to like soak in Berlin just a little bit, as you said?
Well,
you
he
were
knows
here
it.
once ago?
What are you talking about?
Not really. I think mostly we're just practicing and preparing for
Oh,
the
hey,
game.
I heard.
Yeah, Raz. They're not gonna, you think they're gonna be tourists?
Just checking around.
Jesus.
A little nostalgic.
Anyways, we're gonna get into our last game of the day, and they finally got their win. The question is, will EU finally get their win as well? You might say, of course they will, Shocks. It's versus the CB LOL and Pain. And I got a tale to tell you. It's a tale that includes an alliance and a kaboom and an EDG and an INTZ. So
We were talking about Whippo.
This is, of
Who was on the right of that clip.
CB LOL, and absolutely huge DB that they made it through the play-ins. They set aside Rainbow Seven, who of course set aside
it was during
Thieves. So they
scrims.
kind of they took the assist.
But yeah, but I mean, it's kind of the way they got out of play-ins, right? It's not just the fact that they were taking games of other minor regions. They're taking games of PSG as well. I mean, yeah, they didn't win the series, but they showcased that they have potential of taking games of opponents that on paper should be better than you. And I think they've really leveled up coming into this.
Oh, I found it. I found it.
And then now Tournament of Worlds as well, just because they have been able to play through their bot lane in a way.
So this was Whippo.
Like they were actually able to do what they did domestically, and I think that's what really stands out to me about this Pain roster.
Yo, Twitch, stop lagging. Absolutely zero. You even missed your ult. Why did you ult him there? I was on top of him with stun and they had no ult. You waste your ult. Imagine right now you could ult forward next to Pumpkinch and have Q3 or do anything. You wasted all your tools. This is what I'm saying. Like, how is this acceptable, bro? You are LEC pro and you are playing like this? I'm sorry. Like this. Like,
He's savage, bro.
There is no way. There is no way.
And he
This
goes
can't
on
be
for
real.
like
This I don't care.
minutes.
Way, bro.
He goes on for like 3 minutes, just like saying it over and over again. But You're an
aggressive
LEC pro
champions.
and you're playing
I
like
also
this
saw him
was
play Lucian
crazy.
Nami, which I think they didn't really play at Worlds yet. So
Leaked.
I mean,
No, they did.
Who was he talking to?
it was in the also Champions League. So
Yeah. I'm trolling.
and yeah, so I think it's gonna be a lot of fighting in the bot side because everyone knows Hansawa Miki X playstyle. They are just gonna trade you, and seems like the other team also have the same playstyle. So I think it's gonna be very bloody.
Who is an
I
LEC
agree
pro.
with you. Hopefully we get a really exciting last game. And G2 is, of course, the LEC's first seed once again. We know them very well. They've been together for 652
It turns
days.
out a lot of people were saying Whippa was correct
remember T1
in what he was saying, but just the way that he was saying it was a little bit rough.
Tweet about it.
Just a little bit rough.
When we were talking about how long that team
Yeah,
had
the
been
delivery.
together and how they really wanted that victories, of course, T1 got much closer.
Are you playing after
than
last
G2
match?
Did, but I have a similar feeling.
After
For
this
me,
match, I might
G2
pop into one
right now
game.
is put up or shut up,
But if
you
I
know?
lose, I'm
You
just
have
letting y'all
worked
know
now
I'm
for
ending
2
stream.
years towards this
It's
goal
been a
to
lot of
be
League
good
of Legends today.
internationally. You've put all
It has been a lot of League of Legends
your
today, and I need to
thoughts
go
and
to
your
the gym and I
preparation
need
into it, as
to
we hear
edit
from
some
everyone in
things.
the coaching staff. We really need to see that big performance.
No, absolutely, especially because they've had the failings they've had in international. We always say that once you go to an international, you fail, but at least they learn from it. But at some point, you have to have learned everything you can learn as a roster, where you bring that point of you actually being able to try and contest for it. And I agree with you. I'm not saying they're going to be T1 coming into this tournament, but I think a lot of people were a bit disappointed.
Okay, Jim, I want post picks.
Because the early game did not look
I
the
don't
greatest.
have the post body for the post picks.
You're hoping they have fixed some of those early game issues.
Yeah, and I think we're the
I don't
big
have
view
it
here, of course, you
yet.
know, when they go up and other opponents, not saying they should underestimate pain.
Lando, do you
at
have
all,
like
because, you know,
a
it happens. But
routine
Inspired,
stand
have
up?
you been able to scrim G2? What is your impression of them if you've been able to watch, or do you just not care because you're an LCS?
Do you have like
I
do you
watch
do
them
like
through the whole season, and they
arms
did look
Monday,
the most, like, the most
core
clutch
Tuesday?
out of all
Do you
the
have a
teams.
routine
Like,
that you
no
follow,
matter
or do
what
you
was
just
happening
know what
in the
you're gonna
regular
do?
season or in playoffs at the beginning of
Let's
the
go,
playoffs, I was like thinking,
G2.
G2 is gonna win anyway. Like they're just way too clutch for
Core every
other
day.
teams.
Oh,
And in practice,
that's why you got
they're
them
not looking
abs
that
over there.
great, sadly.
But that's a good thing because they keep because
Exactly,
they keep winning
exactly. They
scrims.
Core
used to
4
be
days a week.
the
God
world
dang.
champions of scrims. So if now it's opposite, maybe it's their time to shine. You know?
That's a W
Oh.
mentality right there.
That's a W mentality. I mean, it is true. Maybe
Y'all like
no matter
that,
how close it is,
right?
and they'll be all losses, but they've got to the
Y'all like
semifinals, and
that.
That's fine with
I'm
me.
waiting for that post.
Yeah, okay.
We're waiting. We're still
I'm
drilling.
reading in between the lines. FlyQuest is absolutely destroying
Do you
G2.
have a routine I
It's-
can
it's
follow,
actually
Blando?
kind of
I'm
crazy
trying to get
because
like
that
you.
was- it felt like a very similar story for MSI, where it was like spring. I was like, oh, it's
Y'all,
getting a
Blando's
little
so freaking
iffy
built.
for G2 consistently in domestic play. But then they went to MSI and they had that boot camp and they performed on next
Push,
to some of
full
the best. So
cardio.
I think it's going to look good. This is when the pressure is
Gotcha.
on, and they do well under pressure.
This is what they came for. This is what they asked for.
Exactly.
Right?
Legs Monday, Wednesday, Friday,
Thank you so much,
arms
Inspired, for
Tuesday,
joining us,
Thursday,
and good luck tomorrow. And
active
now it's time
workout
for G2
Saturday or
versus
Sunday
Pain.
or both.
All right, let's see if you can do the same. It looked good for Fly. It was clean for Fly. But PNG, a
God
very
dang.
different team, also came through playing
I gotta get like
a
y'all.
lot messier or maybe a lot more strenuous. But CB Lol made it this far.
Wait,
Now we have
I
to
thought
see
they
how
were
much more
just down
damage they
there.
can do, because if they can beat G2,
They were literally just on stage. Now they walking back out.
for whoever they go up against next.
All right.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really exciting. I mean, just
Let's go
for CB Lol
G2.
fans, and there are
But I love
so
my little
many
Pain
passionate CB Lol
gaming.
fans
They go
to see
cool.
them at the Swiss stage. It has been 8 long years since the CB Lol team has been here, and it's been 9 years since Pain made the group stage here as well.
You're
And G2,
crazy,
of course,
Lindo.
the hometown
You're
favorites.
so
They're getting
silly.
a big cheer from the crowd. The G2 chants are coming out already. They want to see Europe kicking it off, their #1 seed here. They want to see domination because
Let's go.
already Mad
Let's go.
and Fnatic both
I'm about to
fell.
wear my Faker
You wanna
jersey to the
have your
gym.
#1 team
And I wish
representing
someone
well.
would
And
try
the
me
#1
too.
team that, by the way, if
I
anyone
wish
didn't watch
someone would
LEC
try
this year,
me.
are #1 by a large margin. Winter.
They gonna have to deal
spring,
with these
summer,
puppies.
Season finals. All 4
Yeah.
shields were taken by G2.
Is this the
and
tatted
every
team? It
time
is.
There was a challenger like Mad or Fnatic that came up against them. G2 still, even with
results, even with the expectations being a little bit mid, we're still able to clutch it out and be the better team. This is Europe's
They don't want
best
these
hope
problems.
at
That's all I'm
making
gonna
a big
say.
run and making it
They don't
out
want
of
these
Swiss.
problems.
Exactly. I mean, and we heard Inspire talking about it, and I really did kind of resonate with him calling them just clutch, right? Because at the end of the day, we saw G2 looking vulnerable.
No,
in a
I'm
lot
scared.
of
As you
series, way
should
more
be.
than I'm used to seeing.
As
I
you
mean,
should
they
be.
lost the best of 5
You
to
see
Fnatic, they
me
lost the
walking
best
up
of
to
5
you like
Mad.
this?
They almost got swept by BDS and then reverse swept. But
Why are you not
still
running?
always feel like when you're watching G2,
You need to be in full
yeah, but they're
sprint.
Gonna come back. Yeah, but they're going to win in the end.
Team
And a
Liquid
lot
ended
of
up
that magic
losing.
Really
Very
is
sad.
just caps. Let's be honest.
I'm a girl,
this
so
guy
abs just
has
suck.
been
But if you can get in a
running
good
the
3 ab
LEC
set
for
to do
so
4
many
times,
years.
you see a change.
Last time Fnatic won a trophy, it was with caps. And ever since he's been on G2, they have picked up trophy after trophy after trophy after trophy. And they are looking to get back to those big international performances that they had, you know, back in,
They don't want
the kind of
these guns.
2019 era.
I know it's going to hurt a lot of people.
Don't
but
hurt
he's
them.
the best player of the West.
Might have
Now you can
to.
get out,
Ankle biters do damage is crazy work, by the way.
At the very least, but I don't know. I don't want to offend anyone. Anyway,
You can offend. If they're
I'm
offended
rooting
by
for
that, they need to
G2, but I
watch
do
back
like
more.
PNG.
Player of the West. You know what? I shouldn't have held anything
But I think
back. At
G2
least
wins
for now,
these.
though, we get a couple of those mid lane bans taken away from said man, but this time, Jinquieros. Kali was also pinched
Bye,
out of
Luke.
the
Thank you
pool,
for being
considering
here.
We saw that a few times, actually, in the playing stage.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see exactly what Pain comes out with. Chitan is a player who's been getting a lot of hype, a lot of excitement, you know, has been doing very well in Champs Q. A lot of people are pretty impressed with him. And let's be honest, he's just a really fun player to watch. When you watch him in the CBLOL, and also how he played, he was able to bring this to the play-in stage. He is so aggressive. He'll look for 1v1 kills. You know, if your supports are both roaming, he's going to try to fight you. He's going to try to go for those kills. He's going to look for the 2v2 outplays.
Ooh, Aurora.
And he's going to let you know about it if he does outplay you. They're jumping up on stage, they're popping off, and they're making those big moments here as G2 are going to get Yone, which has been looking so good so far.
And again, Broken Blade plays this top, so definitely going to be a flex here. And the question of Aurora is going to be the same on the side of Pain Gaming as Carioca on something to set up. The Maokai here, a really solid pick. I feel like Carioca's been someone to play Sedge. Maokai's, you know, this is the guy that sets
This is the
up some
last
of these
game. This is
bigger
the last
carries.
game
We
of
saw
the day.
something like
God
the Sedge, the
bless.
Maokai,
We made
and
it
the
through.
Scar
Round of applause for all of y'all for sticking through, bro. Round of applause to
Absolutely.
y'all.
I mean, it has
Truly.
really kind of maintained. Maokai has taken so many nerfs
I'm a
throughout
pee
the
before
year.
this game gets
But it
started.
just doesn't really go away because it sets up incredibly well for your team. It controls vision very, very well with saplings, and it makes it very difficult to deal with. And Yike bringing out the brand. It was his most played in summer. Definitely did like a lot of those power farming AP junglers. This is another one of those picks though that people were kind of thinking had actually, you know, fallen out of meta. And when I look back at play-ins, there was a couple plays of it, you know, just the 3 picks, you know, wasn't super popular, and hasn't been picked so far today, but, you know, is always a massive threat when you come up to the 5v5. Brand, if he gets one full combo out, gets that ulti bouncing everywhere, it is just such a nightmare to deal with.
Well, Rel picked up for Mickey X as well, his most played. So we're talking about comfort here for G2, and especially when Mickey feels like such an important part to G2. I love seeing him on the snap engage. I love seeing him on the priority support here. While Smolder's picked up on the other side by Pain Gaming, so we potentially have our solo laners. Big question mark as to whether that goes bot, but right now it's looking like mid and top are locked.
Yeah, it's definitely the assumption that it would be mid or top, and it is just a possibility of where they're going to go, right? Like, are they going to flex this around? Because Smolder can be played top as well.
Smolder, Aurora.
Especially if it is, you know, a less threatening matchup. Like if Broken Blade were to pick a tank or something, you can kind of just
Look,
like go
it's
grab
Cap's
Smolder and farm stacks
dad.
off him, which can be quite effective. We'll see if Yike can really outpace Carioca because
They locked in. That boy locked in right there.
Ahead of the Maokai. Obviously, Maokai does have a decent clear, but did take some nerfs.
How is the Worlds Finals? Is it T1 in the match or not? T1 is in Worlds. They did lose today, but they're not out. They're still in Worlds.
And you can kind of get
Thank you, Andy. Y'all are so sweet.
Really just try to power farm and be a
Love y'all a
monster
lot.
in those 5v5s.
Now, while AD Carry's getting banned, focus towards the next picks because here, everyone at home probably saying like Chitan's Ezreal has been looked at in Champs Q, has been looking really good in the lead up to Swiss stage. Maybe that's one of the takeaways here is Hansama Draven, an absolute classic to be taken away here with already set up for a big 2v2 thanks to that heavy engage.
I mean, he has been so well known for that pick for a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
One of his pocket picks that he always can bring out and really threaten you with. Ashe obviously going to be banned away here by G2, starting to limit that AD carry pool. They did already ban out Lucian, that was kind of talked about on the desk earlier on, and now Kalista. So banning out some of these kind of aggressive picks here for Chitan, both the Lucian and the Kalista can be problematic. I don't really love the Xayah here, honestly, because I don't think G2 have hard committed to like a full dive comp. You know, you could even just go something that's a little bit lower commitment in mid and, you know, put the Yone top or something that is a little bit more kind of pokey from the AD carry. So I do think Xayah can really struggle into range. And I'm just
Kawaii girl, thank you for the follow.
To a dive comp, or if they are
Did Faker show up? Cap's dad was like he's Yasuo.
It's the Wind Bros.
Yasuo, Yone on the same team.
You can still flex this around, but you're kind of assuming that Broken Blade
Okay, see, this is why I like G2. They really be doing things.
I mean, against Smolder, it's
they really
kind of
be doing
effect,
things.
right? We saw a lot of Yasuo into
I love that.
to deny the
I
range
really
and
do.
poke.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how G2 do pull this off. They obviously have the rel for setup, but you can also kind of set each other up here.
Yeah.
You know, there is the knockup from the Yone for that Yasuo as well. This is going to be really exciting here. Broken Blade has brought out the Yasuo in the past as well. He used to bring it out, you know, as kind of a Gnar counter pick, and he's very good.
Wind Brothers versus Lovers. Yep.
Pulled it out actually more.
Now this is a matchup. Finally, something different. I agree. G2 comp is stinky. I would have loved to see. It's Yasuo top. Interesting. I would have loved to have seen Hansama on his Draven, but we can see him on Jhin, I guess.
G2 at their best, it's always when they are creative. It's always when they're unleashing with these drafts. You know, they were just so well known for having so much confidence. You think to like Pyke solo lanes, and you think to all this creativity and flexibility that they showcased over so many years. Even back when Perks was playing AD for the team and they're bringing mages bot, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. That's G2 at their best, and this is going to be a really exciting start here. I do worry for the early levels here of the Yasuo against the Aurora. I wonder how confident he's going to be to just kind of dash in and trade, because Yasuo can just start E in some of these matchups and just kind of just run up and start meleeing you. I don't know exactly how this matchup does go, but generally Aurora has a really good time against a lot of the melee matchups, and melees do need to kind of survive with Resolve, with Second Wind, with D-Shield, and you're kind of looking to get some levels in before
That would be
you can really start
interesting.
winning
I
these
feel
trades.
like
Then you're trying to chunk
it
out
could
the Aurora
happen,
and
but
be
I
able to
just
put her
I
load
don't
up
know
health,
about
then you can threaten
Worlds.
something like that all in.
But like
if you can't
Garen
do
could
that,
probably
and you
do
just
like
kinda
a
try to sit back
mid,
and farm, it becomes
like
very,
Garen
very
mid,
impressive
Darius
because you can
top or
poke and
something.
prod under the tower, and it can become a bit of a nightmare.
Well, Weiser versus BB just got more and more
Let's
interesting as we
go,
get into our last
G2.
game of the opening day of Swiss here at Worlds 24. And my eyes light up because I see G2 trying to be innovative.
I don't know what they're
yet
saying,
again. As Azael just said,
What's
this is
going
the
on,
bread and
Crescendo?
butter of this team. This is what's made them so
Oh,
interesting.
yeah, they
I
got
think at
another
Worlds, and even
fan
at
chant
MSI,
going.
right, their adaptation to what they see in the meta, they're like, okay, we're going to try and pull this out and see if it sticks, is always what makes
I think
this
they're saying
team
let's go PNG.
unreliable in such a good sense for the enemy team.
Yeah, unpredictable.
Okay,
is what
I love
would
the
say.
crowd.
Not unreliable, unpredictable is what I would say for sure. I mean, because
I'm loving the
G2,
crowd.
especially if they come out and if they look really dominant with this kind of draft, then no matter who draws
Both
them for the
teams
next
are very
game, whether or
in
not
it.
G2 is planning on bringing it out again, you have to worry about it. And that is the trick against these kind of teams that can bring out flex picks and bring out these really interesting skill matchups.
I'm
is
doing
all of a
well,
sudden that's in the back of your
Crescendo.
head,
Thank you
like,
for
ooh, should we pick this?
asking.
What if they play Yasuo top? Does that actually ruin our
The games
draft?
today
You
have
know, it's
been
always going to be
fun.
kind of weighing on you. So the G2, now they have to execute. They've gone with a cool draft. You cooked it up. If you can really make it work and crush pain here, then people are going to stand up and take notice of these picks.
Well, on the other side, for Karaoke, remember, he's got the Maokai again. He's got a facilitating jungler again. And for PNG, their biggest surprise coming through.
Did they finally get matching skins? We've been waiting on them.
That came through. I think Weiser on Jax has had a really
Yes, we need the Brazilian energy throughout Swiss because they've got the energy, bro. I freaking love it.
Presence once more.
And while, you know, we do have to really credit, you know, Payne for being able to make it here, and you know, that definitely is a massive accomplishment. At the same time, let's be honest, their series against R7 was incredibly sloppy.
It was.
And G2 is such a good team on the map that even when they fall behind, and they didn't really have a good early game, to be honest, in the LEC. When you think back to even some of the Fnatic series, it's like 3 times in a row they beat Fnatic, giving up monster early game leads. They are so good on the map. They really know how to spread you out and take advantages in the macro game.
What's going on, Matcha?
I think Pain is really going to struggle against that. So, you know, even if Pain can set themselves up well, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to, you know, result in a victory here, because
it's
G2
not
really can run the map, know exactly how to play out these situations, and are very clever, very clutch. So, you know, I think Pain is pretty reliant on creating
I don't know why they
advantages
just
here,
don't
but
match.
they do have some good scaling, and we'll see how many stacks this Smolder can get in that 1v1. And yes, it's a melee matchup, but Yone is pretty evasive and can be a little bit annoying sometimes to be
I
able
thought
to trade
PNG
with.
lost and was out.
When his ult
No.
comes through, it is absolutely
They
complete.
lost
On the note of G2,
one
by the way,
game,
I mean,
but then they
such a
ended up
great point that
winning
the
to
early
secure
game
their spot.
always felt like a
in
weakness, and over the course of this year, they were talking about
Lions.
working on their mid game, and their mid game became so concrete that that's what the nuisance is. That's what the annoyance is when you talk about the likes of Fnatic going head to head with them. There's some good trades come down here on the bot side. Now, Hunt Summit was engaged on before, but they just pull back and get some damage down as Kuri and Titan just walk it back themselves. Caps walks into Jinkiero, but some autos come through. It's an even trade.
Yeah, and you can see how much faster Yike cleared. Carioca is just now finally killing his Gromp, whereas the first Scuttle is already dead from Yike. So he's more than a full camp ahead because he walked all the way there. Carioca is going to cross map though and going to be able to get the top side one because Weiser has pushed. Jinkato pushed in Caps mid and is getting a decent amount of stacks there. Already has 18 already, so that is quite nice. Yes, there is a big focus on just perfect CS and being able to farm stacks off that. But if you can scrap, it accelerates your stacking so incredibly fast on this champion. So when you are playing into melee matchups, it can really accelerate you to the point where you're hitting these breakpoints faster, and then all of a sudden, that's making you farm even faster. You hit 25 faster. Now you have the AoE. It's easier to get all the range minions. Then you're hitting, you know, 125, and all of a sudden you're getting, you know, more and more splash through that's giving you more stacks. It can really kind of ramp up and accelerate.
Complicates things as well. Carragher hasn't made his back yet as he still continues to try and clear out. He's not sitting on the same margin as Broken Blade just walks up into top and runs into Weiser. This matchup so far, it feels like there was a small CS advantage for Weiser before as Broken Blade gets his push in, and of course there will be, considering 32-31 with his full wave into Weiser, means this Aurora has a small CS lead.
Yep, but BB doing well. Really, you just have to survive generally in these matchups.
Giving some matcha right now, can't lie.
Get better
Always.
for you, as the melee into the range. As you,
I need to make sure I grab some milk
to be able
today.
To get some attack speed. You know, obviously your
so
Q
I can make
cooldown goes
matcha
down
tomorrow.
a lot. You can start to push. You can start to be able to actually take trades more
We just put
effectively.
matcha in our smoothie today. It worked out fine.
So if you haven't seen that, Fleet got nerfed for range, but
like I'm not
a lot
as
of people really
tired.
started trying grasp, and it kind of just became very, very popular across a lot of champions. You know, we saw it even from Zeka earlier on
Rather
Yone.
than making
It's
a
played
matcha
on
latte.
range champions,
Maybe
being
I
played
just
on
do
melee
that tomorrow.
champions. People are just honestly really liking grasp kind of across the board, and you can see that over on the Pain side as it is grasp Smolder and grasp Aurora as well.
It's like when Lethal Tempo started getting explored with, and everyone's
Oat
like, oh, I
milk?
can run this
Yeah,
on this
normally I
champion
use
as well.
oat milk
It's like
or
it's possible anyway.
almond
feels
milk.
like how
But
Demolish has
I
been for
prefer
a while
oat
as
milk.
a subset of a rune anyway.
But one of my
Plus, I
roommates
swear,
was
just
telling me that
the
oat
runes
milk
like that
doesn't
just
have
give you
very
dopamine,
good
'cause the numbers
nutritional
just go
value.
up, and you're just
I haven't
getting
done any
health every
research on
time you
it.
proc
But
it.
what does matcha do again? So I don't
Yeah,
like
it feels so good to proc
coffee,
grasp, and the sound was kind of
but
satisfying as
matcha
well.
does have
But I've killed
some
myself
caffeine.
way too many times.
So it's able to keep you awake, but not like with the insane amounts that coffee has.
Dark Harvest, you're like, oh man, but I can get a stack here, it's worth it.
Jungler might be in the bush, but I couldn't proc grasp.
It feels so good as Grubs start off at G2. They move up to top first, so they're going to pick this up in the course of 3. And you already just talked about the power of Yike. This just comes into fruition yet again. 3 picked up, and
Really
Kuri, even though
window.
he's here to
Okay.
try and
Maybe I
roam
need to
around,
start
Mickey just
swapping
forces them
back
out.
to almond milk then.
Yike,
I just don't
power
like
farming
the
thus far.
creaminess of
And in a great
almond
spot
milk.
already. 3 grubs.
It's too creamy.
Outpacing what the Maokai is able to do. And again, Maokai just going to be going for this trade on
Really,
the bot side, which has
ET.
become the standard. But G2 walk through mid, get the push
Okay.
there, and now it looked like they just pull off the dragon, they give up, they're going to try to turn on
Yike's
Yike.
walking blind. He just gets altered from another world, but he's still not dead. The
Whoa.
Fate Shield saves his life. First blood goes over as Dinkiero and makes himself known to get the trade kill. Caps
1
doesn't
for
have
1.
anything more in the bank. He flashed away, and G2 get the first blood, but they're quickly traded upon.
Yeah, they do get that first
Okay, 1 for
blood,
1.
but it does cost them the flash off Caps, the flash off Yike, and Yike does die. But critically,
I
Yike
normally get
using
the
that XP
unsweetened
advantage
version
because he was
'cause I don't need,
And
like,
if you
the
don't
extra
insta-kill
sugar,
a Brand
but-
who's level 6, gets 1 combo of spells out, and you are gonna really pay for it. So was able to do just that, and it does mean that
All right,
Pain
we'll have
gave
to
up the attempt
we'll
at a
have
dragon,
to
right?
try
Because they
almond
pulled
milk.
off that dragon, so there's no objective trade. It's just the one for
You know
one
the
in
ideology
kills,
behind
and
swapping
G2
bot
end
to
up
top this
getting the
early.
grubs before
It's
that,
due
so
to
they are
certain
feeling very good,
matchups.
I
So
think, about that
sometimes the
overall.
ADC or the top laner will have a weaker or stronger matchup, so they'll switch so that they can put certain pressures so that they can actually play the lane. That's the biggest TLDR that I can give from my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, Grubs obviously does give you the bonus XP, but Karaoke also invested
Who
time
do you want to
hitting
win?
Dragon,
I
didn't
want
end up
G2
getting
to win,
anything from
but
that.
I
So
also
for
wouldn't
time,
mind
he
if
could've been spending
Pain
doing
Gaming
something
won.
else, farming additional camps, getting that experience. So, you know, Yike already has the
We
components
are
there for the
fluffy.
late injuries. Going to be looking really powerful when he does compete that first item. And Hans just up on top side here with Mickey pushing that in. You can see obviously the top laners have swapped down to bot. There is a slight CS lead for Weiser, but nothing really to worry about. And Caps now has tier 2 boots, has Vamp Scepter, so he's not really going to be getting poked out. For Jinkato, again, it's
Yo,
just about really
Apex
farming
Witch,
the
thank you so
stacks,
much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having an absolutely gorgeous day today, and thank you for supporting the stream.
Get away with the lane as also known as we get around this dragon. Mickey is almost level 6. As you know, this is a nice quote. I know you set this up as well because we're talking about G2's expectations on a player who has been alongside this roster, as they said, for over 650 days. Like, this could be another great chance for EU.
Absolutely, and I mean, they're putting that pressure on themselves. You know, this is not something they're saying like retroactively after they already did well.
Yep.
I also saw something very similar from Broken Blade, where they're basically
How
saying,
am I doing?
You know, we've been together
I'm doing
for
well.
a couple years now.
I'm chilling. We're
and
fine.
Basically, if not now, when? Like, we have got to do it now. We've got to have those international performances, and we'll see if they can find it now.
We'll play like this. I mean, quickness comes through. Remember, Mickey's not level 6 yet. There is no Magnet Storm available. He was 1 minion off, but as the curtain call sets up with the Seer and the flash away from Karaoke, there's no kill in response. Pain get one and get away.
And I will say this is one of
That's
the
good
bad
for
habits that we
Pain.
did see from Mickey. You know, Mickey at times this year did get a little bit, let's say, loose with it on some of his engages.
Yeah, that was tough.
And, you know,
But
did
FlyQuest
end up
got to
giving
win,
over a lot
so
of kills,
NA
this
is
time gives
up.
a bit of a freebie over to Pain, but G2 still in the driver's seat. You know, they are going to be scaling well. It's just such a big question about how will you engage, how will you be able to pull this off on the G2 side. Of course, Mickey X can be setting them up, but Caps can also potentially set up Broken Blade. He can also set himself up. The counter engage, though, is pretty difficult to deal
see
with because
another
if you're
gen, I
sending in
might
both
crash
the Yasuo
out.
and the Yone,
There's
well,
so many
all of a sudden
gens.
Rakan can be there with the counter engage. You can be getting hit by Aurora. There can be the roots from Maokai. There's lots of lockdown, and your main target, you know, Chitan is very difficult to actually get because of the Xayah ult. So you're going to have to be looking more towards Jinkato, who does have the safety, of course, of the flap.
And counter engage is huge when you talk about Aurora in the mix as well. I mean, zone control from this champion is nuts, and there's a reason it starts getting banned more and more. When I see it left open, I think, what is your response for this? G2 cooked with the Yasuo. Okay, for the laning phase, or at least beyond that, as you said, it needs to stay safe. But my concern is always when we get to these skirmishes, these fights, and what Aurora so far at Worlds has shown us. That champion is broken, and that champion, when able to zone out 2 or 3 people, changes the whole course of a team fight.
Absolutely, but Windwall also going to be really strong here. You can't just throw out the Maokai ult because Windwall could actually block that. You know, that's going to be really strong also against double AD carries. As G2 looking to set up a dive, Weiser is very low. Karaoke trying to come in.
That still Tempest needs a hit for the last breath, but Karaoke gets caught out in the mix as well. This time the Mag Storm is up and available, so G2 have more to work with, but there we go. The ulti we talked about quickly disengaged from G2. Know that now they have the turning play. The last breath is going to be the
Broken Blade was spamming his R button, bro. Spamming it. The split second he gets that knock up, he's there.
They wrap around behind him.
He was literally spamming it.
Too low to really contribute to much to the fight. So, you know, he gets caught out. Weiser can't really do much back. G2 playing the map, as I said, they're
no,
so
like I
good
literally heard it.
and
Look, 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 look,
really
look.
well. BB trades heavily onto Weiser. Karaoke gets caught.
The
and if you get stunned,
split
you are
second he gets knocked up.
and that is going to destroy you as a tank. So even though Weiser comes over, drops the ulti, they try to get this opportunity
The burn
to peel.
from Brand,
Just
though.
really, there's no recourse.
Boom. Like,
the recourse doesn't come through also
immediate.
because the ult at level 1 is only 1.25
He was so
seconds,
ready.
right? It's so quick. And there's not much you can do
He
to build
was
around it
so
as G2.
ready.
Obviously finding the play there and Pain getting pushed behind. You brought it up earlier in the game, how quick Yike was to the setup here as Broken Blade has to flash away.
Cynical, thank you for the follow. How are you
Now
doing?
becomes a 1v2, but Yike is 30 CS up. Yike is 1.5.
Yeah, we love a broken
And I know
blade.
in Champs Queue, this guy has been cooking
That's insane,
on more than just
Fluffy.
Brand. Yike has been having a good setup to run
I'm not
into
sure,
this world.
James.
It is.
Brand is just such
I didn't start paying attention to pro play until like the past 2
items. You get level 11.
years.
All of a sudden, it's just like,
Last 2 years.
yeah, okay, great. We dealt with the Yasuo, we dealt with the Yone, but some random Brand bounces just killed our whole team. Like, you know, it just,
What happened?
It can happen to you. It can get very, very annoying. And G2 has such a clear, easy to execute comp. Like, well, not, I shouldn't say it's easy to execute, but clear idea of how they want to execute the
Press your
comp,
buttons, right?
Exactly. I mean, you open up with the Jhin ult, you're flying forward with the Rel, there's a Brand ult bouncing around, you know, Yone and Yasuo are going in, Windwall is protecting them from the AD carries. It's a very clear idea of what they want to do. Of course, if you do misstep on the Yone or the Yasuo, it can be very difficult and can get turned around on you, but oh, the Cap's getting a little bit spicy here.
Looking for the setup. It's a fate sealed. Karaoke just disengages. He took phase rush into the battle, so Caps will ult for the trade.
Yeah, he wanted to try to steal away that camp because Karaoke early smited on the Krugs. So Cap's trying to get a little bit spicy with it. Does get jumped on as Jinkato and Curry trying to move down here. But G2, again, they're just going to play the map. They're going to run you in circles here. Tower's gone.
6 grubs. It shreds. I mean, in the early game again, and I feel like we've had 3 of these games today where there's been nice back and forth trading. The PSG one hits the mind, but the map state and the way that G2 have played it here is obviously so far superior.
Yeah.
4K gold lead at coming up to 14 minutes. When it has been a bit back and forth and kills, it ain't the same way with the way that they're playing the map state.
Exactly. I mean, G2 are just really showing their class on their macro and how they play the map. I mean, great. Pain are fighting pretty well, but it doesn't matter if you're just getting destroyed on the map movements. You know, you're losing the grubs, you're losing these towers left, right, and center. They're now 4,000 gold behind here. They're only up to 1 kill, but they are very far down. 11 turret plates went the way of G2. And so now that advantage is getting bigger. Double Blade the Rune King is completed for Broken Blade and Caps. They're twinning on the items, have the exact same ones completed there. And Hans has done one. We already know Yike has been completed on one for a while, so Pain are going to get the Dragon, but can they get out?
The question is that with the curtain call, MasterCard, we don't have time because we're going to fight this one out. It's set up central for Broken Blade to get the last breath, and Karaoke is going to be abandoned.
Okay, so they get the kill, but they don't get much else off of that.
Kill, or rather their first
They
kill
did get the
over
dragon
top
as
lane.
well.
Yep, going to be able to grab that
But I
one,
think
and
everybody
G2
else was
feeling
pretty
really good about it.
disengaged.
Again, Maokai, your ult is really hard to use if you can't actually force out the wind wall first. There's almost no value from it. So Broken Blade just wind walls that, they walk right through it. You can even do some builds where you cook with like Flicker Blade, where you have a really low wind wall CD, which some Yasuos are actually
Honestly,
really
Yone and
liking against
Yasuo
comps like
wombo
this where it gets
combo, we
ton of value.
probably are pretty
And look at the
soon.
trades. I mean, that's with Broken Blade
They're
taking a
getting
tower
pretty
shot that he
comfy.
doesn't care about because he can just lifesteal up off of the wave. And Jinkato only at the 130 or so stacks. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not
the game
enough
still
to
going to be
overcome.
running?
Exactly. It's
At
like,
this point, it's the biggest question. Is the game still going to be going?
TP behind, TP behind.
That the commitment is there, but I'm a little bit worried. At least the ult comes through and Yike is caught out. The most fed member of G2 is
Okay,
down.
dead. They get the shutdown gold.
Deathbed, but Broken Blade and Mickey are running afar. There's going to be no last breath here after the setup from the Steel Tempest, and G2's jungler is dead.
But look at mid, right? This is the problem again. You're overcommitting. You're sending 5 members down. If they got all
Is he
three and
named
they got
after
the bottom
Riven?
tower,
Yes, Broken
great.
Blade
But
was
you're
like
getting
a
one, you're
very
TPing, you're
popular,
spending ult, you're
well-known
spending
Riven
flashing
player.
mana Curry. You're losing your mid lane tier 1. You're losing minions top.
But
You're
yeah.
losing your Krugs now as well, as Caps is going to farm those
So
away.
much vision,
so, sure,
right?
You got a kill, but you fell more behind in gold off the play at the end of the day.
GG's early game here is a really nice setup. Coming in, we criticized it, and of course, anyone who watched LEC all year would say that it was probably their weak point. Here against PNG, it has been a nice snapshot, to the setup of their tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely looking really good. I mean, G2, let's be honest, come into this big favorites. This is the LEC #1 seed.
Favorites to win it all.
There you go.
Okay.
Win it all against Pain Gaming, yes.
Okay, thank you, Azale.
I mean, you know, this is a team that, you know, their expectations, even from the own players, are saying, you know, we want to win the whole thing. We want to win Worlds, right? Yeah. And Pain, you know, they haven't even been able to make it to the Swiss stage in quite a long time. They did do it this time, and that is obviously incredible for them. But G2 is definitely at a different level than the teams they did fight in the play-in stage. So they need to really step it up here. And they have got to really not only execute on these fights, which I think they're doing fine, they're playing fine in the skirmishes, but they've got to make sure that they're answering the map movements here from G2, or you can keep winning every fight, but you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, slowly but surely, right? Gold lead will keep track of. Top of your screen, you can all see it at home, but
GT kind of running this. Oof, look at that gold diff over time. God dang.
That can start pressuring here.
God dang.
There's a mixture of fans in the audience today, and I love it. I mean, G2 fans always get a massive crowd, but Pain off the side still, their fans are loud and proud, and you can see why. To make it this far, I mean, it's been such a long ride for them.
Yeah.
And again, it was so well earned. It was a messy game, but against LLA, you know, they were the team that stood fast a lot better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they did show up when it mattered most and have rightfully earned their spot here. And we'll see how much further they can go. And if they can try to claw this one back against G2, you saw that gold difference. And it's just been kind of up and to the right. As, that's just a couple spells there.
Okay, between two worlds and setup as Wiser has done a good ulti, but the setup from Mickey might be better. A last breath
and
to
then
send the
Jin
world
just
all the
free
way to
firing,
another
bro.
universe. A curtain
And then
call
Jin
to
just
call it a
free
night.
firing.
G2 are always willing
You gotta
to
give,
take the fight.
you gotta give it to him.
Try to look for the
That was nice.
there.
And the other
initial
members
look,
were
but again,
super
the win wall
duper
just
low.
gets insane
Now,
value
don't
against what
be
they are
fooled.
doing. And at the end of the
Smolder
day, they can't even
is
finish off both plays, able
stacking
to flash out
on
and
the
look at
other side of the
Jinko
map.
Not having fun over there against Caps.
Flashes
Ooh,
away,
that was
and
close.
Caps almost gets a solo kill. A grasp to just tickle
Smolder
his fancy on
is
the
stacking. He's
sidewall.
at 175 stacks, so he only needs a couple more.
Caps with another wave gets top, and
But
that's
he
dead
is
too.
stacking.
Mid-wave is pushing in, and everything is going G2's way in this debut.
I mean, it's already been just a map masterclass here. You know, how they want to play the map. They're moving around. They're taking all of these camps away. They're taking the towers away. They're playing the map so well. So when you start winning the fights too, well, then there's not a lot going for Pain. And G2
so
showcasing
silly.
that they can do just that.
I know I'm looking at Hopium, but NA and EU's first seed debut has been really good.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a Jin main. What do you build on him at the moment, James?
Because I feel like, again, you know, they come through with good meta reads. I think, you know, G2 and Fly have obviously been a bit more adaptive as well in their drafts. But it's been good all the same.
It has definitely been good. But you look at some of these teams that won today, there's not a lot of easy draws. And it does always become that funny situation where FlyQuest is sitting there and they're like, well, if G2 wins, I'd really like to draw G2. And G2 is sitting there and saying, well, I'd really like to draw FlyQuest. And both teams kind of end up wanting to play against each other. Because, you know, do you want to play against BLG? Do you want to play against Genji? Do you want to play against HLE?
What a choice.
You know, it's really rough out there in those 1-0 matches. So if G2 are able to close this one up, it's going to get a lot tougher for them. You know, both FlyQuest and G2 were recipients of teams from play-ins because they were #1 seed. So that's kind of the benefit that they got. And it does mean you get a game it's going to kind of ease you into the competition a little bit more. But then it's a very steep jump in competition because as Swiss Stage works, if you're 1-0, you only play another 1-0 team, and those are all beasts.
And there's no rematches. Remember, unless it's mathematically impossible
Lord.
that you have to have the rematch. But we're assuming that choice won't come up, that chance won't
Static
come up.
RFC IE. That's what I think is like super standard at the moment.
Goes, depending on teams like how
Kinda
Gam goes
valid.
as well. If things go rough, it ends up being a 1-1, then you won't face them again. But for this game, it's still not over. I mean, Pain a 7k gold down. Let's be real. This game is looking real rough with Dragon stacking now stopped. Thanks to
I'm
G2
doing well,
getting the Ocean
CR.
Dragon.
How are you doing,
so Pain
boo?
needs some kind of wombo, some kind of dream in this game, some kind of Smolder stacking miracle as he gets the execution that they can fall back and find some gold back in this final game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough because even if he gets the stacks right now, then you really are
Yeah,
still
he
waiting for
swims through the
rapid
river.
fire,
He
and
goes
there's
through
so
bot
much
side too.
threat
So
over
he'll
on the
go
G2
like in front of
side,
Dragon
but
and
it's
like peek
okay, if
in.
you're even on gold,
And then
or you're
he'll
a little
go
bit
up
ahead on gold
to
for Pain, then it's very tough to
there.
execute for G2 because they have to be so perfect to be able to pull it off.
How many teams
But when
move
you're,
on?
you know,
8.
closing on an 8,000 gold lead this early on, and
8
they're
will
probably
move
gonna
on
get the
from
Baron here
Swiss.
as well.
It takes 3
Well,
losses
then
to be
you are
eliminated.
really
It
in a lot
takes
of trouble
3
over on the
wins
Pain
to
side.
move on.
Carioca spotted on a ward, and Trouble might be the middle name of G2 as they look for a turn. They fake take it, or
Yeah,
rather
Scion
fake
was
start
played
it
in the
and
previous
walk
game.
away. Yes, this is the problem. It's,
Whippo
again, the
played
map
Scion
being
and
overcommit
absolutely
everyone to
crushed
one
with
side.
it.
They're always overloading because they feel that they're behind, so they're saying, okay, we're behind.
It does
we need
no
to group and
damage,
get an
yeah,
advantage.
James.
And G2 saying, great,
Yeah, you
we're
missed
not
it,
going to fight
Fluffy.
you. And they're just going to take things in the side lane. So it becomes this kind of catch-22 where Pain feels we can't win an even man fight.
What does the 2 mean,
We
Mizu?
can't actually.
Will you play games after? I might play a game or two
really,
after
really difficult because they just send
Worlds.
5 members to one
But
side. G2
if
takes
y'all
more
look
advantage in the side lane,
down
they
at
get
the
nothing
bottom
from
of the
it, and it's just
screen,
kinda
I've been
rinse
streaming
and
for
repeat,
8
this entire game as G2 are constantly
hours.
willing to go to those side lanes, and Pain just can't match.
8 hours.
Push and pull, and especially with 2 items as well. For G2, they are
Depends on how the games go, bro. Depends on how the games go. If the games are dookie, bro, I'm freaking out. I'm gonna go hit the gym. I gotta release some steam. You feel me?
G2 as they just return back to it. As you said, we just do it again. Look at
I responded to your DM, Fluffy, and you never hit me back. So no, you left me on red. So
exactly. I mean, you just keep putting pressure on
lunch.
it, right? If you clear all
I
the
made a
vision
smoothie and I had
respecting the
a
Baron,
spring
you start
garden
hitting the Baron.
roll.
You don't have to commit to it. If they ignore it, you take it for
Outside
free.
of that, no, but like I think that's, and I've been sipping on water all day, so it's not like I'm like dehydrated or anything. Like I'm kind of
Or you
chilling.
can just take that win of getting the teleport out, of getting some small
Yeah,
little
actually,
thing.
Fluffy,
As
you're
Lane
blocked.
Weiser, he does not like
I don't
that
know if you
1v1. That's
noticed.
an ult traded, and he was getting obliterated.
At least the ult was traded, but as he teleports in, or if he does,
I'm not
Weiser
sure what I
having
want to
that's
eat
gonna
for
be a
lunch.
bigger deal.
Is the
Nice
thing.
here set up with the blaze, and Karaoke
What should
takes
we
a bit
get
of
for lunch,
HP
guys?
as well. Ignite burnt by Mickey as G2 still hover around this enemy jungle, looking for that next pick.
Oh, they're actually looking for it right now.
There's an execute there, so they're going to take the quickness. At least it's the Hail Mary, and this time around again, the Nature's Grass gets a target. Mum flies through as well, but how far ahead are they? Broken Blade with a last breath takes out 2
oh,
before
but wait,
himself.
like
Jinkiero flashes out. He's
it's
trying
3
to
for
kite
3
around,
right
do
now.
some big plays from this mid smolder.
Oh,
and a
Caps is
shutdown to
here.
boot. Jinkiero's alive for now until Caps
Yeah. Okay, it's a 4 for 3.
left of G2 is the best you can hope for.
Oh, they just gonna do Baron. Yeah, their jungler's up.
Yeah, Pain honestly doing a pretty good job there. It is a 3 for 4, but at the end of the day, G2 stands strong. Their jungler is alive, their mid laner is alive, and that means the Baron is not long for this world. But Weiser trying to stop them.
There's so much damage though. Can he escape?
Dude, what is that champ?
With another one.
What is that champ, bro?
Sitting there confidently is a great.
What the heck?
At the very least, though, he does
All right,
push them
there's gonna
off
be
the
water
Baron,
that spouts
and
out.
Corey's
Every
able
time
to
I
get vision
fill
of
up my
that.
water bottle,
Cool stat that
spits
I was
out water.
curious because I didn't remember ever seeing Yone and Yasuo together, in a game. The stats team did check and confirm. It's the first time Yone and Yasuo has ever been played together internationally in League of Legends.
Wow.
So definitely cooking here on the G2 side. Not that we needed that stat to confirm it, but it is cool to see they're the first team to ever actually bring it out internationally.
I mean, for the comp, it's worked seamlessly. They've been in
worked
side
really
lanes
well.
for the
But you
majority
hitting
of
at the gym
game, and then
today?
they just join
Arms.
in, all in, and
But
the
people
all
were
ins have
saying
been
core every day. I don't do core every day, so I don't know how to do
Working
that.
towards that rapid fire, that is where things start to get a lot more problematic for the other side, as you can kind of just become this poke champ. You just kind of straight back and forth, wait for rapid fire procs, and then you use that obviously
arms
on your
and
Q.
back.
You're putting it on that true damage
Yes,
burn,
sir.
and you're kind of poking and prodding,
I
trying
do
to
arms and back.
push your opponents lower and lower and get them into a rough spot here. Chitan does have a very high DPS build here. Obviously, the IE and the S-Reaver are done, but you look over on the other side, and 3 items are really starting to come through for pretty much
Okay, but what is
everyone.
core?
Like even has a Banshee's Veil, which
Like I
means
normally do
it's even harder
cardio
to
and
get
then
any
I'll
sort of a
do
pick, which you
arms.
kind of
But
be
after that,
depending
I don't.
upon. And
What do you
Odds
do
is
for
super strong
core?
on 3,
No,
Caps
but
is
thank
super
you so
strong
much
on
for the
3,
Twitch
so,
Prime and welcome to the Mother
G2
Redacted
obviously
Channel Squad.
still
Thank you so much for
massively in
supporting
the
the
lead here. About 9K
stream.
is their
Hope you're having a
advantage.
beautiful day today, love.
Pain getting a little bit of hope, I would say, after a fairly even
Abs.
fight over on that top
I don't
side,
have
even
any
though
ab
Caps wasn't there at the
workouts.
start.
I don't know what to
it
do
was
for
in the
abs.
same position where G2, it got a little bit messy, and Pain would take that every day of the week.
V6,
You mentioned the gold lead again,
planks,
9,000 a lot to
punches.
work with, and yeah, Caps, here comes the push. Broken
Alexa.
Blades in the top lane as well.
Which did you put
Pain is
to
just
be
struggling
like
for
the
vision to
most
try and
dragon
claw some
sling?
out of G2's hands.
I mean, it's just so hard. G2 just has to sit here and wait for Caps to do his work. Neither of the soul laners from Pain can do anything about the Yone. We saw that Weiser couldn't touch him
I'll
at
have to
all,
look up
and
like an ab
definitely
circuit.
Jinkato cannot win that 1v1 unless Caps make a serious mistake, or really a series of serious mistakes. So now G2 start this up again, and Caps is just going to go forward, keep pressuring. He's going to be able to get that inhibitor, no problem. And now Pain are going to have to decide, do we challenge here?
What do we do? Because Caps will just run
Are they going to give up the Baron for their
the win wall is such a pain.
Nexus?
Mickey gets the engage. Cap still hangs around. The wave disappears while Mickey
They don't
goes
even
down,
need
but a
Caps right
pyrokizer
now.
That sets the fight alight. And now for G2, the question is whether they're all right. Caps is holding both waves at once, and with range in the making as well, G2 are just keeping them at bay.
Smolder can't
is
do
able to get
much.
that 1 kill onto Mickey, so not bad by Pain. but you are always going to lose that inhibitor on the bot side. So now that is going to make holding the Baron even more difficult.
Chitan, his ulti was burned, and Broken Blade just closes the gap. An easy one.
Dude, both the Win brothers is going crazy in the cut.
Let's dance around
crazy in the cut.
Yeah, nicely done there by G2. Broken Blade just commits the flash. Hans opens up, and then when the curtain call is coming through, you basically are forced to be juking back and forth from the side there. But Pain not going to give this one up. The question is, can they actually get a fight here before Caps just ends the game? Because Caps is not coming. If someone doesn't base, you have to decide: are you going to hard engage here right now?
Yeah, you can't get Baron and give up your base, bro.
Half health on the Nexus turrets. Baron's still going down, by the way, and this time it might be for real. Karaoke needs a miracle steal while they commit to Caps, and he's just going to leave it. It'll go down. No contest, and Caps gets out on the side of your screen. The Red Bull Baron power play. This is how G2 will take the game to a win.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. Caps just so dominant in the side lanes.
They didn't ban Yone, they didn't ban Yasuo, nothing.
The side lanes, and both of our solos back instead of just one, and we're going to look to try to get a pick with the Aurora ult. But Caps just ults out of it, no problem. Almost knocked down a Nexus tower as well, and was never even close to being in danger to going down there. So again, G2 just pulling them apart, not allowing Pain to really find anything here. They have no answer for either of the Win Bros here on G2. So it's so tough, man. You're just getting pulled apart.
It's really nice to see. You know, since joining.
Which is your favorite Win Bro?
I think it's Yone now.
Yeah.
I played too much Yone top. I watched Zayas too much, and I fell into.
Am I cheering for the wrong team? Nah. I think I want G2 to win, but
much easier and
like I don't mind if Pain Gaming wins.
You reckon it's easy?
The Pain isn't looking.
I think it's way easier than Yasuo.
Isn't looking too good at the moment.
But you can still int very easily on Yone if you know how.
You can, but you can just press E, and then you can always go back.
Yeah.
The problem is with Yasuo, I can't go back.
Yeah, that's right. Where's the minion?
I can go in, but I can't.
True.
I usually am dead after that.
Actually, maybe it is easier. So I need to change to Yasuo. Okay, point taken here. At the end of Swiss, I hope we see some more at the very least. Like, we've talked up innovation from G2. It's what we expected. We know they have so much more in their pocket, by the way. This is only the beginning as Nature's Grasp again. Win wall, Azale, walk me through it.
Okay.
There it is. Between two worlds as well, zones them down.
Okay.
But Mickey's engaged. Gives a nice last
But
to Pain Gaming.
right now it's a 1-for-1. This Jhin ulti isn't going to do much. Okay, 1-for-2. The Yone ulti also going to miss.
PNG stuck in there.
That was a lot of floppery. That was a lot of floppery.
It's so difficult for them with all of these waves pushing in. Pain do still have their two main carries alive.
That was a lot of floppery from G2.
Is available to them, but you said it.
But they did technically win the fight. They got a turret.
In top, they just can't be everywhere at once. They can't clear this out fast enough. And even the wind wall protecting the Baron up cannon is pretty annoying. As you can see, even more damage being dealt to this
all the
Nexus
G2 towers still intact. Yeah.
They're trying to get as much gold as possible into these carries.
Hans, you better Saba.
He went dead, fans.
Oh, yeah.
So he's really cooking. Wants the additional move speed there on it. And it's going to be extremely annoying to deal with.
One tank in the game, right? Who's going to do the
Dealing
damage?
with Yone's split push with Baron? Oh, man.
Caps can just run on in.
He doesn't have ult yet.
Isn't it? You can build things like Jack Show, you can build Deadmans, Randuins. He's got so many builds out there. The versatility is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, he now has the move speed from the Deadmans, plus your E gives you that 10% move speed when you do E in. So it has even additional mobility. He has double lifesteal items. There's quite a bit of HP on the Stridebreaker. So you're not going to 100-0 him. You're not going to outduel him. And it just gets really, really difficult for them. G2 playing it slow and steady, but definitely have been in full control of this one for a very long time.
That's why I was excited before. Fly the same last game, G2 the same this game. Although very different games and very different compositions, it just feels like the first seed of both EU and NA have come into today so well prepped and like no overforcing. We like to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's some of the most fun parts of Worlds is you can have two teams that are obviously very good teams, but play completely differently, right? And I think that showcases the depth of the game, of League. And then you get to go to Worlds, you get to see these teams match up potentially and kind of have this clash of styles, right? You know, which style is better, which draft is better, which player is better. Like, these are the fun things about Worlds, getting to have some of those questions answered. And it's just great to watch.
It really is, especially when they're performing well. G2 moments away from moving up to the 1-0. And us again, don't forget, Swiss draw comes in right after our broadcast today.
It's the best part of the day.
It is.
Oh yeah, we get to see who's going up against who tomorrow at the end of this game. They're gonna pull the drafts.
It actually makes the end of the day one of the highlights of the day, right? Like it makes it really exciting as you are praying for specific draws. You're hoping to dodge opponents. You're hoping for specific matchups.
I was watching Team Liquid's reaction to the first original, like, Mickey X.
Now, Chitan has his ulti and flash available, but they just wanted to pull it out. Ignite is so strong, and the fourth shot would be even stronger. Curry needs to protect Chitan. They get it anyway! Han Sama from the Secret Service, or what?
Hans just bends the bullet, snipes out Chitan, leaving no doubt.
I'm flaming the whole freaking team. I'm flaming the whole freaking team. I do not flame, but everybody getting a question mark. Everybody getting a question mark. Oh, heck no. Wow, wow. Absolutely not. That's crazy. Everyone's getting reported. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. None of y'all block. There's 2 people on me, and none of y'all block that 4th shot.
Open us up with a 1-0 start.
That is crazy. Oh yeah, no, I'm flaming the whole. Right now, ooh, everybody getting a word. Everybody getting a word from me. I don't even need a fist bump. Everybody getting a word from me.
For G2.
Oh, that's crazy.
Now to the draw to finding out
oh,
who
that's
their next
crazy.
opponent is. And again, there are so many sharks in
GG's,
the 1-0 waters, man. There are
GG's.
so many ridiculously tough teams, but those are the kind of teams that G2
Caps' little wave is so adorable. Rav, thank you so much for the 6 months of support. Thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate you, love.
You're talking about
hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Success, you have got to be able to beat those big dogs, and they're going to have their opportunity.
There's so many big rosters at this tournament. And it's great to see that, we can include G2 as one of them. And again, I've got EU
I don't even be flaming. But nah, bro, that would not be acceptable.
Fun team, man. It's okay.
That would not be acceptable.
It's nice because again, they pull out drafts like this, and you go,
no, that 4th shot is crazy. And they didn't re-show it. They didn't show it up again.
The draft had, a lot of merit to it as well. Yeah. They weren't just cooking for the sake of it. They weren't disrespecting their opponent. They pulled out something out of the hat.
And again, they showcased how well they can play the map, right? And I think that is what it was really all about.
Oh, I would have been pissed.
Payne won some fights. Yeah, Payne got some kills.
Oh, I would have been
But
pissed.
G2 were always running away with the advantages on
Who do y'all
the map.
think they're going to pick for the interview? Han Sama? Oh, they're picking Broken Blade, I think.
Slowly chipping away at you.
Yeah, that's Broken Blade.
That is about as close to a true split push victory as you can get these days in League. I mean, Caps was literally hitting the Nexus towers, right? Like, he was just crushing the game through side lanes, and that is a rarity in modern League of Legends. I think you really have to have a great understanding of how to play the match.
Like, I need to see that replay, bro. Yeah, I need to see it too. We're going to have to rewatch that.
And G2 really showcased that well.
I mean, again, it's really nice to see as well. Caps
I do too, Jamin. Are you talking about at the MSI?
Caps as well was playing a clean game. Well,
we're going to rewatch it. We're going to rewatch it.
In the end, they were kind of playing around and seeing what could stick, as well as, Broken Blade.
Die.
Another good performance.
That's clean.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm thinking of the other win, bro.
1 death.
Yeah, 1 death.
Shame on you, Broken Blade. What were you doing?
And I should talk out Mickey, because Mickey again sees a play. He's like, yeah, I'll take that. Why not?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he was setting them up for success. Had a great engage in those final moments. To be able to set up for some of these ultis here from Broken Blade.
Well, I've been told that we've got a Verizon post-game interview on the stage with the man himself.
Yay, welcome back to the stage for the last interview of this Swiss Day 1. Top Father, thank you so much for joining me. Great game, stable, everything. How do you reflect on what happened? What grade would you give yourself if you had from 0 to 10 from the game you played today?
I mean, I would say a 10.
Okay.
Nice victory, nice. But there's a 10 with improvement still in sight.
Always improvements.
But I had a lot of fun playing this game, playing the brothers, Yasuo.
I know.
Was very fun. Me and Caps especially in later stages. I also think Yike played amazing today. So.
Yeah, great job from everyone, honestly. Did you know who was going to play Yone and who was going to play Yasuo, or did you just flip it?
I mean, you never know in G2 who plays what, but in this case, I was like, oh, probably I'll play a little bit of Yasuo today. So it was nice, it was fun, it was very fun actually. I didn't expect myself to play Yasuo for the first game. So.
All right. Any other things that you have planned in terms of pick, any spicy picks? I know in-houses have been fun, but I know that in-houses, more often than not, they don't look like scrims. But anything weird that you prepped for Worlds, does the meta allow it? I know you can't say champions' names, but...
I mean, there's always something I prepare to win. Also to be creative, I think that is the beauty of my career, my playstyle. I really like to pull off something that is unusual and also make it work. So yeah, maybe, but I can't promise anything, of course, and I also can't leak, right?
Let's not disclose anything. We'll keep this for later. I want to follow up on the honestly amazing interview you had with Dom and the rest of the crew, letting a lot of stuff that we didn't know about G2 actually, about the summer that you guys had, about the fact that you were not on the same page, that some players were feeling a bit low. When you think about this and what happened at Worlds last year, and the fact that you don't want to have this run ever again, you want to have the best, you want to make the best out of the situation you have. What have you guys been working on to be on the same page, to peak at the same moment, and to come ready for Worlds this year?
I mean, for us, the biggest thing was matching against the Eastern teams when it comes to mid-game. I feel like when you look at Worlds, a lot of the times, a lot of teams get advantages in early game against the Eastern teams, but then they like lose out in the mid-game. You know, the team fights are less clutch and the macro is less good. And I feel like this year we've really been improving that. So I'm really excited to playing them again. I think in MSI we showed a good performance, and we want to be even better this year.
Something that we hear about G2, of course, Worlds being back in Europe. You think about the 2019 lineup. You were not part of it, but you have two players who were part of this lineup. And the fact that everyone keeps on thinking about what happened in 2019, the fact that there's hope for Worlds, there's hope for Europe, and there's hope for G2 this year, what is the weight of this legacy? What is, how heavy is this legacy of this G2 2019 lineup when you come into Worlds this year?
G2 2019, I wasn't part of that story. And G2 2024 is a story that I want to create where we win Worlds. So yeah, that is basically how I think, how I believe, what I want to make happen. And I think everyone in the team is aligned on this. This is our goal, and this is what we want to achieve.
Make them believe. That's what World says. Vivi, thank you so much for this interview. Amazing, as always. Last question for you. We're going to have the draw show in just a few minutes. Who would you like to face tomorrow, if you could choose? We have Bilibili Gaming, Top Esports, Gen.G, D+, Kia, LNG, Hanwha, FlyQuest.
I would like to draw FlyQuest, a little NA versus EU.
Our name always in their mouth.
Good luck tomorrow. Good luck for the draw as well. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the draw.
Our name always in their mouth.
Break. Is there?
They love bringing us up.
We're the break.
No?
I think.
Everybody always yip, yap, NA, NA. We know.
Dylan's here with us.
We know we bad. We know we cute. And we know we fun.
The draw show, he'd like to play FlyQuest, but remember, you can't replay anyone. So wouldn't it be better to beat, I don't know, Gen.G in a best of one, then you don't have to play them in a best of 3?
Oh. Yeah, but I also feel like you get a full series win of points off of just a best of one. So I feel like the value is pretty good. I wouldn't mind playing FlyQuest. Also, the EUNA thing is always a special one.
That's compelling. I need it.
But I don't know. It's a very high variance draw, so it's very different based on who you get.
Yeah, it's crazy. How happy are you today with the performance of the brothers?
I like the double brothers, Yasuo Yon, double samurai comp, very G2-esque. We played it like a bunch of times throughout the years, actually.
Yeah.
But usually it's the other version. Usually it was actually Caps on Yasuo and BB on Yon. So this was our first time with Caps BB version of G2 where we did this one.
And you know, we already asked you off air, but what do you prefer?
For this meta right now, I think both of them are probably more practiced and better at these particular champions. I'll say that.
How'd you
so
like
you mean
Mac?
the way it was today?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a thumbs up. That's a thumbs up.
Right.
How'd you like the team's macro? Because this is like, as Elle mentioned it's like the truest kind of form.
Can they show that last play by Hansama?
On their Nexus. throughout the game.
I have been streaming for the past 8 hours. We are about to see what the matchups are for tomorrow. They are about to draw them, so we'll see that. I'll play a game or two, and then I'm gonna hit the gym because it's 1 o'clock, and I wanted to be at the gym by 2. I don't want to be there when all the people get off work and stuff. I wanted to be there at 12, but
talking about replicating,
all right, our recovery. Have a great rest of your day.
When you approach it in a certain way and you say it, I'm sure that everyone who you're going to play knows that he likes to play this way. Is there a pitfall of you going into a game and knowing this is exactly how I want to play, and then maybe in the mid game it falls apart and you're up versus a team who is maybe even better at macro, or perhaps a team fighting?
Here, I'll pull up the clip.
I think sometimes the side lane comps are a bit weaker in team fight. If you have a Fed Maokai playing front to back in a pure 5v5, the brother's probably not as strong as when he's threatening to end the game. So I think that's one potential weakness.
Oops,
also, you need to be very crisp on your movement, right? As soon as, if Caps gets caught and dies on side and they just TP to Nash and take it, that can be another way you can lose. So
it's this one.
It definitely, you need to be used to playing this way, but we like it. Seems to work for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, these
like
are very
how?
fun comps to watch as well. Probably very fun comps to play as well. And I'm wondering, not so much from a gameplay perspective, but more from a mentality perspective, how are the boys doing coming into this world? Because usually G2,
Look
they
at
play
that
quite well when they're
angle,
having
bro.
fun. So what's the environment like?
Why
having
is
it in the
Maokai not
studio
up
and just
here?
everything being day to day for you guys.
So it being here in Europe, I think helps a bit. When you have to travel all the way across the world.
Why
and
is he
be in a
not
different
pathing
environment,
up?
That always just makes things a bit harder. So it felt really good coming here to the studio and being prepared.
What up? That
Scrim's been
hits him.
Good, mostly good.
That hits
like
him.
a bit of a mixed bag. but
100%.
We're learning a lot.
They were
right? As you
pathing
can see, there's
down.
A lot of lane swaps.
They weren't
there's a
pathing
lot
up.
of very different big meta shakeups. So there's just a lot of different.
Oh, you're saying Zaya walked up rather than walking down.
There's been times where you guys have been winning a lot, and I've seen quotes in interview as like, well, it felt like sometimes
Yeah,
they
because
learned
of the
more
angle.
from us than
Absolutely. Literally scraped
we learned
her.
from them. Do you feel like this time around it's a bit different, or how is it?
Like a lot of people say that.
She
From
is
my
path. Yeah, she
perspective,
did
I
kind of
would just
path
rather
up
win
right there.
everything
You're
when-
absolutely, you're absolutely correct.
That would probably make.
I
me feel
do
the best,
think
but yeah,
Mao shot,
no,
like,
absolutely. There
there's
is that
2
feeling
people
of,
here.
Oh, this is
They
what's
should
been
cover
working for
both
us,
sides.
This is what has not, so we can kind of try and have these strategies.
Have you ever felt like there was I wouldn't
Like,
say a
look
problem,
at them
but, like,
pathing back right
a
now.
motivation thing, 'cause, like,
Okay,
during the regular
Rakan
season, you
stays
guys
on
are winning
top
a lot,
side.
and it feels like
Maokai
you guys
stays
are
on bot
guaranteed for
side.
international play. You know, the early games can feel a little sloppy, or some of the gameplay can feel a
Oh
little
my
sloppy.
gosh, and
But then
insane.
I guess an example would be MSI,
Insane.
where you guys looked incredible.
Insane snipe.
Do you feel as though when the pressure is on, that you guys really come online?
Yeah,
and
they
feel like you
definitely
guys come
should have
together,
covered.
Or is that, you know,
Like,
what do you experience?
if it's one person,
Like,
I totally get it. But
when you're
2
Worlds,
people
you're
not
MSI,
blocking.
You're playing the top teams in the world. Even when you're preparing for like a big stadium, like for the EU LEC finals, we just get that energy and try that much harder, a bit more practice, a bit more everything for sure.
And of course, one of the big questions is you have last year's Worlds, which I know was kind of like, I feel like probably the most disappointing thing that could ever happen in this 600 plus day run with this particular iteration of the team. But I feel like sometimes we hear this from teams, right? They say it wasn't our day, you know? And I feel like that's something. Is that something you can completely eradicate, you feel like? Or how do you feel you've made progress in that regard, knowing that, no, we are actually at a point where we feel pretty unshakable that if we are the team that does go into a best of as the favorites, that we should be able to close it out?
Yeah, well, I think already this year we won every split in Europe instead of dropping one. We were a lot more consistent when it really mattered in Europe as well. But it's competition, right? There's always that element of, we go into Worlds last year, beat LCK, beat LPL back to back, and then our condition became very poor when we lost. But it works the other way as well, right? We can show up to a day and play really, really well and take games or series off the best teams.
Yeah.
So it's fun. That's like the whole reason we're here in the first place.
It's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
right. No, it's true. It's so exciting. It was so great last year at the end, particularly. No, just kidding, of course. No, super excited. Any predictions for the draw show? I think we're super close, like 30 seconds. Any matchup you really want to see?
Ooh, I mean, EU versus NA matchup, like
it's
a
gotta
Fly
happen at
Quest
some
versus
point,
G2,
right?
please.
What about like the 0-1 matchups? It's possible. TL Fnatic, it's already possible.
Oh my God, that's true
I've
too.
seen that a bit too
I'd
many
like it if
times already. I know
TL
how
faced
that one
Fnatic. I
goes.
think that'd be an easy win.
Please.
I think a lot of people will look at who T1 draws. I think that'll be a
That's
big
true.
one.
That's a good
Oh,
point.
true.
That 1 and 0 pool is so completely stacked, actually. So
Yeah.
it'll be
Getting
great.
ready.
It's getting ready, so we're going to be giving it over to the World's 2024 Swiss Stage 2
Raz.
draw show. Let's go.
All right. Draw show time.
Hello and welcome everyone to the World's 2024 Swiss Stage Draw Show. I'm joined by Riot Games tournament official Malu. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. And for tonight's draw, our 16 teams will be divided based on today's results. The first set of teams consists on those that went 1-0 today, and the second set of teams are those that went 0-1. Now, for the round 2 of the Swiss stage, there are no restrictions on matchups, which means that 2 teams for the same region can face off. Our 1-0 team consists of Bilibili Gaming, Top Esports, Genji, D plus Kia, LNG, Hanwha Life Esports, FlyQuest, and G2 Esports. Now, Malu, if you would please draw the first team.
Remember how I was saying T1 losing today was very strategic? That's because now they're in the 0-1 pool. You see what I'm saying? G2.
G2 Esports. And they will be facing against Hanwha Life Esports.
Ooh, that's a tough one, y'all.
All right, now to the second
she's serving
matchup.
face
Malu,
right now
please,
with
if you
these
would draw
looks.
The second team.
Yeah. DK.
D plus Kia.
Please don't draw
And they will be
FlyQuest.
facing
Please don't draw FlyQuest. Please don't draw FlyQuest. Please don't draw FlyQuest. Please don't draw FlyQuest.
FlyQuest. And now for the third matchup, Malu.
That's freaking unreal. That's freaking unreal. Like,
Genji.
maybe that's the best out of pool 1.
Now let's draw Genji's
It honestly would have
opponent.
been best if we faced G2, I think. Because facing HLE, L, facing G2, or Genji, L,
Top Esports.
facing Top Esports, L, that's going to be a really good game tomorrow.
All right, now for
That's
the
going to be a
fourth
huge game
matchup.
tomorrow. Top Esports versus Genji, that's going to be a good one. Like,
Bilibili Gaming.
we wouldn't have wanted to face BLG.
And they will be facing
So maybe us facing DK is okay. Oop.
there's nothing in the bowl.
Do they get a
But
bye?
there's only one team left, and the only team left is LNG.
So LNG. Woo! That's awkward.
All right, now for the 0-1 teams that we have.
Remember,
Mad Lions
T1 is in an easier
T1,
pool. Good job on
Weibo
losing today,
Gaming,
T1. I told y'all we up. I
Team
told y'all
Liquid,
we up.
Honda, PSG
It
Talent.
was strategic.
Gam
Good job,
Esports,
Team Liquid, losing
and
today.
Pain
We
Gaming.
up. We up.
Now, Malu, would you please draw the first team?
Gam.
Esports.
Okay, I would like it if Team Liquid faced them.
And they will be facing off against
Pull Team Liquid real quick. Pull Team Liquid. Bro, what the heck? There's nothing in the ball.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break in the draw here and send it back to the desk for a bit. We'll be back soon.
What are they rigging?
Set. I'm thinking the draw is going to be reset. I don't know. Dylan is hoping it's the whole draw. It's not a funny matter, actually.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for an update because
Yeah.
we'd really get a little bit more information. But for sure, obviously, the second part. You know what? I'm not going to speak because I don't want to give any misinformation.
No, let's just.
I'm going to assume the first ones were correct.
We'll just go over it anyways.
Yeah,
just
the
to
first
talk
one
about
stands, unfortunately.
So what I wrote, so what I wrote down is G2 versus HLE. You can actually kind of talk about it immediately if you would like to.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously one of the harder teams.
That's crazy. Somebody losing their job over some balls, bro.
Very good.
Over some balls.
Caps is insane. Capsion was also very good. So yeah, no, I think we can take a game off of anyone,
That's
especially in this setting.
the enormous clown emoji is
I think that's really
hilarious.
Cool. There's an interview with Seka as well, where the player
Hilarious.
he really wanted to play against was
Okay,
actually Caps as well. because
so
he's been here for
like,
so long, and I
what
think
if they just
in terms
open the
player
rest of the
profile,
balls and
these are
whoever's
two
ball
incredibly
isn't
clutch
filled or
mid-laners
whoever
winning
isn't
matches,
in a
right?
ball?
And I think with a
That's
champion
who
pool that
goes
also
versus
sometimes require a
Gam.
bit more mechanics. I think just from a mid lane perspective.
Yeah, they're gonna
this is
redraw.
such an incredible
They're gonna
fun match to
redraw.
watch. And maybe not for you right now, but I feel like as a viewer and a fan, like that is really sick seeing two of the best mid laners.
Just
go at it.
paper in a ball.
Yeah.
Just
we
paper
will
in
be
a ball.
redrawing our 0-1 team, so we're just getting that set up as our 1 and 0 by, literally luck of the draw. The last ball was just the last remaining matchup.
The other
that does
matchups-
mean that we get BLG LNG for a
Yes,
team
the
kill,
other-
but it's not for elimination.
The other matchups, yes, BLG, LNG, Genji, Tess, D+ versus Fly.
What do you think about that?
The D+ versus Fly?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm pretty happy about that overall. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy. Just from FlyQuest's perspective, I think.
I think the
D+'s
only
games,
other person
especially
we had a
domestically or
chance
domestic,
at
like, the early
beating
games are quite
would be
good.
G2. But
a lot of times
FlyQuest
when they get into the
facing
games, they can get a
HLE,
little bit too
Gen
hypey.
G,
Happened today.
Top
Exactly.
Esports,
So, like,
BLG,
oh my God, they had the lead
LNG,
and
like
they completely threw it.
those
And
are
then
some
it didn't matter anyways 'cause it got
insane
thrown back into them.
games.
So I think one thing that FlyQuest is genuinely good at is
Have I ever
being
been
able
asked by Riot to host
maintain the
Worlds?
advantages that they
Not
have.
host.
And they're
I
great
have
team
been
players.
a host
And I
at
think
Worlds. I hosted
Inspired
the
and
first
what they
ever
showcased today,
League of
that
Legends
they
Worlds
are able to, at least in
2023
the mid game, have a
TikTok
really
stream.
strong,
I was the host there.
Kind of like their calls are
and that
great.
was last
They play
year.
the map really well. So I
I've
think that's the
also
best
been on
one we could've done other
LCS
than like an LNG.
as an interviewer and guest star.
Showmaker was phenomenal today, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep,
even
yep,
in
yep.
all the throws, he really
If they
kept
want to hire me
everything.
to host this year or
I mean,
do anything
I
at
don't wanna
Worlds
say he won
this
the game
year,
for the game, but he
like,
kept a lot of pressure up
hit my
specifically to
DMs.
write
I'm
that
always
shit.
ready.
It's like
I'll be
historically
at
as well, he's just
semifinals
always been one of the
and
pioneers of the
finals.
blank mid as well. I think he really.
I did meet Virtual Diva at Worlds last year. We threw it back together in the club. It was cute. She is BEA, drop dead stunning
But
in
no,
real
I think
life.
historically and
Just
competitive, he's
absolutely
been incredibly
fantastic.
gifted on the
Love
blank. He's always found windows
her.
to make it matter
Hope
in
to
team
see
fights.
her
I think
again
there's a clear difference
this
between
year.
a guy who knows what he needs to do in a blank. when you're in a mid to
Absolutely
late
love
game
her.
scenario
Oh my
instead of
gosh.
around
I
objectives,
didn't get to
and a guy
spend
who
too much
doesn't.
time with
And
her
Showmaker is just clearly one of the best
because
when it
I
comes
was
to
out here doing XYZ. But I really hope to see her at Worlds this year. Love
some tricks today, the whole
her
side
down.
driver and lane swap stuff. And if you're
I did.
gonna play
I
mages
met
or
Jaden
assassins
there.
like
We
the Blanc
actually
Showmaker's
all hung
playing
out. I don't
recently,
think I ever posted
I
the
don't know how that's gonna
picture.
work mid-late game.
Let me
Yeah. This
see.
is the idea, at least, that FlyQuest put together today. So I think from a prep perspective, that's a very interesting matchup.
What's your favorite matchup of the four?
Let's see. Korea. Let me just type in Korea. It should be in here.
Yeah, so I have to go prepare for one of those four
Yeah,
matchups.
this is
So
all
that's
three
probably
of
more the one I'm
us
thinking about.
together. I don't know if y'all will be able to see.
I would say. I think that's the most interesting one.
Are you Canadian or are you American?
I am Canadian.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
what part of Canada?
I'm in Toronto.
Okay, I'm Calgary, Alberta.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Is the draw ready? In 10 seconds. Perfect.
Okay, perfect
So
timing.
we're going to
But
kick
yeah.
it back over and redraw.
Love.
Or draw, rather, for our 0-1 teams. Take it away, Laura.
All right, what's going on? What's happening?
And we are back on stage now. League officials have validated the upper bracket, and we're gonna reset completely for the lower bracket and the 0-1 teams. Sorry about that. Malu, if you would please draw the first team.
Imagine there was no paper. Okay, T1.
And they will be playing against
I'm just praying there's a paper in each one. PNG.
Gaming. Now for
Love
the second
Brazil.
matchup.
That's gonna be good for T1. That's a good game for T1.
PSG.
Do not pull Team Liquid. Do not pull Team Liquid.
Against.
Do not pull Team Liquid. Do not pull Team Liquid. Do not. Do not.
Mad Lions Corey. Now,
God
for the
bless.
third matchup, the first team is...
God bless. Oh, God. We made it out, y'all. We're out. We're in the clear. We're in the clear. Weibo.
Gaming. And their opponents will be...
Honestly, ugh. Oh, it's Team Liquid.
Team Liquid Honda.
Ugh. After Mad
now for
Lions
the
got
next
picked,
matchup.
I don't know who we should have gone against, honestly.
Fnatic.
Yeah, I feel like us facing Fnatic would have been okay.
And their opponent will be... GAM
Wow.
Esports.
GAM got picked first and now they got picked last. That's crazy.
These are the matchups for round 2 of the Worlds 2024
Wow.
Swiss stage. We will return tomorrow on October 4 at 2 p.m. CEST. Remember that league officials will confirm the order of the matches tonight. What you see here is not the final schedule, so be sure to follow us on lollysports.com for more info on the schedule. That's all for us here. Have a good night and see you tomorrow.
All right, y'all. That is
We're still here.
that is it for Worlds today. So we're gonna have some good games. There's gonna be some good games today or tomorrow. Now, what is the order of the games? We do not know yet. We'll probably figure that out after I play a game. They'll probably update it. The games are gonna be great tomorrow. Now, if you are an 0-1 team and you lose tomorrow and you end up 0-2, you are at risk for elimination from Worlds. If you get 3 losses, you are eliminated from Worlds. If you get 3 wins, you are automatically moved on to the next stage. So, very risky, very scary tomorrow because some teams may end up 0-2. That's a very, very scary time. Does Pick'ems open up again? Pick'ems should open up after Swiss. Swiss does not end tomorrow. So you've got 10 days until Pick'ems is opened again. Tomorrow will be best of ones as well. It'll be the same schedule. 8 games, best of ones. Hopefully they will all be played on time because we're ending a little bit late. We were about 30 minutes behind. I think it was because of that little game delay for a little bit, but not too bad. But yeah, I think we get into some League of Legends games. Why am I so far over? I think, oopsies. I don't know what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, the paper balls. I thought that was kind of crazy. If you're watching on TikTok, I am going to have to restart my stream, but I'll restart it as soon as I get into Champ Select. You can always come join me at twitch.tv/Miss Chim Chim. But yeah, we're gonna get into some solo queue. All right. Let me, as we are in this queue, change my title because I can't say I'm world co-streaming if I'm about to get into solo queue. So give me 1 second. Ooh. Okay. Title hath been changed. Okay. All right. Rolling and talking, you don't even have to try. All right. Do your glasses bug you with your headphones on? They used to. Like, they used to hurt my head, but they don't with these. I recently bought these. This is my shop. Call me when you need. Call me in the morning. I'll be on the way. Yeah, do they like press on the side of your head and give you a headache? I have heartthrob, Caitlin. I have all of the skins. Yeah, this is an alt. I love a Lux support. Hi, Boogie. Ooh, they banned Jin, period. I mean, don't forget, guys, I released a YouTube video and it is how to get to gold for low elo players, or if you just want to figure out what you should be doing in ranked. It is a new series, so it's not going to be just one video. I will be going over all different types of things, and I discuss everything that I'll be going over and more in the video, so I highly recommend watching. Do you ever play ARAM? I do not. I do not play the ARAM. I don't mind picking here. I'm on your head right now. You wanna with me so bad right now. Oh no, you can't right now. Let's go. Hey. Oh, you know it never did you wrong. Mm-hmm. Keep it that way now. I'm on your head right now. What's going on, Bond Spree? Okay, come on, Jinx. Ew, Varus. I ain't in need of, I ain't never need no. Yo, Luba, thank you so much for the 3 months of support. Hope you're having a good day today, love. Thank you for supporting the stream. How'd you do it? Catboy, I got these from Warby Parker. There's another pair that I didn't get that I thought I did get, but I didn't get. I think I need to go back and get them. Even though I'm right here by the phone, dog. Keep it that way now. Hey, hey, I'm on your head right now. You wanna with me so bad right now. My mama told me that she loved me, don't believe her. I am streaming on TikTok again. All right, resetting clicker counter. Let's get this bread, baby. Let's get this bread. Have you been enjoying Jinx this patch? Honestly, I haven't been playing her. I've been playing a lot of Kaisa and Kate and Ashe. But I should get on the Jinx wave. One of my mods should be putting out the points for the prediction, I believe. If not, I'll pay out after this game. No, you can't right now. Breaker. 911, somebody come get this.
Minions have spawned. This can only end with you behind the bar.
There's a blitz behind us. Nice. Oh my god.
I'm on the job.
I don't think this one is exclusive.
The law bends for no one.
All right, lock in, y'all. Lock in. Need me like one with Nikki now. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Ole, do it. They're gonna hit level 2. Jesus. Then I went did it again. I told you long ago on the road. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. My track record so clean. Need to say new girls know that I'm nasty. I don't clear up rumors. Where's y'all sense of humor? Turn my haters to consumers. Mine is coming sooner. If you could remove a champion from the game for everyone else except for yourself, which champ would it be? Samira. Yeah. Mundo is not a balanced champ. Are you playing against a Mundo? Cuddle with me all night. Yeah, we just finished watching Worlds. Yes, T1 lost today. But they are not out of worlds yet. He's way too lonely. But I'm known for giving love away, but I need someone who needs me. Someone who loves, that's what I want. They have flash. Holy freaking moly, that had to have been empowered Q. I'm listening out, I know. But I know for giving love away, but I need to shove this while they're out of lane. They're out of lane, y'all. Y'all gotta be careful. Cause it don't feel right when it's late at night and it's just me and my dreams. Nice! Nice root, bro. Nice freaking root. Okay. Okay. The root ate down. The root ate down. Nice, nice, nice. Wave's coming back to us. We're in a good spot. Yeah, Teemo can be pretty annoying. I agree. I agree, Cat Attack. Bailey. T1 will play against who are they playing against? Oh, Mad Lions. No, PNG. They're playing against Pain Gaming. T1's playing against PNG. Okay, no root. We can step up. I've been in a crib going crazy. We don't have any wards in our jungle. We need a backup. Understand, I'm just trying to be the daily scoop. Ooh. We're chilling. That's a very unfortunate flash because I could have killed him, especially with ulti up. I don't want to lie. I really only need it for the night. Scoop. Ooh. Diego's on the way. I want to ult at last second. He's Nice. We shove this and back. Okay, I don't know why you're taking my farm. You got the kill, but we did push it quickly, so that's all that matters. Woo! What's your main champ at the moment? I'm still a Jinx main. Yes, I didn't know Caitlyn was getting a prestige. Actually, I did. I do remember them saying that. You're absolutely correct.
I will not tolerate lawlessness. Let's wrap this up.
Blitz isn't here. Let's freeze. Say you wanted me, say you wanted me, yeah, yeah. Thank you for the shield. Nice root. Say you wanted me, say you wanted me, yeah, yeah. Oh, nice prediction. I can't freaking move, dude. Almost 4 seconds of CC. I didn't even get... Oh, I did get ulted. Okay, and I got ignited. Would have loved to have been able to move there. Unfortunate. Jackie Love just ate down today, honestly. Oh, there's supposed to be more Spirit Blossom? Really? Oh, he tried. Olaf is their top. That's for me. If I could count the amount of flashes on me in comparison to my deaths, I would have a 1-to-1 ratio. Shia, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today, filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows. Thank you for supporting the stream. Yeah, I don't really know what was going on with the draw. That was kind of weird. Who's your favorite ADC professional player? Guma and Yun. And Jackie Love. I can't give you one. It's not fair. How's League treating you? Even though I've been streaming for 9 hours, this is my first game of the day. We've been watching Worlds all day. I'm putting in big hours this month, baby. And I only have 1 off day a week rather than my 2. I'm putting in big hours. You feel me? Big hours. They call me Big Chim. All right, Nocturne is mid. I'm sorry. I couldn't let him live. I couldn't. If I let him live, I would have had to like uninstall League of Legends. I couldn't let him live. I'm sorry. I don't know if we can get this turret. Yeah, because that's why. I knew they were getting somebody to come down. That's both my sums. Not good. I'm the same $ slime. We did get the turret though. They love a bot lane. They love a bot lane in this game, baby. I'm supposed to go mid. I'm the same $ slime. They gon' feel me. Yeah, I'm getting enough rest, I believe, so far. Kill one and we gotta kill another, bro. Do you get your shop? Yes, but I have all of the skins, so there's not really any skins I could get in the shop that I would have to purchase. They will kill me. Oh! Is that Faker? I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Wow. Wow. Is Faker on my team? Is Faker on my team? Did y'all see that LeBlanc? Wow. Oh, Nocturne right there. Oh, please don't ult me. I'm so dead, dude. Oh my freaking gosh, the CC, dude. I was trying to walk to Viego. Oh, I'm so annoyed, dude. I can't play the freaking game. Yo, what's going on, Ina? Welcome to stream. Hope you're having a good day today. I can't stop this push. Maybe if I just clear minions. No freaking way, dude. Okay, at least I got the ulti off. Oh, I'm tired of dying. I'm spending so much time dead. We will probably rate the world's songs on a non 8 game day. Like, I'm kind of tired. So we'll probably do it when there are not eight games on one day. Yeah, it's an OBS thing. Yeah, Frey, it's actually a pretty good album. Who is my favorite music artist? It's either Bozzy or Ty Dolla $ign. The thing is, I can't just rate them. I would have to like re-listen to them. So that's like 3 minutes of listening. So it would be best to do it on a day where I like have actual time, you know? So we'll do it not today, but soon. Nice. Are we baroning off of that? Oh, that was actually kind of close. Yeah, today has been a very long day. There were 8 best of ones, and tomorrow will also be 8 best of ones. So maybe we'll do it, what's today? Thursday, Saturday. Because Saturday should be best of 3. Could somebody do ! schedule in chat? That has my schedule of when the games are, when they start and end. And I would like to see. Thank you, Bo1. This weekend, oh, it's 2 series best of 3s. Okay, that's a total of 6 games. Well, that's not 8. That's not 8 games, and it could just be 4 games if they 2-0. So, dude, what is that lifesteal? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go Mortal Reminder. They're dead. They're dead. We need to back up. Jesus, man. Why do they do so much freaking damage? Wow, that's so toxic. And for no reason. All right, Mortal Reminder. Say less. Did you start the Arcane watch party yet? Yes. So we watched season 1, episode 1 and episode 2 on Tuesday. Oh my gosh, I trolled that. Whoa, where? I don't know if we chase that. Don't know where Nocturne or Olaf is. Yeah, he's about to die. I don't know why he chased that. At least it's not Soul. It's gonna happen every Tuesday, so next Tuesday will be the next time we watch. I need my man Cho to get big boy. Careful, Cho. They might be coming for you. I'm coming. No freaking way. He has exhaust? How did I get exhausted? Oh, they exhausted someone. Okay. I don't want to lose this game, dude. What the heck? Oh my god, this man is 16-3. Bruh. This is Lil Nas X. I have been up since 4 a.m. I have indeed. No, T1 is not eliminated from Worlds. Today was just best of ones. You have to lose 3 times in order to get eliminated. Jesus. And then I got this man on me. Flashing on me even. Flashing on me even. Man's talking about no heel cut. All right, guys. I think that's all the league I want to play today. I think I'm good. I think I'm solid. I'll see you guys tomorrow for 10 more hours of League of Legends. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And until then, I wish you guys nothing but W's in your games, bountiful LP, and the lowest ping that you could ever imagine. See you guys.